On the day your talent awakened, your school beauty girlfriend awakened the strongest S-rank talent and was directly admitted to the top academy. You, also a genius, however, awakened the most useless D-rank swordsman. For a moment, the entire school mocked you for messing things up, calling you a waste. Even your girlfriend abandoned you, choosing Xiao Shuai, who also awakened an S-rank talent. The second she dumped you, an electronic prompt sounded in your mind, ding dong. Host detected to be experiencing a breakup. Infinite golden trait system loading. D-rank trash? So what if you were dumped? Starting with a body full of golden traits, one casual skill can wipe out the school. Stand still, don't mess up the formation. Zhangcheng, 9th High School. Awakening Square. Over 2,000 senior students are gathered here. Today is the National Unified Awakening Day, which is also high school graduation day. This day marks a turning point in the destiny of all senior students. Awakening a good talent naturally means soaring to great heights. Awakening a poor talent certainly means a life of hardship. However, one thing is reassuring. That is, the awakening probability is 100%, meaning everyone can awaken a talent, it's just a matter of good or bad. After awakening, excluding S-rank talents. Everyone else is not allowed to linger in school. Prepare for tomorrow's instance trial. 1 month later, everyone will be graded. Now, the awakening officially begins. The speaker was Zhang Leitang, the principal of Jiangcheng 9th High School. After the principal's words fell, a magical light descended from the sky. The light landed on the awakening platform. In an instant, the light formed a light curtain, and by passing through it, one could awaken their talent. Yi Jifan, Blade Master, D rank. Zhou Maoming, Gunman, D rank. Jun Xiaoyao, Swordsman, D rank. Sorted by class. Students passed through the light curtain one by one, awakening their talents as they did so. At the same time, next to the light curtain, there was a crystal display similar to an LED screen, showing the awakened talent profession and rank. However, 80% of those who awakened were D rank. There are 5 levels of talent rank in total, divided into D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, and S rank. D rank is the worst, S rank is the highest. Looking at the awakened talent ranks, the principal and various teachers showed wry smiles. Just then, a golden light erupted from the awakening platform. The light shot straight into the sky, accompanied by a buzzing sound. GOL Golden. Golden talent, this is S rank. Finally, someone has awakened an S rank talent. It's actually S rank. Our 9th high school finally has an S rank talent. The last time an S rank talent appeared was 2 years ago. Seeing this, the principal and teachers all became excited. It wasn't just them. Even the students present were incredibly excited. Because, since someone had awakened an S rank, perhaps the next to awaken an S rank would be themselves. Ji Qingyan, Ice Mage, S rank. On the LED crystal display, the awakener's information was shown. It was Ji Qingyan from Class 1, Senior Year. Behold! On the awakening platform stood a stunningly beautiful girl, proud and aloof. At this moment, she was enveloped by a halo, which added a mysterious aura to her already pretty appearance. Ji Qingyan, the school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 9 High School. Su Xingchen, are you feeling a lot of pressure? Class 2, Senior Year. Zhang Ping asked his classmate next to him. However, his tone always seemed to harbor ill intentions. When your school beauty girlfriend awakens S rank, and she's the strongest ice mage, anyone would feel immense pressure. Su Xingchen, don't worry, maybe you can also awaken S rank. How easy is it to awaken S rank? It's already amazing if No. 9 high school gets 1 S rank in a year. There wasn't a single S rank last year. Su Xingchen might get dumped. School heartthrob, if I awaken D rank, let's be together. The male students in Class 2, Senior Year, looked at Su Xingchen with schadenfreude in their eyes. The girls, however, were excited, because Su Xingqian would basically be unable to awaken S rank. Then, Su Xingqian would definitely be dumped by Ji Qingyan. After they broke up, they would have a chance. After all, Su Xingqian was handsome. In Jiangcheng number 9 High School, Ji Qingyan was the top school beauty. Su Xingqian was the top school heartthrob. Ha! Su Xingqian chuckled, a faint smile on his face. Actually, he was also very nervous inside. To be honest, S rank was too difficult to awaken. Even one S rank in a graduating class made the principal and teachers overjoyed. 2 S ranks in the same class had never happened in the history of number 9 high school. So, for him to awaken S rank, it was basically a lost cause. In this world, the strong are respected. Talent reigns supreme. His school beauty girlfriend awakened the strongest S rank talent. Could he truly be happy for her? As a transmigrator, his father died in battle before he was born, and his mother died in childbirth after he was born. He had grown up in an orphanage. No golden finger. No system. In a world where everyone awakened abilities, he had basically lived for nothing these past 10 years, because he knew that no matter how hard he tried, it would be futile. Everything depended on awakening. From elementary school to junior high, he was in the same class as Ji Qingyan. In high school, they were not in the same class. However, the two started dating in junior high. Early love is still love. The awakening was very fast. Soon. Then it was Su Xingqian's turn. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the awakening platform. This was his only chance. Su Xingqian, Swordsman, D rank. Hearing the prompt, Su Xingqian's awakening information appeared on the crystal bar. Hearing that voice, Su Xingqian's heart sank rapidly. He didn't even know how he left the awakening platform. Soon, Su Xingqian left the awakening plaza and arrived at the school gate. Xingqian. At this moment, a clear voice reached his ears. Very familiar. Very familiar. Even without looking, he knew it was Ji Qingyan. Su Xingqian hummed in response. What could he say? At this very moment, his feelings were very complicated. There was expectation, hoping Ji Qingyan wouldn't break up with him. After all, they had been in love for several years. Although their student-era romance was just holding hands and chatting, it was very sweet. There was resistance, because with his D-rank talent, his future achievements were bound to be limited, while Ji Qingyan was the strongest S-rank, with limitless potential. They were no longer in the same circle. Even if Ji Qingyan didn't break up with him, he would feel immense pressure. I'm sorry. Ji Qingyan walked up to Su Xingqian. Tall and slender. Simply perfect. Her exquisite face was even more captivating. Although only 18, she was exceptionally developed. I have no right to blame you. Su Xingqian looked up. He looked at Ji Qingyan and said in a feigned calm voice. I'm leaving. Smooch. Ji Qingyan looked at Su Xingqian and said softly. After saying that, her rosy lips gave Su Xingqian a peck on the cheek, then she turned and ran off, finally entering the school. Su Xingqian's heart was numb, but still a little bewildered. Breakup. It still ended in a breakup. It would be a lie to say he wasn't sad. But he didn't want to show it, but Ji Qingyan kissing him left him a bit stunned. After all, it was the first time, and she initiated it. But if it were before, Su Xingqian would have been ecstatic. But now it was bitter. After all, this was a farewell kiss. Watching that graceful retreating figure until it vanished from sight, Su Xingqian averted his eyes, walking numbly towards his rented apartment. Beep. Detected that the host has finally awakened a talent, system loading. Just then, a crisp sound rang out in Su Xingqian's mind. An electronic voice. This sound made Su Xingqian start. System? 18 years. He had transmigrated for 18 years. Waiting for cheat abilities and systems for 18 years already. It didn't even appear when he awakened his own powers. Just when he had given up hope for cheat abilities and systems. It appeared. System loading percent. 1%, 2%, 3%. Before Su Xingqian's eyes. A 2-foot square light screen appeared. The light screen was white. This light screen. It was not the system's light screen, but a panel that all awakened individuals possessed. However, on this panel, apart from the system loading progress bar that appeared, there was no other information. This speed. It'll take 10 minutes. Su Xingqian saw the loading progress. It would probably take 10 minutes. For a moment. His heart was filled with immense anticipation for the system, not knowing what help it would be to him, but he desperately hoped it wouldn't be some kind of god-tier tycoon system or live streaming system. Ideally, it would give me an S-rank talent. As he muttered to himself. Su Xingqian quickened his pace. He aimed for the system to finish loading by the time he got home, so he could properly understand it then. Indeed. About 10 minutes later. 98%, 99%, 100%. System loaded. As Su Xingqian returned to his rented apartment. The system loading was complete. What about the functions? Su Xingqian closed the door. He asked eagerly. How could he not be eager? Concerned about his own future, how could he not be anxious? This damn system. Couldn't it have come when I was in the womb? Had to make me wait 18 years. System 1.0 version. Experience gain, 200%. Item drop, 100%. Automatic recycle, 100%. Attribute drop, 100%. System space LWH, 500M x 500M x 500M. System function, the host only needs to hunt monsters to gain double experience, 100% item drop, excess equipment will be automatically recycled when the backpack reaches 80%, hunting monsters will definitely drop attribute points. The system's voice sounded. At the same time, a prompt appeared on the light screen. This. Upon seeing the information, Su Xingqian was utterly shocked. Indeed heaven-defying. The only pity was the lack of an S-grade talent. Special ring activated. Name, Combat Power Ring. Combat Power, 1000. Grade, Unique. Affix, Gold Mythical. Attribute, Permanent Comprehensive Combat Power increase of 200% for the entire body. Note, Petrification Ring activation requires 100,000 gold coins. Just as Su Xingqian was shocked. Another prompt appeared. A new panel, a secondary page. Behold. This was a circular disc with 12 card slots. Among these 12 card slots, 6 were for rings, but 5 of them were gray and not yet activated. The activated one was named the Combat Power Ring, looking incredibly cool. The other 6 slots, it was unknown what they could hold. Mythical equipment. Gold affix. Su Xingqian was utterly dumbfounded. This system is too heaven-defying. Not only does it have basic functions, there are also special rings that can be activated, simply by using gold coins. Mythical grade. Truly heaven-defying. Combat power directly increased by 200%, which is double the combat power. System. If I'm not mistaken, it means I just need to get more gold coins, right? Su Xingqian asked. This thing. It's too similar to the VIP system in the games I played in my previous life. It's pretty much all about pay to win. Host is correct. The system replied to Su Xingqian. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D rank. Profession, Sword Master Apprentice. Level, 10.00%. Bonds, none. Wealth, 1028. Combat power, 2400 base combat power 200. Active skills: Imperial Sword Art 0%, Azure Lotus Sword Song 0%, Myriad Swords Returning to Origin 0.00%. Passive skills: Thunder Sword Aura 0.00%. He glanced at the main panel. Su Xingqian's heart raced. Well. His combat power is 2,400 now. You see. Nud individuals only have 200 base combat power, but he's directly at 2,400 now. This would totally crush S-rank talents. Combat power ring, 1,000 combat power. Base combat power, 200 points. Ring's attribute, 200%. 1,000 plus 200 by 200% equals 2,400 combat power. It was that terrifying. Tomorrow is the first dungeon after awakening. There's still time to practice outside the city. Su Xingqian closed the virtual screen. This screen. It was similar to everyone else's screens, but it had two extra secondary pages, a system page and a ring slot page. However, only he could see these two pages. Subsequently, Su Xingqian quickly tidied up. He put essentials into his system space. He walked out of his room. He was ready to head to the suburbs. Soon, he arrived at the bus stop, where there were many students. Needless to say, these students were all awakened professionals who wanted to practice in the suburbs before entering a dungeon. Su Xingqian, did you break up? Just as he arrived at the stop, he was recognized. This was normal. After all, it was very close to 9th High School, and Su Xingqian was the #1 campus heartthrob at 9th High School, so of course, people would recognize him. She didn't know what that person wanted to do for her daughter? Today, the biggest topics were awakening, and Ji Qingyan's S-rank ice magic. When it comes to Ji Qingyan, Su Xingqian is certainly going to be mentioned. The #1 school beauty and the #1 school heartthrob. A match made in heaven. However, after the awakening, things weren't like that anymore. Because Ji Qingyan awakened S-rank ice magic, while Su Xingqian awakened a D-rank talent. In this world where the strong reign supreme, this was destined not to work out, no matter how good-looking Su Xingqian was. Even if they broke up, it wouldn't be your turn anyway. Su Xingqian smiled. With such people, there was no need to get angry, it wasn't worth it. No matter what. He and Ji Qingyan had been deeply in love for years, while others could only envy and hate. A moment later, the bus arrived. Final destination, East Gate. Su Xingqian squeezed onto the bus. It was packed. Inside was incredibly lively. Judging by the atmosphere, it was as if he was about to become a powerful individual very soon. Half an hour later, he got off the bus. Everyone else was forming teams of 2 or 3, as it was safer that way. Su Xingqian, however, declined several pretty female classmates and walked independently towards the city gate. With a system and a mythical grey Zhuanli ring with golden attributes at the start, why would he need to team up? Sword control only 0%, can't fly with a sword. For now, I can only run on foot. After leaving the city, a desolate aura brushed against his face. The wilderness. People could be seen everywhere. Commonly known as many people, few monsters. Therefore, he intended to head towards the farthest place. Although it was more dangerous, the chances of encountering demonic beasts were higher. Run! His legs moved as if they had fire wheels. Roar! After about 20 minutes, Su Xingqian finally encountered a demonic beast, over 3 meters tall, looking terrifying. Mutated ox. Mentioned in books, it's the most common low-tier demonic beast. First order. With over 500 combat power, a team of 2 or 3 can easily handle it. Those with good talents might solo, but it's risky. Swoosh! An iron sword appeared in Su Xingqian's hand. Issued by the school. It wasn't equipment, so it couldn't be equipped. However, that wasn't a problem with over 2,000 combat power. soloing the mutated cow was effortless for him. Azure Lotus Sword Song. One of the swordsman's active skills. Behold! The iron sword in Su Xingqian's hand traced a dazzling sword chi, which could only target the mutated cow. Honestly, it was similar to the skill effects in cultivation fantasy games. If the sword control technique reached the first order, and he could fly on his sword, then it would be even more like cultivation fantasy combat. Swoosh! The sword chi landed on the mutated cow, instantly letting out a muffled thud. The mutated cow collapsed. Congratulations on slaying a first-order demon beast mutated cow. The notification sounded. Settlement began. Congratulations on slaying a first-order demon beast mutated cow. Experience plus 10 200%. Gold plus 100. Attribute plus 10. After settlement. No equipment dropped, but there was gold and attribute points. He should have originally gained 5 experience points, but with the system's 200% boost, his experience increased by 10 points. This gold. It was the only universal currency in the world. Its purchasing power was similar to 1 yuan in his previous life. In other words, with this one kill, he gained 100 gold. However, when he thought about needing at least 100,000 gold to activate a new golden perk, which was a special ring, he wasn't so happy. System. Where should I allocate the attribute points? After killing the mutated cow, Su Xingqian quickly left, continuing his search for demon beasts. At the same time, he communicated with the system using his divine sense. He had left in a hurry and forgotten to ask the system where these attribute points should specifically be used. Attribute points are used to enhance skills. The system's answer was clean and concise. As expected, it's a skill upgrade. Once I've earned enough attribute points, I'll upgrade the sword control art first. Su Xingqian had an I knew it expression. Sword control art. It's very important. Imagine the scene of flying on a sword, how elegant and exhilarating it would be. More importantly, no more running on the ground. Flying to search for demon beasts. Faster speed. Escape is also guaranteed. Whoosh. Less than a minute later, he encountered another first-order mutated ox. One sword. Instant kill. Congratulations on killing a first-order demon beast mutated ox. Experience plus 10 200%. Gold plus 100. Attributes plus 10. The gains remained unchanged. Good luck, there were quite a few mutated oxen ahead, he must have run into an ox den. Whoosh. 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 Congratulations on killing a first-order demon beast mutated ox. Experience plus 10 200%. Gold plus 100. Attributes plus 10. Congratulations on killing a first-order demon beast mutated ox. Experience plus 10 200%. Gold plus 100. Attributes plus 10. The gains remained unchanged. Good luck, there were quite a few mutated oxen ahead, he must have run into an ox den. Whoosh. 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 Congratulations. Attributes plus 10. Instant kills, instant kills. All instant kills. As the battle progressed, Su Xingqian's combat skills saw a qualitative improvement. After all, at school, he only learned basic and theoretical knowledge. To put it bluntly, it was all talk. Now he was truly clashing head-on with demon beasts. Gradually, that slight fear of demon beasts in his heart also disappeared. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Currently, level 2. Base combat power x 110%. Not long after, a golden light appeared on Su Xingqian, flashed, and then merged with him. Immediately after, a prompt sounded, announcing his upgrade. He reached level 2. His combat power also increased, but not significantly, only rising to 110% of his original base combat power. I don't feel anything, Su Xingchen muttered to himself. Upgrading is a good thing, at least his combat power increased a little. His base combat power was 200, so an increase to 110% means an increase of 20 combat power. It was precisely because of its difficulty versus reward ratio that it was downgraded to a D rank skill. Including the golden attribute on the combat power ring, that's an increase of 40 combat power. No equipment dropped. Combat power increases very slowly. 100 attribute points now. System. Improve my sword control skill. Su Xingchen was filled with anticipation. Consuming one attribute point, your sword control skill has increased from 0.11% to 0.21%. One attribute point was used. The sword control skill increased by 0.1%. Calculated this way, 10 attribute points can increase it by 1%. To raise the sword control skill to 100%, he would need 1,000 attribute points. Let's keep fighting. Seeing this, Su Xingchen muttered to himself. 100 attribute points are too few, he still needs to work hard to hunt demon beasts. Besides, combat can also improve the Green Lotus Sword Song. It's a pity that Myriad Swords Return to 1 is only 0%. Unable to cast it. Otherwise, he could also improve Myriad Swords Return to 1 during combat. Rip. Rip. Whoosh whoosh. The battle was relentless. Su Xingchen seemed to enter a state of self-forgetfulness. Fortunately, his combat power was high enough, or else his iron sword would have been blunted. First-tier demon beasts were instantly killed. No match for him. Therefore, Su Xingchen set a preference: if no equipment drops, he doesn't need to be notified. Gold plus 100. EXP plus 10,200%. Attribute plus 10. EXP plus 10,200%. Time passed by second. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 3. Base combat power x 110%. Leveled up again. Reach level 3. Although combat power didn't increase much, it was still increasing. Every little bit counts. However, when thinking about other professionals, 40-50 points of combat power are crucial, because their base combat power is also 200 points. Unlike Su Xingchen, who has the combat power rings boost. After leveling up, Su Xingchen didn't stop. Because he had a goal. That was to raise his level to 5 or higher before nightfall today. Congratulations on killing a tier 1 demon beast mutated cow. EXP plus 10,200%. Gold plus 100. Attribute plus 10. Drop Alien Fire Azure Frost Swordsman White 1. As a mutated cow fell. A notification sounded. Hearing this notification, Su Xingchen became excited. Because he had set it so that he would only be notified when equipment dropped. Now that it notified him of an equipment drop, and one for a swordsman at that, how could he not be happy? You see. Among several professions, only weapons and armor are profession-specific. Other equipment has no profession restrictions. Meaning, what he just dropped was either a weapon or armor. When playing games, the most annoying thing is dropping equipment that you can't use yourself. He stopped fighting. He found a hidden and safe spot and began to examine this piece of equipment. Name: Alien Fire Azure Frost. Grade: Human Tier White. Profession: Swordsman. Combat Power: 200. Required Level: 1. The most common human tier equipment, white quality. Such equipment has no affixes, and naturally no extra attributes. Equipped. Although it was only a human tier white equipment, it still provided 200 combat power. With the 200% boost from the combat power ring, that's 400 combat power, which is much better than holding an iron sword. Combat power plus 400. Currently, Su Xingqian's combat power was 2,884 points. After equipping the gear, Su Xingqian reached out a hand. At this moment, what appeared in his hand was no longer an iron sword, but a rather decent-looking long sword, with streaks of firelight, yet this firelight also carried a hint of azure frost. Much cooler than the iron sword. Su Xingqian looked at the azure frost of otherworldly fire in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Next, he continued to hunt monsters. Rip. Rip. Roar roar. Wilderness number 2, this place was very far from Jiangqing City Gate, about 50 li away. In Wilderness number 2, there were more monsters, and stronger monsters. With Su Xingqian's combat power, he felt no pressure at all in Wilderness number 2. One monster after another fell. Experience continued to rise. Gold coins were increasing. Attributes were also increasing. Congratulations on killing a Tier 2 monster Earth Dragon. Experience plus 100,200%. Gold plus 1,000. Attributes plus 10. Drop, Moonfall Curved Bow Archer Blue 1. Another Tier 2 monster fell. Tier 2 monster. Combat power around 5,000. Although Su Xingqian couldn't instantly kill them, it didn't take much effort either. Killed the Earth Dragon. Dropped a piece of equipment for archers, and it was a top-grade weapon. However, this was a weapon for archers, swordsmen couldn't use it. Level 8 now. My attributes should be enough to upgrade my royal sword art. Su Xingqian looked at the sky. The sun was setting. It was time to go back. Originally, he should have gone back much earlier, but he noticed that his attribute points were almost at 1,000. With 1,000 attribute points, he would be able to raise his royal sword art to 100%, and then he could fly back on his sword. Sharpening a knife doesn't delay the woodcutting. Attributes, 1,690 points. System. Upgrade sword control art. Consume 980 attribute points. Your sword control art has been upgraded from 0.21 to Tier 1, 0.01%. One-click upgrade, ha! Consume 980 attribute points. Sword control art cultivation successful, reached Tier 1. Whoosh! With a thought. Instantly, the Eon Fire Azure Frost shot out of his hand, transforming into a streak of light flying into the distance. Su Xingqian controlled the Eon Fire Azure Frost with his divine sense, and it turned back, circling around Su Xingqian. The sword control art can be used for combat. It can also be used as a means of flight. Bang! Su Xingqian leaped up, stepping onto the Eon Fire Azure Frost, imagining himself flying on a sword like an immortal. However, his imagination was grand, but reality was harsh, and he immediately fell down. Fortunately, it wasn't high, otherwise he really would have been killed by the fall. Next, Su Xingqian slowly adapted. Half an hour later. As dusk fell, he finally succeeded in flying with his sword, though he dared not go too fast. Whoosh! Whoosh! Controlling the sword, standing on the Eon Fire Azure Frost. 20 meters above the ground. He flew rapidly towards the east gate, leaving a trail of azure light behind the Eon Fire Azure Frost, looking incredibly cool. 20 minutes. 50 li. This speed is quite fast, isn't it? Arriving at the east gate, he saw 2 professionals flying with knives and spears, but their levels were already 30. Clearly, not novices. They were even old-timers from the previous generation or the one before. It's just that their leveling was a tiny bit slow. After entering the city, Su Xingqian naturally couldn't fly with his sword, as it was a rule. Fighting and flying were strictly prohibited within the city. The last bus. Returned to his rented apartment. Took a quick shower. A cup of instant noodles. He opened his light screen, entered the communication platform. A professional's light screen has the functions of a computer and a mobile phone, and can be used as such. Anyone selling equipment? Something a novice gunslinger can use. Human tier, white, 50,000 gold coins, weapon and armor prices doubled. New players definitely don't have equipment for sale, they don't even have enough for themselves. Equipment is too hard to get. Have you all gone out to hunt monsters? Who wants to take me? C rank, healer, support. Equipment is most expensive around Awakening Day because a large number of new players desperately need it. I'm looking to buy equipment for a Blade Master, something a new player can use. I can increase the price by 50%. Jiangcheng, professional exchange platform. However, powerful individuals rarely speak here, as this is a new player exchange platform. Chat messages. Not interconnected with other cities, limited to Jiangcheng. On the platform, there's all sorts of news. However, most of it is requests for equipment, very few are selling equipment. No other reason. Equipment is just too scarce. This archer's weapon. Sell it. Anyway, I can't use it. Looking at the chat messages. Eating instant noodles. Su Xingqian muttered to himself, he was short on money. Anyway, he couldn't use that archer's weapon. Selling it might activate a new special ring. After all, it was a top-tier human rank archer's weapon. Me, selling one archer's weapon, human rank blue. Price, 500,000. No haggling, first bidder gets it. Su Xingqian sent a message. This price was 200,000 higher than the normal price, but everyone was short on equipment. After sending the message, he watched the screen. 500,000, I'll take it. Trade request sent. In less than 10 seconds. Someone replied, and at the same time, a trade request popped up in the top right corner of Su Xingqian's light screen. Su Xingqian began to operate. He placed the moonfall bow, and after confirming the other party had entered the price, he clicked trade. Of course, there would be no scamming in trades, because after a trade, there's a 3-minute window to cancel. After 3 minutes, items and currency would enter both parties' accounts. Besides, all accounts on the light screen were real name verified. Who would dare to make a fraudulent trade? Ding! Account ending in 6667 received 500,000 gold coins. The notification sound rang. 500,000 gold coins credited. Transaction. No transaction fee. After all, this was a private transaction. If it were in the mall, there would definitely be a handling fee. Damn it, I was a step too slow. It's actually a top-grade weapon. A 500,000 archer weapon, expensive but worth it. Big boss, do you have any more equipment? Looking to buy weapons and armor for swordsmen. Looking to buy various equipment usable by beginners. 500,000, just like that. Damn it, today we teamed up and killed over a dozen first-tier demonic beasts, but nothing dropped. You expect equipment to drop after killing a dozen demonic beasts? Get a grip. Normally, killing 200 demonic beasts might drop one piece of equipment. Of course, that's theoretically speaking. The real drop rate is that you might not get anything even after killing 300 or 400. On the chat screen. By the time they reacted, Su Xingqian had already completed the transaction. Seeing the blue top-grade weapon sold, everyone was extremely envious. Blue top-grade, ah! And a weapon. Although expensive, it could increase combat power by several hundred. With several hundred combat power, soloing a first-tier demonic beast would be easy. After finishing his instant noodles, Su Xingqian entered the system interface. Prompt, Petrify Ring activation conditions met. Do you wish to activate the Petrify Ring? On the screen, there was a prompt. Activate. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate at all. It's just 100,000 gold coins. Being able to activate a special ring, and a golden mythical one at that, with those perk attributes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact. Indeed. After all, this was system provided. Petrify Ring activated. Name, Combat Power Ring. Combat power 1000. Tier unique. Affix gold mythic. Attribute during combat, there is a 30% chance to petrify the target for 5 seconds. Note, activation of the domain ring requires 0.1 million gold coins. The petrify ring has been activated. Indeed. It's also mythic gold. Combat power remains unchanged, but increases by 1000 points. The affix attribute is petrification, which is like the paralysis ring in games, but even more terrifying than a paralysis ring, with a 30% chance to petrify the target for 5 seconds. Unbelievable. Terrifying. Can you imagine, during combat, your opponent suddenly stops moving, standing there for you to hit? What kind of concept is that? Quite terrifying, isn't it? The next special ring is the domain ring. It now requires 1 million gold coins to activate. Su Xingqian saw the prompt afterwards. Activating the domain ring requires 1 million gold coins. Gotta work hard to earn money. Combat power, 5178. With this combat power, he can directly instant kill tier 2. Tomorrow. Dungeon trials. Hope some good equipment drops in the dungeon. Su Xingqian looked at his panel. He only had one weapon on him. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a message notification sound rang out. Ji Qingluo, Brother Xingqian, dungeon team up tomorrow at 8 a.m. The sender of the message was Ji Qingluo, Ji Qingyan's twin sister. Although they are twins, their personalities are completely extreme. Ji Qingyan is proud and aloof, while Ji Qingluo is lively and agile. The only thing they have in common is their beauty. Su Xingqian, what's your profession and what's your talent? Su Xingqian replied to the message. He didn't answer whether he wanted to team up. Instead, he was curious about Ji Qingluo's talent and profession. He thought, this little troublemaker, she wouldn't be a tier, would she? After all, she and Ji Qingyan are twins. It wouldn't be too much for Ji Qingyan to awaken S tier and Ji Qingluo to awaken a tier. Of course. You never know. Awakening talents is quite mystical. Ji Qingluo, S tier, healing. I'll heal you then. Ji Qingluo's reply was very slow. Because she knew Su Xingqian had awakened a D grade talent, and she was afraid that revealing her S grade talent would hurt Brother Xingqian. But she also didn't want to lie to Brother Xingqian, so she was conflicted. Finally, after some thought, she decided to tell him. Su Xingqian, you heal me? And a cup can't do that. Su Xingqian saw Ji Qingluo's message. He paused. Stunned. Another S grade. So S grades are just pets you raise, huh? If he didn't have the system, he'd really be hurt. It's not that he has poor psychological resilience, anyone would feel the pressure. However, after getting the system, he felt that talent wasn't that important. Ji Qingluo, Su Xingqian, I'm going to bite you to death. Get lost, I'm not talking to you anymore. Angry emoji. Seeing Su Xingqian's message, Ji Qingluo was filled with shame and anger. She hated it most when Su Xingqian said her chest was small. It was just a little late in developing. Actually, it wasn't small at all. What's wrong with small breasts? It's slender. Su Xingqian looked at Ji Qingluo's angry little emoji and felt incredibly good. 2 S grades appearing at Jiangcheng 9th High School at once. It would definitely cause a sensation. The principal and teachers would be overjoyed. Even more shocking, both S grades were top tier. One was the strongest ice mage, and the other was the highly sought after healer Linglong. Neither were garbage professions. Professions. Divided into 6 types: Blade Master, Spearman, Swordsman, Archer, Mage, Linglong. Blade Master uses a blade. Spearman uses a spear. Swordsman uses a sword. Archer uses a bow. Linglong uses a staff. Mage uses a staff. No matter the profession, it ultimately depends on combat power, which is everything. Linglong is healing, commonly known as a healer. Mages have three main types: ice, fire, thunder. Combat among different professions only differs in skills and weapons used. There isn't much of a gap. Closed the virtual screen. Time to sleep. Recharge for tomorrow's dungeon. The next day. Early in the morning. Su Xingqian had already woken up, tossing all his mineral water and dry food into the system space. Finished everything. Went out. Wandered around the supermarket. Then took a taxi to Jiancheng Professional Center. When I arrived, there were already many professionals here. Since it was Awakening Day, no one other than new recruits was allowed to come here these few days. After all, there were too many people. Jiangcheng has a total of 42 high schools. Each high school has 2,000 to 3,000 students. Every year, hundreds of thousands of high school students awaken. After awakening, they naturally have to undergo dungeon trials, so it's necessary to ensure that the dungeon trials here run smoothly. Brother Xingqian just arrived at the professional center. At the entrance, Su Xingqian heard a sweet, soft voice. Very pleasant. Melodious. Judging solely from the voice, it must be a soft and cute lowly beauty. Clear voice, slender waist, easily pushed over. You came so early? Not sleeping in? Su Xingqian looked at the beautiful girl at the entrance. He asked. Yesterday, he neither agreed nor refused to form a team, but this little troublemaker directly took it as an agreement. I just got here too. Brother Xingqian. Let's team up, just the two of us, that way I can heal just you. How about it? The little troublemaker pouted her mouth, chattering away. Circling Su Xingqian. Like a piece of sticky candy. Since childhood, she liked to cling to him. Qingluo, take us along. We came together. Su Xingqian is a D rank, teaming up with him is just dead weight. Qingluo, let's team up instead. 3 A ranks and 1 C rank, plus you, an S rank healer, will definitely be number 1 team of 9th high school. That's right, then we'll choose a difficult dungeon, for 60 academic credits. Upon seeing Ji Qingluo clinging to Su Xingqian, the students who came with Ji Qingluo were all incredibly jealous. Before, Su Xingqian, the most handsome boy in number 9 high school, and Ji Qingyan, they were envied, but what could be done when Su Xingqian was so handsome? But now, Su Xingqian awakened as D class. They no longer held Su Xingqian in high regard. In their eyes, Su Xingqian was trash, at most, handsome trash. And Ji Qingluo was still clinging to Su Xingqian, which left them puzzled. Damn it, before awakening, he was liked by the top school beauty, and after awakening, he's still liked by the top school beauty's younger sister. Enough. Who I team up with is none of your business. I've told you countless times, don't keep circling in front of me. Ji Qingluo heard other classmates talking about Su Xingqian. She immediately became furious. Her eyes turned cold. Fiercely cute. All right. Getting angry isn't worth it. Su Xingqian tapped Ji Qingluo on the head and walked towards the professional center. Brother, wait for me. Ji Qingluo rubbed the spot where she was tapped. Grimacing. Seeing Su Xingqian leave, she quickly sped up with her long, straight legs to catch up, bringing a gust of fragrant wind with her. You didn't go with her? Su Xingqian glanced at the girl beside him and asked curiously. Yesterday, after awakening, Su Xingqian knew that Ji Qingyan was going to a top-tier academy. For someone of her caliber, a top-tier S-class, there was no need to consider credits. She would be directly snatched up by a university. As for dungeon trials and such, the university would arrange people to guide her. One could say she was completely being nurtured as if she were an ancestor. Let alone S-class. Even A-class talents were fought over fiercely by universities. After all, there are 5 talent levels. S-class is the ceiling, A-class is a top genius, BC is elite, and D-class is the general populace or trash. Don't want to go. I want to go to school with Big Brother. Ji Qingluo said, tilting her small face up. Looking at Su Xingchen. Which dungeon will you choose? Su Xingchen seriously looked at Ji Qingluo. Her small face was exquisite and beautiful. Without a single flaw. Full of vitality. Finally, he averted his gaze and asked. He felt nothing for this little troublemaker. Seriously. Although she was only a few days younger than him, in his heart, she had always been a little girl. After all, that's how it had been since childhood. More importantly, when he was dating Ji Qingyan, this little troublemaker was just a mischief maker and a tag-along. You choose. I'll follow. Don't worry, I can heal you. Ji Qingluo replied. As she spoke, she instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingchen had told her last night that her chest was small. Where was it small? It just hadn't fully developed yet. It was at least a B cup now, though not as big as her sister's. Besides, she had always suspected that brother Xingchen liked her sister and not her because of breast size. Su Xingchen subconsciously glanced at her chest and let out a chuckle. Su Xingchen, if you keep doing that, I'll get angry. You. Ji Qingluo felt Su Xingchen's gaze and immediately flared up in shame and anger. To be honest, flat-chested girls were most sensitive to stares. Qingluo. I'm choosing a catastrophe-level dungeon, are you still coming? Su Xingchen looked at the entrance. There were 4 entrances in total. Normal difficulty. Hard difficulty. Desperate difficulty. Catastrophe difficulty. 90% of people chose normal difficulty, the rest chose hard difficulty, no one chose desperate difficulty, and the entrance to catastrophe difficulty was even empty, with not a single person. Catastrophe level. Brother. Are you serious? Ji Qingluo's expression changed when she heard Su Xingchen's words. Dungeons. Divided into level 10, level 30, level 50, level 70, level 90, and reincarnation dungeons. Newbie dungeons, which are level 10 dungeons. Players from level 1 to level 29 can enter. Level 30 dungeons. Players from level 30 to level 49 can enter. Level 50 dungeons. Players from level 50 to level 69 can enter. Level 70 dungeons. Players from level 70 to level 89 can enter. Level 90 dungeons. Players from level 90 to level 99 can enter. Reincarnation dungeons require reaching level 100 to enter. Each level of dungeon has 4 difficulties: normal, hard, desperate, and cataclysmic. Normal, 20% death rate. Hard, 40% death rate. Desperate, 90% death rate. Cataclysmic, 99.999% death rate. The death rates indicate the difficulty of the 4 dungeon levels. Therefore, few people choose desperate or cataclysmic. Of course, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the greater the rewards. No pain, no gain. I'm going. Su Xingchen smiled. Honestly, even if the level 10 newbie dungeon is difficult and terrifying, it has its limits. With the system's blessing, it would be a bit unreasonable for him to go for normal or hard mode. I'm going too. Ji Qingluo didn't hesitate for a moment. She followed. The two walked towards the cataclysmic dungeon entrance. Prompt. Unless necessary, do not pass through the cataclysmic dungeon entrance. If you wish to select the cataclysmic dungeon, please confirm. Just as they arrived in front of the cataclysmic dungeon entrance, a red light curtain appeared, blocking their path. At the same time, a clear and loud prompt sounded. Confirm. After Su Xingchen confirmed, Ji Qingluo immediately followed suit. Their information was recorded. Next, the two entered the passage through the light screen. Inside the catastrophe level instance, there were a total of 8 altars, 4 catastrophe level instances for level 10 novices, and 4 catastrophe level instances for level 30 players. Now, since the 2 were novices, even if they chose incorrectly, they wouldn't enter a catastrophe level instance meant for level 30. There's only one team mode. Su Xingchen looked at the 4 novice level catastrophe instances. Only one catastrophe level instance allowed teaming. The other 3 did not allow teaming, meaning they would be randomly separated upon entry. Then let's pick this one. Ji Qingluo nodded, pointing to the catastrophe level instance that allowed teaming. Name, Lanling's Secret Realm. Level, Catastrophe. Conditions, under level 20, under 20 years old cannot bring in others' items. Time, 3 days. Rating, 100 points. Team up, allowed. Probability of death, 99.99%. 3 days. Is that all you brought? Su Xingchen looked at the instance information. They would need to spend 3 days inside the instance. Subsequently, his gaze fell on Ji Qingluo. She hadn't brought any luggage, her hands were empty. Of course. Su Xingchen was also empty-handed. However, all his belongings were in his system space. Blankets, toiletries, dried food. Ji Qingluo nodded, not quite understanding the meaning behind Su Xingchen's words. Indeed. Who would bring luggage to an instance trial? I'm initiating the instance transfer. Get ready. Su Xingchen didn't say much more. It was only 3 days, after all. Just bear with it, it'll pass. Next. Stepping forward to activate the dungeon portal. All right. I'll form the party, you join. Ji Qingluo replied. Novice Dungeon, Catastrophe Tier. Lanling's Secret Realm activated. Su Xingchen's palm rested on the shimmering light curtain of the activation portal. Instantly, a hum resonated. Immediately after, red light shot into the sky. The commotion was huge. Everyone in the entire professional center was alerted. The portal for a catastrophe tier dungeon. Who went to catastrophe tier? Someone actually isn't afraid of death and went to catastrophe tier. 9th High's campus heartthrob, D-tier talent swordsman profession Su Xingchen, and S-tier healer Ji Qingluo. They're practically looking for death. Even a novice dungeon at catastrophe tier is a one-way trip. Catastrophe tier, they actually dared to go to catastrophe tier. I haven't heard of anyone going to catastrophe tier in the last 10 years. The campus heartthrob and the campus beauty were in love, then the campus beauty awakened S-tier ice mage and broke up with the D-tier talent heartthrob. The campus beauty's sister liked the heartthrob. Who would have thought the two of them would go into the catastrophe tier? Now that's what you call living and dying together. The terrifying commotion shocked countless professionals. They all looked towards the direction of the catastrophe tier portal altar. From a distance, they saw a young man and a young woman standing on the portal altar, enveloped in 7-colored light. Some recognized them. Those two were Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 7-colored light quickly spun. Soon, the light then disappeared, and with it, Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo also vanished, as if evaporated. The world became quiet, but countless professionals remained utterly shocked. Catastrophe tier, it's basically a 99% chance of death. Principal Zhang, 9th High is very strong. This year, 2 S-tiers came out directly, and who would have thought these 2 S-tiers are twin sisters, Ice Mage and Linglong, the strongest professional combination. It's a pity Ji Qingluo isn't going to Huaxia University. Zhangcheng, 9th High School. Principal's office. Principal Zhang Leitang and a few teachers were chatting with teachers from Huaxia University. Huaxia University. It is one of the top universities in the country. Renowned as the cradle of the strong. The school most desired by all students. Chen Mingxue, a teacher from Huaxia University's admissions office, specifically responsible for admissions in the Jiangcheng area. He is practically a permanent resident of Jiangcheng, scouting for outstanding talents from various high schools. This year, the talents are pretty good. That Ji Qingluo wanted to take Su Xingchen to Huaxia University, but unfortunately, Su Xingchen only has D-grade talent. They've been close since childhood, and they're young, so being a bit willful is understandable. Principal Zhang chuckled. Actually, yesterday, Chen Mingxue had planned to bring both Ji Qingyan and Ji Qingluo to Huaxia University. But Ji Qingluo insisted on bringing Su Xingchen. Chen Mingxue did not agree. For no other reason than school regulations. Huaxia University does not admit students with talent below B grade. To be precise, only those with credits above 300 can enter Huaxia University. Su Xingchen's talent is only D grade, so he definitely wouldn't meet the threshold for Huaxia University. Even S grade talent cannot break this rule. Alas, school regulations. And the spots are limited. Huaxia University only admits 500 students each year. Chen Mingxue said. He seemed a bit regretful, but his face was full of pride. After all, he was a teacher at Huaxia University. What kind of place was Huaxia University? It was the top university in the country, the cradle of the strong, and countless powerhouses had emerged from Huaxia University. It was difficult for even B-grade talents to get into Huaxia University. What right did a mere D-grade trash have to go to Huaxia University? One should not break school rules for an S-grade talent. Principal. News from the professional center. Ji Qingluo went to a cataclysm-level dungeon. Just then, the office door was pushed open. A female teacher walked in and softly spoke to the principal. What? Ji Qingluo went to a cataclysm-level dungeon? What happened? Principal Zhang Leitang's expression changed upon hearing this. He was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, his facial expression shifted, and he could no longer sit still. Just now, Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen formed a team. The two went to the cataclysm-level dungeon Lanling's secret realm. The female teacher said. A hint of anger appeared on her face. Because Ji Qingluo was her student. She had finally managed to teach an S-grade talented student, which gave her face among colleagues and something to brag about for a lifetime, but she went to a cataclysm-level dungeon before even going to university. She felt too wronged. Originally, S rank goes directly to the university, but Ji Qingluo has to stay for assessment. Assessment is assessment, then. But she did her own thing. She followed Su Xingchen to a disaster-level instance, secretly hating Su Xingchen to death. With her D-rank talent, going to a disaster-level instance is suicide. Why drag Ji Qingluo along? This Su Xingchen. The principal's face was full of distress, almost pounding the table. Su Xingchen. He knew him, the top heartthrob of number 9 middle school, wasn't he? Dating Ji Qingyan. Before awakening. All his academic scores were the best, but his talent was only D rank. Yesterday, Ji Qingluo even didn't go to Huaxia University because of him. Now, he's taking Ji Qingluo to a disaster-level instance. This guy. He's the real trouble. Alas, the existence of school rules. It must be reasonable. Chen Mingxue sighed with feigned emotion. He spoke indifferently. He almost said, how wise I was not to agree to Ji Qingluo taking Su Xingchen to Huaxia University yesterday. Wait. I need to call the school to inform them about Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen going to the disaster-level instance. Yesterday, some teachers said he didn't know how to be flexible. Let them talk, now they know, right? Fortunately, Ji Qingluo wasn't allowed to take Su Xingchen to Huaxia University. Otherwise, whoosh. The teleportation to a disaster-level instance takes longer. A full minute. The teleportation ended. Su Xingchen's eyes lit up, and a strong wind brushed his face. With a thought. The ethereal fire and frost appeared, and he then stepped onto it, standing steadily in the air. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the clothes at Ji Qingluo's waist. He looked around and found himself 30 meters above the ground. Fortunately, he could fly with a sword, otherwise, falling directly would have killed him. Ah! Ji Qingluo also knew the teleportation had ended. Just then, her waist tightened. She knew she was grabbed by Su Xingqian's hand on her clothes. She didn't mind. However, soon, she found herself suspended in mid-air. Then she looked down. She gasped. It was so high off the ground, truly terrifying. Her hands, which had been holding Su Xingqian's sleeve, were now tightly wrapped around Su Xingqian's waist, fearing she might fall. Ji Qingluo, aren't you quite bold? Su Xingqian flicked his finger and tapped Ji Qingluo on the head. Boing! Su Xingqian, you hit me again, it hurts so much. Ji Qingluo usually sweetly and obediently called him Brother Xingqian, but when she was angry, she called him Su Xingqian. Her head throbbed. It diverted her attention. She looked up, her small face looking incredibly furious, with a childishly fierce expression, as if she was about to bite someone. Whoosh! Su Xingqian controlled his sword and descended. Who told you to shout so loudly? Su Xingqian replied. That's not right. How can you fly with a sword? Why can't I fly? The little troublemaker's mind was very active. Just a moment ago, she was screaming, then immediately glared at Su Xingqian, and then looked at the strange fire and blue frost beneath Su Xingqian's feet. A question arose. How can you fly with a sword? Why can't I? Because my sword control art is already at tier 1. You can't fly yourself, don't you have a clue? Su Xingqian glanced at Ji Qingluo speechlessly. At school. During class, you were sleeping most of the time, weren't you? Don't you even know these basic things? Tier 1 sword control art. Didn't we all awaken just yesterday? How did you reach tier 1 so quickly? Ji Qingluo was even more shocked. Skill. It's too difficult to cultivate. Many people can't fly even at level 30 or 40. But Su Xingqian awakened yesterday and flying with a sword today? Isn't that too fast? Yesterday noon, I went to the outskirts. Su Xingqian said. After saying that, then he stopped speaking, because a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. The dungeon trial quest had appeared. Lanling's Secret Realm, Trial Quest. 1. Reach level 30 within 3 days. 2. Hunt 10,000 first-tier demonic beasts, 1,000 second-tier demonic beasts, 100 third-tier demonic beasts, 10 fourth-tier demonic beasts. 3. Pass through the Lanling Ancient Tomb and kill the Lanling Evil Soul. Reward, EXP 10 million, Mysterious Treasure Chest 2. Countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 21 seconds. After reading the trial quest, the expression on Su Xingqian's face changed. Similarly, beside them, information about the trial quest also appeared on Ji Qingluo's virtual screen. After reading the detailed quest, her delicate and pretty face showed continuous changes in expression, and her little mouth pouted even more. Isn't this a trap? Catastrophe level. As expected, it's a sure death. Her little mouth pouted, muttering. A novice noob, who could complete such a quest? Moreover, and you can't bring in equipment from others. Even if powerful family members gave equipment, you couldn't bring it in. The rules of the catastrophe level were too difficult. That quest, it's designed to kill people. After saying that, she looked at Su Xingqian with a wronged expression. Regret it? Su Xingqian asked. Only puppies regret it. Isn't it just catastrophe level? At most, it's just one life. Ji Qingluo raised her head, puffed out her chest, answered seriously. Let's go. Su Xingchen ruffled Ji Qingluo's head, making her soft, flowing hair fluffy. However, the little troublemaker shook her head. Her hair became smooth again. Where are you going? Ji Qingluo asked, puzzled. This trial mission. It'd be a miracle if it could be completed. Tier 1 monsters, it's hard enough to kill one, but the mission requires hunting 10,000 of them, plus 1,000 Tier 2 monsters, 100 Tier 3 monsters, and 10 Tier 4 monsters. Let alone a novice, even a 30 or 40 level prodigy wouldn't be able to complete this mission. Moreover, this is just one of the trial missions. And even the weakest one. Of course we're doing missions. Didn't you see the countdown? Su Xingchen said. Every minute and every second is precious, because the rare dungeon only lasts 72 hours. Oh. Ji Qingluo uttered an oh. However, she was curious, if Brother Xingchen said he was going to do a mission, which one would he start with? Also, he said he went to the outskirts yesterday. And even cultivated his sword writing skill to Tier 1, how did he do it? But one thing was certain. He had truly hunted monsters. However, if Tier 1 monsters could be hunted, it would still be very slow. 10,000 of them, a year wouldn't be enough, would it? Swoosh. 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 Su Xingchen took Ji Qingluo, flying on his sword. Rapidly flying towards the distance. Ji Qingluo stood on the otherworldly flame azure frost, tightly hugging Su Xingchen's waist, fearing she would fall. Her heart was filled with immense envy, and she leaned her head against Su Xingchen's back to block the wind. Her little face was flushed, her heart nervous and shy. But she felt very happy. Before. Although she was clingy with Su Xingchen, at most she would just tug on his sleeve. There was nothing more intimate. After all, her sister was dating Su Xingchen. Now that her sister and Su Xingchen had broken up. Isn't this her chance? Roar. Roar. Soon, roars came from ahead. These were the roars of monsters. Moreover, judging by the sound, there were many demonic beasts. Soon, demonic beasts streamed into view. Seeing so many powerful demonic beasts, Ji Qingluo was incredibly nervous. After all, it was her first face-to-face encounter with them, and she was very scared. But Su Xingchen continued to fly as usual. Finally landing on the ground. Demonic beasts surrounded them. Brother Xingchen. Ji Qingluo's little mouth trembled. She looked at Su Xingchen nervously. However, Su Xingchen didn't pay attention to her. He held the ethereal flame frost in his hand, and his long sword slashed out. Hiss. Boom. The sword light flashed, and a Tier 1 demonic beast crashed to the ground. However, Su Xingchen didn't stop, his long sword continued to swing. Demonic beasts fell one after another. Congratulations on killing Tier 1 demonic beast golden armored boar. Experience plus 10 200%. Gold plus 20. Ji Qingluo, who had been scared, watched Su Xingchen fight. But she was at a loss. After all, it was her first time facing demonic beasts, and it felt like she had fallen into a nest of them, with demonic beasts everywhere. As a rookie, it was normal to be scared. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. She gained experience and gold. This immediately shocked her. Insta-kill? A Tier 1 demonic beast, insta-killed by Brother Xingchen. In her opinion, even if Brother Xingchen went to the outskirts, there was a limit to how many Tier 1 demonic beasts he could single-handedly fight. Killing a Tier 1 demonic beast would also take some effort, but she never expected a Tier 1 demonic beast to be insta-killed by Su Xingchen. As easy as slicing vegetables. Sword light shimmered. Sword energy surged. Swordsmen are indeed the coolest profession. Experience plus 10. Gold plus 20. Experience plus 10. Gold plus 20. For a time, Ji Qingluo's experience kept rising. With the S-rank talent bonus, her experience was twice that of a D rank, similar to Su Xingqian's system 1.0. However, the gold drops couldn't compare to Su Xingqian's. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 2. Base combat power x 110%. Soon. Ji Qingluo leveled up. While leveling up, she hadn't recovered from the shock, mainly because Su Xingqian was hunting monsters too fast. Brother Xingqian. You're amazing. Ji Qingluo was incredibly excited. Is this a D-rank talent? Even an S rank wouldn't be as powerful as you. Stay closer. Su Xingqian said. Monsters were everywhere here. The little troublemaker was just a novice healer, with no combat power at all, and could easily be killed. Oh. Hearing Su Xingqian say that, the little troublemaker quickly followed Su Xingqian. Her small hand clutching Su Xingqian's clothes. Rip. Slash. Whoosh whoosh. Su Xingqian was completely immersed in the battle. Monsters kept falling, like chopping vegetables. Even a single sword beam killed 3 or 4 monsters, and even tier 2 monsters were instantly annihilated. Ji Qingluo, at his side, watched in a daze. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 9. Base combat power x 110%. Su Xingqian also leveled up. Reach level 9. Brother. I got gear. Excellent weapon staff of withered wood. Just then, Ji Qingluo shouted excitedly. Because she saw a new weapon in her backpack, which was obviously just dropped. Although she didn't kill the monster, she was in a team with Su Xingqian, so monsters killed by Su Xingqian were no different from those killed by her. A staff shimmering with blue light. Excellent. Blue represents excellent. A staff, she could use it. Her first piece of equipment in life was a blue weapon, how could she not be excited? Excellent weapon, 400 combat power. You can try fighting now. Su Xingqian heard that. And was very happy. A human tier blue superb weapon has 400 battle power. Coupled with her own basic battle power and leveled up battle power, that's 6 to 700. 6 to 700 battle power is completely enough to solo a tier 1 monster. Combat is the fastest way to train skills. Alright. Ji Qingluo nodded. Battle power is confidence. Next. The little troublemaker tried to fight. Although she was a healer, primarily focused on healing, she also had combat skills. Healing was just one of them. Boom. Crack. Rip. An S rank is an S rank. Even as a rookie, after getting familiar with combat, she quickly got the hang of it. Su Chen was not far from her. He basically dealt with most monsters, occasionally leaving one for her to fight. More gear. Just white grade though. A short while later. Then came Ji Qingluo's excited voice again. Getting gear. Of course she'd be excited. Gear is battle power. Qingluo. Be careful yourself. Most of the monsters around here are tier 1. Just be a little careful and don't stray too far from me. I need to speed up, otherwise I won't be able to complete the mission. Su Xingqian said to Ji Qingluo. Honestly, the little troublemaker looked really good when fighting. Just like a fairy. However, this can't go on. I need to speed up combat, hunt more monsters, and get gold coins and attribute points. That way, I can activate new special rings and upgrade skills like Myriad Swords returning to the Origin and Azure Lotus Sword Song. The stronger the skills, the faster the monster hunting. Alright. Ji Qingluo nodded, MHM. Her demeanor was indescribably obedient. That's wonderful. Brother is so strong. She dared to say that her brother was definitely not just a D-rank talent on the surface. Brother must have a hidden profession. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? This is even more terrifying than S rank. Sister. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hiss. Whoosh. In an instant, the ethereal flame azure frost in Su Xingqian's hand swung, unleashing sharp sword lights and sword glows. The sword moves of Azure Lotus Sword Song were elegant, cool, ethereal, sharp, and terrifyingly powerful. Before the sword chi and sword glows, monsters fell one after another. Now he fights with completely unleashed power. Because he has to speed up. 10,000 first tier, and 1,000 second tier. Third tier and fourth tier. He needs to improve his combat power to deal with them. EXP plus 10. EXP plus 100. Gold plus 100. Attribute plus 10. Attribute plus 10. EXP and gold, along with attributes, constantly increased. As for equipment, 2 dropped, but Su Xingqian didn't wear them. Because hunting first tier and second tier monsters now, his combat power is sufficient. He'll put on equipment when he has free time. He can't waste time. Time flowed by minute. Unconsciously. The sky gradually darkened. Buzz. Congratulations on leveling up. Currently, level 22. Base combat power x 110. Finally. His level reached 22, one step closer to level 30. This was after hunting 5,812 monsters. Xing Luo. All right. Looking at the sky, Su Xingqian called out to Ji Qingluo. Actually, Ji Qingluo was not far from him. Because it was her first time in a dungeon, with no one around but monsters. A girl would naturally be a bit scared, especially in a calamity level dungeon. Mum. Brother, I'm level 18. Ji Qingluo ran to Su Xingqian, saying happily. She still couldn't fly. So she could only run. Level 18, keep it up tomorrow. Hunting first tier monsters in the morning and second tier monsters in the afternoon should get you to level 30. Come on, let's settle down first. Su Xingqian nodded. Level 18. Indeed, she leveled up quickly. After all, the two of them hunted a total of 5,812 demonic beasts. Unfortunately, there weren't many Tier 2 demonic beasts. They were mostly Tier 1. Tier 1 demonic beasts. Only 5 experience points. Fortunately, Ji Qingluo is S rank, so her experience gain is 200% of D rank, and Su Xingqian's system buff is also 200%. Otherwise, they wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xingqian flew on his sword, standing atop the azure frost demonic flame. Behind him was Ji Qingluo. She also didn't ask where she was going to settle down. Because Su Xingqian was there for everything. Soon. The two then arrived at a lake. Not far from the lake was a sheer cliff, and on the cliff was a small cave. Su Xingqian had noticed this place at noon. In the wild, a cave is the safest. The teacher said. Always find a retreat and a foothold first. So, he found it long ago. Whoosh! Entering the cave, they found it was only a few square meters in size, but it was enough space for the two of them. Dry and suitable for living. Brother! We didn't bring anything to camp out with, what should we do? It was not until this moment. Little troublemaker only just thought of this question. Huh, you're only remembering now? Su Xingqian chuckled. A few fingers. He wanted to flick Ji Qingluo's head, but Ji Qingluo seemed to have precognition and retreated early. Seeing that Su Xingqian failed to get her way. Little Mischief giggled. But how are we going to sleep? And I want to take a bath. After laughing, Ji Qingluo said sweetly. In the wild. The temperature at night was very low, and after a day of fighting, she was very tired. She definitely needed to sleep, but without blankets or anything, how was she going to sleep? And she still wanted to take a bath. She felt all sticky. Here, wear mine. Make do. Su Xingqian, as if performing magic, made a pair of large shorts and a shirt appear in his hand. Subsequently, he also took out shower gel and shampoo. Even and used toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels, among other things. Brother. You. Is this magic? Across from her. Ji Qingluo was stunned by what Su Xingqian did. She was completely astonished. After a long time, she circled Su Chen twice, as if trying to find out why her brother could produce so many items out of thin air. But she couldn't find the reason. Finally, with an excited little expression, she asked curiously. She was just a curious baby. I awakened a hidden profession. Go quickly and wash up. After observation, there's no one else in this Lanling secret realm except you and me. Su Xingqian said. He could only lie. It's not like he could tell her he had a system. But. Ji Qingluo took 2 steps towards the cave entrance. Hesitantly. What but? Su Xingqian asked. Acting like a woman, so slow even for a bath. It's not like she was going to be tortured. Do you want me to jump down? What if I fall to my death? Ji Qingluo looked down at the cave entrance. She found a reason. Oh right. It's so high, must be 20 meters. She couldn't fly either. Even at level 18, jumping down like that would lead to serious injury, if not death. Oh. What's your flight skill level? Su Xingqian suddenly understood. He could fly with his sword. For a moment, he had forgotten that Ji Qingluo couldn't fly. Immediately after, he used his sword to fly down, carrying Ji Qingluo. 23.15%. Ji Qingluo replied. That's fast. Hearing this, Su Xingqian thought that in just one day, without specifically training flight, to reach 23% was indeed extraordinary. S-class truly was amazing. You've been able to fly with your sword for a long time, haven't you? Ji Qingluo pouted. Are you indirectly boasting? I only managed 23% in one day. What about you? You awakened yesterday and can already fly with your sword this morning. If you say I'm fast, aren't you implying you're even more heaven-defying? Me? An exception. Su Xingqian smiled. What a joke, attributes increased directly with points. With attribute points. Improving a skill was a matter of minutes. He finished speaking and was about to head back into the cave. Ji Qingluo saw Su Xingqian about to return to the cave. She quickly called out. What's wrong now? Su Xingqian was puzzled. I'm scared. Ji Qingluo said in a low voice. Her head bowed. She dared not look at Su Xingqian. Her small face was crimson, as if about to bleed, even her earlobes were pink. Because she wanted to ask him to stay nearby and watch. But she couldn't say it. Let alone saying it. Just the thought alone made her embarrassed and extremely shy. Then what do we do? Su Xingqian was in a predicament. From another perspective. From the little troublemaker's point of view, it was indeed a bit scary. What if there was something in the lake? What if a demonic beast came? What if there's a ghost? But you're scared, but I can't exactly watch you bathe. However, watching would be fine too. You keep watch for me. Just stay a little farther away. But you're not allowed to watch me bathe. Ji Qingluo blurted out instinctively, the words tumbling out. After saying that, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and hide. How embarrassing. So embarrassing. Mortifyingly so. Who said I wanted to watch you anyway? Su Xingqian said. But he still found a place to sit down. To keep her company. Hoof. If you ever call my chest small again, I'll bite you to death. Don't look. Don't you dare look, you hear me? Hearing Su Xingqian's words, Ji Qingluo was so angry she could grind her teeth. Am I, Ji Qingluo, not pretty? Compared to my sister, I'm not the least bit inferior. Moreover, I'm gentler than my sister, with a soft voice, a delicate body, and easy to push over. How is it that when it comes to you, it's like I'm being disdained? It's so infuriating. Could it be because my chest is small? It's not that small, it's quite cute. When a person gets angry, their courage grows considerably. And that was indeed the case. She was no longer afraid. She found a shallow spot, sheltered from the wind and prying eyes, but still within a range where Su Xingqian could protect her. After making sure Su Xingqian wasn't looking at her, she quickly took off her clothes and began to wash. Normally, a bath would take her at least half an hour to finish. Today, she was much faster. She was done in just over 10 minutes. However, in the end, she still dawdled a bit, washing her undergarments, praying they would be dry by tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow I have to wear something wet. I can't just wear nothing underneath, right? Moreover, currently wearing Su Xingqian's shirt and oversized shorts, she, being so small, immediately felt empty and a little embarrassed. After all, these were Su Xingqian's clothes. Just thinking about it made her face flush. I'm ready. Ji Qingluo returned and said to Su Xingqian. Head bowed. Afraid to look at Su Xingqian. Qingluo, you look good in my clothes. Su Xingqian looked at Ji Qingluo. Although the sky had already darkened, he could still see a little. She was so small, his clothes were obviously much too big on her. However, it looked quite funny. On her long, rounded, fair, firm, straight, slender jade legs, she was only wearing a pair of oversized shorts. He wanted to laugh, but he held it in, lest the little troublemaker explode. Poof. Ji Qingluo was angry and shy. What's good about it? It's too big. Whoosh. Whoosh. Su Xingqian flew on his sword, taking Ji Qingluo to the cave. You tidy up. I'm going to take a shower. Su Xingqian said to Ji Qingluo, while also taking out a quilt and a mat, letting Ji Qingluo tidy up. He had to take a shower. After a day of fighting, a shower would relieve the fatigue, then a good night's rest, and wake up a bit earlier tomorrow morning. Time was precious. The dungeon time was 3 days. Not a single objective had been completed yet. 90% of people chose normal difficulty, the rest chose hard difficulty, no one chose desperate difficulty, and the entrance to catastrophe difficulty was even empty, with not a single person. It was a complete death trap. This quest simply couldn't be finished, given the difficulty of this quest. Forget 3 days. Even 3 years might not be enough to complete it. After all, everyone here was a newbie. However, Su Xingqian's unique abilities presented an opportunity to complete this dungeon trial. Ji Qingluo nodded. The inside of the cave wasn't large. Enough for 2 people. A small lamp powered by a mobile power bank provided a soft light. Whoosh. Su Xingqian finished his instructions, departed on his sword. He arrived at the lake, quickly showered, taking only a few moments, then performed a simple wash-up. He changed into a pair of large shorts. And just like that, he flew back into the cave on his sword. All this in less than 5 minutes. Brother, you're done washing so quickly? Ji Qingluo was surprised. That was way too fast. It's just a shower. It's not like soaking in a hot spring. Will they dry if left inside? If I hang them at the cave entrance, even if the temperature isn't high, the wind is strong, they'd be dry overnight. Su Xingqian saw the small cloth pieces hanging to dry inside the cave. Palm-sized. Light pink. There was even a cartoon pattern on those small panties. For a moment, he almost burst out laughing. What if the wind blows them away? Ji Qingluo saw Su Xingqian looking at her intimate clothing. She was terribly embarrassed. although the two often bickered. However, regarding private matters, they hadn't crossed the line. It was already awkward enough to hang her intimate clothes inside the cave, and now that Su Xingqian mentioned it, she felt even more shy. She had considered hanging them outside the cave. But the wind was too strong at night. What if they blew away? Then just hang them inside. Even if you don't wear them tomorrow, besides me knowing, no one else will. Ha ha, ha ha. Su Xingqian finished speaking, bursting into laughter. What are you laughing about, you idiot? How are we going to sleep with one blanket? Ji Qingluo was terribly embarrassed. However, yet, she found it wasn't as awkward as it had been initially. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small. Where was it small? She pointed at the makeshift bed. One mat. One blanket. One throw. How were they going to sleep? This is clearly for one person, but now there are two. One person on each side. Otherwise, you can sleep standing up. But don't stand next to me, Su Xingqian said. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small. Where was it small? I opened the virtual screen to check today's gains and level up my skills. Poof. Little Trouble hummed. It was really just to bolster her courage. Next. She sat down on the other side of the bedroll, her heart pounding fiercely. They had spent a lot of time alone together, but never had to sleep in the same room. And now, out in the wild, it was just a man and a woman. Moreover, there was no one else in this world besides them. They would have to sleep under the same blanket tonight. Just thinking about it felt ambiguous. Seeing Su Xingqian looking at the virtual screen, Little Trouble immediately got excited too. She opened her own screen. First dungeon trial. First time facing a demon beast. First level up. First time getting equipment. It was also exciting to think about, and in just one day, she had reached level 18. Level 18. Even other S-rank prodigies would take more than 10 days, or even a month. As for other professionals, level 18 would take several months. Su Xingqian clicked on his backpack. Luck. Not so good. In a whole day, only 2 white pieces of equipment dropped. Golden Domain Bracelet, 100 combat power. Engraved Ring, 100 combat power. He put them on without hesitation. Next. He checked his gold coins, attribute points, and combat power. Gold coins, 1,316,500. Attributes, 59,100 points. Combat power, 7,760 points. After checking, his combat power didn't increase much. Leveling up only increased his base combat power by about 1,000. Plus the 2 pieces of equipment gained today, which added 200 combat power. All combined and multiplied by the 200% from the combat power ring. His combat power was at least 7,760 points. What made him happy were the attribute points. Every demon beast hunted guaranteed 10 attribute points. Today, he hunted 5,812 demon beasts, plus the remaining attribute points, making his attribute points reach 59,100, allowing his skills to be upgraded. Imperial Sword Art, Stage 1, 3.14%. Green Lotus Sword Song, 30.18%. Myriad Swords Returning to Origin, 0%. Thunderbolt Sword Aura, 1.013%. D-rank talent is truly useless. Without attribute point boosts, when will I ever reach Stage 1? However, Green Lotus Sword Song has reached 30%. Mainly because it's used frequently in combat. After all, killed 5 or 6,000 demon beasts. System. Upgrade Green Lotus Sword Song. Su Xingqian communicated with the system via his divine sense. Starting the upgrade for Green Lotus Sword Song. Consume 700 attribute points. Green Lotus Sword Song upgraded to stage 1, 0.18%. Green Lotus Sword Song damage increased by 10%. Consumed 700 attribute points. Successfully upgraded Green Lotus Sword Song to stage 1. After leveling up, damage increased by 10%. In other words, if combat power is 10,000, then during battle, the damage dealt to the opponent will be 11,000, which indirectly means a 10% increase in combat power, limited to Green Lotus Sword Song. Continue to upgrade. Upgrading to the first stage only requires 1,000 attribute points. What about the second stage? Let's try. Anyway, as a main skill, Green Lotus Sword Song will have to be upgraded sooner or later. Consume 10,000 attribute points. Green Lotus Sword Song upgraded to stage 2, 0.18%. Green Lotus Sword Song damage increased by 20%. It's at stage 2. Damage increased to 20%. This damage attribute does not stack. 48,400 attribute points remaining. Can't upgrade Green Lotus Sword Song anymore. I need to upgrade Myriad Swords Returning to Origin and Thunderbolt Sword Aura. Upgrade Myriad Swords Returning to Origin. Myriad Swords Returning to Origin. It's an AoE skill. And it's a supreme sword move of the Sword Dao, with terrifying power. Su Xingqian wanted to upgrade it a long time ago. But he didn't have attribute points. Consumed 1,000 attribute points. Myriad Swords Returning to Origin upgraded to stage 1, 0.00%. Myriad Swords Returning to Origin damage increased by 200%. Attack range 100 by 100. Myriad Swords Retribution. Upgrade successful. Attack range is 100 mx 100m. Moreover, damage reaches 200%, much more powerful than Azure Lotus Sword Song. Continue upgrading. First order. One tier isn't enough. Although attribute points are precious, they are meant for improving skills. The more powerful the skills, the faster you hunt monsters, and the more attributes you gain. It's a virtuous cycle. Consume 10,000 attribute points. Myriad Swords Retribution upgraded to tier 2, 0.00%. Myriad Swords Retribution damage increased by 300%. Attack range is 200 times 200. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Significantly boosted. At this moment, Su Xingqian really wants to go out and find a beast to fight. To test his Myriad Swords Retribution. That scene must be cool. Next, upgrade Thunder Sword Aura, which is a passive skill. To put it simply, it's defense. When attacked, a Thunder Sword Aura will form to block the attack. A life-saving thing must be upgraded. Consume 990 attribute points. Thunder Sword Aura upgraded to tier 1, 0.013%. Thunder Sword Aura defense increased by 150%. In Su Xingqian's previous battles, basically, no monsters managed to attack him. Besides, Thunder Sword Aura hadn't even been cultivated to tier 1, so it had no real effect. Now it's tier 1. When attacked, Thunder Sword Aura will form. And defense has increased by 150%. Continue. Upgrade all skills to tier 2. Can only upgrade to tier 2. Because there aren't many attribute points. Consume 10,000 attribute points. Thunder Sword Aura upgraded to tier 2, 0.013%. Thunder Sword Aura defense increased by 200%. Defense. Not as obvious as damage. But it's the most important. Improve my sword control skill. Sword control technique is only tier 1. Attribute points remain. Can upgrade sword control technique to tier 2. Consume 9,700 attribute points. Sword control technique upgraded to tier 2, 0.14%. Flight speed plus 200%. Number of swords plus 2. Well. The sword control skill really does accelerate you. When flying, the speed is now twice as fast as before. Moreover, In combat, you can control 3 swords remotely. Just imagine. How cool would it be to have 3 swords controlled in the air, slaying monsters from a distance? Currently, he can only control 1 sword. What a pity. I only have 1 weapon. How great would it be if I had 3? The skill has finally reached Tier 2. To upgrade to Tier 3. It won't require 100,000 attribute points, will it? Su Xingqian thought to himself. Upgrading to Tier 1 required 1,000 attribute points. Upgrading to Tier 2 required 10,000 attribute points. So, what about upgrading to Tier 3? It would probably be 100,000. He has 3 active skills and 1 passive skill, making a total of 4 skills. If all were upgraded to Tier 3, that would be 400,000 attribute points. Now, I can activate a new special ring. A look of anticipation appeared on Su Xingqian's face. Domain ring. Gold. Another mythical equipment can be activated. After upgrading his skills, Su Xingqian swiped his finger. He opened the special ring panel. 2 rings were already activated: the combat power ring and the petrification ring. Honestly, the petrification ring wasn't very impressive yesterday. Because his combat power was too strong. Every attack was an instant kill. The monsters fell before they even had a chance to be petrified. Prompt: Domain ring activation conditions met. Activate domain ring? The prompt appeared. The conditions for activation were met. Activate. Earning gold was precisely for activating new special rings and upgrading skills. Why save gold when you have it? For Chinese New Year? Domain ring activated. Name: Domain ring. Combat power: 1000. Tier: Unique. Affix: Gold Mythic. Attribute: During combat, the domain ability can be released. Within a 500 by 500 by 500 meter 3-dimensional space, the opponent's overall strength, including but not limited to combat power, damage, defense, speed, is weakened by 50%. Note: teleportation ring activation requires 0.10 million gold coins. After seeing the attributes of the domain ring, Su Xingqian was stunned. Dumbfounded. This is simply too heaven-defying, just like its name suggests, a domain function. 500 meters long, 500 meters wide, 500 meters high. Within this range, it can weaken opponent's strength by 50%. System granted. Truly heaven-defying. Powerful. Too strong. How could it not be powerful when a low-tier professional possesses the means of a god? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The next one to activate was the teleportation ring. He understood its function just by its name. However, it required 10 million gold coins to activate. 10 million. It's too hard. Could he really earn 10 million gold coins in this dungeon trial? Time to sleep. Tomorrow, he would reach level 30 and complete the tasks for Tier 2 and Tier 3 demonic beasts. If he couldn't complete it, this dungeon trial would be a failure. Other dungeon failures, merely a failure. But failure in a cataclysmic level dungeon was not just a failure. This failure meant death. After activating the domain ring, his combat power reached 9760. Almost 10,000. Time to sleep. Tomorrow's going to be busy. Su Xingqian closed the virtual light screen and said. Subsequently. Then he lay down on the makeshift bed. MHM. Ji Qingluo hummed softly, her voice barely audible. She doubted even she could hear it. Nervous. Very shy. No matter what, it was her first time spending the night with a boy. Even if he was Brother Xingqian. Fortunately. Soon, she heard steady, faint breathing, clearly indicating that Brother Xingqian was already fast asleep. This discovery made Ji Qingluo feel a little better. She carefully shifted her body, laying down beside Su Xingqian. She didn't dare move an inch. Too nervous. In her heart, I'm finally sleeping with Big Brother, so happy, so excited, but so shy. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion from the day's battle. Soon, she couldn't hold on and fell asleep. There's a guy in Jiangcheng who entered a cataclysm level dungeon. And he even brought that S-rank Linglong in with him. Sai, still too young. Huaxia University. Admissions office. A video call came in from Jiangcheng. Yes, Teacher Zhou. Luckily, I didn't agree to Ji Qingluo's request. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted effort and ruined my mood. Chen Mingxue said. At this moment, he was very pleased, because several teachers in the office had previously criticized him over the phone for being inflexible, and even told him to shamelessly beg Ji Qingluo to enroll in Huaxia University. Now, it's great. Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen both went to a cataclysm-level dungeon, never to return. They went to a cataclysm-level dungeon. Is that the same as your inflexible admissions policy? If you had agreed to Ji Qingluo's conditions, wouldn't Ji Qingluo have come to Huaxia University? They are twins, one S-rank Ice Mage, one S-rank Linglong. Does such a combination even need thought? The speaker was teacher Zhang Min. She advocated for recruiting Ji Qingluo. Isn't it just bringing along a D-rank student? Nonsense. Facts have proven that my decision was not wrong. Does our Huaxia University lack S-ranks? Don't let one student break school rules. Chen Mingxue said coldly. After saying that, then he ended the call directly. Actually, he also felt regret in his heart. If he had agreed to Ji Qingluo's small request, he could have recruited 4 S ranks and a dozen A ranks for Huaxia University this year. Although they wouldn't be his students after enrolling in Huaxia University. But those he recruited would have some form of teacher-student bond. Did you guys hear? Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo went to a cataclysm-level dungeon. What? Went to a cataclysm-level dungeon? Isn't that just seeking death? They probably couldn't accept the reality of awakening a D-rank talent, so they decided to gamble in a cataclysm-level dungeon. There's a 1 in 10,000 chance of coming back alive, and maybe even rising to prominence. Yeah, even if they don't come back, at least they'll be famous. It's just a pity that Ji Qingluo was dragged in too. Ji Qingluo is an S-rank healer, such a beautiful girl was harmed by him. Jiangcheng 9th High School. Many people already knew that Ji Qingluo had been lured into a cataclysm-level dungeon by Su Xingchen. For a moment, countless people were discussing it, even indignantly. If you want to die, just die. Don't pull Ji Qingluo into this. Such a beautiful girl with such great talent. It's infuriating to see her get dragged down. The last time someone went to a calamity-level dungeon was over a decade ago, right? Yeah, 19 years ago. Someone went to a calamity level 1 and never came back. I can't believe someone is going to a calamity level dungeon again. I really don't get it. Forget calamity level. Even desperate level is rare. According to statistics, in the last 10 years, only 322 people from our center went to desperate level dungeons, and only 19 returned. If desperate is that hard, I can't even imagine calamity level. Don't leak any information. That's the rule. Professional Center. Some of the staff working here, during their downtime, were gossiping about someone going to a calamity level dungeon today. Although some knew who went. However, the Professional Center was strictly forbidden from leaking personal information. Lanling Mystic Realm, inside the cave. The next day, Su Xingchen woke up and casually turned off the power bank. He tried to get up, but he found Ji Qingluo's arm draped over him, and one of her fair, slender legs was pressing down on him too. She was hugging him like a teddy bear, sleeping soundly. A faint fragrance wafted into Su Xingchen's nostrils. Moreover, her body was soft and light. Her skin was as smooth and tender as jade. It made his heart can't help but beat faster. Ji Qingluo, wake up. After a moment's thought, he called out. He couldn't let her sleep in. She had to get up. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to complete the trial mission. This was no time to be lazy. Just a little longer. Ah. Ji Qingluo was still drowsy. Her arm and leg unconsciously tightened their grip. She didn't want to get up. Suddenly. Then, remembering something, she opened her eyes and realized half her body was draped over someone. She jumped in fright, only to see it was Su Xingqian beside her. At the same time, she remembered what had happened. Yesterday, she and brother Xingqian had come to the calamity level dungeon together. They had slept together. She was shy and nervous when they first went to sleep. She wasn't aware of anything after she fell asleep. However, and when she woke up, she was in this position. So embarrassing. In an instant, her little face flushed crimson. She quickly rolled over, pulled her legs back, and removed her hand from Su Xingqian's body. Then she sat up. Last night, she had slept the whole night hugging her brother. I'm going out to wash up first. See if your clothes are dry, Su Xingqian said. Getting up. He took his toiletries and flew out of the cave on his sword. Staying here would only make the little troublemaker shy, not to mention she needed to change clothes. There was no way she could wander around in his big shorts and shirt. Besides, she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Watching Su Xingqian leave the cave, Ji Qingluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. So shy. While he went to wash up. Quickly change clothes. Luckily, her intimate clothing and underwear were dry. She cautiously glanced at the cave entrance, quickly stripped off the shirt and big shorts, and put on her underwear. This speed of changing clothes broke her personal record. In 10 seconds, she was dressed. Next, she tidied up the quilt and blanket they would be needed again tonight. Moments later, Su Xingqian returned. He put the quilt and blanket into his system space, then led Ji Qingluo out of the cave. After Ji Qingluo had washed up by the lake, Su Xingqian took out bread and mineral water from his system space. Today's goals. 1. Complete Tier 1 and Tier 2 demonic beasts. 2. Reach level 30. 3. If possible, complete Tier 3 demonic beasts as well, though it's very difficult. While eating, Su Xingqian spoke. Beside them, Ji Qingluo's little cheeks puffed out, like a hamster, listening intently. Tier 1 demonic beasts are no problem, neither are Tier 2. But Tier 3 demonic beasts have combat power roughly between 15,000 and 20,000. Hunting them is too difficult. Ji Qingluo ate, muttering indistinctly. But Su Xingqian roughly understood. Tier 3, not difficult. Just watch. Yesterday, our luck was terrible, only getting 2 white tier items. I hope our luck is better today. Are you finished eating? Su Xingqian said. Tier 3 demonic beasts generally have combat power around 15,000 to 20,000. But there are also stronger Tier 3 ones. However, his combat power is nearly 10,000. His sword control art, Azure Lotus Sword Song, and Thunder Sword Aura are all Tier 2, as his myriad swords returning to 1. Not to mention he also has the Petrification Ring and the Domain Ring. Today, I hope my luck is a little better. Enough to get a full set of equipment. Forget about top tier items. Just a whole set of common equipment. Alright. Ji Qingluo puffed out her cheeks. And spoke after a while of swallowing. Whoosh. Whoosh. Using sword flight, he carried Ji Qingluo towards yesterday's battle direction. They quickly reached the battle site, but Su Xingqian didn't stop, continuing to fly. The further they went, the more numerous and dense the demonic beasts became. Moreover, second-tier demonic beasts also started appearing more frequently. This indicated they were heading in the right direction. If they kept going like this, they would definitely encounter 3rd and 4th tier demonic beasts, and might even reach the ancient tomb of Lanling directly. Stay with me. Don't fight yet, Su Xingqian said to Ji Qingluo. Second and third tier demonic beasts cannot be underestimated. Of course, this was just for Ji Qingluo. After saying that, they landed. With a raise of his hand, the ember frost appeared in his hand. He felt bitter, for he only had one sword, which he needed for both flying and fighting. If only he had an extra sword. Hiss. Chi chi. Kacha. With a sweep of his long sword, 10,000 swords returned to origin was unleashed. Instantly, countless sword chi and sword light appeared out of thin air, enveloping an area of 200 by 200 meters. All demonic beasts within this range simultaneously suffered devastating attacks. This was the second tier 10,000 swords returned to origin, domineering and powerful, cool and sharp, simply destructive. EXP plus 100. Gold plus 1000. EXP plus 100. Experience plus 1000. With this single strike, demonic beasts fell in swathes. It could be said, as long as they were within the attack range of 10,000 swords returned to origin, they were all slain. Experience in gold. And attributes. Constantly rising, Ji Qingluo's slender hand pulled Su Xingqian's clothes, looking incredibly well behaved. A sweet smile blossomed on her exquisite, beautiful face, her eyes filled with joy. This. Brother, what is this skill of yours called? Is it 10,000 swords returned to origin? It's so cool and powerful. When she witnessed Su Xingqian's attack, she was instantly astonished. This strike. All demonic beasts within a 200-meter radius fell. An AoE skill. Among the 6 professions, only swordsmen and mages have area of effect AoE skills. However, these AoE skills are difficult to cultivate and upgrade. I didn't expect my brother to have just unleashed an AoE skill, and such a terrifying one at that. Yes, myriad swords returned to origin. Su Xingqian nodded in response. Hiss. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The long sword swung, and the green lotus sword song was unleashed. Myriad swords returned to origin erupted occasionally. The main reason was, myriad swords returned to origin has a cooldown. The cooldown is 180 seconds. Under normal circumstances, there's no need to use myriad swords returned to origin, the cost is too high. Gradually, Su Xingqian became completely absorbed in the battle. Congratulations on killing a tier 3 demon beast saber-toothed tiger. Experience plus 5,200%. Gold plus 10,000. Attribute plus 10. Drop, True Martial Radiance Swordsman Gold 1. Who knew how much time had passed? Under the green lotus sword song, a tier 3 demon beast fell. A tier 3 demon beast, with 15,000 combat power, was actually slain by a single sword chi from Su Xingqian. When the tier 3 demon beast, the saber-toothed tiger, fell, the notification sound rang out. As the sound rang, a golden light appeared on the saber-toothed tiger's body. The light was dazzling. Thump. Thump. Upon hearing the sound and seeing the golden light, Su Xingqian's heart rate clearly quickened. And it wasn't just him. Ji Qingluo also looked shocked. After the shock came excitement. A tier 3 demon beast dropped a golden mythical item. Gold, golden. Mythical grade. Brother, a mythical item dropped. She looked as if she had won 100 jackpots of 5 million each, exactly like that. Even more excited than winning 100 jackpots of 5 million at once. Mythical. This was a golden mythical item. According to available data, a total of 203 golden mythical items have appeared nationwide. Of course, these are statistics for human tier equipment. More advanced equipment. No one was willing to reveal it either. Of course, these are the statistics that can be gathered, but even so, the data shows just how rare and precious golden myths are, considering this spans over 1,000 years. It can be said, golden myths are more precious than heirlooms. Never would have thought that he and his brother would get a golden myth from a dungeon trial. I know. Come on, let's go take a look first. Su Xingqian nodded. He reached out. Holding Ji Qingluo's slender hand, he swiftly retreated from the battle on his sword. They arrived at a safe place. Next, Su Xingqian opened his inventory. The 36-slot backpack was empty, save for a long sword emitting a golden glow. Just from its appearance, it looked incredibly cool and powerful. After all, this was a golden myth. Beside them, Ji Qingluo lay on Su Xingqian's back. Her chin rested on Su Xingqian's shoulder. Her eyes fixed on the virtual screen. Her expression kept changing. A golden equipment, indeed. It was truly golden. Name, Light of True Martial. Tier, Human Tier. Attribute, Golden. Combat Power, 2000. Required Level, 1. Stat 1, ignores defense, every hit guarantees 10% damage. Stat 2, Sword Dao damage increased by 200%. Stat 3, sustained damage for 10 seconds. A human tier golden mythical equipment. Truly terrifying. Its battle power increase goes without saying, a direct boost of 2000 points. It's worth mentioning that it has 3 attribute modifiers. The first attribute, that's a pure cut. Every hit guarantees to take 10% of the opponent's health. In other words, if attacked 10 times, death is certain. Of course, the premise is to hit the opponent. The second attribute, Sword Dao damage increased by 200%. This means that in battle, 10,000 battle power can unleash the effect of 20,000 battle power. The third attribute, sustained damage for 10 seconds. This is simple, if one hit doesn't kill the opponent, the damage will continue for 10 seconds, like a Taoist priest's red poison in a game, making you bleed continuously. Golden equipment, too strong. After Ji Qingluo finished reading, she exclaimed, indeed. Golden mythical equipment, even more precious than a family heirloom. With such a piece of equipment, let alone a novice. Even for powerful individuals, it's a fatal temptation. She didn't know what that person wanted to do for her daughter? These attribute modifiers become even more abnormal in the hands of a strong person. Continue, Su Xingqian said. At the same time, replacing it with the Light of True Martial, but Fiery Frost can also be used. After all, he can wield 3 swords. The original Fiery Frost only had 200 battle power. Now, with the replaced Light of True Martial, battle power increased by 1800 points. Plus the 200% from the battle power ring, it's actually an increase of 3600 battle power. Now Su Xingqian's battle power exceeds 10,000. It reached 13,360 points. Alright. I want top tier equipment, I want epic, I want legendary. Ji Qingluo nodded. She pouted playfully. She was completely like a little girl. Behold. She made a praying gesture towards the direction of the demonic beasts, hoping the demonic beasts would drop top tier equipment. Hiss. Whoosh whoosh. Swoosh. The radiance of true martial arts, golden mythical equipment, truly powerful. Although combat power didn't double. However, the damage was truly incredible. Under myriad swords returning to the origin, even a third-tier demonic beast fell directly, as easily as cutting tofu. Green Lotus Sword Song was the same, incredibly potent. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 23. Base combat power x 110%. Leveled up. Reach level 23, one step closer to level 30. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 24. Base combat power x 110%. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 29. Base combat power x 110%. At noon, Su Xingqian's level reached 29, and Ji Qingluo's level reached 26. As they fought, demonic beasts continuously fell. Second tier and third tier demonic beasts dropped more equipment than first tier ones. In just one morning, Su Xingqian once again obtained a blue bracelet, a red ring, and 6 white pieces of equipment. Ji Qingluo also obtained 2 red and 2 white pieces. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the higher the drop rate. It seems we can get a full inventory of equipment today. Take a break. The two sat on rocks, eating and drinking water. 10,000 first-tier demonic beasts, completed. 1,000 second-tier demonic beasts, also completed. 100 third-tier demonic beasts, 44 more to go. We haven't encountered any 4th-tier demonic beasts yet. Our levels should both reach 30 within an hour, and then we'll look for the ancient tomb of Lanling. It's best if we find it today, Su Xingqian said, handing a bottle of juice to Ji Qingluo. This time, after we leave the dungeon, I need to properly cultivate my skills. Ji Qingluo pouted slightly, chattering away. Her skills were too low. She needed to cultivate them. Honestly, following Su Xingqian, she even forgot that she was a healer, because Su Xingqian didn't need healing. The only way she could help Su Xingqian was by casting Resurrection of All Things during breaks to help Su Xingqian quickly recover his energy. Your skills are indeed low. Practice more in the wilderness when the time comes. Su Xingqian nodded. For him, Ji Qingluo's skills were indeed low. But for others, her skill improvement was considered super fast. After eating, Su Xingqian started checking out the new equipment. After opening his inventory, there were 9 pieces of equipment inside. 6 white, 1 blue, 1 red. Equipment quality is divided into common, white, excellent, blue, epic, orange, legendary, red, mythical, gold. Common equipment 100 combat power. Excellent equipment 200 combat power. Epic equipment 300 combat power. These 3 qualities of equipment only have slightly higher combat power, with no affixes or attributes. Weapons and armor have double the combat power of equipment in other slots. Legendary 500 combat power. Mythical 1000 combat power. These 2 qualities of equipment have affix attributes, and weapons and armor also have double the combat power of equipment in other slots. Name, Profound Jade Ring. Rank, Human Tier. Affix, Red. Combat Power, 500. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, Poison Resistance 100%. Attribute 2, Damage increased by 20%. For Su Xingqian, a little bit of combat power was irrelevant, the main thing was the affix attributes. This legendary item, 100% poison resistance, was terrifying, directly negating poison attacks. And it also gave 20% damage. Equip. After checking, he equipped it. Then he equipped the excellent bracelet, a common necklace, a common piece of clothing, and a common helmet. Now, he was fully equipped. Although the equipment quality was mixed, at least there were no empty slots. These few pieces of equipment combined only added 1100 combat power, including the 200%. That's only 2200 combat power. Su Xingqian's combat power reached 17968. Let's go. Rest later tonight, Su Xingqian called out to Ji Qingluo. Although he also felt reluctant. But there was no choice after all, time was running out, and if they couldn't complete the mission, they would die inside. MHM. Ji Qingluo nodded. She was Linglong's rank healer, capable of restoring spirit, restoring life, and healing injuries. But the fatigue of the soul, however, could not be healed. After all, everyone was human. Not a god. Unable to escape the laws of nature. After we leave the dungeon, get a good rest for 2 days. Su Xingqian saw Ji Qingluo's appearance. Feeling a bit uneasy, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair, making her soft, flowing hair fluffy. MHM. Ji Qingluo nodded again, MHM. Docile. But this time, her voice carried a hint of a delicate moan, a touch of coquetry. Whoosh. 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 Flying with his sword, heading forward. Behind him, Ji Qingluo wrapped her arms around Su Xingqian's waist, pressing her cheek against his back. They specifically hunted third-tier demonic beasts. First and second tiers were ignored for now. Completing the mission was the priority. Congratulations on killing a third-tier demonic beast mutated Azure Wolf. Experience plus 500-200%. Gold plus 2000. Drop, Healing Scepter Linglong Gold 1. Soon. Su Xingqian made his move. One strike. Instantly killing a third-tier demonic beast. What he hadn't expected, however, was that when this demonic beast fell, a golden light appeared on the mutated Azure Wolf. Seeing this golden light, Su Xingqian's heart trembled. Golden light, that means something golden dropped. The same as him. And of course, Ji Qingluo. Golden drop. Another golden drop. Extremely excited, and just as I was getting excited, a notification sounded. This piece of equipment was allocated to her. What does this prove? It proves she can use this equipment, because although they were in a team, Su Xingqian was the captain. Originally Ji Qingluo formed the team, but after entering the dungeon, she made Su Xingqian the captain because Su Xingqian hunted monsters faster, which would lead to greater benefits. When distributing loot, he would be prioritized, unless the equipment was suitable for Ji Qingluo. Now she heard the notification, and the equipment was in her inventory. So, it's suitable for her. Among the 6 major professions, only weapons and armor have professional distinctions. Other items are universal. Clearly, the golden drop just now was not universal. So this equipment must either be a weapon or armor. A weapon, Staff of Healing, Golden Mythic. Ji Qingluo happily told Su Xingqian. Instantly energized. A joke. How could she not be energized after getting a golden mythic item? Then you check it first. Equip it. Su Xingqian replied. He didn't stop fighting. Time is money, time is life. And 2 lives at that. Ji Qingluo hummed softly. Very pleasant to hear. A beautiful girl, with a clear voice, soft body, and smelling sweet all over. After responding, she began to examine and admire it. What? When Ji Qingluo saw the equipment's attribute entries, she gasped subconsciously. What's wrong? Su Xingqian, who was still fighting, heard Ji Qingluo's gasp. He asked. His heart was also curious. Golden Mythic. It was indeed incredibly powerful, and the attribute entries must be extraordinary, something he understood deeply. Of course, Ji Qingluo also knew this, but for her to be so surprised, what kind of attributes did the entries have? Attribute entry, overall combat power increased by 150%. Attribute entries can be inherited. Ji Qingluo's breathing quickened. He spoke excitedly. A 1.5 times increase. What was even more exciting was that this entry could be inherited. In other words, this 150% boost could be transferred to higher tier equipment. After all, a professional couldn't possibly use only human rank equipment their whole life. In the future, they would find higher tier profound rank gear. When that time came, the combat power of this human rank equipment would become somewhat useless. If you replaced it, it would be a waste of the entry. If you didn't, the combat power would be too low. Now, it was perfect. The entry could be inherited, which was just too good to be true. It's truly heaven-defying. If we can't get higher tier equipment later on, we'll just transfer this entry. So now, your combat power must be really high, right? Su Xingqian sighed in admiration. An attack multiplying entry was one of the most heaven-defying types. It was said that 100 years ago, a golden mythical item with a 200% boost appeared. That golden mythical item was in the hands of an invincible powerhouse, and it was also obtained from a calamity-level dungeon. Because that invincible powerhouse was the only person in the last 100 years to have made it out of a calamity-level dungeon alive. My combat power is 10,021 now. Hee hee. Ji Qingluo giggled. She was overjoyed. Her equipment was slightly better than Su Xingqian's. With this golden mythical weapon, her combat power had broken through 10,000. Then let's not stand around. Su Xingqian smiled. He didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy. On the contrary, he was happy for her. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 30. Base combat power x 110%. As they spoke, a few tier 3 demonic beasts fell, and Su Xingqian's level rose to 30. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo's level also reached 27. Not far from level 30. Chi. Boom. The two fought. Ji Qingluo could solo a tier 3 demonic beast, and Su Xingqian could instantly kill a tier 3 demonic beast. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 28. Base combat power x 110%. Soon, a light also appeared on Ji Qingluo. Her level reached 28. The tier 3 demonic beast quest is complete. Let's go find a tier 4 demonic beast. Just then, Ji Qingluo said. Level 28. Hunting tier 4 demonic beasts would allow them to level up to 30. The tier 3 demonic beast quest was already finished, so they couldn't linger here and waste time. They had to go find a tier 4 demonic beast first. Alright. Su Xingqian nodded. He had the same idea. Next, without hesitation, he flew on his sword, carrying Ji Qingluo towards a more distant direction. Roar! Soon, a demonic beast over 100 meters tall appeared. Tier 4. They encountered a tier 4 demonic beast so quickly. Qingluo. You stay here, I'll try. Su Xingqian said. His tone left no room for refutation. A tier 4 demonic beast's combat power was approximately 100,000. As for his combat power, less than 20,000. But he could still put up a fight. Besides, his skills were already very strong. More importantly, he had the domain ring and the petrify ring. After petrifying it, the 10% damage from the radiance of true martial arts would be cutting through it. It wouldn't be difficult to take it down. One more thing. Within his domain, the target's overall strength is weakened by 50%. In this way, indirectly, the tier 4 demonic beast would only have 50,000 combat power. The reason he was fighting alone was so he could be reckless. If Ji Qingluo were with him, he'd have to worry about her. Moreover, he had the sword control art, allowing for agile flight. He could fight the tier 4 demonic beast in the air. With Ji Qingluo, his agility would be reduced. Let's try it first. If things go bad, we'll retreat first, then both of us will attack together. Ji Qingluo heard Su Xingqian's words. She originally didn't agree. However, subconsciously, she believed her brother had a plan. Even if he only had a D-grade talent. However, Su Xingqian's performance these 2 days completely overturned her perception of D-grade, and even more, she thought even S-grades weren't as strong as her brother. In her heart, she was incredibly curious. What was her brother's hidden profession? I know. Su Xingqian nodded. Then, He set Ji Qingluo down and flew directly towards the Tier 4 demonic beast on his sword. But now, he was stepping on exotic fire blue frost. In his hand was the radiance of true martial Azure Lotus Sword Song. Myriad swords returned to origin. Su Xingqian held nothing back. The radiance of true martial swung. Instantly, the Azure Lotus Sword Song and myriad swords returning to the source erupted. Roar! 4th-tier demonic beasts already possess a high level of intelligence. It hadn't expected mere humans to dare attack it proactively, and was instantly enraged. However, soon, it felt the destructive power. This power posed a mortal threat to it. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sword light of the Azure Lotus Sword Song landed on the 4th-tier demonic beast, and myriad swords returning to the source descended, enveloping the beast. For a time, the injuries on the 4th-tier demonic beast intensified, and blood surged into the sky. Meanwhile, Su Xingqian flew on a long sword, attacking around the 4th-tier demonic beast. Roar! Roar! The 4th-tier demonic beast roared, its voice growing weaker and weaker. Moreover, it found its entire body petrified, unable to move, being attacked by humans like a target. Boom! Soon, the 4th-tier demonic beast crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Congratulations on slaying the 4th-tier demonic beast Wrathful Vajra. Experience plus 100,00200%. Gold plus 100,000. Attribute plus 10. Drop, Crown of the War God Red One. The demonic beast fell. A prompt appeared. Meanwhile, 2 streams of red light emerged from the demonic beast. As for Su Xingqian, he obtained a piece of equipment. Red tier equipment legendary grade. 4th tier demonic beast. Nice drop rate. Ji Qingluo was ecstatic. Getting another red tier item, how could she not be happy? Red tier equipment. That was an incredibly precious existence. Let alone red tier equipment. Even common white equipment, many professionals might not be able to collect a full set after working for 1 or 2 years. Equip it. 4th tier demonic beasts are harder to kill. Being a bit stronger will make it easier, Su Xingqian said. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small. Where was it small? The backpack was already open. A red piece of equipment glittered. It looked dazzling. This was the legendary grade, second only to mythical gold. Name, Crown of the War God. Grade, Human Tier. Attribute, Red. Combat Power, 500. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 50%. Attribute 2, Negative Emotion Resistance 100%. Well then. Truly insane. No need to mention combat power, but these 2 attributes, I have to say, are too powerful. Defense increased by 50%. The second attribute is the most terrifying, directly granting 100% resistance to negative emotions. Indeed. The mind is the most important. The helmet boosts defense and resists negative emotions. Equip. After equipping, final combat power increases by 1000. Combat power, 18,968 points. Look, isn't it beautiful? Just then, Ji Qingluo said to Su Xingqian, asking Su Xingqian to look at her panel. Quite beautiful, indeed. Very sexy. From here, it's clear the bust has grown quite a bit. Su Xingqian turned his head, looking at Ji Qingluo's character panel. Turns out, Ji Qingluo's red equipment was clothing, a beautiful feather robe. On the character panel, it looked incredibly beautiful, and her chest was quite prominent. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small. Where was it small? He subconsciously glanced at Ji Qingluo's chest, then couldn't help but laugh out loud himself. Su Xingqian, I'm going to bite you. Ji Qingluo was very happy to hear the first half of the sentence. She very much agreed with her brother's statement. Because it was indeed beautiful. However, the second half was just improper. How did that get linked to sexiness? Sexy is sexy, but what are you implying about me? But my chest isn't small either. Does it still need to develop? So infuriating. So annoying. Moreover, he was still staring at her chest. If it were just a simple look, she wouldn't mind, but he was clearly comparing her chest to the one on the character panel. She turned her head and took a bite. Right on Su Xingqian's shoulder. But she didn't actually bite hard. She couldn't bear to. Alright now. Let's continue. Su Xingqian extended a finger, pressing the pad against Ji Qingluo's forehead and gently pushing. Closed the virtual screen. There are still 9 4-tier demonic beasts left. Actually. He felt very excited, hoping that the 4-tier demonic beasts would drop a set of orange or even red equipment for him. He had no hopes for golden mythical items that would truly be a stroke of insane luck. Even though the drop rate for red and golden items is high in Cataclysm tier dungeons. It wouldn't drop red and gold items one after another, though. Whoosh. Whoosh. Riding his sword through the air, he brought Ji Qingluo along to search for 4-tier demonic beasts. Boom. Boom. The second 4-tier demonic beast fell, an orange light pillar. Boom. The third 4-tier demonic beast fell, an orange light pillar. Boom. The fourth 4-tier demonic beast fell, a golden light pillar. The fifth one, an orange light pillar. The sixth one, a red light pillar. The seventh one, an orange light pillar. The eighth one, a red light pillar. The ninth one, a red light pillar. The 10th one, an orange light pillar. Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo were incredibly excited. Every 4-tier demonic beast they killed guaranteed a drop. Are these guaranteed drop monsters? Moreover, the minimum was epic tier orange equipment. Congratulations, you have completed the 1-tier demonic beast quest. Congratulations, you have completed the 2-tier demonic beast quest. Congratulations, you have completed the 3-tier demonic beast quest. Congratulations, you have completed the 4-tier demonic beast quest. Congratulations, you have completed the level quest. Tip: the Tomb of Lanling will open in 180 seconds. Countdown: 179. 178, 177. 176. When the 10th 4-tier demonic beast fell, the prompt sound appeared. All previous quest items had been completed. Only after all quests were completed would the Tomb of Lanling open. 180 seconds. The countdown had already begun. The most crucial quest. Equip all your gear. Su Xingqian said to Ji Qingluo, his heart filled with excitement, anticipation, and also nervousness. After all, this was a Cataclysm tier dungeon. He wasn't foolish. He had long since realized that the previous quests were merely a threshold. The true test was the final stage, the Tomb of Lanling. Inside. Must kill Lanling Xiahan. At least. That Lanling Xiahan must be a level 5 demon beast. Alright. Ji Qingluo nodded. She was just like Su Xingqian. Excited. Nervous. And afraid. If they failed to complete the final mission, their dungeon trial would be declared a failure. The consequence of failure would most likely be to stay here forever, or die here. If it was the former, she wasn't scared at all. Because she could spend a lifetime here with her brother. Of course. Actually, thinking about it, dying wasn't scary either. Because she could die with her brother. Next. The two sat down on the spot and began to examine their equipped gear. They had hunted 9 4-star demon beasts afterward, dropping 9 pieces of equipment. 5 orange. 3 red. 1 gold. Su Xingqian obtained 3 orange, 1 red, and 1 gold piece. Name, Profound Gold Armor. Grade, Human Tier. Affix, Gold. Combat Power, 2000. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 100%. Attribute 2, when attacked, 50% of the damage can be offset. Attribute 3, ignores armor penetration from equipment below current quality. Amazing, truly amazing. Defense increased by 100%. More importantly, it can offset 50% of the damage when attacked. Actually, the domain of the domain ring itself already reduces the opponent's damage by 50%. Coupled with the defensive capabilities of the Thunder Sword aura and other defensive bonuses, the opponent's attacks would be negligible by the time they reached him. With another 50% offset, he would barely take any damage at all. Also, ignores armor penetration from equipment below current quality. In other words, weapons below human tier gold quality cannot penetrate the profound gold armor. Not to mention human tier. Even a profound tier orange weapon might not be able to penetrate its armor. After all, this is a golden myth. Name, Moonlight Bracelet. Grade, Human Tier. Affix, Red. Combat Power, 500. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 50%. Attribute 2, Damage increased by 50%. The attributes of red tier gear are still far inferior to those of Golden Myth, but compared to equipment of other qualities, this truly is legendary grade. Next, Su Xingqian also looked at the other orange item. Nothing special about it. Because it merely had a higher combat power than ordinary items, without any special attributes. Orange necklace, combat power plus 300. The worst item in the full set of equipment was this orange gear. Now Su Xingqian's combat power had reached 25,068 points. Over 20,000 combat power. Xing Luo. How is it? Su Xingqian closed the light screen. He asked Ji Qing Luo. The countdown. Only 1 minute left. All right. Ji Qing Luo nodded. Closing the virtual light screen, ready for battle. Hiss. Hiss. The sky, which was originally clear, now became overcast. This sight looked a bit eerie. Seeing this situation, Ji Qing Luo hugged Su Xingqian's arm tightly with both hands. Su Xingqian didn't speak. He just reached out and stroked her head. For her. This was a great comfort. Swoosh. As the countdown drew nearer, the sky completely darkened, with only a blood-red spot of light appearing. The blood-red spot of light seemed to appear out of thin air, then rapidly grew larger. Almost in an instant, the spot of light transformed into a teleportation gate several meters in size. The teleportation gate. It resembled the bloody maw of a demon, seemingly poised to devour all things in heaven and earth. Nothing. Let's go. Su Xingqian comforted Ji Qing Luo. He controlled his sword. Taking Ji Qing Luo, he flew towards the teleportation gate, entering it in an instant, and the two of them seemed to evaporate into thin air. After the two entered the teleportation gate, the teleportation gate also vanished. Upon entering the teleportation gate, there was no actual teleportation. Because inside was a passage, glowing with a blood-red light. And there was also a bloody smell. This filled people's hearts with extreme fear. Hiss. Hiss. Whoosh. Soon, Su Xingqian saw ghost-like entities. These things had no physical damage, but they could bring negative emotions and fear to people, and also inflict damage upon the soul. Although they caused no physical harm, the consequences they brought could be even more severe than physical damage. One could say, it was killing without a trace. Do you have any perks related to negative emotions? Su Xingqian asked Ji Qing Luo. Yes. Ji Qing Luo nodded in response. That'll do. Su Xingqian was relieved. With such perks, Ji Qingluo wouldn't be traumatized by the wraiths. Hiss. The radiance of true martial arts slashed out. A sharp sword beam directly split the wraith in half, and the wraith that was split in half vanished. Let's move together. Get through here first, Su Xingqian said. Holding Ji Qingluo's hand with one, and a long sword with the other, he burst forth with a powerful attack, charging into the passage. Last mission. Dawn was in sight. 10 million experience, plus a mysterious treasure chest. Hiss hiss. Hiss. In the passage of the ancient tomb of Lanling, Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo fought their way to the very front. There wasn't much commotion. Only subtle sounds. The wraiths were continuously cleared out, as time passed by minute. After about half an hour, a door appeared before Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo. This was the end of the passage. Upon entering the door, they found themselves in a colossal space. Like an independent small world. Blood red. No other colors. In the very center of the space, there was an altar, and on the altar sat a half-human, half-beast statue. Roar! As if sensing their arrival. The statue's eyes emitted a blood-red light. Gradually, the statue came to life, letting out a roar. Tier 5. And the strongest Tier 5. Su Xingqian's expression changed. At first, before coming here, he had already considered that the Lanling evil soul might be Tier 5, and had some idea. But after arriving here, it indeed turned out to be Tier 5, and the strongest kind at that. This sent a chill down his spine. Then what do we do? Ji Qingluo also panicked. If it were Tier 4. She could barely manage it. She would definitely get injured trying to kill a Tier 4. But as an S-rank healer, being injured was nothing as long as she didn't die, she could recover. However, 5th tier. And even if he had over 10,000 combat power, he wouldn't be able to cause much damage to this 5th tier Lanling evil soul, which was the strongest of its kind. Be careful yourself. Heal me, Su Xingqian said. Subconsciously, he glanced at little Calamity's chest. It was a bit small. But there was still room for development. Can you please stop looking at my chest? Seriously. Ji Qingluo was utterly speechless. Heal you, then heal you. Why are you looking at my chest? Of course. It's fine to look normally, but I feel like you're making fun of me. Honestly. She now felt that being a healer wasn't so great after all, because her chest was small. Her brother always liked to tease her. No, she needed to grow up quickly. Once she grew as big as her sister, no, even bigger than her sister, let's see what he would say then? Whoosh! Su Xingqian didn't tease Ji Qingluo anymore. He wielded his sword. He flew towards the statue that had turned into an evil soul. The statue was now alive, standing a formidable 300 meters tall, emanating a terrifying aura. Before Su Xingqian could get close, a giant hand slapped down towards him. Azure Lotus Sword Song. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Su Xingqian held nothing back. One sword. He attacked the evil spirit. Meanwhile, myriad swords return also enveloped the evil spirit. Crack! Crack! For a moment, the sound of tearing erupted in the space. It was as if space itself had shattered. The sword light failed to block the claw, which pressed straight down toward Su Xingqian. Although the domain's effect was active, if he were hit, he would be severely injured, if not killed. Su Xingqian dodged, narrowly avoiding it. He had no desire to be hit, even with his powerful defense. Then there was the Thunder Sword aura. Hiss! Whoosh whoosh! For a time, Su Xingqian was in constant peril, circling and attacking the evil spirit. The evil spirit was too tall and large. It lacked Su Xingqian's agility. Roar! Its massive claw swiped at Su Xingqian again, but just then, Su Xingqian struck with his sword. The evil spirit was petrified, turning into a stone statue, unable to move an inch. Well, well. It was finally petrified once. It seems. The chance of successful petrification decreases against high-tier demonic beasts. If only the petrification ring could be upgraded. Taking advantage of the evil spirit's petrification, Su Xingqian relentlessly attacked it. In the distance, Ji Qingluo was fully focused. She was ready to cast healing and recovery spells at any moment. However, while Su Xingqian appeared to be in constant danger, he managed to dodge every attack from the evil spirit while continuously striking back. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the evil spirit was slain. She was deeply shocked. A Tier 5 demonic beast. One of the very strongest, and her brother was already capable of killing it. Other professionals, even those at level 60 or 70, couldn't necessarily kill a Tier 5 demonic beast. Suddenly, she witnessed a shocking scene. The evil spirit had actually been petrified. What's going on? Could this be a restrictive spell native to this place? No. No, that's not right. It was clearly the power of her brother's sword strike. After that single blow, the evil spirit was petrified. But what kind of skill was that? She had never heard of Swordsman having a petrification skill. Never mind Swordsman. No other class had such a heaven-defying skill. Swoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Time ticked by, second by second. Who knew how much time had passed? The evil spirit crashed down. As the evil spirit fell, a golden pillar of light appeared on its body. Besides the golden pillar, there were also 3 red and 2 orange ones, making a total of 5 pillars of light, which looked incredibly stunning. Massive loot drop. Massive loot drop. Congratulations on killing a Tier 5 monster Lanling evil spirit. Experience plus 1,000,00200%. Gold plus 1 million. Attribute plus 10. Dropped, Bow of Heavenly Net Archer Gold 1, Moonlit Mystic Robe Magic Red 1, Withered Wood Ring Red 1, Obsidian Bracelet Orange 1. In Su Xingqian's ears, a notification sound played. 6 pillars of light erupted, and he alone received 4 pieces of equipment. Congratulations, you have completed the Lanling Ancient Tomb quest. Hint, Lanling Secret Realm quest completed. Quest category unique, after completion, the secret realm will disappear. Congratulations on completing the quest, reward, experience 10 million, mysterious treasure chest 2. Congratulations on completing the quest more than 24 hours ahead of schedule, extra reward, mysterious treasure chest 1. Hint, you can teleport when the dungeon quest time ends. After the drop information, the dungeon's notification sound rang out, announcing that they had completed this dungeon trial. They succeeded. At the same time, rewards were issued, and they even received an additional reward, 1 extra mysterious treasure chest. The sound ended. 4 light clusters appeared before Su Xingqian. The same was true for Ji Qingluo. She received 4 light clusters. Next, the light clusters entered their backpacks. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew past their faces, the space vanished, the Lanling Ancient Tomb disappeared, and the two stood right there in the wilderness. Everything that just happened felt like an illusion. This is incredible. We completed the quest, we cleared a calamity level 1. Amidst the shock, Ji Qingluo jumped up in excitement. She pounced on Su Xingqian. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she hung onto him. A calamity level quest. Cleared. She was overjoyed. We can finally have a good day of rest. Even though we cleared it, there are still 25 hours left until we can teleport out. Su Xingqian said. He didn't expect the Lanling Ancient Tomb to be cleared so quickly. Of course. Though fast, it was dangerous. That's just him. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even make it through the passageway. Let's go. Let's find a place and properly examine the rewards from this calamity level challenge. Currently, we need 200,000 experience to reach level 31, and a total of 5.4 million experience to reach level 40. This 10 million experience reward can get us to about level 43. Levels are secondary, the main thing is this mysterious treasure chest. Ji Qingluo dismounted from Su Xingchen. Her cheeks were flushed. She whispered. Just now. She was too excited and lost her composure. Let's go, find a place to settle down. Count the spoils. Su Xingchen flew on his sword, carrying Ji Qingluo into the distance. Their destination. Naturally, it was the cave where they had stayed last night. In 100 years, we're the only ones to clear a calamity level challenge. The drop rate for calamity level is terrifying. Outside, even excellent quality equipment is hard to come by. Who would have thought that the worst gear we have is epic, and there's even golden mythical gear? If others knew, they'd surely be green with envy. All the way. Ji Qingluo chattered non-stop. Happy. Excited. Her beautiful face was full of smiles, breathtakingly gorgeous. Full of youthful vitality. Before clearing it, her heart was filled with worry. She just didn't say it. Now. She no longer worried. There was only excitement. Your skills need to be improved. Su Xingchen reminded the little troublemaker not to be too happy. This instance. She just lay back and won. Lying back and winning is fine, but you also need to improve your own skills. For example. At the very least, she should practice flying. Got it. Brother, let me ask you something. The little troublemaker nodded obediently. Agreed. Subsequently. Her little face tilted up, looking at Su Xingchen. What is it? Ask away. Su Xingchen said. If I said no, you wouldn't ask? Are you upset with Big Sister? Ji Qingluo asked cautiously. No. No right to be upset. Su Xingchen replied calmly. 1S rank. 1D rank. The difference was too vast, they weren't on the same level. Not in the same circle. Even if they were together, it wouldn't be happy. Sigh. Ji Qingluo sighed. She knew. Even though her brother said he wasn't upset, he must be feeling terrible inside. After all, they had been dating since junior high. Several years, you know. She didn't know how to comfort Su Xingchen about something like this. Whoosh. Whoosh. Flying with swords, leaving a streak of azure light. The two sliced through space. After half an hour, they arrived at the lake again. Take a bath, then you can take your time looking. Su Xingchen said. No sooner had he finished speaking. He directly put away the ethereal flame azure frost. The two plummeted straight down. Ah! Brother, what are you doing? Splash colon. Suddenly losing balance. She immediately cried out, instinctively hugging Su Xingchen tightly. Soon, she realized Su Xingchen had done it on purpose. Just as she realized. With a splash. She had already fallen into the water. Swimming here won't get you pregnant. Ha ha. Su Xingchen felt incredibly good seeing Ji Qingluo, who looked like a drowned rat. You're bullying me. Ji Qingluo was fully submerged in the water. Her clothes were thin. What was underneath was faintly visible, incredibly enticing. She could swim. She wouldn't drown. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingchen had told her last night that her chest was small. Where was it small? Her small hand splashed water to spray Su Xingchen. We're going to bathe anyway. I'm just helping you. Su Xingchen said. What are you doing? Suddenly. When Ji Qingluo saw Su Xingchen actually taking off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts, she was so embarrassed by the sight that she quickly covered her eyes and turned her head away. Bathing, of course. Su Xingqian was speechless. Didn't he still have his shorts on? Isn't that how all boys do it? I'm still here. I'm truly speechless. Ji Qingluo's small face flushed crimson. She turned and started swimming towards the shore. By the time she reached the shore, Su Xingqian had already finished bathing. I'll go to the cave first. Call me when you're done washing. Wash my clothes for me. Su Xingqian walked ashore. He found a secluded spot to change his shorts. While he had few inhibitions around Ji Qingluo, there was still a bottom line. After giving Ji Qingluo a heads up, he flew into the cave on his sword. He put on clean clothes and began to make the bed. 20 minutes. Then he heard Ji Qingluo's call. Brother Xingqian. Catch me. Her voice was clear, sweet, and very pleasant to the ear. Whoosh. Su Xingqian flew down on his sword. On the branches of a tree by the lake. The clothes they had changed out of were hanging, already washed clean by Ji Qingluo. She was still wearing Su Xingqian's large shorts and shirt. Your flying technique. How much has it progressed? Su Xingqian asked. It was 22% yesterday, so what about today? 51.81%. Cultivate for 2 more days, and you'll be able to fly. Ji Qingluo replied. These 2 days. She worked very hard, but also gained a lot. Her effort and reward were directly proportional. Whoosh. Whoosh. Flying on his sword, he entered the cave. He simply made a cover. Then the two sat on their respective beds, eager to open their virtual screens. The 4 light clusters were still there. First cluster, experience 10 million bound. Second cluster, mysterious treasure chest. Third cluster, mysterious treasure chest. Fourth cluster, mysterious treasure chest extra. Use. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate at all. He used it directly. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 32. Base combat power 110%. A golden light appeared on Su Xingqian. The notification sounded. Leveled up. He was already level 31 before. Now, with 10 million experience, his level directly increased. The experience needed for him to level up now is 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. In other words, from level 31 to 40, a total of 5.4 million experience is needed. Of course. The further along, the more experience is required. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 33. Base combat power 110%. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 34. Base combat power 110%. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 41. Base combat power 110%. His level soared. Soon. After using up 10 million experience, Su Xingqian leveled up to 41. Because after reaching level 40, the experience required for each level is calculated in millions. 2 million, 3 million, this 10 million experience. He gained 10 levels. Beside them, on Ji Qingluo's body, golden light continuously flickered. She was also using experience to level up. What level are you? Ji Qingluo sat on the bed. Her slender jade legs were exposed to the air, her crystal clear and beautiful toes looked like silkworm babies, incomparably lovely. She looked at her virtual screen and spoke to Su Xingqian. Level 41. Su Xingqian replied. Before entering the dungeon. He was level 9. In less than 2 short days, he had reached level 41. Although the Calamity level dungeon was dangerous, it was also incredibly magical. I'm also level 41. Ji Qingluo said. Originally, when Su Xingqian was level 9, she was only level 1, but before level 10, not much experience was needed in total. Later, in the dungeon, their experience was the same. Now, with these 10 million experience points, Su Xingqian reached level 41, and Ji Qingluo also reached level 41. However, Su Xingqian is level 41 89.24%. And Ji Qingluo is level 41 56.39%. Time to open the treasure chests. I wonder what's inside the treasure chests. A smile appeared on Su Xingqian's face. In his eyes was full of anticipation. For such a terrifying cataclysmic level dungeon, the rewards were 10 million experience and 2 mysterious treasure chests. So, what could be inside these mysterious treasure chests? Also, that extra reward. The mysterious treasure chests even had the word extra appended to them. So exciting! Whoosh! He took a deep breath, then directly opened the second treasure chest. Mysterious treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining. Mysterious treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Sword Dao Profundity 1, Swordsman's Cloak 1. The mysterious treasure chest opened. He obtained 2 rewards. Besides knowing that the Swordsman's Cloak was equipment, he wasn't sure what Sword Dao Profundity was. But thankfully, both were related to swords, so they must be for a swordsman. Without any hesitation, he checked them. Name, Sword Dao Profundity. Category, Cultivation Technique. Grade, Divine. Attributes, Colorful. Combat Power, 10,000. Effect, Supreme Sword Dao Attack. During combat, shout, Sword Dao Profundity, accompany me, to unleash 10 times the Sword Dao power cooldown 1800 seconds. Well. This was a divine ability. During combat, shouting Sword Dao Profundity, accompany me, would instantly multiply Sword Dao power by 10. In other words, with his 10,000 combat power, using this move would directly give him 100,000 combat power. A 10-fold increase across the board. Of course, this was only temporary, and there was a cooldown. It's an ultimate move, after all. It certainly couldn't be without a cooldown like a normal attack. Cool. Awesome. Besides being powerful, it was also cool and awesome. Just imagine shouting Sword Dao Profundity, accompany me during a battle. It couldn't be cooler. Next, Su Xingqian continued to inspect. Name, Swordsman's Cloak. Tier, Profound Tier. Modifier, Gold. Combat Power, 100000. Required Level, LV 50. Attribute 1, Sword Dao damage increased by 200%. Attribute 2, defense increased by 200%. Attribute 3, can enter stealth when stationary effect during combat. Su Xingqian hadn't expected it. This swordsman's cloak was a profound tier equipment. A golden myth of the profound tier. Its attributes were heaven-defying. And it could also grant stealth. The only regret was that he couldn't equip it yet, as it required LV 50, and he was currently only LV 41. He still needed to work hard to reach LV 50. Profound tier equipment was indeed powerful. Its combat power alone was 100,000. The first mysterious treasure chest, done. Next, opening the second mysterious treasure chest. Mysterious treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Scarlet Underworld Emperor Swordsman Gold 1, Universe Treasure Ring Gold 1. The second one. Also 2 rewards. Clearly. This time, both rewards were equipment, and both were golden myths. Back in school, he heard the teachers say, legendary and mythic tiers were incredibly precious. However, only now did he realize they weren't that precious after all. Didn't he and Qingluo already have several golden myths combined? Now, after opening the mysterious treasure chests, the number of golden myths between them must exceed 10. Name, Scarlet Underworld Emperor. Tier, Profound Tier. Modifier, Gold. Combat Power, 200000. Required Level, LV 50. Attribute 1, Sword Dao damage increased by 300%. Attribute 2, permanent overall combat power increase of 200%. Attribute 3, contains Scarlet Underworld Sword Intent, with a 20% chance to unleash Scarlet Underworld Sword Array. Well. This was another profound tier golden myth weapon. However, it required LV50 to equip. Powerful. Too strong. All three attributes are incredibly powerful with a 300% increase in sword damage. Su Xingqian values the 200% full body combat power boost the most, as it's permanent, just like the combat power ring. The third, infused with Scarlet Nether Sword Intent, also has a chance to unleash a sword formation. Gotta level up. Without leveling up, I can't even equip items. This piece of equipment, I'll never sell it, no matter what. Name, Jiankuan Treasure Ring. Grade, Human Tier. Gold. Combat Power, 1000. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, Overall Damage increased by 20%. Attribute 2, Poison Resistance 100%. Attribute 3, Spatial Volume 10M x 10M x 10M. This piece of equipment is Human Tier. It can be used now. However, Su Xingqian hesitated a bit when he saw the third, because he already had system space, and the second was also redundant since he already had 100% poison resistance. Subconsciously, his gaze turned to Ji Qingluo beside him. First, open the last treasure chest. Additional Mysterious Treasure Chest. Mysterious Treasure Chest opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Summoning Ring Special Gold 1. Additional Mysterious Treasure Chest. Opened. Only one reward. However, hearing the name, it seemed far from simple, causing Su Xingqian's mind to subconsciously tremble for a moment. This summoning ring, it's too familiar, yes, too familiar from his past life, or rather, the entire system felt very familiar. Stuff from the game, right? Name, Summoning Ring. Grade, Special. Gold. Combat Power, 38888. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, can summon a True Dragon. Initial Combat Power 999999 Infinite Resurrection, cooldown 60 seconds. Attribute 2, contains a Spirit Beast Space. After Su Xingqian finished reading the attributes of this summoning ring, he sighed inwardly, just as expected. This can really summon. Moreover, and what summoned is a true dragon, with an initial combat power of 999,999, just shy of 1 million. More importantly, this true dragon can be resurrected infinitely. Next, Su Xingqian clicked Equip. Equipped successfully. Placement Location, Special Ring Panel. The notification sounded. Because this summoning ring did not replace the Mystic Jade Ring but was directly placed in the special ring panel. 2 mysterious treasure chests, 1 additional mysterious treasure chest. Opened up 5 rewards. Up to now, Su Xingqian has only used the Sword Dao Abyss and the summoning ring. Crimson Nether Heavenly Emperor, insufficient level. Swordsman's Cloak, insufficient level. The Cosmic Treasure Ring, not used for now. Let's see if Ji Qingluo has any equipment with space storage. If not, I'll give it to her. The main reason is that the attributes of this Cosmic Treasure Ring are redundant on him. Equipping it would only add a tiny bit of combat power. Currently, his combat power has already reached 124,878 combat power. Qingluo, do you have any equipment with space storage attributes? Su Xingqian said, speaking to Ji Qingluo. No, I don't. Ji Qingluo replied. I have one here. Su Xingqian said. Immediately after, he traded the Cosmic Treasure Ring to Ji Qingluo. Wow! A golden mythic item. But, big brother, what about you? Seeing the golden item in the trade window, Ji Qingluo exclaimed. However, she didn't click confirm, because if her big brother gave her this golden mythic item, what would he use? I already have space storage. This ring's attributes are redundant with my other equipment. If I wear it, it would only add a little combat power. Su Xingchen said. I see. Thank you, big brother. Oh, right, I'll give you the equipment I couldn't use before. You can sell them. Ji Qingluo said. Then. She placed several orange and red items, as well as one golden item, into the trade window. I happen to be short on gold coins. Su Xingchen nodded. What he lacked most was gold coins. Oh, right. The additional treasure chest yielded a summoning bracelet. Do you have any summoning abilities? If not, I'll give you the summoning bracelet. Ji Qingluo turned around. Sitting side by side with Su Xingchen on the sleeping mat. She spoke, pouting her small mouth. Actually, she was very reluctant, because she really liked that summon pet, but if her brother didn't have one, she would reluctantly give him the summoning bracelet. Only if her brother was stronger could he protect her. For example, this time, she coasted through the cataclysmic level event. Her brother directly carried her through it. Look at how reluctant you are. Forget it. Su Xingchen sighed. Of course. He was teasing the little troublemaker. The two had known each other since childhood, so he naturally knew the little troublemaker's personality and temper. I'm not reluctant. Ji Qingluo saw Su Xingchen's expression. She quickly said. At the same time, she started trading with Su Xingchen. The summoning bracelet was still in her inventory. I was teasing you. I have a summoning ring. Su Xingchen smiled. He ruffled Ji Qingluo's hair, making it fluffy. Really? Ji Qingluo looked at Su Xingchen seriously. Of course it's true. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow. While there's still time and many demonic beasts, we can improve our skills in combat. Don't waste such an opportunity, what do you think? Su Xingchen said earnestly. Actually, he wanted to farm more gold and stats. Currently, his gold, 2,810,208. Stat points, 71,220. I'll listen to Big Brother. Ji Qingluo nodded. She looked well behaved. Go. Su Xingchen closed the virtual screen. She stood up. Where to? Ji Qingluo asked curiously. She was only wearing her brother's large shorts and shirt, with nothing underneath. It was fine for sleeping in the cave without moving around much, but going out would be very inconvenient, even though only she and Su Xingchen were in this Lanling secret realm. Dungeon trial cleared. Let's celebrate. Barbecue. As he spoke, Su Xingchen said. He reached out, took Ji Qingluo's fair and tender hand, and flew out of the cave on his sword. He put Ji Qingluo down below the cave. After giving instructions, he flew away on his sword. Go find firewood and wild rabbits. Most of the creatures in this Lanling secret realm are demonic beasts. But there are also small wild animals. Wild rabbits, pheasants, and the like. He had discovered them yesterday, but with the dungeon trial not yet complete, he wasn't in the mood. Relieved. 10 odd minutes later, Su Xingchen returned. A dead tree, thick enough for an embrace. In his hands, he carried 2 wild rabbits and a pheasant. In fact, even ordinary silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed. And some mushrooms. I'll wash the mushrooms. Ji Qingluo was incredibly happy to see Su Xingchen return. However, she really couldn't help with anything. Starting a fire? No tinder. Killing a chicken? She didn't know how. All right. Su Xingchen nodded. He put the items down, then his strange flame, Azure Frost, appeared in his hand. He waved it a few times at the dead tree from a distance, and instantly the dead tree was cut into sections and split into firewood. Next, he killed the chicken and the rabbits. He cleaned them by the edge of the lake. You didn't happen to bring barbecue seasonings, did you? Sitting on a rock. The little troublemaker propped her chin. Quietly watching Su Xingchen, she asked curiously. Good guess. Su Xingchen smiled. He took out various condiments, as well as some jars and bottles. And barbecue tools. He pulled out drinks and juice. These were all bought at the supermarket on the morning he went to the professional center. Anyway, he had system space. He had bought quite a lot of daily necessities. He took out iron skewers. He skewered the wild rabbits and pheasants, and the mushrooms. Started the fire. The barbecue began. Which university do you want to go to? While barbecuing, Ji Qingluo helped brush on oil and sprinkle barbecue powder. She looked at Su Xingchen and asked, I'll see how things are when school starts. What about you? Su Xingchen said. After awakening. University admissions also consider academic credits. Credits are determined by talent, level, combat power, and dungeon performance. S rank, 100 points. A rank, 80 points. B rank, 60 points. C rank, 40 points. D rank, 20 points. These are the credits obtainable for talent. Most people have D rank talent, earning only 20 credits. An S rank talent like Ji Qingluo gets 100 credits, while Su Xingchen only gets 20. Level 20 plus, 100 points. Level 15 plus, 80 points. Level 10 plus, 60 points. Level 5 plus, 40 points. Level 2 plus, 20 points. These are level credits. A minimum of level 2 earns a baseline of 20 credits. If one reaches level 20 or above during assessment, they receive a perfect score of 100 credits. On this point, Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo both have perfect scores. After all, they are both level 41. Calamity level, 100 points. Despair level, 80 points. Difficult level, 60 points. Normal level, 40 points. These are dungeon credits, provided that the dungeon missions are completed, and one can return alive from the dungeon. In this regard, Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo also have perfect scores. Calamity level dungeons, no less. Combat power 4000 plus, 100 points. Combat power 3000 plus, 80 points. Combat power 2000 plus, 60 points. Combat power 1000 plus, 40 points. Combat power 500 plus, 20 points. These are combat power credits, which are the most difficult to score high on. Everyone's base combat power is 200 points. To reach 500 combat power, one must equip 3 white grade items. As for 4000 plus combat power, it's even harder. Below S rank, it's basically impossible to reach 4000 plus combat power, unless one spends money to buy equipment to boost their combat power, but that's a matter for large families and the wealthy. Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo, undoubtedly, once again have perfect scores. Whichever university you go to, I'll go to. Although your talent credits are only 20 points. However, your other 3 categories all have perfect scores, so you will definitely be able to get into one of the 4 renowned universities. Ji Qingluo said seriously. Originally, she could directly attend Huaxia University. But she gave up. Because she wanted to go to school with Su Xingchen. Only, she hadn't expected it. Her brother had helped her soar. Now, all her credits were perfect scores. She was certain. She was the only one in the entire country with a perfect score. Here. Don't burn yourself, take it slow. Su Xingchen carved up the roasted rabbit with a small knife and handed it to Ji Qingluo. Leveling up is really hard. 2 whole days, and I haven't gotten a single piece of equipment. At this rate, I won't even get into the most ordinary university. Finally, 1000 combat power. Celebrate. I heard someone from number 9 middle school went into a calamity level dungeon. Is that really true? Just a D rank talent scrub, just trying to get attention. You can't say that. He was originally the school heartthrob of number 9 middle school, dating the top school beauty. But she awakened an S-rank ice magic talent, while he only awakened D-rank. After they broke up, he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. It's just that he actually dragged another S-rank into a calamity-level dungeon. Going to a calamity-level dungeon is just asking for death. Professional center. Some people entered dungeons. Others came out of dungeons. However, 90% of people chose normal level dungeons, with a few opting for difficult level ones. Some returned with full rewards. Others never came back. 90% of people chose normal difficulty, the rest chose hard difficulty, no one chose desperate difficulty, and the entrance to catastrophe difficulty was even empty, with not a single person. It was always the hottest topic after all, no one had gone into a calamity level dungeon for nearly 20 years. What a pity. I originally thought I could come and pick up a bargain, to get that S-rank little girl into Jiangnan University, but I didn't expect her to go to a calamity level dungeon. The little girl is a love-struck fool. Xu Mengyao had found out the details. She confirmed that the girl who awakened S-rank Linglong had gone to a calamity-level dungeon. For a moment, she could only lamenting that the little girl was a love-struck fool. To follow the person she liked into a calamity-level dungeon. However, yet, she envied this little girl. Free and unrestrained. Xu Mengyao, 26 years old. A mentor at Jiangnan University. S-rank talent. Moreover, she was also a powerful Ninth Order monarch. However, her strength and talent were often overlooked because she was too beautiful, hailed as Jiangnan University's #1 goddess mentor. Not to mention among mentors, even throughout the entire Jiangnan University, she was the most beautiful goddess. Exquisite features. A perfect physique. A grand and magnificent bosom. A slender waist easily encircled by one hand. Round, long, and elegant legs, straight and delicate, fair and glowing. Instructor Chu. Since Ji Qingluo went to the catastrophe level area, should we head back to school now? Accompanying her were teachers from the admissions office. Although Instructor Chu was just an instructor, she was a true super expert. Someone of her status wouldn't normally recruit students at a high school. However, this time, she heard that Jiangcheng #9 High School had suddenly produced 2 S levels. Moreover, these 2 S levels were also twin sisters. Logically speaking, after awakening, S levels were snatched up by universities. Yet, one S level didn't go to Huaxia University, but stayed behind. Therefore, she took advantage of the pre-semester period to come to Jiangcheng, hoping to get this S-level student into Jiangnan University. However, she found that this S-level had gone to the catastrophe level area, which was equivalent to a suicide mission, never to return. A wasted trip. It's not time for school yet anyway, let's wait a few days before going back. You all tend to your own business. Don't mind me. Xu Mengyao replied. An arrogant, dominant goddess, with a hint of assertiveness. After all, a 9th rank emperor. Even the president of Jiangnan University had to be respectful towards her. Alright then. Instructor Chu, we'll be leaving now. The teachers from the admissions office bid farewell to Xu Mengyao and returned to their respective high schools in Jiangcheng, each responsible for recruiting students from one high school. Catastrophe level. The last person to go to the catastrophe level area was 19 years ago, but unfortunately never came back. These 2 little rascals, they're really annoying. What's the point of going to the catastrophe level area for no reason? Xu Mengyao was quite vexed. Originally, with her abilities, she believed that as long as she met that S level, she could surely get them into Jiangnan University. Jiangnan University. Although not comparable to Huaxia University, it was still a top-tier institution. It was the most famous university in Jiangnan province. Lanling's Secret Realm, Day 3. 8 a.m. Su Xingchen only woke Ji Qingluo up then. Yesterday, she had woken up before 6 a.m. Today, no rush. Because this dungeon had already been cleared, there was nothing to worry about. Even if they overslept, it wouldn't matter. However, it's not easy to come across a natural disaster level instance where the drop rate is millions of times higher than outside. Otherwise, Ailua and I wouldn't have so many legendary golden items. So, while there's still some time before the instance is cleared, we can use the remaining time to hunt more demonic beasts. To farm gold. To farm stats. To farm equipment and such. Money. Lacking money. Seriously lacking money. Really, really lacking money. If I had money, I could activate the teleportation ring. So, we have to farm. Are we still going to hunt tier 4 demonic beasts? After washing up. While eating. Xiao Huashui asked curiously. Hopefully, we can get some good equipment. Su Xingqian nodded. A moment later. After the two finished eating, Su Xingqian flew with his sword, carrying Ji Qingluo, towards the direction of yesterday's battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! Half an hour later. They arrived at the location of yesterday's battle. However, with no tier 4 demonic beasts left, all they encountered were tier 1, 2, and 3 demonic beasts. Seeing this situation, the two understood. Tier 4 demonic beasts were the quest objective. Once killed, they were gone. Fortunately, there were still tier 1, 2, and 3 demonic beasts. Otherwise, they would just have to wait. Whoosh! Whoosh! Looking at the demonic beasts in front of them, Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo each began to summon. Instantly, the space vibrated slightly. A huge true dragon appeared in the air, 100 meters long and several meters thick, its entire body covered in silver scales emitting a silver glow, looking cool and majestic. At the same time, the air was filled with boundless dragon might. This was the true dragon he summoned. The attribute of the summoning ring's inscription. 999999 combat power. Indeed powerful. On the other side, not far from Ji Qingluo, a giant green bird appeared. The green bird was incredibly proud, exuding a terrifying aura. This green bird had the bloodline of the phoenix race, making it powerful and terrifying. Similarly, the combat power of this green bird was also 999999. At this moment, Ji Qingluo sat on the green bird's back. She was incredibly excited. Pet. Mount. Battle companion. She never expected to have her own battle companion and mount, and to acquire them in the very first dungeon. You see, many powerhouses don't even have battle companions or mounts. Meet at the outpost tonight. Su Xingqian spoke. He said to Ji Qingluo. Now that Ji Qingluo had a mount and battle companion, there was no danger for her. All right. Bye-bye, brother. Ji Qingluo waved her small hand. She rode the azure bird, flying towards the distance. After all, with such a powerful battle companion, hunting demon beasts would naturally be quick. The two of them crammed together wouldn't be able to fight effectively. Watching Ji Qingluo leave, Su Xingqian stood on the back of the true dragon and flew in another direction. The true dragon roared. Its cry echoed through the heavens. With absolute bloodline suppression, countless monsters trembled, not daring to move an inch. Roar! Roar! Hiss! Boom! Boom! Soon the battle began. EXP plus 100. Experience plus 10,000. Gold plus 1,000. Gold plus 100. Attribute plus 10. Attribute plus 10. With a combat power of 120,000, Su Xingqian could instantly kill even a tier 4 monster, let alone tier 1, 2, or 3 monsters. With Green Lotus Sword Song, myriad swords returning to thee, and sword control art, each attack brought down swaths of monsters. Experience, gold, and attributes constantly surged. the growth rate was incredibly astonishing. Moreover, the true dragon, serving as his combat companion plus mount plus pet, also participated in the battle. The true dragon, with a combat power of 999,999, with a single claw attack from a distance, turned swaths of monsters into nothingness. Time constantly diminishing. Level 4189.99%. Level 4233.1%. Level 4249.05%. Level 4621.4%. Level 4658.11%. Dusk gradually fell. Su Xingqian stopped fighting. In one day, he and the true dragon fought continuously, finally reaching level 46. Many monsters were hunted. However, now, the experience needed for leveling up was in the millions. And Tier 1, 2, and 3 monsters gave little experience. Therefore, reaching level 46 was already the limit. After this day, Su Xingqian's achievements. Level 4658.11%. Attributes, 661,540 points. Gold, 691,0230. Equipment, 113 white, 31 blue, 14 orange, 5 red, 1 golden. These pieces of equipment, they're all human tier. Currently, I can't get any black tier equipment. Black tier equipment probably requires dungeons level 30 or higher. Level, keep it under 50. Cannot reach level 50. Otherwise, I'll miss the level 30 dungeon trial. Su Xingqian looked at the sky. Subsequently, he rode the dragon and flew towards the cave. Now that he had a true dragon, he was naturally too lazy to fly with his sword. His current level had reached 46, not far from 50, but thinking about the level 30 dungeon trial, he no longer had such a strong desire to level up, lest he exceed or reach level 50 and be unable to enter the level 30 dungeon. Each class holder dungeons are fixed. Level 10 dungeon, normal, hard, desperate, and calamity entry requirement, cannot exceed level 20. Level 30 dungeon, normal, hard, desperate, and calamity entry requirement, cannot exceed level 50. Level 50 dungeon, normal, hard, desperate, and calamity entry requirement, cannot exceed level 70. Level 70 dungeon, normal, hard, desperate, and calamity entry requirement, cannot exceed level 90. Level 90 dungeon, normal, hard, desperate, and calamity entry requirement, below reincarnation. After reaching level 99, there's also the reincarnation dungeon. Each class holder can enter each level of dungeon a maximum of 4 times, and cannot repeat difficulties. Currently, Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo's levels were too high. They had exceeded level 20. They could no longer enter the level 10 tier of dungeons. They could only enter the level 30 tier of dungeons. For the level 30 tier of dungeons, they could also only enter a maximum of 4 times. Therefore, he had to control his level. Roar! The roar of the dragon echoed through the heavens. Soon, Su Xingqian returned on the dragon, stopping by the cliff next to the lake. He then let the true dragon rest nearby, not bothering to put it back into the space of his summoning ring, as he could have the true dragon guard through the night outside. Although there were no other people in the Lonling's secret realm, and the demon beasts were low tier, but with a dragon guarding, sleeping felt more secure. Upon seeing Su Xingqian, Ji Qingluo was incredibly happy. She had returned a while ago, but hadn't seen Su Xingqian, and was very worried. How is it? What level are you? Su Xingqian asked. S-rank Linglong, with 200% experience, which was one of the strengths of S-rank. However, even though Su Xingqian was D-rank, with the system's boost, his experience was also 200%. After a day of fighting, what level had Ji Qingluo reached now? I'm level 44. Ji Qingluo said. From level 41 to level 44, this speed is definitely very fast.
But it's still a bit slower than Sushingshin. Oh, right. Need to control the level. Sushingshin reminded Ji Qingluo. It would be a pity if this little troublemaker got competitive and surpassed level 50. For the level 30 dungeon trial, are we still choosing the calamity difficulty? Ji Qingluo asked. With her brother around. Calamity difficulty isn't that hard, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to just coast through it. Of course. It's hard for other people. After all, not everyone is named Sushingshin. Take this Lanling secret realm, for example. 10,000 first-tier demonic beasts directly stumped everyone who came here. After we exit the dungeon, I'll upgrade my skills. We'll go to the level 30 dungeon after I start university. For the level 30 dungeon, we'll choose calamity difficulty. Once we clear the level 30 calamity dungeon, we'll basically go directly to the level 50 dungeon, or even higher level dungeons. The teacher said that everything before reincarnation doesn't count for much. True power comes after reincarnation. As Sushingshin spoke, he had already prepared his clothes and walked towards the lake. With a splash, he jumped into the lake. By the time he finished bathing and returned to the cave, Ji Qingluo was already in the cave, having tidied up the bed. Now, she could summon the azure bird, so even if she couldn't fly herself, the azure bird could carry her. No longer needing Sushingshin to constantly bring her along. That night, nothing to say. The next morning, the two got up. Because today would be the end of the Lanling secret realm trial, they would be teleported back to the professional center in the morning. Finally, we're going back. Catastrophe level. In 19 years, we are the only ones to have cleared the calamity difficulty. The two finished eating. Sitting on the spacious lawn. Waiting for the teleportation to appear. The little troublemaker was very excited at this moment, and Sushingshin was also very excited. Hiss. Hiss. As time passed, Sushingshin looked at the virtual screen. On the screen, the mission countdown decreased by the second. In the sky, beams of light appeared. When the task countdown reached 0, the light in the sky converged to form a span class equals mention portal span. The span class equals mention portal span floated in mid-air and quickly stabilized. Looking at the height, Sushingshin sighed. Even returning is a test. If you can't fly, you can't even enter the span class equals mention portal span. Go. Sushingshin reached out and took Ji Qingluo's hand. At the same time, the span class equals spell elemental fire frozen fire emberfrost flame span appeared beneath their feet. Then the two flew towards the span class equals mention portal span and entered it in a flash. The span class equals spell elemental fire frozen fire emberfrost flame span was put away, and inside the span class equals mention portal span, time twisted. The professional center. It was bustling with activity. This period was known as the peak season for dungeon trials, as a large number of students would undergo dungeon trials after Awakening Day. Early in the morning, the place was packed with people, queuing to enter normal or hard difficulty dungeons. Team up. Need 1D rank healer. Normal difficulty dungeon, 1 spot open, need 4. Hard difficulty, heading to Blood Moon Altar, see rank talent or higher only. Anyone going for desperate difficulty? I may be rank gunslinger, need 2A rank or S rank players to team up for a big score in the desperate difficulty dungeon. Anyone? No? Fine. Someone went into an apocalypse tier dungeon 3 days ago. If they cleared it, they should be back today, right? Cleared an apocalypse tier dungeon trial? Are you kidding me? For nearly 20 years, no one has dared to enter an apocalypse tier dungeon. The death rate is basically 10 out of 10, how could anyone return? Apocalypse tier is too difficult, no one dares to go. No matter the tier, apocalypse tier dungeons are terrifying. In the plaza, people were forming teams everywhere. Going into dungeons alone. Very, very rare. During the queue, the conversations were all about dungeons and equipment. Boom! No one knew when. A clap of thunder echoed in the sky. Hearing the thunder, everyone was astonished. Because it was early morning, with a beautiful sunrise and clear weather, the sudden appearance of thunder was indeed surprising. Rumble. Crack. The commotion grew louder, making countless people curiously look up at the sky. A red span class equals mention portal span. Oh my god. This span class equals mention portal span is glowing red. Brother. Someone has returned from an apocalypse tier dungeon. The span class equals mention portal span S for normal and hard difficulty are white and make no sound upon return. Desperate difficulty span class equals mention portal span S are blue and remain blue upon return. The span class equals mention portal span S for apocalypse tier dungeons are red, and they are also red upon return. Someone has returned from an apocalypse tier dungeon. A return span class equals mention portal span dot. Red, apocalypse tier. Could it be Ji Qing Luo from our 9th high school? Only Ji Qing Luo and Su Xingchen from 9th high went to the catastrophe level. It seems Ji Qing Luo has returned. Came back alive from a catastrophe level dungeon. Upon seeing the scene in the sky, everyone was stunned. Because a red portal appeared in the sky. Red. It represented catastrophe, destruction, and death. So the level of the portal could be discerned from its color. Amidst their shock, the entire huge plaza of the professional center erupted in an uproar at that moment. These 3 days, the news of the S-rank prodigy from 9th high entering the catastrophe level had spread like wildfire, and everyone knew that the S-rank prodigy was gone for good, causing countless people to feel pity. After all, that was an S-rank prodigy. Just went to her death like that. But to their surprise, 3 days later today, the red portal, representing the catastrophe level, appeared. So, that S-rank prodigy from 9th high had returned alive from the catastrophe level. Whoosh! Whoosh! The portal hovered and stopped 20 meters high in the air. Immediately after, 2 figures walked out of the portal. The moment their feet stepped into the air, a long sword appeared. The 2 rode their swords. They circled once in the air, the long sword trailing a rainbow-like stream of light, looking incredibly cool. Finally, the 2 landed beside the teleportation altar. Ji Qing Luo, it's Ji Qing Luo from our 9th high. Ji Qing Luo returned alive from the catastrophe level dungeon. Su Xingchen, this time, he just got carried through a catastrophe level. A D rank returning from a catastrophe level, although relying on Ji Qing Luo in S rank, one has to say his luck is extremely good. After 19 years, someone has entered the catastrophe level and returned alive. The novice catastrophe level dungeon, even though it's novice level, is super terrifying for a novice. Having come out of the catastrophe level dungeon, I wonder what equipment they obtained. I feel like they have a full set of equipment now. Could it be that the catastrophe level dungeon has become easier? Sword riding flight, the skill has reached tier 1. To raise sword riding to tier 1 in 3 days, that's amazing. Unbelievable, unbelievable, finally someone from our Jiangcheng Professional Center has emerged from the catastrophe level. They clearly saw the 2. They were Ji Qing Luo and Su Xingchen. For a moment, some students from 9th high were incredibly excited and proud. More people were envious. Flying on a sword. It's just too cool. Being able to fly on a sword means Su Xingchen's sword flying skill has reached tier 1. To raise his sword flying skill to tier 1 in 3 days is incredibly impressive. Actually, more people, though, were curious about what rewards and equipment the 2 of them received. No need to guess. Countless powerhouses in Jiangcheng, and even in Jiangnan province and other regions, will secretly inquire whether the 2 obtained red legendary or gold mythical items. After all, they emerged from a calamity level dungeon. In fact, even ordinary silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed. Their return will cause a stir. Jiang Cheng. I'm back.
Having truly survived a calamity-level dungeon, Ji Qingluo was incredibly excited. She was truly safe. Don't let it seem like she just lay around in the Lanling's secret realm during a calamity-level event and didn't contribute much, but she was mentally stressed.
Go. Su Xingqian spoke. Then, walking towards the exit.
At the same time, he was still thinking about how to leave the professional center. Because the area outside the altar's exit was already crowded with people.
These people.
Some were about to enter dungeons, others were teachers, and there were also staff from the professional center. Seeing new students emerge from a calamity-level dungeon. Naturally, they were curious and shocked.
Wanting to inquire about some news. Even asking for strategies. Wanting to personally experience a calamity-level dungeon. All right. Ji Qingluo nodded obediently. Following Su Xingqian towards the exit. Soon, the two arrived at the exit. And walked out. Ji Qingluo, what level are you? Ji Qingluo, what's your combat power? Ji Qingluo, is it dangerous inside the calamity-level dungeon?
Ji Qingluo, sell me a strategy guide, I plan to check out the calamity-level dungeon.
I want a strategy guide too. Ji Qingluo, I'm a teacher from the Nanda admissions office. Having just stepped out of the exit. Countless people greeted Ji Qingluo. For a moment.
The scene was bustling with excitement.
As for Su Xingqian beside Ji Qingluo, he was completely ignored and treated as if he wasn't there.
In their eyes, Su Xingqian, with his D-grade talent, could only have emerged from the calamity-level dungeon by relying on the S-grade Ji Qingluo. There was no need to pay him any attention.
Among these people,
there were recently awakened high school students, professionals from the previous and even earlier generations, staff from the professional center, and teachers from various university admissions offices.
Everyone surrounded Ji Qingluo. Excuse me. Ji Qingluo gave a sweet smile. And responded. Politely. After saying that,
she was about to leave, but was surrounded and couldn't get away at all.
At this moment, Su Xingqian reached out and pulled Ji Qingluo, walking her outside. Ji Qingluo hid behind Su Xingqian. Soon,
the two then left the professional square.
These people are crazy. Leaving the professional square.
Ji Qingluo patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief.
Do you believe it? Someone will definitely go to the calamity level. Su Xingqian said. Such is human nature.
Although the calamity level is terrifying, upon seeing someone come out of it alive, some people will surely take the risk. After all, even a D-rank talent came back alive if they can do it, so can I.
I do. Go back and get some good rest for 2 days, I'm a bit tired. Ji Qingluo nodded. Subsequently,
the two took a car, leaving the professional center.
More than half an hour later, he got off the bus. All right, goodbye. Su Xingqian waved. Goodbye, big brother. Ji Qingluo seemed reluctant, watching Su Xingqian leave. What? Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian are back from the calamity level dungeon? Jiangcheng. 9th High School. The principal was discussing work with admissions officers from various universities. The month after Awakening Day was the busiest. At this moment, upon receiving the call,
his expression changed completely, even doubting if he had heard correctly.
S-rank Ji Qingluo is back. Must be a mistake. You see, she and Su Xingqian went to a calamity-level dungeon, didn't they? People who go to a calamity-level dungeon, can they come back? Principal Zhang, who came back from the calamity-level dungeon. Calamity level? Ji Qingluo is back? Those two who entered the calamity-level dungeon are still alive? Principal Zhang, what's going on?
Principal Zhang, tell us. Inside the office, over 20 admissions officers and several teachers from 9th High were all shocked and curious, hearing Principal Zhang's words and seeing his expression.
They couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the phone,
but they could infer something from what the principal said.
At this moment, everyone became excited.
3 days ago, 2 students from 9th High School went to a disaster-level instance, which was a huge sensation.
However, no one believed they would return. Who would have thought that 3 days later, news of their return would spread?
To be able to come out of a disaster-level instance, regardless of their talent or strength, they are of great value.
How to get them to their own school? How wonderful that would be. All right, I understand.
The principal responded after the other party had explained everything in detail.
He then hung up the phone. Zhang Leitang's expression shifted, showing surprise and excitement. At this moment,
Jiangqing 9th High School is too strong this year.
Not only did they produce an S rank,
but 2 students also went to a disaster-level instance and came back alive.
According to the description,
these 2 students are unharmed and in good condition.
It's clear they gained a lot. Principal Zhang, the admissions officers from various universities, all looked at Principal Zhang. Each person's face was filled with anticipation. 3 days ago, Ji Qingluo, an S-rank exquisite from our school,
and Su Xingqian, a D-rank swordsman,
entered the disaster-level instance Lanling's secret realm.
Today, they have just returned from the instance unharmed.
This is all the information I have, and the specifics need to be verified. Zhang Leitang cleared his throat, organizing his words.
He spoke. Although he appeared calm, his heart was filled with excitement and thrill.
Who wouldn't want to mentor a student who becomes famous throughout the world? I really didn't expect this. It's been so many years, and finally someone has returned alive from a disaster-level instance. Disaster level, it's too difficult. Although terrifying, it offers heaven-defying opportunities.
It seems I need to get in touch with Ji Qingluo. Such a good prospect must go to my Huaxia University and not be misled.
Didn't you say you didn't want Ji Qingluo as a student? Teacher Chen, does your Huaxia University still want Su Xingqian, who has D-rank talent? I believe Teacher Chen will be flexible in admissions. Our Kyoto University also needs to contend for them. Inside the principal's office, after a brief silence, all exclaimed in admiration. Gradually,
they all began to scheme how to get Ji Qingluo to their respective universities.
An S rank is already a prodigy.
What's more, she survived a calamity-level dungeon. They absolutely had to snatch her up.
However, later, hearing Chen Xueming speak, they all began to scoff.
I never thought those 2 from 9th High who went to the calamity level would actually come back alive.
How did they do it? Now, 9th High is famous. Zhang Leitang might be grinning from ear to ear. An S-rank Linglong and a D-rank swordsman, can they clear a calamity-level dungeon trial? I wonder what it's like inside this calamity level. It's just unclear what equipment Ji Qingluo got from the calamity level. Did they obtain red legendaries? They wouldn't happen to have golden mythic equipment, would they?
The news that Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian returned alive from a cataclysm-level dungeon had already spread.
For a moment, countless people were astonished. In fact, even ordinary Silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed.
Some began to entertain the idea of going to a cataclysm-level dungeon themselves. Most, however, were curious about what equipment the 2 had obtained. After all, that was a cataclysm-level dungeon. Everyone knew how dangerous cataclysm-level dungeons were, and even more so, how heaven-defying the opportunities within them could be. To return alive, they must have acquired some great fortune.
You're back. They actually returned. It seems my trip wasn't in vain.
Xu Mengyao also received this news.
Upon hearing it,
she remained stunned and speechless for a long time.
Beyond the shock, there was excitement. Promptly, she had to act first, or someone else would beat her to it. Thinking of this,
standing up, she strode out of the room on her long, graceful legs.
Dungeons are the greatest resource.
High schools do not have exclusive or private dungeons.
Because
high schools are only responsible for teaching general knowledge and some knowledge about occupationalists, laying the foundation for after awakening.
The true place for an occupationalist's learning is university. Universities have their own exclusive dungeons, secret realms, and such.
The stronger the university, the more resources it possesses.
This is also one of the reasons why students strive to attend top universities. Top universities have abundant resources, many dungeons,
strong faculty, and a higher-tier social circle.
It's been 3 days.
The maximum duration for a cataclysm-level novice dungeon is 3 days.
Today is the day Ji Qingyan is supposed to return.
I hope she can return safely.
It's been so many years since anyone from Huaxia University returned alive from a cataclysm-level dungeon.
Mainly because cataclysm level is too difficult, and too few students dare to choose it.
Calculating the time, it should be soon. At this moment.
In the teleportation plaza of Huaxia University, many gifted students and teachers had gathered.
Even the principal had come. Because
3 days ago, an S-rank prodigy freshman had entered a level 10 novice cataclysm level dungeon.
S-rank prodigies.
There are many of them at Huaxia University.
One could say this.
There are no students below C rank at Huaxia University. Most are S rank and A rank, with only a few B rank, and C rank being individual cases. However, no one had yet emerged from a cataclysm level dungeon.
Boom! Crack!
As time passed,
in the sky, a clap of thunder sounded. Immediately after, space shattered, and countless beams of light appeared.
Within these lights, a red dot emerged.
The red dot quickly grew larger. Finally, the red dot formed a red teleportation gate. The teleportation gate stopped 20 meters in the air.
Once the teleportation gate stabilized,
a stunningly beautiful young woman appeared.
The young woman was dressed in a light blue feathered robe. Her face was exquisite. Her figure was perfect. Her pair of perfectly rounded and long beautiful legs were straight, slender yet firm, and glowed with a delicate pallor.
However,
her whole being exuded an aura of iciness, as if she were a goddess of ice.
Whoosh!
The young woman was Ji Qingyan. A student from Jiangcheng No. 9 High School, she awakened S-rank ice magic and was immediately recruited by Huaxia University that same afternoon. The next day, she chose a level 10 novice cataclysm tier dungeon. Now, after emerging, she had undergone a complete transformation.
Ji Qingyan landed on the ground. Mentor.
Seeing her mentor, Ji Qingyan greeted her.
Actually, she didn't want a mentor. How is it?
Her mentor, Shi Luofei. A legendary figure at Huaxia University, she became one of the top powerhouses at Huaxia University at just 24 years old. Her strength was terrifying.
It was said
she had a grandfather who had emerged from a cataclysm tier dungeon.
Mentor.
I'm level 4999.01%, with over 100,000 combat power.
Everything went smoothly. I acquired the legacy of the Icefield secret realm. Ji Qingyan replied.
Her tone was calm.
However,
her voice was very, very cold. She was originally proud and aloof, and after acquiring the legacy of the Icefield secret realm, her entire being underwent a complete transformation.
Level 49.
She was just a little shy of reaching level 50.
The reason for this slight difference was that she controlled her level to prevent herself from leveling up to 50.
If she leveled up to 50, she would no longer be able to enter dungeons of the level 30 tier.
In 100 years, Ji Qingyan is the second person to emerge alive from a cataclysm tier dungeon.
Principal Zhong Tianli sighed. His face was filled with joy. Ji Qingyan was the second person in the country to emerge alive from a cataclysmic level dungeon in 100 years, and also the second person from Huaxia University to emerge alive from a cataclysmic level dungeon in 100 years. Because the last person to emerge from a cataclysmic level dungeon was also from Huaxia University. An unrivaled powerhouse. For such a prodigy as Ji Qingyan to appear as the principal, how could he not be happy? Not only was he happy, but Ji Qingyan's mentor, Shi Luofei, was also incredibly joyful. Principal, we just received news. Those two students from Jiangcheng No. 9 Middle School who went to the cataclysmic level dungeon have also returned half an hour ago. Just then, a middle-aged teacher walked up to the principal. He said in a low voice, "This news. It came from Teacher Wang of Huaxia University's admissions office stationed at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School." Oh. Those two little ones also came out of the cataclysmic level dungeon. Their names are Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen, right? Zhong Tianli heard this. He was stunned. Originally, he had thought Ji Qingyan was the second person in 100 years to emerge from a cataclysmic level dungeon. It turned out there were two more students from Jiangcheng who had come out alive from a cataclysmic level dungeon. Regarding the matters in Jiangcheng, Zhong Tianli had heard about them. Apparently, that Ji Qingluo was Ji Qingyan's younger sister. Twin sisters. One awakened in S-rank Ice Mage. One awakened in S-rank Linglong. Such a combination. The word heaven-defying could no longer describe it, yet that S-rank Linglong stayed behind for a D-rank talent swordsman, which made him feel regret. Of course, it was merely regret. He didn't expect that S-rank Linglong and that D-rank swordsman would also go to the cataclysmic level. What he didn't expect even more. Both of them emerged alive from the cataclysmic level dungeon. At this very moment, he no longer felt just regret, but pity. Even a little remorse. Principal, Ji Qingluo also went to the cataclysmic level? Beside them, Ji Qingyan asked. Although the middle-aged teacher's voice was very soft, she still heard it clearly. For a moment, her heart was in turmoil. Her own sister was also S-rank, but didn't come to Huaxia University with her. She just didn't expect her sister to go to the cataclysmic level with Su Xingchen, and to have returned safely. According to the information we received, they also went to a level 10 novice disaster level dungeon, the Lanling Secret Realm, 3 mornings ago. And have returned safely. Principal Zhong Tianli nodded. In his mind, he was already cursing Chen Xueming, this pig, this stupid pig. Instructor Chu, I'm not sure if I'll go to Jiangnan University now. How about? You ask my brother Xingchen, wherever he goes, I'll go. Jiangcheng. Inside a villa. After Ji Qingluo returned home, she went to her bedroom to shower and change clothes. When she came downstairs to chat with her mother, a beautiful woman arrived at their house. After an introduction, she learned that this stunning woman was an instructor from Jiangnan University. The purpose of her visit was to try and get her into Jiangnan University. However, Ji Qingluo neither agreed nor refused, because it depended on which university Su Xingchen would attend. Wherever Su Xingchen went, she would follow. Student Qingluo. Do you like student Su Xingchen very much? Chu Mengyao looked at the stunning young girl in front of her. He asked. Actually, she knew without even asking. If she didn't like him, why would she follow Su Xingchen into a disaster-level dungeon? You see how terrifying a disaster-level dungeon was, let alone with Su Xingchen only having a D-rank talent. Yes, I do. What's wrong? Ji Qingluo answered without the slightest hesitation. It's not something to be ashamed of. Her elder sister used to like him. She, Ji Qingluo, liked him too. He only has a D-rank talent. Is it worth it? Chu Mengyao asked, smiling as she looked at Ji Qingluo. Instructor Chu, when you like someone, does it have anything to do with their talent?
Besides, my brother Xingqian's talent isn't bad either. Ji Qingluo's bright eyes looked at Chu Mengyao. She countered. What if his talent is poor? Mine is S rank. Can carry him. Moreover, brother's talent isn't just the D rank on the surface, his hidden talent is far more powerful than S rank. Student Ji Qingluo. What level are you now? Xu Yaoyao smiled. She didn't comment on what Ji Qingluo had just said. Because everyone has their own thoughts. Instructor Chu. I'm level 44 now. Ji Qingluo replied. You level up really fast. As expected of a calamity tier. Oh, right. Where does Su Xingqian live? Can you take me to find Su Xingqian? Xu Yaoyao asked. D rank talent. No matter what, he survived a calamity tier dungeon. It wouldn't be hard to get him into Jiangnan University through the back door. Moreover, she also realized that to get Ji Qingluo into Jiangnan University, the prerequisite was to get Su Xingqian into Jiangnan University. Therefore, Su Xingqian was the key. Instructor Chu. I'll take you. Ji Qingluo nodded. Then she greeted her mother and left with Chu Yaoyao. She naturally knew where Su Xingqian lived. Finally home. First, a shower. Su Xingqian returned to his rented apartment, which had 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. 300 gold coins a month. As an orphan. Before awakening, he definitely had no income, and the state provided 1,000 gold coins in welfare each month. Walala. In the bathroom. Su Xingqian took a quick shower. Changed into clean clothes. Then, sitting on a chair, he began to check his equipment. He remembered dropping a golden necklace, and he happened to be missing one. Name, Heart of Bright Jade. Grade, Human Tier. Affix, Golden. Combat Power, 1000. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, Recovery increased by 100%. Attribute 2, Skill Cultivation Speed increased by 200%. For Su Xingqian, whose combat power exceeded 100,000. A little combat power didn't matter. It mainly depends on the detailed attributes. The Golden Mythical Jade Heart, with its recovery effect, is valued by him for its second attribute entry, Skill Training Speed increased by 200%. During battle, skills will be enhanced. Of course. This is far from what he could achieve by using attribute points. The necklace's attribute now boosts speed by 200%, meaning double. Normally, a day of combat increases progress by 20%, so now, a day of combat should achieve 40% progress. Equip. Overall combat power, 137,932 points. Character panel. Weapon. Name, Radiance of True Martiality. Tier, Human. Attribute, Gold. Combat power, 2000. Required level, 1. Armor. Name, Mysterious Gold Armor. Tier, Human. Attribute, Gold. Combat power, 1000. Required level, 1. Helmet. Name, Crown of the War God. Tier, Human. Attribute, Red. Combat power, 500. Required level, 1. Necklace. Name, Heart of Bright Jade. Tier, Human. Attribute, Gold. Combat power, 1000. Required level, 1. Bracelet. Name, Moonlight Bracelet. Tier, Human. Attribute, Red. Combat power, 500. Required level, 1. Ring. Name, Mysterious Jade Ring. Tier, Human. Attribute, Red. Combat power, 500. Required level, 1. Full body equipment, 3 gold and 3 red. How could such a configuration not be overpowered? After checking the equipment.
Su Xingqian felt incredibly good.
Yes. Just incredibly good.
It was exactly like playing games in his previous life, perhaps even better, because games in his previous life didn't have system assistance. When I reach the level 30 dungeon, I'll also choose the Calamity difficulty. Maybe then I'll get a complete set of mysterious tier golden mythical gear.
Gold coins, attribute points. These two are in short supply.
Su Xingqian returned the virtual screen to the main panel.
Whispered to himself. Now. Level 46, just 4 levels away from level 50.
At level 50, I can equip Profound Tier gear, and I have 2 pieces of Profound Tier golden mythical gear in my inventory.
What he still needed was gold coins and attribute points.
Attribute points to upgrade skills. Gold coins to activate new special rings.
Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D rank. Profession, Swordsman minor attainment. Level, 4658.11%. Bonds, none. Wealth, 6,910,230. Combat power, 137,932. Attributes, 661,540. Active skills, Sword Control Art Tier 2, 0%, Green Lotus Sword Song Tier 2, 0%, 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect Tier 2, 0%, Sword Dao Abyssal 0.00%. Passive skills, Thunder Sword Aura Tier 2, 0.00%. Rest for 2 days. Farm Tier 1 and 2 Demonic Beasts to raise my level to 49.
Su Xingqian closed the virtual screen.
He pondered for a moment. To plan for the future. Level. Keeping it below level 50 was fine.
The reason for only hunting Tier 1 and 2 Demonic Beasts was that they give low experience, but each still grants 10 attribute points. This way, he could farm a lot of gold coins and attributes without reaching level 50.
Thump thump. Bang, bang, bang.
Su Xingqian was about to go to sleep when he heard a knock on the door.
Immediately after. It was Ji Qingluo's sweet voice. He frowned. Confused. He had just returned from a dungeon. Why was she coming to him now? Wasn't she sleeping? What are you doing here? Aren't you resting? Su Xingqian opened the door. He saw Ji Qingluo. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Full of youthful vigor and vitality.
She was just like his sister, Ji Qingyan. Both were incredibly beautiful.
Ji Qingyan was the top campus belle of Jiangcheng 9th Middle School, and Ji Qingluo was no less stunning, even surpassing Ji Qingyan in some aspects, though their personalities were different. Brother, Instructor Chu from Jiangnan University wants to see you. Ji Qingluo said.
She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small.
Where was it small? She moved aside.
After she moved, Xu Mangyao, who was behind her, appeared in Su Xingqian's line of sight.
Oh. Hello, Tutor Chu. Only then did Su Xingqian realize that Ji Qingluo hadn't come alone. Someone was with her. The woman before him looked to be only 20 years old. A white inner top. Her lower half was a cyan-pleated skirt. An exquisite face. A perfect figure. A magnificent bosom. A waist so slender it could be spanned by a hand.
Smooth and long jade-like legs, straight and delicate, fair and lustrous.
A mature, queenly goddess. Beautiful. Too beautiful. His heart couldn't help but tremble.
Ji Qingyan and Ji Qingluo were beautiful, but still a bit green. This Tutor Chu, however, was the mature, queenly type.
How to describe it? Pure yet alluring, the pinnacle of innocent seduction. Student Su Xingqian. Congratulations on your return from the catastrophe level instance. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Xu Yaoming smiled.
No wonder Ji Qingluo and Ji Qingyan both liked him. He was indeed handsome.
Moreover,
a mysterious charm emanated from him.
He looked young.
Yet he gave off a sense of calm and control, as if everything was within his grasp.
Tutor Chu, please.
Su Xingqian gestured for Chu Yaoming to enter.
Ji Qingluo followed her in. Inside the room,
the Han family also had fourth-tier spirit crystals. They would crush it when needed. It was clear that the living conditions were very poor.
I wonder what Tutor Chu needs me for. After Su Xingqian invited Chu Yaoming to sit down,
he poured water for her and Ji Qingluo.
Then he sat opposite them and asked curiously. Actually, he knew very well that it was nothing more than recruitment.
I won't beat around the bush with you two.
I'm here to see you this time. To invite you to Jiangnan University. Although our Jiangnan University isn't among the 4 famous universities like Huaxia University, it's still a top-tier academy, and it's our own university in Jiangnan province.
Actually, our Jiangnan University's resources are not inferior to those of the 4 famous universities. What we lack are geniuses to conquer those resources. You and student Qing Luo both came out of a catastrophe-level instance, so I believe you have better strategies for tackling mysterious instances.
What our Jiangnan University has in abundance are instance resources.
For example, the Myriad World, the Divine Demon Tower, and the Eternal Realm are resources that other academies can only dream of. They are the most magical and powerful, not just nationwide but globally.
Xu Mengyao took a sip of water.
Then, she spoke unhurriedly. She stated her purpose.
At the same time, and highlighted the advantages of Jiangnan University. After speaking,
she didn't rush Su Xingqian for an answer but simply watched him, awaiting his decision. In truth, she didn't know Su Xingqian's strength or level. But one thing she did know was that he was, at worst, D rank. The reason she praised him
was entirely to get him to agree to go to Jiangnan University. Her real goal was for Ji Qingluo to attend Jiangnan University. Instructor Chu, you know about my talent, right? Su Xingqian smiled. He said, yes, a D-rank swordsman. Xu Mengyao nodded. You want Qingluo to go to Jiangnan University, don't you?
Su Xingqian chuckled.
He glanced at Ji Qingluo. Indeed.
By the way, what level are you?
Xu Mengyao was quite direct. Subsequently, curiously asking about Su Xingqian's level.
As for combat power, that was every professional's privacy. It was generally best not to inquire.
Level 46. Su Xingqian replied. Level 46? Faster leveling than student Qingluo? Xu Mengyao's expression shifted.
Her beautiful face showed a change in expression.
You must be joking.
From the beginning, she thought Su Xingqian relied on Ji Qingluo, an S rank, to clear the catastrophe level dungeon. Ji Qingluo reaching level 44 after clearing a catastrophe level dungeon was already quite astonishing. You know, even with an S rank talent, after awakening, the first dungeon usually only gets you to about level 10 something. Other talented professionals might only reach 2 or 3 levels after their first dungeon following awakening. Ji Qingluo reaching level 44 in her first trial dungeon
was too incredible. But considering it was a catastrophe level dungeon, it made sense. However, now Su Xingqian said he was level 46. She couldn't understand it. Lying flat in a team.
At best, he should only get half of Ji Qingluo's experience. But how could his level be higher than Ji Qingluo's?
Hidden profession. Su Xingqian replied. He couldn't possibly say he had a system, could he? Instructor Chu. Actually, in that cataclysmic level dungeon, I was the one who was carried. Ji Qingluo spoke, saying with a smile. Indeed.
She had been carried through a cataclysmic level dungeon, and had even gained level 44 and a full set of top-tier equipment. After Chu Mengyao heard Ji Qingluo's words, her head was full of question marks.
What's going on?
You were the one who was carried.
Could it be? He cleared the entire cataclysmic level dungeon all by himself? I just don't get it. Also,
Su Xingqian said, hidden profession.
Could it be a profession even stronger than S rank? No way.
But, there's no other way to explain it.
Su Xingqian. What do you think? After a while, Chu Mengyao asked.
Her heart was pounding.
If there really was a hidden profession, that would be incredible. With a hidden profession plus an S-rank Linglong, the chances of conquering the 3 major dungeons at Jiangnan University would increase significantly.
She hadn't made any progress in all these years.
Maybe this was her chance. Instructor Chu. If I go to Jiangnan University, what about dungeon resources? Are they guaranteed? Su Xingqian didn't answer. Instead, he asked about benefits.
Choosing a university is crucial, and the main factor, of course, is resources. He wanted to enter a cataclysm-level dungeon. If he went to a university that didn't have cataclysm-level dungeons, it would be useless. Our Jiangnan University. There are no restrictions on dungeon resources.
And there will also be extra rewards for clearing dungeons. Chu Mengyao said. Many universities.
Valuable dungeon resources are limited. Not all students are eligible to enter good dungeons. But at Jiangnan University, there are no restrictions on dungeon resources, as long as you have the ability to go.
Moreover, you can also get extra rewards for clearing dungeons. Xingluo, what about you? Su Xingqian's gaze turned to Ji Qingluo.
I'll go with Big Brother.
Ji Qingluo didn't hesitate for a moment. All right. I'll go to Jiangnan University. Su Xingqian's gaze returned to Chu Mengyao. Actually, throughout high school, the knowledge taught was all about professionals.
The 4 famous universities, 9 top academies, and 22 first-tier universities. All these universities are powerful, and Jiangnan University is one of the 22 first-tier universities. Of course. Besides the 4 famous universities, 9 top academies, and 20 first-tier universities, there are also tens of thousands of other universities.
After all, 90% of awakened professionals can go to university. Although Jiangnan University isn't as famous as the 4 famous universities. That's because most S-rank and A-rank prodigies. They all chose one of the top 4 prestigious universities and the 9 leading academic institutions. Actually, though, Jiangnan University's dungeon resources are even stronger than those of the top 4 prestigious universities.
Before he awakened, he had yearned for Jiangnan University in his heart. He never expected to awaken a D-grade talent.
This made him feel too far removed from Jiangnan University.
What he didn't expect even more was that
he could now enter Jiangnan University again.
And he was invited by a mentor.
Student Su Xingqian. Student Ji Qingluo. Welcome to Jiangnan University. If there are no other questions, let's sign an admission agreement. You two can look over this agreement. Hearing Su Xingqian say he was going to Jiangnan University, Chu Mengyao was very happy.
Her suspended heart
finally settled down.
She never expected that she, a dignified emperor, would be so nervous over a rookie. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small.
Where was it small?
She took out the admission agreement and handed it to Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo.
She couldn't wait another second. This was perfectly normal. To prevent other schools from poaching them. Okay, I'll take a look. Su Xingqian nodded. He took the agreement. The agreement was simple. It was essentially an admission letter from Jiangnan University, but with an added list of special benefits. The agreement is as follows.
1. You shall be a student of Jiangnan University for life and shall not transfer to any other school.
2. The academic system is 4 years. Graduation is possible upon reaching level 80. 3. Academic achievement system. Early graduation is possible if reincarnation is successful within 4 years.
4. Specially recruited students will receive a total fund of 200 million gold coins, 20 million provided upon signing the agreement. the rest distributed each semester based on academic performance. 5. Unlimited dungeon resources level 30, 50, 70, 90, reincarnation dungeons for each level. You can choose between normal, hard, desperate, and calamity difficulty. 6. You are obligated to uphold the school's reputation and honor and shall not commit any acts that harm the school's honor and reputation. Su Xingqian quickly read through the agreement. He was very satisfied with the agreement. Actually, it wasn't restrictive. The only thing that surprised him was the 20 million gold coin fund he would receive upon signing. He was short on money right now. And they were testing him with money. Next, Su Xingqian quickly signed. 2 copies were made. One for him, one for the school. Ji Qingluo, who was next to him, also signed. At this moment, the two officially became students of Jiangnan University. After signing, Xu Mengyao transferred 20 million to Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo respectively. At the same time, the professional numbers of Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo were added. This number is a communication number. Every professional has only one such number in their entire life, which will accompany them throughout. It is both a communication number and a symbol of identity, similar to an ID card. Xingqian. Qingluo. Are you coming with me to Jiangnan Provincial City or will you report later? Xu Mengyao looked at Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo curiously. The agreement was signed. She felt relieved. She wasn't worried that the two would choose other universities, as this concerned everyone's credibility. If she had been worried about them signing the agreement and then going to another school, the agreement could have easily included clauses about compensation for breach of contract. The absence of such clauses in the agreement was sufficient to show how important this credibility was. This time, she came to Jiangcheng specifically for Ji Qingluo. She didn't expect to encounter a hidden profession like Su Xingqian. Of course, whether he has a hidden profession or not, it no longer matters. At least his level is right there. Now she had to return to Jiangnan Provincial City, so she casually asked the two, and if they wanted to go to Jiangnan Provincial City now, she could take them both along. Instructor Chu. We'll report a bit later. Su Xingqian replied. They wanted to take this time to raise their levels. Farm some gold and stats. Although they could still farm in Jiangnan Provincial City, they had been accustomed to Jiangcheng for over a decade. All right. Oh, right. The level 30 dungeon, we'll do that after we go to school. Control your level. Xu Mengyao nodded. After a reminder, she left Su Xingqian's rental house. I'm heading back now, bye-bye. Ji Qingluo chatted with Su Xingqian for a while. She yawned. Rubbed her eyes with her small hands. She was a bit tired. So she said goodbye to Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian walked Ji Qingluo to the door and waved goodbye. Then he returned to his room. Closed the door. Time to sleep. It's been 4 days since awakening, and I haven't leveled up yet. What should I do? No equipment, battle power is too low. At this rate, I won't even get into the most ordinary university. Looking to buy a weapon, a white one is fine, 200,000 gold coins. Looking to buy common equipment, a full set for 500,000 gold coins. Who has a marksman's weapon? I'll pay a high price. Looking to buy orange tier equipment, direct message me if you have any. No money, no equipment, no combat power, what should I do? Oh, by the way, I heard Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo from 9th High School came back alive from a calamity level zone. They might have extra equipment. It would be great if they could sell some. How many years has it been? Someone finally came back from a calamity level dungeon. Jiangcheng Professional Chat Platform. There were many chat channels. However, most of them were about buying equipment, forming teams, and discussing calamity level zones. Equipment and combat power are eternal topics. Good equipment means higher combat power. Yet, the equipment drop rate is too low. According to statistics, even for S-rank monsters, the chance of equipment dropping is only 0.1%. In other words, you might only get one piece of equipment after hunting 1,000 monsters. And that's usually white tier. Blue tier is even rarer. As for orange tier and red tier, don't even think about it. Everyone's really short on equipment. Evening. 8 o'clock. Su Xingqian woke up and lazily opened his virtual screen. He scrolled through the screen. Everywhere was information about buying equipment. He couldn't help but sigh. In high school, teachers said equipment was hard to come by, but only after becoming a professional did he truly understand how difficult it was. Equipment. You can't necessarily buy it even if you have money. Selling equipment is more profitable right now. I'll sell the equipment first. Then I'll activate the special ring. Su Xingqian muttered to himself. Earlier, Xu Mengyao had transferred him 20 million gold coins as a signing bonus. He hadn't used it yet. However, 20 million gold coins could only activate one special ring. So he was short on gold coins. He had quite a bit of equipment in his system space. He had to sell it first. There was another crucial point. It was that most people hadn't awakened long ago, and new recruits were most in need of equipment during this period, so equipment was most expensive now, just like down jackets in winter. They're definitely more expensive when bought in winter. If it were summer, down jackets would certainly be cheaper. Next, Su Xingqian was in the platform's marketplace. He set up a stall. Although there was a 5% handling fee, he didn't need to tend to it. Listing equipment. White, 20,000 gold coins, weapons and armor 100,000 gold coins. Blue, 40,000 gold coins, weapons and armor 500,000 gold coins. Orange, 300,000 gold coins, weapons and armor 2 million gold coins. Red, 1 million gold coins, weapons and armor 10 million gold coins. Golden Mythic, weapon 30 million. After listing all the equipment, Su Xingqian showed a faint smile on his face. Next, he entered the public chat channel. Me, selling white, blue, orange, and red equipment and a golden mythic weapon. Those interested, act fast. After posting, Su Xingqian paid 10,000 gold coins to pin his message to the top. The message would be pinned for 180 seconds. Pinned messages were displayed in red. And the font was also bold. This made it very eye-catching. Anyone chatting would see it at first glance. Top-tier blue equipment. Selling orange equipment? What, red equipment for sale too? You must be joking. Are you guys overlooking the golden mythic weapon for sale? Damn, is this a bulk sale? I'm out, going to check it out before it's all gone. Damn, there really is a golden mythic weapon, but the price is insane, 30 million gold coins. Too bad, I'm not a marksman. A golden mythic weapon has appeared. Someone is actually selling legendary and mythic items at a market stall. After Su Xingqian's message went out, the public chat channel erupted. However, after a brief frenzy, it immediately became quiet, because everyone rushed to check out the equipment. Everyone needed equipment. Hearing that there were top-tier, orange, and red equipment for sale, how could they not be curious? More importantly, there was a golden mythic item for sale. Silence. Silence. After a minute of silence, the chat public screen, which had been quiet, boiled over again, this time countless times more lively than before. Because there were indeed orange and red gear for sale. He even saw a golden mythical item. Moreover, this golden mythical item was also a weapon. Red gear and a golden mythical item have appeared. Selling mythical items at a stall in the mall. What, are you kidding? It should be the work of Su Xingqian from 9th middle school, only he came out of the cataclysmic level. Of course, it could also be Ji Qingluo. It wasn't just the chat public screen. Offline. This matter also spread. After all, these were red gear and a golden mythical item.
For a moment, countless prodigies in Jiang City were abuzz.
Especially archers. Archers backed by large families quickly gathered money, wanting to acquire that golden divine weapon.
Beep, beep, beep. Ji Qingluo, brother, are those items you're selling? On Su Xingqian's light screen, a message appeared. He clicked to open it. It was a private message from Ji Qingluo. Su Xingqian, yep, I'm selling the excess gear to clear it out. It's just sitting there anyway.
Su Xingqian replied to the message. What he said was the truth.
And one reason. The second was that he really was short on money? Poor guy. Poor guy. Even with tens of millions of gold coins, he was still poor because his system was, damn it, pay to win. Ji Qingluo, brother, you're short on money, aren't you?
After you sell your gear, I'll also set up a stall and sell my excess gear.
Then I'll transfer the gold coins to you. Gold coins aren't of much use to me. Ji Qingluo sent another message. This message made Su Xingqian pause. This little troublemaker. How did she know he was short on money? Half an hour later, Su Xingqian finished chatting with the little troublemaker. He also figured it out.
The little troublemaker didn't have proof that he was short on money, she just felt it.
Is a woman's sixth sense that strong? Finally, he had no choice but to agree. After all, even if little Jinx had a lot of gold coins, they weren't of much use, mostly for daily expenses. The 20 to 30 million gold coins she had were simply inexhaustible, especially with equipment still to sell. After finishing the chat with little Jinx, Su Xingqian went to check the stall. Sold so fast. Not a single one left.
Seeing all the equipment listed at the stall had been bought,
Su Xingqian could only sigh. Settlement.
Then Su Xingqian began the settlement.
Prompt, you have obtained a total of 44,260,000 gold coins. After deducting a 5% handling fee, you actually receive 42,047,000 gold coins.
Beep. Account ending in 6667 received 42,047,000 gold coins.
Please check. Check. Withdrawal. Received. It was done in just 5 seconds. 42 million gold coins were in the account.
Indeed, powerful professionals are the wealthiest. However, they also spend quite fiercely. Now Su Xingqian's balance has reached 68,957,230 gold coins.
Prompt, conditions for activating the teleportation ring met. Do you wish to activate the teleportation ring?
Arriving at the special ring panel,
the prompt appeared.
The conditions for activating the teleportation ring had been met.
Activate. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate at all. Isn't it just 10 million gold coins? Not 100 million. But 10 million is definitely there. Teleportation ring activated. Name, teleportation ring. Combat power, 1000. Tier, unique. Affix, gold mythic. Attributes, directional and fixed point teleportation distance 1000 li, random teleportation distance 1000 li, cooldown 60 seconds. Remarks, invincible ring activation requires 100 million gold coins. Teleportation ring activated. Its function was as expected. It's just teleportation. It can be fixed point or directional, with a maximum teleportation distance of 1000 li. The maximum random teleportation distance is also 1000 li. Both have a cooldown. The cooldown is 60 seconds. This item. It's a life-saving tool. Essential for escaping. No. Essential for traveling. What Su Xingqian looked forward to even more was the next special ring. The invincible ring. He was very curious, just how invincible could this invincible ring be? However, activating the invincible ring requires 100 million gold coins. Make money. Make money. Still have to make money, damn it. Closed the virtual screen. Time to sleep. Continue sleeping. Tomorrow, he'll go hunt demon beasts, farm gold coins and attributes. As for equipment, it doesn't matter. He didn't expect to find red or gold equipment in the wilderness anyway. Even if he found a golden myth. At most, he'd just treat it as gold coins. Chen Shueming, you're a pig. A stupid pig. Jiang City. 9th High, Teacher's Dormitory. As the admissions officer for Huaxia University stationed at Jiang City 9th High, Chen Shueming was staying at 9th High during this period. It was just a dormitory. Jiang City 9th High had plenty. He held the phone, keeping it far from his ear. At this moment. But the other party's cursing. He still heard it clearly. Calling him a pig. And a stupid pig at that. This is within the scope of school regulations. Isn't it just an S-class who survived the catastrophe level? Do you have to be so agitated? Even if they cleared the catastrophe level, at most it just means they were a bit lucky. At worst, I'll go find Ji Qingluo tomorrow and bring her to Huaxia University. As for AD class like Su Xingqian, I couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Don't you think it's utterly ridiculous to get him into Huaxia University? Chen Shueming waited for the other party to finish their rant. Only then did he speak. The other party was scolding him. He could only listen, not daring to scold back. Because the other party was the director of the admissions office and vice principal of Huaxia University. You'd better be able to get them here. Otherwise, you'll be working in the kitchen. The person on the phone was Wang Ziguang, the director of the admissions office and vice principal of Huaxia University. Just a short while ago, he had been scolded by the principal. Therefore, now he absolutely had to scold Chen Shueming. The next day, early in the morning, Su Xingqian got up, and after a simple wash-up, he left his rented apartment. He bought 2 portions of food at a breakfast stall. One he threw into his system space. Time is static inside the system space, so things won't expire even if left for 10,000 years, they'll be exactly the same as when they were first put in. 2 portions of breakfast. 1 for lunch. When hunting monsters in the wild, he definitely wouldn't be back for lunch. In fact, even ordinary silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed. He planned to stay in the suburbs for a few more days anyway. He had dried food in his system space, after all. He took the bus. After leaving the city, Su Xingqian flew on his sword towards the depths of the barren outskirts. Roar! Hiss! Hiss! This time in the barren outskirts, it was like a king entering a novice village. Monsters were as easy to cut down as vegetables. EXP plus 10. Gold plus 100. Attribute plus 10. Gold plus 100. Attribute plus 10. Entering a killing frenzy, the true martial radiance in Su Xingqian's hand continuously swung. 1 sword, 1 monster experience, gold, and attributes constantly increased, but Su Xingqian couldn't be bothered to pay attention. First and second tier monsters, after all, don't give much experience or gold. As for attributes, these are fixed. Each monster only gives 10 attribute points, so hunting low-level monsters is just for farming attributes and gold, unrelated to equipment and experience. Time passed minute by minute, and monsters fell one after another. By noon, Su Xingqian had already hunted 1,300 monsters. All first tier. In other words, in just one morning, he had gained 130,000 gold, 13,000 attribute points, and 13,000 experience points. Gold and experience were not worth noting. But these stats are awesome. Feeling a bit hungry, Su Xingqian found a scenic, quiet spot, sat down to eat, and took a short break. In a blink of an eye, the light screen unfurled. Newbie level 1, looking for a boost, price negotiable. Suddenly, Su Xingqian noticed a chat message. Someone was looking for a boost. The kind where money is paid. This is a way to make money.
Sushingshin, Catastrophe Tier, Me, Boosting Services, Level 20 in 3 days, Guaranteed Safety, Effortless Wins, Price 10.01 million gold coins, Non-negotiable. Bored as he was, Sushingshin posted a message in the public chat. He also pinned the message to the top. The price was 10.01 million. 1 million of that was for the pinning fee. Naturally, the other party had to pay it. After sending the message, Sushingshin noticed that his name was also up there, with an added suffix, Catastrophe Tier. It seemed clearing the Catastrophe Tier had become an honor, even a mark of authority, because it showcased that he had once cleared a Catastrophe Tier dungeon. Damn, 10.01 million gold coins for a boost? That's highway robbery. Only a fool would ask him for a party boost. Elders of large families might actually do it. Boosting can only be done within the same period. Newbies can only be boosted by other newbies in the newbie phase, otherwise, it's ineffective. Indeed, otherwise, strong players would boost their juniors, and their levels would shoot up in no time. Hey, do you see who's offering boosts? It's Sushingshin, the Catastrophe Tier from 9th middle school. He has Catastrophe Tier as a suffix to his name, so cool. This is a symbol of status, an honor. 10.01 million, level 20 in 3 days, guaranteed safety. Only he dares to say that. 10.01 million, that 1 million is for the pinning fee, haha. The online professionals in the public chat, seeing Sushingshin's message, were all incredibly shocked. Asking for 10.01 million gold coins, was he joking? This was robbery. But soon, someone noticed the suffix to Sushingshin's name, and instantly countless people were envious. Beep, beep, beep. Sushingshin didn't continue to speak. Instead, he ate his food. Just then, a private message notification sounded. Someone sent him a private message. Beep, beep, beep. Sushingshin didn't speak anymore. Instead, he ate his food. Just then, a private message notification sounded. Someone sent him a private message. Sushingshin clicked on the message. Duan Muruwashi, Senior Su, count me in. I have no objection to your price. Do you have time now? It was sent by someone named Duan Muruwashi. Looking at the avatar, it's a girl. From the name, she's also a girl, and probably a beautiful one at that. 10.01 million gold coins to get to level 20. Her family must be rich. Sushingshin, I have time. Outskirts. Meet outside the East City Gate in half an hour. Sushingshin replied to the message, then continued eating. Duan Muruwashi, okay, see you in half an hour. Duan Muruwashi sent a message. Jiang City. Lanshin Garden. Villa area. Inside a luxurious villa, a stunning girl walked down the stairs from the second floor. The girl, around 17 or 18, had her hair tied in twin tails, and her white casual shirt was plump and shapely. Below was a gray pleated mini skirt. She wore white stockings on her smooth, straight, slender legs. On her feet, she wore small white leather shoes. The whole person exuded youthful energy, full of vitality. Dad, I found someone to help me level up. The girl walked downstairs. She spoke to the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigar. Who is it? Before the middle-aged man could speak, the beautiful woman beside the middle-aged man asked. Her eyes were full of doting affection. Because the couple had only this one daughter, whom they cherished deeply, afraid she might melt if held in their mouths or fly away if held in their hands. Originally, given their status and position, as long as they spoke, countless prodigies would come to help their daughter level up. But their daughter wanted to find someone herself. No choice. They could only indulge her. Anyway, there was still some time before school started. As for the dungeon trial, she had only completed the most ordinary dungeon with her classmates, so ordinary that after the dungeon trial, her level was still 1.
Ninth high school, Sushingchen.
The D-level swordsman who came back alive from the calamity level dungeon.
As Duanmu Ruwashi spoke,
her small hands were clasped behind her back. Bouncing and skipping, she walked out of the villa.
Because can't waste time. Must reach the East City Gate within half an hour. D rank? Coming back alive from a catastrophe level dungeon, that's not simple. Dad will take you. Duanmu Nanxiao extinguished his cigar. He stood up.
The beautiful woman beside him draped a jacket over his shoulders.
Dad, don't speak carelessly. Otherwise, you're not going. Duanmu Ruwashi knew her father was worried and wasn't just simply taking her. He wanted to go and check out the other person. Got it. Duanmu Nanxiao nodded.
The father and daughter left the villa together, and the driver drove them towards the east gate.
In less than half an hour, the car stopped at the East City Gate. Then, the father and daughter got out of the car and walked out of the city gate. They waited at the entrance. After waiting for a while, whoosh, whoosh.
Suddenly, a stream of light pierced through the air.
Finally, it landed at the city gate. Behold!
It was a refined and handsome young man riding a sword, with a cyan stream of light trailing behind his long sword, looking incredibly cool.
The young man appeared to be 18 years old.
His posture was tall and straight. An air of composure emanated from him.
Duanmu Ruwashi? Jun Ruwachin put away his otherworldly fire, Azure Frost.
He glanced at the stunningly beautiful girl.
He tentatively greeted her. After all,
there was only this one girl in this place. Besides her there was a middle-aged man. He didn't need to think twice. The middle-aged man certainly wouldn't be named Duanmu Ruwashi.
That's right. You are Senior Su. Duanmu Ruwashi nodded. She answered happily.
Although she was a student at Jiangqing First High School, she knew about Su Xingqian's deeds, mainly because of the catastrophe-level dungeons. So she had looked into it and knew that Su Xingqian was the campus heartthrob of 9th High School.
Indeed.
He was very, very handsome. Even more handsome than her dad.
Yes. Su Xingqian nodded. Senior Su, this is my father.
Duanmu Ruwashi saw her father looking at Su Xingqian with sharp eyes.
She quickly introduced him. At the same time, she playfully tugged at Duanmu Nanxiao's sleeve. Hello, uncle.
Don't worry, I promise to bring her back safely in 3 days.
Su Xingqian called him uncle. After all, you're older, so you're the senior. Besides,
I still need to earn money from your daughter. You are my benefactors.
That had better be the case. Duanmu Nanxiao nodded. However,
he was very displeased, and his gaze at Su Xingqian carried a warning, fearing that this young man would abduct his daughter. In recent years, as his daughter grew older, he found young men annoying. He saw all boys about his daughter's age as rascals.
At this moment, after seeing Su Xingqian, his heart tightened even more.
He was afraid this pig would despoil his precious cabbage.
Junior Duanmu. Shall we go now?
Su Xingqian nodded at Duanmu Nanxiao.
Then,
his eyes turned to Duanmu Ruwashi. A very beautiful junior, as beautiful as Qing Luo.
All right. Duanmu Ruwashi responded.
Waiting for Su Xingqian to take her.
She couldn't fly.
She could only let Su Xingqian carry her on his sword.
Whoosh! The exotic flame Azure Frost appeared.
Su Xingqian stood on it, glanced at Duanmu Ruwashi, and extended his hand to her.
Thank you, senior.
Duanmu Ruwashi extended her fair, slender jade hand. Then she stood behind Jun Xiaoyao. Her heart was nervous and shy.
After all,
it was her first time holding hands with a boy, and this skin-to-skin contact made her very embarrassed.
Even though neither of them had any other intentions.
It was just him helping her.
But what did it matter?
Visibly, a blush appeared on Duanmu Ruwashi's exquisite face, full of collagen.
Whoosh! Whoosh! The exotic flame azure frost transformed into a stream of light,
carrying Su Xingqian and Duanmu Ruwashi away.
Subconsciously, Duanmu Ruwashi hugged Su Xingqian's waist. Ashamed, yes. However,
it was her first time flying, and even though someone was carrying her, she was still scared.
What if she fell? Also,
while flying, the inertial force made her instinctively cling to Su Xingqian.
That little bastard.
He clearly did it on purpose.
At the East City Gate, Duanmu Nanxiao's back molars were grinding to dust.
He wished he could savagely beat that little bastard.
Damn it. Definitely on purpose.
Intentionally taking advantage of his little cabbage.
In the distant sky,
that streak of light had long vanished, but Duanmu Nanxiao was still watching, unable to put his mind at ease.
First time flying, it's always like this. All right. You can let go of me now.
Su Xingqian, flying on his sword. Being hugged from behind by a stunning maiden, it would be strange not to be excited. As a normal man, it would be a disaster if he had no reaction.
Fragrant.
Soft.
Very comfortable.
However, this wasn't conducive to flying, and he also knew that Duanmu Ruwashi was very nervous and shy, so he spoke up.
To ease her mind. Mum. Duanmu Ruwashi was indeed incredibly shy.
But she was also afraid of falling.
No choice. So she could only hold on like that.
After hearing Su Xingqian's words, she tried to loosen her grip, then held onto Su Xingqian's clothes with one hand.
Senior Su. What level are you now? After a while, Duanmu Ruwashi had adapted.
Her eyes darted.
She asked curiously, becoming quite gossipy. One couldn't blame her for this. Mainly because Su Xingqian was too extraordinary.
A swordsman with D-tier talent, he actually returned alive and safe from a catastrophe-level dungeon. This in itself was a miracle and a marvel. She was naturally extremely curious.
Level 46. Oh, right, what's your profession and your talent? Su Xingqian replied.
At the same time, he asked about Duanmu Ruwashi's profession and talent.
This was purely out of curiosity. Because,
to help a newbie level up to 20, he could completely carry them through.
Level 46. Wow. Senior Su, you're amazing. You've only been awakened for a few days, and you're already level 46. How many levels are others at?
Oh, by the way, I'm an archer, S rank. When Duanmu Ruwashi heard Su Xingqian was level 46,
she froze.
Her speech became a bit stuttered.
Level 46. That's unbelievable. In her opinion,
even if Su Xingqian returned alive from a cataclysmic level event, his level should be above 20, otherwise, he wouldn't say he could level people up to 20 in 3 days. But he still had D-rank talent, after all. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Xingqian had reached level 46.
That's incredibly defying.
You see, many prodigy professionals don't even reach level 46 in several months or even a year or two.
But Su Xingqian,
he reached level 46 in just a few days.
All right. Team up. You should level up a bit first. Soon. The two arrived at the wilderness area known as Barren Outskirts No. 4.
This place is quite far from the city, and the monsters are dense, making it a good spot for leveling up and farming gold. Currently, Duanmu Ruwashi is still just a basic level 1, so she needs to gain some levels first.
Level 20, that's easy.
Okay. Senior Su, I'll transfer the money to you.
Add the number. Duanmu Ruwashi nodded. Ready to team up.
And also to transfer gold coins to Su Xingqian. The prerequisite for a transaction is to add each other as friends.
Su Xingqian told her his number. Soon, they were in a team.
10,010,000 gold coins were transferred to Su Xingqian's account.
Beep.
Account ending in 6667 received 10,010,000 gold coins.
Please check. It arrived. He was one step closer to activating the invincible ring. He aimed to activate the invincible ring before school started. As for farming red legendaries and golden mythics, those were not within his consideration. Because that was basically impossible. Red equipment. Golden equipment.
They only had a chance to appear in powerful dungeons.
To get gold items in the wilderness.
Even if your ancestral grave smoked, it wouldn't happen.
Unless the sun rose from the west. Let's go. Su Xingqian said.
But he didn't stop flying, he headed straight towards the dense concentration of monsters. Once close to the monsters, he waved one hand, and the true martial brilliance appeared in his grasp, followed by the eruption of Azure Lotus Swordsman.
At this moment,
sword energy raged. Sword light shimmered.
Sword light pierces the rainbow.
Beast after beast fell, without even the slightest chance to resist or defend. And from time to time, powerful sword returns to the origin bursts forth.
EXP plus 10. Gold plus 10. EXP plus 100. EXP plus 10.
In team mode, the gains for 2 players will not be reduced, each person receives what they should. The experience won't be split into several shares just because one monster is hunted. Therefore,
Duanmu Ruwashi's experience rose rapidly.
Completely beyond her imagination.
Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Currently, level 2.
Base combat power X 110%.
Almost instantly.
Duanmu Ruwashi heard her level up notification. After all, with Su Xingqian's attack, several first-tier monsters and one second-tier monster fell, directly leveling her up.
Senior Su. I leveled up. Excited. So excited.
Her first level up, even if she was carried, she was still incredibly excited.
Subconsciously,
she tugged at Su Xingqian's clothes, sharing the joy of leveling up with him.
2 days ago, she went to a dungeon. Didn't level up at all. But now,
with a casual strike from Senior Su, she leveled up.
I see. Su Xingqian smiled. I can see it even if you don't say anything. Because
when she leveled up, a golden light appeared on her body, which is the mark and symbol of leveling up. While speaking, he didn't stop, but continued to fight.
Level 3. Level 4. Level 5. Level 13. Level 14. Level 15.
Experience rose rapidly.
Level sword.
Time passed minute by minute, and the sky gradually darkened.
He looked at the sky. Su Xingqian stopped fighting. Unfortunately.
If it had been 2 hours earlier, Su Xingqian could have taken Duanmu Ruwashi straight to level 20 in one go, and that would have been that.
But now it's getting late. Duanmu Ruwashi was only level 15. Clearly,
there was no need to fight anymore today.
Junior sister Duanmu. Are you going home or staying overnight in the wild? If you're going home, I'll take you to within the city gates now. Su Xingqian glanced at Duanmu Ruwashi. He asked. He only just realized now. Duanmu Ruwashi's attire and getup didn't look like she was ready for battle at all. JK uniform. White stockings.
Small leather shoes. She must have been out for a spring excursion.
Senior. Are you planning to stay overnight in the wild? Duanmu Ruwashi was very surprised after hearing Su Xingqian's words. Could it be? You weren't planning to return to the city? Initially, I wasn't planning to return to the city. I was going to stay in the wild for a while. If you want to go back, I'll take you back now.
You're level 15 now, you can easily reach level 20 tomorrow, and you can also train yourself in combat, improve your skills and flight abilities.
Think about it. Su Xingqian replied. Originally, he had no intention of returning to the city.
Instead, he planned to stay in the wilderness for a while, mainly because he was too lazy to run back and forth, which would waste time.
Is it safe? Duanmu Ruwashi's eyes darted around. She was overjoyed. Clearly. She wanted to stay overnight in the wild. It sounded fresh and exciting. She was just worried about safety. It's safe. Su Xingqian nodded. Safety was not an issue. Then I won't go back today. And I brought my daily necessities. Duanmu Ruwashi said happily after Su Xingqian confirmed it was safe.
She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small.
Where was it small? She extended her right hand and twisted it. Behold! A dark blue bracelet appeared on her wrist, looking ancient and mysterious. A spatial treasure? Su Xingqian asked.
His tone was very calm.
Mum. Duanmu Ruwashi nodded. Sigh. Don't show your wealth. Your parents and teachers should have taught you that. Su Xingqian frowned. He was a little speechless. How did this pretty girl live? Even a silly sweet girl would be more sensible than her. No matter what, he was a stranger to her, yet she showed him treasures without any hesitation. Space treasures are too precious, too precious. Only he, Su Xingqian. If it were anyone else, they would definitely have bad intentions. In that case, are you sure you can be safe? Especially since you're also a pretty girl. At this moment, Duanmu Ruwashi's impression in his mind was, silly sweet, hothouse flower, rich young lady. They did. Senior, do you think I'm a hothouse flower? He. Let me tell you, I'm born with the ability to discern people's hearts. I can tell at a glance who has ill intentions towards me, and also who is good to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't spend the night in the wild. Duanmu Ruwashi saw Su Xingqian's expression. She giggled. Subsequently, chattering away. I see. However, you still need to be cautious. Human hearts are unpredictable. Su Xingqian suddenly understood. No wonder. Her father felt so at ease letting her team up with him to level up. So she wasn't an innocent hothouse flower after all, but rather someone who could discern hearts and knew he had no ill intentions towards her. Got it. Duanmu Ruwashi hummed. Replying. Wilderness survival skills, these were what she learned in high school for 3 years. Su Xingqian flew with his sword. Found a cave. The cave was not large. Only about a dozen square meters. Fortunately, it was dry inside and suitable for settling down. Entering the cave, Su Xingqian made a simple camouflage for the entrance. In the wilderness, a cave is the best place to settle. Ranking first. First time living in the wild. So exciting. Duanmu Ruwashi curiously surveyed the cave. Next. Then began to tidy up. Seeing Duanmu Ruwashi tidy up the cave, his impression of her instantly improved greatly. She wasn't a hothouse flower after all. A moment later, the cave was neatly organized. I'll do it myself. Su Xingqian saw that Duanmu Ruwashi was about to make his bed. Her bracelet. It was a spatial treasure filled with countless daily necessities. According to her, the supplies inside would last a single person for more than 10 years without expiring. You have a spatial treasure too? Seeing Su Xingqian pull out a sleeping mat, blanket, and quilt from thin air, she was rather shocked. You see, her bracelet was a family heirloom. And Su Xingqian? No background. No backer. His talent was only a D-rank swordsman, completely unrelated to spatial treasures. But now. Yet, she saw him take out many things. This clearly meant he had a spatial treasure. A hidden class. Su Xingqian said. He said it vaguely. No wonder. This hidden class must be even stronger than S rank. When Duanmu Ruwashi heard this, she was stunned.
Then she sighed in admiration. No wonder Su Xingqian, with his D-rank talent, dared to enter a cataclysm-level dungeon and even came back alive, reaching level 46. It turned out he had a hidden class. Although she didn't know what this hidden class was. It must be incredibly powerful. Perhaps even more amazing than an S rank. Not bad. Did you bring anything to eat? I have some provisions here. As Su Xingqian spoke, bread, snacks, juice, and fruits appeared in his hands. He didn't want to dwell on the topic of talents. After all, it concerned his secrets and trump cards. We bought the same things. Then thank you. Duan Muruwashi sat across from Su Xingqian. She took the food he offered. Then, she laid out a picnic blanket. Placing the food and juice on it, the two of them looked as if they were on a picnic outing. Chapter 82, Daring to Flaunt One's Paltry Skill Before the Grandmaster? Jiang City, Heaven on Earth Club, Emperor Suite. After finishing their meal, they tidied up simply and took out bottled water to wash up. Go to sleep early. Wake up earlier tomorrow, so you can reach level 20 by the morning. I should be able to send you back around noon. Su Xingqian returned to his bunk. Took off his outer clothes. Prepared for sleep. Senior. Wasn't it 3 days? Duan Muruwashi's eyes flickered, revealing a sly smile. Thinking to herself, so eager to send me back? In fact, even ordinary silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed. She felt a little doubtful about her charm. Isn't it nice to hunt monsters with a beautiful girl? Level 20 within 3 days. Su Xingqian said. Opened the virtual screen. Today. Hunted 3,201 monsters. Gained 761,200 gold coins. Gained 32,010 attributes. Gained approximately 40,000 experience negligible. He had a plan in mind. Tomorrow morning, after Duan Muruwashi reaches level 20, he'll go to the furthest place to hunt tier 2 or tier 3 monsters. This way, he can gain both experience and gold coins, as well as attributes. Although he had to control his level, he couldn't let it get too low. Keeping it at level 49 should be fine. After reviewing the virtual screen, then closed it. He lay down and immediately fell asleep. Senior. Is it really safe like this? Time flowed by minute by minute. Duan Muruwashi was very nervous, yet also felt thrilled. Because it was her first time spending the night in the wild. But she was always worried about safety. So, she asked Su Xingqian. Just look at the cave entrance and you'll know. Su Xingqian, half asleep, half awake, answered in a muffled voice. Duan Muruwashi heard Su Xingqian's words. She paused. Look at what? Nervousness. Worry. Fear. There was also curiosity inside her. After a moment of hesitation, she carefully got up and walked towards the cave entrance, as if there were ghosts outside. Ah. That's a dragon. Duan Muruwashi reached the cave entrance. She quietly peered out. Her heart pounded. She was afraid of seeing something terrifying. When she saw the area not far outside the cave entrance, her entire body trembled, and for a split second her heart even stopped, because she truly saw a terrifying presence. Behold! A massive dragon was coiled up in that spot. Yes. It was a dragon. Oh my God. She never thought dragons were real. The moment she saw the dragon, it lifted its head, its huge eyes looking at her, but after just one glance, it lowered its head again and went back to sleep, completely ignoring her. Senior. Is that dragon yours? Duan Muruwashi wasn't foolish. On the contrary, she was incredibly intelligent. The senior telling her to look outside the cave meant he knew everything outside. Which meant he knew about the dragon's existence. So, this dragon must belong to the senior. But she still couldn't believe it.
Because it was simply too incredible, too shocking. She needed to hear the senior admitted himself to believe it. Stop making noise, go to sleep. Su Xingqian was a bit annoyed. Because he wanted to sleep. But this junior insisted on talking to him. All right. Duanmu Ruwashi heard Su Xingqian's words. He admitted it. Her heart was shocked and awed. And also curious. A dragon. How could the senior have a dragon? Where did it come from? How powerful was this dragon? She had many curious questions she wanted to ask the senior, but he clearly wanted to sleep and was getting impatient. No wonder the senior said it was safe. With a powerful dragon guarding outside, how could it not be safe? Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, the senior's steady breathing was heard again. Clearly, he had fallen fast asleep. Duanmu Ruwashi cautiously returned to her own bed. Finally, she didn't have to be afraid and could sleep soundly. Because there was a powerful dragon guarding outside. However, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She wondered how the senior could have a dragon. A senior with D-rank talent. Giving off a mysterious vibe. Very strong. Very strong. Truly powerful. Before him, even S-rank talents paled in comparison, simply unable to be mentioned in the same breath. The next day, Su Xingqian woke up. Opened his eyes. Got dressed. He was about to go out to wash up and call Duanmu Ruwashi. When he arrived at Duanmu Ruwashi's bed, his eyes went wide because the thin quilt covering her had been kicked off, and the top two buttons of her small shirt were undone. Half of her full bosom was exposed. Her short skirt was almost rolled up to her waist. Her long, beautiful legs were straight. Extremely alluring. Yet, her sleeping posture was very ungraceful. This scene. How could Su Xingqian resist? Fortunately, it was him. If it had been another man, they would definitely have laid hands on her. Gulp. He swallowed. He still managed to calm down. It seemed his impression of her yesterday was wrong. She wasn't much different from a hothouse flower. Duanmu Ruwashi. Time to get up. Su Xingqian called out. After calling, he walked towards the mouth of the cave, unable to stay, lest this girl be shy. Can I sleep a little longer? With a nasal tone. Pleading. Lazy. She was still dreaming just now, having tossed and turned unable to sleep last night. Until now. Still thinking she was at home, she answered flirtatiously. She quickly realized something was wrong. This wasn't mom and dad's voice. Subconsciously, she woke up. She sat up abruptly, her hazy eyes looking around in a daze, then blinked. It took her a while to realize she was in the wilderness, not at home. Ah! Suddenly, she noticed her buttons and pleated skirt. And her current appearance. She gasped. But she covered her mouth with her small hand, afraid to make a sound. It's over. It's over. Her senior must have seen her in decent state just now. Oh my God. Of course, she knew she had caused this herself. She quickly got up. She tidied her pleated skirt and small shirt. She was about to change. But she was afraid Su Xingqian would suddenly return, so she can only wait until later to greet her senior before changing. After sleeping for a night, her clothes were all wrinkled and looked awful, so she had to change them. Senior. Wait a moment before coming in, I need to change. She walked out of the cave. She saw Su Xingqian washing up. Duanmu Ruwashi lowered her head. She spoke softly. Her small face. It was crimson, and she didn't know how much her senior had seen. So embarrassing. I'll look around nearby. Su Xingqian hummed in acknowledgement. After washing up. Said. Then he walked further away. Girls were changing clothes, so he had to keep a distance, lest the sister feel uncomfortable.
It was necessary to avoid suspicion.
Seeing Su Xingqian's appearance, Duanmu Ruoshi's eyes sparkled with brilliance.
This senior Su, whether in appearance, character, or strength, was truly admirable. She quickly returned to the cave. From the spatial treasure bracelet, she took out clothes and changed into them.
Normally,
it would take half an hour to change clothes at home.
But now, it took less than a minute.
This speed was unmatched.
Senior, I'm ready.
Having changed her clothes, she walked out of the cave. Seeing Su Xingqian strolling in the distance, Duanmu Ruoshi pursed her lips at the sight. Su Xingqian responded with a sound.
He returned. Coming to the cave entrance, have something to eat, and I can take you back at noon. Senior, can you take me for one more day? I can pay 20 million.
Duanmu Ruoshi, who was originally in a good mood, immediately became unhappy when she heard Su Xingqian wanted to send her back at noon.
Why did he always want to send her back? Was she really that unattractive? I'll send you back tomorrow noon. No changing your mind again.
Su Xingqian originally wanted to refuse. But then he thought of 20 million. He still agreed. With 20 million gold coins, he could activate the invincible ring in a few days. However, he would take her for one more day at most.
After sending her away,
he would work hard for a period, reach level 49 before school starts, and upgrade his skills.
As for equipment, he wasn't considering that who would believe you could find good equipment in the suburbs? Perhaps even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Okay. Hearing Su Xingqian agree,
Duanmu Ruoshi immediately became excited, beaming with joy. She transferred the money to Su Xingqian.
Student Ji Qing Luo, hello. I'm still Teacher Chun from Huaxia University's admissions office. Yushuiwen. Villa number 12.
Ji Qing Luo had just finished breakfast and was about to practice her skills.
Just then, an uninvited guest arrived. Upon seeing this person,
Ji Qing Luo immediately felt a strong aversion. But the visitor smiled, pretending not to notice, and greeted Ji Qing Luo.
Ms. Chen, please, have a seat.
Ji Qing Luo did not invite Chen Xueming into the living room. Instead, she had Chen Xueming sit on a bench in the villa.
Accompanying Chen Xueming was another teacher. Student Ji Qing Luo. I believe you already know the purpose of my visit. I sincerely invite you to join our Huaxia University.
You must be aware of Huaxia University's strength, so I don't need to elaborate. The condition you mentioned earlier, I specifically applied to the school for it, and it was approved. However, he can only enter Huaxia University and cannot enjoy additional benefits or treatment.
Chen Xueming cleared his throat.
He spoke.
The purpose of his words was naturally to do Ji Qing Luo a favor. Once at Huaxia University, she would owe him a favor. After speaking, he then waited for Ji Qing Luo's reply. In his opinion,
he had already agreed to let Su Xingqian, who had a D-level talent, enter Huaxia University.
Surely now she should be grateful. She would definitely agree immediately in excitement and sign with Huaxia University. After all, Huaxia University's strength is recognized worldwide, after all. I'm sorry, Ms. Chen. I cannot join Huaxia University. Ji Qing Luo smiled. This person. How thick-skinned.
It was obvious that after seeing her and her brother return from a cataclysmic level dungeon, he was pressured by Huaxia University to come and ask her to join again. Yet, he pretended to be acting for her own good.
He might even expect her to thank him. But then, he still belittled Su Xingqian, saying that although Su Xingqian could go to Huaxia University, he couldn't enjoy extra benefits.
This made her angry.
Okay. What do I mean? Chen Xueming didn't react immediately. Ji Qing Luo thought I had agreed. But after realizing it, She was stunned. Very confused. Didn't I agree to let Su Xingqian go to Huaxia University? We've already signed with Jiangnan University. Ji Qingluo replied. Too lazy to beat around the bush with the teachers from Huaxia University. Signed with Jiangnan University? A step too late. Chen Xueming heard this. Felt all his strength leave him. What to do? Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian have both signed with Jiangnan University. How will he explain this to the school? Jiangnan University's reaction was really fast. He was a step too late. Ms. Chen. Even if we hadn't signed with Jiangnan University, we still wouldn't go to Huaxia University. Ji Qingluo said. A smile on her face. Hiss. Sizzle. The deepest part of the outskirts. There were basically no Tier 1 beasts here, only Tier 2 and Tier 3. Even Tier 2 and 3. They were still nothing in front of Su Xingqian. Qinglian Sword Song. Myriad swords returning to origin. Sword control art. Continuously harvested the demon beasts, which fell one after another. Experience. Gold coins. Attributes. Constantly increasing, and even a few ordinary equipment items dropped. He naturally didn't care for ordinary equipment, not to mention ordinary equipment, even orange and red ones didn't pique his interest. After all, his whole body was adorned with red and gold items. Killed a Tier 3 demon beast, ironclad boar. Experience plus 1,000,200%. Gold plus 3,000. Drop, Cloudfall Bow red 1. At this moment, Duanmu Ruoshi, also in battle, heard the prompt. Was immediately stunned. Immediately after, excitement showed on his face. Today, she wasn't just following Su Xingqian, she also started participating in battles, which helped improve her skills, and she now had a full set of common equipment on her. So her combat power had significantly increased. Wow! At this moment, she couldn't hold back her excitement any longer and cheered happily. This third-tier monster. She didn't kill it, but in team mode, she also gained benefits. Weapon. Bow. This was a marksman's weapon. And it was red. How could she not be excited? Weapon or armor? Su Xingqian asked. Getting gear. A pillar of light appeared, a red pillar of light, indicating a red legendary item. The equipment was distributed to Duanmu Ruoshi. So, this meant it was equipment suitable for Duanmu Ruoshi, a marksman. For S equipment, only weapons and armor are differentiated, other equipment slots are universal. So, this should be either a weapon or armor. Senior student. It's a red legendary weapon. That's great. Duanmu Ruoshi jumped up in excitement. She looked incredibly lively. Youthful and charming, full of vitality. Put on the equipment first. Su Xingqian said. The battle continued. It didn't stop. Time. It was all about gold coins, experience, and attributes. MHM. Duanmu Ruoshi nodded. She checked the equipment. She was completely unconcerned about safety, because with Su Xingqian by her side, there were no safety issues. The reason she was fighting was entirely to improve her skills, not related to her level. Splat. Hiss. Hiss. Su Xingqian stepped on his flying sword. The radiance of true martial arts transformed into sword gleams, soaring through the air. Green Lotus Sword Song. Unleashed streaks of sword chi and sword light. From time to time, 10,000 swords returned to the sect also erupted. Wherever he passed, all the monsters fell. He was like harvesting leeks, without any pressure. Time flowed by minute by minute. Evening. It arrived. The two stopped fighting, preparing to return to the cave where they were staying. Whoosh. 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 Before night fell, Su Xingchen controlled his sword.
They returned to the cave with Duan Muruwashi.
Senior. Which university are you planning to attend? Outside the cave. The two sat on a rock. Resting. Watching the sunset.
Duan Muruwashi's eyes darted about, revealing a hint of mischievousness, and she asked Su Xingchen curiously.
Signed with Jiangnan University. Regarding this, Su Xingchen had nothing to hide. I heard. You have a girlfriend named Ji Qingyan, right?
She went to Huaxia University. Although your apparent talent is only D rank, with your credits, you definitely qualify for Huaxia University, so why aren't you going there?
Duan Muruwashi asked, gossiping. Ever since Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo went to the catastrophe level dungeon, he became famous,
attracting countless people's attention.
She was one of them.
Everyone thought Su Xingchen chose the catastrophe level dungeon after being heartbroken by a breakup, and also to seek attention, while Ji Qingluo was love-struck, and S-rank Linglong, actually following him to her death.
But no one expected
Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo returned alive from the catastrophe-level dungeon.
Duan Muruwashi naturally knew about Su Xingchen's affairs at 9th High. She was very curious. Since he was so extraordinary, why didn't he go to Huaxia University?
If she were Su Xingchen,
she would definitely go to Huaxia University to prove them wrong. Jiangnan University is great, Su Xingchen replied. Very straightforward. Without hesitation. The sky darkened.
Su Xingchen and Duan Muruwashi returned inside the cave. Duan Muruwashi took out dry rations, bottled water, juice, and fruits.
Senior, I got a red tier equipment today. Let's celebrate. On the picnic blanket, there was a spread of food and drinks. He poured 2 glasses of juice. He picked one up for himself and handed the other to Su Xingchen. All right. Congratulations. Su Xingchen smiled and took the juice. The two clinked glasses. Senior, do you have any golden myths? Duan Muruwashi asked. Very curious. Having returned alive from a calamity-level dungeon, he should have golden myths, right?
Although golden myths are very precious and rare. But after all, that was a calamity-level dungeon.
Yes. My weapon and armor are golden myths. Su Xingchen replied. Weapon. It's visible when in use, but there are no obvious features to indicate its quality, so Duan Muruwashi didn't know that Su Xingchen's true martial radiance was golden. Wow. Duan Muruwashi was extremely envious. Golden myths. Senior actually had 2 pieces. And they were a weapon and armor. The two chatted and ate. The atmosphere was good.
After spending the past 2 days together, they had become more familiar with each other, not as strange as before.
Half an hour later, after eating their fill and having a simple wash, they each returned to their beds.
Su Xingchen opened his virtual light screen.
Today, he planned to upgrade his skills. Gold, 1023182000. Attributes, 832710.
Seeing the information on the main panel, a smile appeared on Su Xingchen's face.
The special ring could finally be activated.
My attributes have also reached 830,000. Sword control skill, Tier 2, 38.15%. Azure Lotus Sword Song, Tier 2, 89.11%.
Myriad Swords Returning to Origin, Tier 2, 11.82%. Thunderous Sword Aura, Tier 2, 2.27%.
Swordsmanship Beyond the Abyss, 0%.
These attribute points can raise conventional skills to Tier 3.
What he most wanted to upgrade was Swordsmanship Beyond the Abyss.
This is the ultimate skill. Improve my sword control skill. After checking the information, he began to upgrade.
In order, he would first upgrade sword control. Consumed 61850 attribute points, sword control upgraded to tier 3 0.00%.
Flight speed plus 400%. Number of controlled swords plus 4. Upgrading from tier 2 to tier 3. Requires 100,000 attributes. However, during battle, it increased to 38.15%, saving 38,000 attributes. Sword control reached tier 3. Flight speed plus 400%. Number of controlled swords plus 4, allowing him to control 4 longswords simultaneously. At this rate, what's the difference from 10,000 sword return to origin? The only difference is that 10,000 sword return to origin has a cooldown, while sword control has no cooldown and allows infinite attacks. Upgrade Green Lotus Sword Song. Continue to upgrade. Now it's Green Lotus Sword Song's turn. In battle, Green Lotus Sword Song was used the most. Consumed 10890 attribute points, Green Lotus Sword Song upgraded to tier 3 0.00%. Green Lotus Sword Song damage increased by 40%. Used the most. So it leveled up the fastest during battle. Now upgraded to tier 3. Only used a little over 10,000 attribute points. Consumed 88180 attributes, 10,000 sword return to origin upgraded to tier 3 0.00%. 10,000 sword return to origin damage increased by 400%. Attack range is 500 times 500. Cooldown, 170 seconds. This 10,000 sword return to origin is the ultimate skill among conventional skills, similar to area attacks and sword formations. Its power is also super terrifying. However, when the monster density isn't high enough, 10,000 sword return to origin is essentially useless. Consumed 98730 attribute points, Thundersword Aura upgraded to tier 3 0.00%. Thunderbolt Sword Aura defense increased by 400%. His attack was too strong, killing everything in his path. Therefore, the demonic beasts had no chance to resist, let alone attack him. This passive skill will take much longer to level up. Though rarely used, it must be upgraded, as it's for self-preservation after all. Some things, you might not use them, but you must have them, and Thunder Sword Aura is one such thing. Whoosh! He took a deep breath. The critical moment has arrived. Upgrade Sword Dao Overlook. He wanted to know what changes Sword Dao Overlook would undergo after upgrading, as it was a divine tier skill. Upgrade Sword Dao Overlook. Divine Thought. Communicated with the system, asking it to upgrade Sword Dao Overlook. Consuming 100,000 attributes, Sword Dao Overlook has been upgraded to Divine plus 10.00%. Name, Sword Dao Overlook. Category, Cultivation Technique. Tier, Divine plus 1. Affix, Rainbow. Combat Power, 100,000. Function, Supreme Sword Dao Attack. During battle, shout, Sword Dao Overlook, accompany me, and it will unleash 20 times the Sword Dao power cooldown, 1,500 seconds. Upgrading Sword Dao Overlook started with a whopping 100,000 attribute points. However, after Sword Dao Overlook was upgraded, it has now reached Divine plus 1. Although it consumed 100,000 attribute points, this Sword Dao Overlook was far more terrifying than before. Combat Power directly plus 100,000. During battle, shout, Sword Dao Overlook, accompany me, and it will unleash 20 times the Sword Dao power, with the cooldown significantly reduced. Worth it. It was totally worth it. Skills, all fully upgraded. All regular skills are now tier 3, and even 10,000 swords return to origin is tier 3. Sword Dao Overlook. Divine plus 1. He wanted to continue upgrading, but he didn't have enough attribute points. Entered the special ring panel. Invincible ring meets activation requirements. Activate? The prompt appeared. The activation conditions have been met. Activate. What's there to hesitate and consider? Grind for gold. Isn't it just to activate the special ring? Invincible ring successfully activated. Name, Invincible ring. Combat power, 1000. Tier, unique. Affix, gold mythic. Attribute, active temporarily boosts overall combat power by 10 times during battle duration 100 seconds, cooldown 1800 seconds, ignores all damage and attacks duration 100 seconds, cooldown 1800 seconds. Note, Resurrection Ring activation requires 0.1 billion gold coins. After activating the Invincible Ring, Su Xingqian checked its attributes. His expression changed dramatically. The invincible ring he had longed for was actually terrifying to this extent. In other words, within 100 seconds, his overall combat power would increase tenfold, and he would ignore all damage and attacks. This is indeed close to invincibility. When combat power is low, it doesn't feel like much. But if combat power becomes high, how terrifying would 10 times that combat power be? Unimaginable. This 100 million. It was well spent. In fact, several special rings are incredibly powerful. Resurrection Ring. The next one to activate will be the Resurrection Ring. Seeing that the next ring to be activated was the Resurrection Ring, Su Xingqian's mind trembled. Resurrection Ring. Anyone who has played games knows about it. Even those who haven't played games, just from the name, can tell how incredibly powerful this Resurrection Ring is. Just that. Activating the Resurrection Ring requires 1 billion gold coins. Effort. Effort. Work hard and earn money. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D rank. Profession, Swordsman minor attainment. Level 4679.66%. Bonds, none. Wealth, 2,318,200. Combat power, 317,932. Attributes, 437,060. Active skills, Sword Control Tier 3, 0%, Azure Lotus Sword Song Tier 3, 0%, 10,000 Swords Returning to 1 Tier 3, 0%, Sword Dao Abyssal Divine +1, 0%. Passive skills, Thunder Sword Aura Tier 3, 0%. Main panel. It looks so much better now. Originally, the combat power was only 130,000. Now it has become 310,000. Mainly, Sword Dao Abyssal increased the combat power by 180,000. Level up. Activate. After everything was settled, Su Xingqian closed the virtual screen. He lay down on the bed and started to sleep. This cave. It's not big. Only a dozen square meters. Two people definitely couldn't sleep together, so the two beds occupied a large area, meaning their beds were almost next to each other. Duan Muruwashi was ready to chat with Su Xingqian. But seeing that Su Xingqian was about to sleep, clearly, he didn't want to chat. No choice. So she had no choice but to prepare for sleep too. The next day. Morning. Su Xingqian and Duan Muruwashi got up, ate a simple meal after washing up, and then flew off into the distance on their swords. You should still improve your skills. I'll raise your level. Flying on his sword. Duan Muruwashi stood behind him. Duan Muruwashi. Her mood was a bit low. Because every second that passed brought her 1 second closer to going home. Her senior was going to send her back to the city. Roar! Roar! Soon, Su Xingqian and Duan Muruwashi arrived at the deepest part of Suburb 4, which was a mountainous area filled with countless demonic beasts, all of which were Tier 2 and Tier 3, making it the fastest place to farm gold and experience. After arriving here, Su Xingqian summoned the true dragon. At this moment, its cry echoed through the heavens. The dragon's might was unparalleled. All the demonic beasts trembled, prostrating on the ground, daring not to move, and were then crushed by the destructive dragon's might.
In front of the true dragon with 999,999 combat power, the tier 2 and 3 demonic beasts were instantly pulverized.
EXP plus 100. Gold plus 1000. Experience plus 1000. Attribute plus 10. Attribute plus 10. Sushingshin's experience, gold, and attributes continuously increased. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, level 47.
Base combat power x 110%. A short while later, a golden light appeared around Sushingshin, resembling a golden dragon, but it flashed and vanished, finally merging with Sushingshin. Now his level had increased.
Reach level 47. Base combat power increased by 110%. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Currently, level 27.
Base combat power x 110%.
Meanwhile, Duanmuruwashi, who was nearby, also leveled up. The experience she needed to level up was far less than Sushingshin's. Now Sushingshin needed several million experience points to level up once. And Duanmuruwashi?
She only needed tens of thousands of experience points.
Oh my god. Senior, your dragon is so powerful. Duanmuruwashi was extremely shocked. She knew the dragon was powerful, but she didn't expect it to be this powerful. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. It's alright. Sushingshin smiled.
999,999 combat power.
It must be powerful. However,
now, with 310,000 combat power, if he used his ultimate move, he wouldn't be weaker than the true dragon, perhaps even stronger.
Boom! Hiss! The true dragon crushed and annihilated the demonic beasts. Sushingshin didn't rest either.
Firstly, to increase the speed of hunting demonic beasts, and secondly, to improve his own skills.
Killing two birds with one stone.
This way, he grew faster.
Time. Minutes and seconds passed. Noon arrived. Duanmuruwashi. Her level reached 33.
She was quite lucky today, even acquiring another red tier and an orange tier equipment, along with several blue tier and white tier equipment, but her mood wasn't great.
Should we eat something first and then I'll take you back? Or will you go back to eat by yourself? Sushingshin asked. His gaze turned to Duanmuruwashi, waiting for her choice. After all,
he had earned 30 million gold coins from her.
I'll go back to eat. Senior, please take me back. Duanmuruwashi replied. Her mood was very low. Her sexy little pout made her look pitiful. All right. Let's go. Sushingshin nodded. He wielded his sword. Flying towards the city with Duanmuruwashi, the speed of sword control technique had doubled after reaching the third stage. It only took 10 minutes to arrive at the East City Gate.
Duanmuruwashi had already messaged her family.
Therefore, Duanmu Nanxiao was already waiting here. His beloved daughter.
They had been separated for 2 days, and he missed her terribly. And she was even adventuring in the wilderness with some yellow-haired punk. This made him very uncomfortable. But then again, this yellow-haired punk was so handsome. Sushingshin. Naturally, he didn't know that in Duanmu Nanxiao's eyes, he was just a yellow-haired punk. Dad. From a distance. Seeing her father. Duanmuruwashi called out happily. This was the first time she had been away from home for so long. How is it? Duanmu Nanxiao sought his beloved daughter. He was also very happy. But he concealed it well. His gaze. He scrutinized his daughter, checking for injuries or if she had been bullied. After a thorough look, he was pleased her level had increased, and she was unharmed, perfectly fine. Dad, I'm doing great. Thanks to Senior Su this time. I got 2 red tier items. Duanmuruwashi answered happily. Oh.
Hearing his beloved daughter's words, Duanmu Nanxiao was also startled. He let out an "oh."
His voice carried a hint of surprise.
Red tier equipment.
He hadn't expected his daughter to get 2 red tier items in just 2 days. It exceeded his expectations and felt incredible.
When did the drop rate get so high? This isn't logical. Junior Duanmu. Uncle. I'll be going now.
Su Xingchen saw the father and daughter reunited and didn't want to spoil the moment by staying. He politely bid farewell.
Then,
he flew on his sword towards the outskirts.
Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh.
The sword transformed into a stream of azure light, incredibly cool. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the horizon.
Duanmu Ruwashi's gaze lingered for a long time. What's wrong? You like him? Duanmu Nanxiao saw everything in his daughter's eyes.
He asked with a touch of jealousy.
He sighed inwardly.
My own little cabbage was still rooted out by a pig. Although it hadn't reached that point yet.
However, Xia Beikai's expression just now made him understand. Ah. Not yet. Who likes him?
Duanmu Ruwashi heard Duanmu Nanxiao's words. She reacted. Her little face immediately flushed crimson.
Ha. Do you think your dad is blind?
Duanmu Nanxiao was speechless. His little cotton padded jacket
was about to be snatched away. Dad. Please sign me up. Duanmu Ruwashi said to Duanmu Nanxiao. Which university? Duanmu Nanxiao asked. Decided so quickly? However, with the status of the Duanmu family, she could get into any university she wanted.
Not to mention, his own daughter had S-rank talent.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Stepping on the exotic flame azure frost, he flew towards the depths of the desolate wilderness. Upon entering the depths, Su Xingchen began to fight. It was as if he was going to take root here. Fighting during the day. Sleeping in a cave at night. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days.
Unconsciously, 22 days passed.
During these 22 days, Su Xingchen never stopped, except for resting at night. Gold coins. Experience. Attributes. He was raking it in. Gold coins, 61,208,200.
Attributes, 2.01 million. Level, 49.76%.
Sword control skill, 3rd order 83.14%. Azure Lotus Sword Song, Tier 3 94.81%.
Myriad Swords Returning to the Origin, Tier 3 66.14%. Thunder Sword Aura, Tier 3 37.39%. As for Sword Dao Ling Yuan,
he hasn't used it. Time to head back. In the evening,
Su Xingchen flew with his sword towards the city gate. Although he had been fighting in the wilderness for over 20 days, there was no trace of fatigue on his face. Instead, he looked energetic.
Back in the city,
he took a bus and soon returned to his rented apartment.
Took a shower. Changed clothes. Laid down on the bed to rest. Next, opened the virtual screen.
There were unread messages.
Ji Qingluo, Gij, let's meet at the airport tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
It was a message from Ji Qingluo, asking him to meet at the airport tomorrow at 8.
Because tomorrow was the day to report to Jiangnan University. He had been in the wilderness for a while.
But Ji Qingluo had been messaging him and chatting from time to time. They kept in touch regularly.
Su Xingchen, okay, got it, see you tomorrow. He replied to the message. In his heart, anticipation grew. Finally, he could go to university. Finally. Time to say goodbye to this place. He had transmigrated here. It had been 18 years, right?
For these 18 years, before activating the system, he had lived in vain. He felt a bit like a disgrace to the transmigration profession.
But then again,
he had a beautiful twin sister girlfriend, and although she left after awakening, which meant they broke up, in any case, the time they spent together was good.
Moreover, even if Ji Qingyan left, Ji Qingluo was still by his side. After activating the system, his own peak era had begun. University. It was the beginning of his peak era. How could he not be happy?
Now he understood one thing.
Transmigration. Rebirth. Both come with benefits, it's just a matter of sooner or later. The next day, early in the morning, Su Xingchen got up and, after washing, checked out of the hotel. No longer renewing the lease. Leaving. He bought breakfast by the roadside and ate it as he walked. Perhaps he would never return to this place in the future. He felt no attachment to it, nor was there anything worth being attached to. He took the bus. He arrived at Jiangcheng Airport. Brother. Over here. Upon reaching the airport entrance, he saw a stunningly beautiful lowly-esque girl, happily waving her small hand at him, her joy indescribable. In the morning glow, she looked even more exquisite, drawing many people's gazes. Moreover, these 2 days were when all professionals nationwide returned to school. It was also the day for new students to report to their schools. So the airport was bustling with people coming and going. Seeing such a beautiful girl as Ji Qingluo, people couldn't help but steal extra glances. You came so early? Su Xingchen walked up to Ji Qingluo and said. During this period, he had been in the wilderness. He hadn't met the little troublemaker. Seeing the little troublemaker again, she was even prettier. Excited. Couldn't sleep. Ji Qingluo smiled radiantly. Her fair, delicate hand took Su Xingchen's hand, and the two walked into the airport. What level are you? Su Xingchen asked. He knew. Although Ji Qingluo hadn't been to dungeons during this time, she had gained experience in the wilderness. I'm level 47. Brother, and you? She answered obediently. Then asked back. Curious in her heart, wondering what level her brother was. Level 49. Su Xingchen replied. 2 levels higher than Ji Qingluo. Normal. After all, he hadn't stopped in the wilderness during this period, all to farm gold coins and stats, so his experience naturally increased. Being a higher level than Ji Qingluo was completely normal. Brother, you level up too fast. Ji Qingluo was surprised. Don't just look at the 2-level difference. However, these 2 levels require 17 million experience points, because Su Xingchen is currently above level 41, and each level up needs at least 2 million experience points. Level 40 to 41 requires 2 million. Level 41 to 42 requires 3 million. Level 42 to 43 requires 4 million. Level 43 to 44 requires 5 million. The further you go, the experience needed to level up increases, gradually becoming terrifying. Waited for half an hour. Boarded the plane. An hour later, the plane landed at Jiangnan Provincial City Airport. Now, between cities, there are no coaches or buses, because outside the cities there are monsters and unknown threats everywhere. Therefore, airplanes are the only means of long-distance transportation. Welcome to Jiangnan University. Airport exit. There are huge banners. Of course. Besides Jiangnan University, there were banners from other universities, all there to pick up new students at the airport. Senior sister. Senior brother. We are freshmen at Jiangnan University. Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen. The two arrived at Jiangnan University's freshman welcoming and pickup area. Welcome, junior students. Please wait a moment to register, then wait a bit longer. We'll take you to the university once more people arrive. Zhang Yusen was a student from the year before last at Jiangnan University.
This time, she was in charge of the airport's freshman welcome and pickup.
Accompanying her
were 4 boys and 4 girls. Upon seeing Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian, their eyes couldn't help but light up, because Ji Qingluo was incredibly beautiful, and Su Xingqian was incredibly handsome, making them impossible to ignore.
Okay, senior sister. Ji Qingluo answered obediently. Next. A simple registration.
Then Su Xingqian also did a simple registration.
After the two registered,
Jiang Yusin made a mark on the folder in her hand. On the folder was the list of students to be picked up.
You're also from Jiangchang. Seeing their information, Jiang Yusin's face showed a happy smile.
Yes. My brother and I are students from Jiangchang No. 9 High School.
Ji Qingluo was the most outgoing.
I also graduated from No. 9 High School.
Jiang Yusin became even happier. After all,
these were her junior schoolmates from Jiangchang No. 9 High School. Don't think that Jiangnan University couldn't compare to the 4 renowned universities and 9 top academies, but no matter what, Jiangnan University was still a first-class university. Its strength was not much worse than the 9 top academies. It admitted 3,000 students annually. 3,000 people seemed like a lot. But these students came from all over the country. Those who could come to Jiangnan University were all highly talented individuals. This year, it was her first time meeting someone from Jiangchang No. 9 High School.
After about half an hour, another dozen or so freshmen arrived. Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo, along with these freshmen, took Jiangnan University's dedicated bus, leaving the airport and heading towards Jiangnan University. On the bus, a senior student explained and introduced Jiangnan University to the freshmen. Jiangnan University admits 3,000 students annually, with an admission credit score line of 200. Dear junior students, we have arrived at Jiangnan University. Our school's admissions generally occur in 2 ways, credit scores and special recruitment. If anyone hasn't had their credit scores evaluated, you can come with me to the scoring center. To facilitate enrollment procedures and future optimized teaching, it's still necessary to register your credit scores. Arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan University, banners were hung at the school gate. A strong sense of freshman welcoming ceremony. After getting out of the car, Lan Yubing spoke to a dozen new students. This is for special recruits. Senior sister Lan. My brother and I haven't been scored yet. Ji Qingluo spoke up. Hearing her say this, the dozen new students and Lan Yubing looked over, their eyes filled with envy. Clearly, these were special recruits. To be specially recruited, they must be S-class or A-class. Or rare B-class rare professions. No matter which one, they were definitely exceptional talents. All right. Follow me. Lan Yubing nodded. At the same time, she asked the other new students to wait aside, as the scoring center was not far from the school gate. Soon, the 3 then arrived at the scoring center. There weren't many people at the scoring center. Mentor Lu. These 2 junior students haven't had their scores evaluated yet. Could you please test their scores for them? Lan Yubing said to a middle-aged male mentor. You just need to pass through here. Mentor Lu nodded. He pointed to a light screen not far away. He said, this situation was similar to awakening a talent. As long as one passed through here, their information would be detected, and then a score would be given. Ji Qingluo walked to the light screen. She walked through it. Beep. Ji Qingluo's information was scanned. At the same time, her score was also listed. Name, Ji Qingluo. Age, 18. Talent, 100 points. Level, 100 points. Dungeon, 100 points. Combat power, 100 points. Total score, 400 points. On the LED screen next to the light screen, Ji Qingluo's academic credit information unfolded,
coming into Lan Yubing and instructor Lu's view. Seeing these credits, both of them were instantly stunned.
Perfect score! Perfect score! Lan Yubing and instructor Lu exclaimed. Mainly due to extreme shock. They never thought someone's academic credits could be a perfect score.
In the history of Jiangnan University, a perfect score had never appeared, and even across the country, it had only happened a few times.
The last time a perfect score for academic credits appeared was 100 years ago. Beep.
After Ji Qingluo had passed the light screen,
Su Xingchen also walked over. Just then,
his information was scanned.
Name, Su Xingchen. Age, 18. Talent, 20 points. Level, 100 points. Dungeon, 100 points. Combat power, 100 points. Total score, 320 points.
While Lan Yubing and instructor Lu were still in shock, Su Xingchen's academic credit information appeared, unfolding on the LED screen.
320 points.
Which was much lower than Ji Qingluo's.
However,
this 320 points was also super top tier. It was more than enough to get into the top 4 universities. What mainly dragged down his score was his talent.
20 points. It lowered his overall comprehensive score. If it weren't for the talent score, his academic credits would be higher.
Besides, apart from talent, the other 3 items were all perfect scores.
However, he didn't care about academic credits.
Nor did he care about talent anymore.
With a system, talent wasn't that important anyway. 320 academic credits. 3 perfect scores apart from talent.
Lan Yubing and instructor Lu, who were still in shock, discovered that the information on the LED screen had changed.
This information belonged to Su Xingchen. When they saw Su Xingchen's academic credits,
they were shocked once again.
3 perfect scores. If it weren't for his poor talent, this would also be 400 academic credits. S rank. Jiangnan University had seen quite a few. Just this semester alone, 6 S ranks were recruited. However,
but they never expected a perfect score S rank to arrive at their school, nor did they expect that besides this perfect score S rank, there was also a D rank prodigy with 320 credits.
U2. The dungeon trial was catastrophe level?
Lan Yubing found it incredible. Only by passing the catastrophe level
could one have a chance for full credits. However,
but few dared to enter a catastrophe level dungeon, and even fewer returned alive from one. Seeing that both Ji Qingluo and Su Xingchen had full credits for their dungeon scores,
needless to say,
they had been to a catastrophe level dungeon and came out alive safely.
Just luck. Ji Qingluo smiled, answering Lan Yubing. Did both of you enter the catastrophe level together? Instructor Lu asked curiously. Yes. Ji Qingluo nodded in response. I see.
Instructor Lu's gaze shifted from Su Xingchen.
He was still curious. How could this D-rank swordsman
have a perfect score in dungeon credits,
and perfect scores in the other 2 categories as well? Yet his talent was only 20 points.
It made sense now, everything relied on Ji Qingluo.
Su Xingchen simply coasted through. Score detection. Only the light screen knew the detailed information. Other professionals couldn't see it. Even Instructor Lu, who was in charge of the detection, couldn't see the detailed information, which prevented personal information from being spied upon.
Therefore, he didn't know Su Xingchen's combat power. Nor did he know Su Xingchen's level.
Juniors, let's go complete the enrollment procedures. Lan Yubing spoke. Then,
leading Su Xingchen and Ji Qingluo away from the scoring center. Soon, they rejoined the earlier group of new students,
completing the enrollment procedures.
The Han family also had 4th-tier spirit crystals. They would crush it when needed.
Registration. Name, Ji Qingluo. Age, 18 years old. Talent, S. Registration, level 47. Address, Jiang City. Credits, 400 credits. During registration, the information needed to be more detailed, requiring level and credits to be filled in, as this makes class allocation easier and allows for teaching based on actual circumstances. Besides, level and credits are no secret. 400 credits. Full marks. What? Full marks? S rank Linglong. It's actually full marks. This junior is actually full marks with 400 credits. That's incredible. Oh my god, the maximum is 400, and she actually got full marks. Could her dungeon trial have been a catastrophe level? The instructors and senior students handling the admission procedures, upon seeing Ji Qingluo's information, were shocked. Stunned. With expressions of disbelief, their exclamations shocked everyone else as well. Immediately, everyone looked at Ji Qingluo. So beautiful. So extraordinary. Despite their shock, they continued with Ji Qingluo's admission procedures, which were quickly completed. Then it was Su Xingqian's turn. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D. Registration, level 49. Address, Jiang City. Credits, 320. After seeing Su Xingqian's information, the instructors and senior students, who were still in shock, were shocked once again. Their expressions changed constantly. This freshman, Su Xingqian, although not full marks, was almost indistinguishable from full marks. Because, apart from his talent, the other three items were full marks. One more thing. Su Xingqian's level was 2 levels higher than Ji Qingluo's. Level 49. Clearly, he was suppressing his level. Amazing. What else could be said besides amazing? Handling the admission procedures. The freshman who had arrived with Su Xingqian from the airport earlier, their originally arrogant and condescending demeanor, could no longer be maintained. Prodigies of their generation? Compared to Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian, they are simply not on the same level. At the same time, what baffled them was, Ji Qingluo's and Su Xingqian's scores were definitely good enough for Huaxia University, so why did they come to Jiangnan University? With Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian dominating, how were they supposed to get by? Soon. Enrollment procedures completed. Su Xingqian, male dormitories, 1 detached villa. Ji Qingluo, female dormitories, 1 detached villa. This was the treatment for him and her. One was an S-tier prodigy, perfect overall score. One had perfect scores in 3 subjects, highest level. Class assignments will be in 2 days. Please check the communication group for class assignments. Report to your respective classes on the 3rd. Registration done. Finished. Today is the 1st, and reporting to classes isn't until the 3rd. Still don't know which class yet. Because class assignments won't start until the evening of the 2nd. These 2 days. Other freshmen still need to register. Class assignments will only happen after registration ends. Bye-bye. Ji Qingluo waved to Su Xingqian, walking towards the female dormitory area. First, she needed to check out her accommodation. After all, she'd be at Jiangnan University for several years. Settle down first, then everything else. Su Xingqian nodded, walking towards the male dormitory area. Jiangnan University. Very, very large. Its area is rumored to be 20,000 mu, but Jiangnan University doesn't have many students, usually around 10,000, but every single one of these students is a prodigy. The school has a large campus. 1/3 of the area is dormitories. Prodigies get prodigy treatment. Even if there isn't a detached villa, it's still a single-person suite dormitory, the kind with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Dormitory area, no flying. Dormitory area, no walking pets or riding mounts. Arriving at the male dormitory area, Noticed prominent warnings. In red text.
Flying is prohibited in this dormitory area, as are walking pets and riding mounts.
Entering the dormitory area.
Su Xingqian was a little surprised.
Because
he saw many girls here. It seemed that universities in this world were completely different from those in his previous life. There were so many girls in the male dormitory area.
It made sense when he thought about it. Jiangnan University's dormitories weren't like a few people sharing one room, nor were they the crowded multi-story type.
Here, it was a completely normal living area,
symbolically distinguishing between boys and girls. Dating. Being together was normal. Having family members. Also normal.
So, it wasn't surprising to see girls.
Honestly,
the dormitory area environment was very, very good.
After about 10 minutes,
Su Xingqian found Villa 108. It was a 2-story small villa, fully equipped with everything one could need, countless times better than his rented place in Jiangcheng. And there was also a dedicated training room.
In fact, even ordinary silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed. And a pet room. Ji Qingluo, I'm done here, are you? Let's go eat. Chapter 82, Daring to Flaunt One's Paltry Skill Before the Grandmaster?
Jiang City, Heaven on Earth Club, Emperor Suite.
Ji Qingluo sent a message.
Su Xingqian, okay, let's meet at the school gate in 20 minutes. Su Xingqian replied to the message.
Inside the villa, there was a kitchen and a refrigerator. However, he didn't know how to cook, nor did he like to cook. Although he was short on money,
he wasn't so short that he couldn't afford to eat.
2 days later, evening.
After Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo returned from shopping, they each went back to their own villas.
Anticipation.
Because tonight was the day for class assignments.
The results of the class assignments would be sent to their communication numbers. Time passed by second by second. Beep. At about 8:30 p.m. On the virtual light screen, a prompt appeared.
A message had arrived.
Dear student Su Xingqian, welcome to Jiangnan University and congratulations on completing your enrollment procedures. You have been assigned to Class 101. Please add your mentor's communication number, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Wishing you a pleasant life and a bright future, Jiangnan University Teaching Department. It was a message from Jiangnan University.
The class assignments had been completed.
Class 101. Also need to add the instructor's communication number. Universities in this world are different from those in my previous life? Fixed classes. Fixed instructors.
After reviewing the information, Su Xingqian began to add the instructor's communication number.
Instructor Chu? When adding it,
he found that the communication number was already among his contacts.
The other party's named Chu Mengyao. If he remembered correctly, wasn't she the goddess instructor who came to Jiangcheng to recruit him in Qingluo?
He never expected her to become his instructor.
Su Xingqian, hello, Instructor Chu, I'm Su Xingqian from Class 101. Since he had received the notification from Jiangnan University,
he naturally had to contact his instructor, even though the instructor was already in his contacts.
Chu Mengyao, welcome, Su Xingqian. I'll add you to the class group chat.
Chu Mengyao replied.
At the same time. And sent a communication link. Su Xingqian clicked on it.
And entered a group, Jiangnan University Class 101 Contact Group.
The group owner was Chu Mengyao. There was also an administrator named Xia Shui. At this moment, there are already over 30 people in the group. Universities across the country. All classes have the same number of students, uniformly 48. Therefore,
there are still more than a dozen people who haven't joined the group. Or perhaps their instructor hasn't had time to add them.
Zhang Mingming, Bo's Fists. Qin Yinping, Bo's Fists. Zhou Xiaoya, Bo's fists. Jiang Liuli, Bo's fists. Inside the group. No one chatted, they just sent a fist bowing emoji. Su Xingqian didn't send any emojis. He looked at the virtual screen. Lying on the large, soft bed, getting ready to sleep soon. About 5 minutes later. All 48 students. Every single one had joined the group. In total, 48 students, 1 instructor, and 1 teaching assistant. Group owner Chu Mangyao, hello everyone, I am the instructor for class 101. It is an honor to be your instructor. In the coming years, I will accompany you until graduation. I hope all of you will strive forward and become the backbone of our nation. Group owner Chu Mangyao, please report to classroom 101 at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. I am a person who values punctuality, and I do not tolerate early departures or tardiness. After all the students had joined the group, Instructor Chu Mangyao spoke. She briefly introduced herself. At the same time, and also laid down some rules. Hello, instructor. Hello, instructor. Hello, instructor. All the students replied with messages. Greeting Chu Mangyao. This was the first greeting between students and their instructor. Administrator Xia Shui, hello everyone, I am the assistant instructor for class 101. I will assist instructor Chu and help you with your studies in daily life. The administrator also spoke. Assistant instructor. Teaching assistant. Essentially, she is Chu Mangyao's assistant. When Chu Mangyao is away, she will stand in for her. She is also responsible for matters related to the students' studies and daily lives. Hello, Assistant Instructor Xia. Hello, Assistant Instructor Xia. Hello, Assistant Instructor Xia. All the students then greeted the assistant instructor. Mentors and teaching assistants. After exchanging greetings, he said nothing further. After receiving the notification, Su Xingqian closed the virtual light screen and went to sleep. In his heart, he was very much looking forward to reporting tomorrow. University. Finally, he was going to university. Also, he needed to prepare for a level 30 dungeon trial, otherwise, his level would become too high for the current content. The next day, early morning, Su Xingqian woke up, washed up, got dressed. Walking out of the villa, he saw many students leaving, all heading to class. Most of these students were from previous year's intakes, with only a few being freshmen from the current year. Don't ask how he could tell. Their expressions and demeanor and age made it easy to distinguish. The school had a cafeteria. Most students ate in the cafeteria, because of laziness. Who wants to cook when they don't have to? Here. He saw Ji Qingluo at the cafeteria entrance. Earlier, the two had agreed to meet there. Qingluo, which class were you assigned to? Su Xingqian walked up to Ji Qingluo. Then the two walked into the cafeteria together. Along the way, they had a 200% head-turning rate. Many people even bumped into others, walls, and pillars, because Su Xingqian was incredibly handsome and Ji Qingluo was peerlessly beautiful. Class 102. Brother, what about you? Ji Qingluo replied. She then asked in return. This class assignment, he wondered if it was random or intentionally arranged. The two were not assigned to the same class. It was said. This year, Jiangnan University opened 65 freshman classes. Class 101. My mentor is Mentor Chu, who was recruiting a while ago. Su Xingqian said. My mentor is named Morong Qingwu. When are we going to the trial dungeon? The two entered the cafeteria to get food. Chose a quieter table. Eating breakfast and talking. Originally, I thought we'd be in the same class, but we got split up. Still, that doesn't affect anything. We're in the same school, and the school is very free, with no real restrictions. In a few days. Su Xingqian said. Soon. After breakfast,
the two left the cafeteria and walked towards their respective classes.
10 minutes. Su Xingchen found classroom 101. Calling it a classroom. Actually,
Class 101's territory was quite large, with lecturing classrooms, cultivation rooms, and such, covering several acres. I heard our mentor is a goddess.
I've seen Mentor Chu, she's so beautiful. Super goddess, super powerhouse.
If you don't want to die, don't provoke Mentor Chu, she's too powerful.
Hello everyone, my name is Luo Shangjuan, AB rank gunner.
Upon arriving at the classroom, it was very lively inside. Everyone's face was filled with novelty and excitement, and their brows were full of pride. After all, to be able to come to Jiangnan University, they were all favored by heaven.
Senior. Just then,
Su Xingchen heard a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar.
The voice was sweet.
It was familiar because he had heard it before. It was unfamiliar because even though he had heard it, he couldn't remember who it was.
Looking in the direction of the voice,
a stunning girl was waving at him.
Around her,
there were several boys.
It looked like
they were all trying to curry favor. After all, the girl was simply too beautiful.
Duanmu. Ruoshi. Su Xingchen glanced at the girl. He frowned. After thinking for a moment,
he finally remembered Duanmu Ruoshi. He had upgraded her just a while ago, but he had forgotten her after some time passed.
She didn't know what that person wanted to do for her daughter?
He hadn't made an effort to remember, so he subconsciously ignored it.
Senior. You've forgotten me. Seeing Su Xingchen's appearance, Duanmu Ruoshi pouted her small mouth. Very angry.
Good heavens, she never expected that after teaming up with her senior for 2 days and even spending the night in a cave alone, he would actually forget her.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Su Xingchen smiled. No explanation. Only an apology could be offered. Junior Ruoshi, who is he? Yeah, who is he? A classmate from your high school?
The several boys surrounding Duanmu Ruoshi all looked at Su Xingchen with hostility, strong hostility. They even treated him as a strong rival. After all, Su Xingchen and Duanmu Ruoshi knew each other.
My senior. From Jiangchang. Senior, I saved a seat for you here. Duanmu Ruoshi answered simply. Subsequently,
her fair, delicate hand waved,
signaling Su Xingchen to sit in her spot.
Because she had saved him a seat.
Thank you. Su Xingchen did not refuse.
Because there was no need.
He had to sit anyway.
It didn't matter where he sat.
Then he sat down next to Duanmu Ruoshi.
At this moment, Su Xingchen felt the hostility grow even stronger.
The several boys
wished they could tear Su Xingchen apart. But Su Xingchen was completely unconcerned, pretending not to see anything.
Clack clack clack. Clack clack clack. Just then, a crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor rang out.
Soon, a stunning woman walked into the classroom.
Exquisite beauty. A perfect physique.
Slender, beautiful legs. Superb temperament.
A queenly goddess.
All the boys' hearts trembled at the sight.
Good morning, students. I am your instructor. You can call me Instructor Chu. Chu Mengyao walked into the classroom.
Her eyes scanned around, taking a glance at all the students in the classroom.
Subsequently,
opened his mouth to greet them.
Introduced himself again. Good morning, mentor. All the students getting up.
Greeting Chu Mengyao was a matter of etiquette.
The first class of the new semester. Let's start by introducing yourselves. Everyone, get to know each other. You'll need to work together and make progress together in the future.
Chu Mengyao waved her hand.
Signaling the students to sit down, she spoke.
She was the mentor for Class 101.
Here. She was the absolute authority.
In class, they had to follow her rhythm.
Actually,
She was a little unhappy because one of the 2 students she recruited from Jiangcheng was assigned to another class, and that was the S-rank Linglong, who had emerged from a disaster-level dungeon. However, the mentor for Class 2 was her best friend.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Mingming, C-rank Swordsman, level 20. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Wuqiang, B-rank Blade Master, level 21. Hello everyone, my name is Hao Jian, C-rank Lightning Mage, level 16. Hello everyone. My name is Mu Shiyan, a rank Linglong, level 24.
The students in the class stood up one by one to introduce themselves.
Most were B rank and C rank. No D ranks. There were some A ranks as well. Most people's levels were between 15 and 25. After all, this was Jiangnan University, after all. Those who could come here were definitely not ordinary. The ordinary ones went to ordinary universities. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Mingfeng, S-rank Spearman, level 32. Qin Mingfeng
Was the student who was initially circling around Duan Muruwashi.
He looked somewhat handsome. After introducing himself,
He looked at Su Xingchen and provocatively raised his head.
Hello everyone, my name is Duan Muruwashi, S-rank Archer, level 34. Just then, it was Duan Muruwashi's turn. After her self-introduction, she once again made countless students envious.
She's incredibly beautiful. And not only is her talent so good, but her level is also high.
Upon hearing the introduction,
many a talented boys, along with Qin Mingfeng, had their eyes light up.
If they could win over Duan Muruwashi, that would be amazing. She would definitely be the best partner. Talent? She has it. Strength? She has it. Looks? She has them. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Hello everyone, my name is Su Xingchen, a D-rank swordsman, level 49. Su Xingchen stood up, introducing himself.
He felt a bit embarrassed.
Because
he was too outstanding, giving off a smug vibe, but he really wasn't being smug, honestly.
Most of the class was level 15-25.
Only a few had higher levels,
but none exceeded level 34.
And as for him,
level 49. He was also the only one with a D-rank talent. D-rank talent, level 49. Level 49? No mistake? Are you sure it's not level 9? A D-rank talent can get into Jiangnan University? Level 49? Hearing Su Xingchen's introduction,
there was an unconscious wave of disdain.
D-rank talent. But they quickly realized, level 49, are you kidding? Did I mishear, or did you misspeak? For a moment,
the students in the class were all buzzing with discussion, looking at Su Xingchen with a hint of contempt. It's fine if your talent is poor, nobody's laughing at you or disdaining you. But you just had to say level 49 to grab attention.
That's a bit out of line.
Even S-tier prodigies take several months, or even 1 or 2 years if they're slower. As for those with poorer talent, some don't even reach level 49 in several years.
But you reached level 49 just a month after awakening? You're really bold to say that. Level 49.
The 2 S-tiers and 9 A-tiers in the class didn't even dare to claim above level 40.
Haven't you noticed? You can't possibly be stronger than S-rank. My senior was right. He's level 49.
And he came out of a calamity-level dungeon. I was only level 1, and he took me to level 33 in 2 days.
Seeing most students doubt Su Xingchen, some even scorned him. Duan Muruwashi couldn't sit still. So, she stood up and said, "That's incredible. Really level 49. Calamity-level dungeon. Could he be the one from Jiangcheng who survived a calamity-level dungeon a while ago? Amazing, daring to go to a calamity level 1 and coming back alive. Level 49, so strong. This is even stronger than S rank. Hearing Duanmu Ruwashi's words, no one questioned it anymore. After all, Duanmu Ruwashi was S rank. And besides Su Xingchen, she had the highest level. Also, a while ago, news of a student from Jiangcheng returning from a calamity level dungeon spread throughout Jiangcheng, and some people in other places also knew about it. They just didn't expect the genius who returned from the calamity level dungeon to be at Jiangnan University. Shouldn't he have been recruited by Huaxia University? Alright, introductions are over. We can communicate more in our free time. Class officially begins now. Unlike high school, most of our university days will consist of practical lessons, facing demonic beasts and enemies, and powerful dungeons. I hope that by graduation, our class 101 will still have 48 students. Xu Mengyao waved her hand. Signaling for quiet, her self-introduction was complete. Class could now begin. A powerful professional relies on level, combat power, skills, and combat experience. But all of this involves dealing with dungeons and demonic beasts. The strong remain strong, a virtuous cycle. If you fall into a vicious cycle, then you can only rely on luck. Jiangnan University provides dungeon resources and learning resources, the rest depends on your own efforts. Your current task is to work hard to level up, improve your combat power and skills, and prepare for the level 30 dungeon trial. I recommend that all students reach level 40 before attempting the level 30 dungeon trial. Xu Mengyao spoke seriously. Actually, after entering university, instructors don't teach much. It mainly relies on one's own efforts. The university can only provide some basic guarantees. Instructor Chu, can I go to the dungeon trial now? I'm almost level 50, otherwise, I'll miss the level 30 dungeon trial. Su Xingchen raised his hand. After Chu Mengyao gestured for him to speak, he then spoke. All right. I have some questions regarding the choice of dungeons. You can ask me privately after class. The same goes for other students. Xu Mengyao wasn't surprised that Su Xingchen wanted to go to the dungeon. Su Xingchen was already level 49. After all, if he didn't go to the dungeon soon, he would miss the level 30 dungeon trial. One class, 1.5 hours. There were only 3 days of classes per week, with one class in the morning and one in the afternoon each day. Because this class mainly covered rules, as well as the plan for this semester. Apart from being in a dungeon, students must attend 2 classes per week unless approved by their mentor, or if they are S rank and academically excellent. Besides attending classes, students also needed to practice their skills. Class dismissed. All right. When class time was up, Xu Mengyao signaled dismissal with her long, beautiful legs. After saying that, she left the classroom. Su Xingchen quickly stood up and called out, Instructor Chu. Office. Xu Mengyao replied, without turning around. Her graceful silhouette disappeared. Soon, she knew Su Xingchen was asking about the dungeon trial. This little guy was leveling up so fast. Did he really have a hidden profession? What kind of hidden profession could it be? So, she felt a bit curious. Su Xingchen walked out of the classroom and headed towards the mentor's office. He found Xu Mengyao's office. Soon, the door wasn't closed. Su Xingchen entered the office. Mentor. He greeted her. His gaze swept around the office. Jiangnan University truly lived up to its reputation as a first-class university. The mentor's office was so spacious and luxurious, with even a lounge area. Compared to the offices of presidents of major corporations, it was even more lavish and opulent. Professionals make money fast. After all. Of course. Professionals are always taking risks, so what's wrong with enjoying oneself? Have a seat. You want to know about the dungeon, right? Shu Mengyao motioned for Su Xingqian to sit. This student.
Everything about him is incredible, except for his appalling talent.
Teachers naturally favor excellent students. Yes.
Su Xingqian sat on the leather sofa.
Somewhat casually. Without the usual student decorum. There are a total of 20 dungeon trials at the level 30 tier at Jiangnan University. 8 normal difficulty. 6 hard difficulty. 4 desperate difficulty. 2 calamity difficulty. Which tier of dungeon do you think you need to go to? I can give you some advice.
For calamity tier, I can only introduce it because I haven't been there myself, but I have experienced desperate tier. Shu Mengyao sat on the sofa opposite Su Xingqian. Her legs were pressed together.
Fair, tender, and firm. Appearing incredibly alluring, beautiful whether she wore black stockings or not. Just a fleeting glance made Su Xingqian's heart skip a beat.
His gaze dared not linger,
lest his mentor notice. However, Su Xingqian didn't know that Shu Mengyao had already noticed.
As a majestic 9-tier emperor, her perception was terrifying. At her level, it wasn't just about combat power.
She didn't know what that person wanted to do for her daughter?
After reincarnation, life reached another profound level.
At this moment.
When she spoke, she was also testing Su Xingqian to see if he had merely been carried through the last calamity tier dungeon by Ji Qingluo, or if he possessed formidable abilities himself. Therefore, she directly mentioned desperate tier and calamity tier, completely ignoring normal and hard difficulties. Her eyes stared at Su Xingqian, as if trying to see right through him.
Mentor. Tell me about the calamity tier. Su Xingqian replied.
If he wasn't going for a calamity tier dungeon at level 30, he wouldn't need to suppress his level.
All right.
Shu Mengyao was very satisfied.
She could tell.
He possessed strong confidence he hadn't merely been carried through the last calamity tier. For calamity tier at level 30,
there are 2.
They are Myriad World and True Martial Mountain Range. According to records, 29 people have gone to Myriad World, and none returned alive.
31 people have gone to True Martial Mountain Range, and 1 returned alive.
These are records from a very, very long time ago. No one knows the specific details. Shu Mengyao finished speaking. Her eyes turned to Su Xingqian.
She was curious. Would her student go for calamity tier, and how would he choose? Mentor. I choose Myriad World. Su Xingqian pondered for a moment, then told Shu Mengyao.
True Martial Mountain Range. If someone came back alive, it meant that the instance might have been cleared by someone else, so there was no need for him to go again and waste time and opportunity. Therefore, he planned to go to the Myriad Worlds.
All right. Cataclysmic level instance, no need to book a time. You can enter at any time.
However, before you go to the instance, you need to report to your advisor or assistant.
Are you going to the instance alone or with a team this time? Shu Mengyao nodded. He instructed.
Then he asked. Clearly, there was still a hint of probing. Mainly because talent levels were deeply ingrained.
D rank. Too ordinary. Depends on the situation. Su Xingqian replied. Xingluo should go back.
If she wanted to go, he would take her. Anyway, she could summon, so safety wasn't a big issue.
After agreeing, Su Xingqian left the advisor's office.
It was only 10 o'clock now.
Afternoon.
Class didn't start until 2, so he planned to grab something to eat and then take a nap.
Senior. Just as he walked out of the advisor's office, Su Xingqian heard someone calling him. No need to look. He knew who it was. At Jiangnan University, he currently only knew Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi. That voice just now clearly belonged to Duan Muruashi.
He looked in the direction of the voice, and indeed, it was Duan Muruashi.
Something wrong? Su Xingqian asked.
A faint smile was on his face.
Senior. Are you going to an instance recently? Duanmu Ruwashi clasped her hands behind her back.
She leaned closer,
asking stealthily. She looked very cute. A faint scent drifted into Su Xingqian's nose. What's wrong? Su Xingqian was curious. This girl. She couldn't possibly want to follow him to the instance, could she? The one he was going to was cataclysmic level. It was no joke. Senior. Can you take me with you? I'll be very obedient. Duanmu Ruwashi said weakly. She looked a bit like coquetry. She really wanted to go to the instance with Su Xingqian.
After they parted ways during the last team up, she felt empty inside, as if she had lost something.
She knew Su Xingqian was going to study at Jiangnan University. So she asked her father to help her enroll in Jiangnan University. In fact, even ordinary Silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed.
Not hesitating to use connections to get her assigned to Class 101.
Catastrophe level. It's very dangerous. The chance of survival is very slim. Su Xingqian said.
He didn't need to explain further, because everyone knew how terrifying a cataclysmic level disaster was. Otherwise, no one would have emerged alive from a cataclysmic level event in 100 years. He and Ji Qingluo were merely exceptions.
He, because he had a system. I'm not afraid. I'll give you 100 million. Duanmu Ruwashi didn't hesitate in the slightest.
90% of people chose normal difficulty, the rest chose hard difficulty, no one chose desperate difficulty, and the entrance to catastrophe difficulty was even empty, with not a single person. She indeed wouldn't dare to easily venture there, but going with Su Xingqian, she wasn't scared at all.
At the same time, it was as if something occurred to her. The senior must be short on money.
And what she had in abundance was precisely money.
All right. But I can't guarantee your safety 100%. Su Xingqian said. Rich. Why didn't you say so earlier?
100 million certainly couldn't activate the special ring, but it was at least a step closer.
I know. Thank you, senior. When are we going to the dungeon? I need to prepare.
Oh, and I'll transfer the money to you first, senior.
Should we bring Qingluo? Duanmu Ruwashi was very happy. Immediately after,
she started transferring money to Su Xingqian.
I'll ask her. Su Xingqian said. He waved. Parting ways with Duanmu Ruwashi, he walked towards the dormitory. Su Xingqian, Qingluo, I'm going to a dungeon in a couple of days, do you want to come? On the way. Su Xingqian sent a message to Ji Qingluo. He had to ask, after all. Ji Qingluo, yes, definitely, brother. Are you in the cafeteria? About 10 seconds later, he received Ji Qingluo's reply. Turns out,
she was also about to send a message to Su Xingqian. She hadn't expected Su Xingqian to message her first. Su Xingqian, in the dorm, I'll go to the cafeteria later.
Walking. And replying to messages. Soon. He arrived at the villa in the dorm area. What, Ji Qingluo got a perfect score. Ji Qingyan also got a perfect score.
Oh my god, our Jiangcheng number 9 middle school actually produced a perfect score.
Both sisters have S-rank talents, and their overall academic credits are all perfect scores.
Su Xingqian, 320 points.
Is he that good? A D-grade talent actually scored 320 points, that's a perfect score in all 3 categories. Ji Qingluo and Su Xingqian should have gotten into one of the Big 4 prestigious universities, right? No, they didn't go to the Big 4. It seems they went to Jiangnan University. Jiangcheng. 9th High School. This is 1 month after awakening, and today's final score statistics. Although some prodigies didn't come to school.
Or have already gone to university.
However, the school could still tally their credits.
When they discovered that Ji Qingluo and Ji Qingyan both scored full marks, everyone was incredibly shocked.
Aside from the sisters,
Su Xingchen actually reached 320 credits.
In other words, he scored full marks in the other 3 categories. Otherwise, it's impossible to get 320 points.
After all, Su Xingchen's talent credits were only 20.
Did I make a mistake?
But I admitted students according to school regulations.
Chen Shueming sighed.
His face was full of bitter smiles.
Huaxia University.
He had already been scolded terribly, and he didn't dare to return to school. He even heard that Ji Qingluo had a perfect score, and that Su Xingchen, the D-rank swordsman, was the reason why Huaxia University lost an S-rank peerless prodigy.
Lost this perfect scoring prodigy. Yet, coincidentally,
that D-rank swordsman also had 320 credits.
This credit score is higher than many a rank and S-rank prodigies. So, talent isn't everything.
Look at Su Xingchen, with his D-rank talent, he survived the Calamity level dungeon, and his credits reached 320 points, which is not bad compared to an S rank. All students, go to university, strive to improve yourselves, and bring glory to 9th middle school.
Principal Zhang Leitang said excitedly. Yes. Excited. Very excited.
Jiangqing 9th Middle School suddenly produced 2 S-rank prodigies, and both S-rank prodigies had full credits because they both passed the trials of the Calamity level dungeon.
Aside from Ji Qingyan and Ji Qingluo,
Su Xingchen, with D-rank talent,
also walked out alive from the Calamity level dungeon, achieving 320 credits. Excluding talent,
the other 3 categories all received full marks.
Jiangnan University, Campus Communication Platform. Hashtag New School Beauty Goddesses revealed hashtag. Hashtag number 1 School Beauty Jiqinglua hashtag. Hashtag Jiangnan University's second campus bell, Duanmu Ruwashi hashtag. Hashtag Jiangnan University's third campus bell, Nangong Xian hashtag. Hashtag Jiangnan University fourth campus bell, Luoyuhong hashtag. Hashtag The Top School Beauty is a straight A student hashtag. Hashtag The Top School Beauty's instance trial is catastrophic level hashtag.
On the communication platform,
it was bustling with activity. Because
the new batch of school beauties and goddesses has been announced. The ranking of school beauties is mainly based on appearance, supplemented by talent and strength.
It can be said that every school beauty is an unparalleled prodigy.
They are the recognized goddesses in the hearts of countless boys. What was unexpected was that in this year's school beauty rankings, both the first and second place were freshmen.
Campus. Always a place full of youthful vitality. A powerful university. Is even more a gathering place for prodigies and gifted individuals. Junior sister Qingluo. Hello. My name is Lu Suifeng, a 4th-year student, an S-rank swordsman, currently at level 99. I believe we have more topics for discussion. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Ji Qingluo walked out with her newly acquainted classmates, ready to go to the cafeteria for dinner. And then,
as soon as they came out, they were surrounded by many prodigies, most of whom were even senior students.
The speaker was a top expert from class 401. Already level 99. Also S-rank, a peerless talent. Moreover, he was handsome and had a dashing demeanor.
At this moment, his gaze seemed to want to devour Ji Qingluo. In his opinion, the new school beauty junior sister was the easiest to deceive.
After all, he was an old hand. He had talent. He had strength.
And a powerful family as his backing.
After speaking,
waiting for Ji Qingluo's response, in his opinion, this stunning junior sister would surely look at him with adoration.
Senior brother Lu, I'm sorry. If you want to ask me for advice on how to clear a catastrophic level instance, I can only say I'm sorry.
I also don't know how to clear a catastrophic level instance.
You might as well ask my brother. Ji Qingluo's expression was calm.
Her eyes looked at Lu Suifeng.
That expression.
In the eyes of everyone, it seemed like she had a good impression of Lu Suifeng. After all, Lu Suifeng was an S-rank prodigy, already level 99 before graduating.
Similarly, Lu Suifeng also thought so. However, Ji Qingluo's next words stunned everyone.
Lu Suifeng was also stunned.
After reacting,
they all looked incredulous.
Good heavens, did you misunderstand? Or was it intentional? Don't you know that Lu Suifeng wants to get together with you? And you?
He wanted to ask you for a guide to clearing Cataclysm level dungeons.
Moreover, isn't this implying that Lu Suifeng has never cleared a Cataclysm level dungeon? Insulting, there was an air of humiliation about it. And in the end, he was even rejected. Junior sister Qingluo. Lu Suifeng looked embarrassed. Damn it. Is it such a big deal to come out of a Cataclysm level dungeon? I didn't wait for him to finish.
I saw a happy smile appear on Ji Qingluo's beautiful face, her eyes gleaming, and her fair, delicate hand waving, clearly greeting someone.
Brother. I'm here. Ji Qingluo waved her hand. Next. She jogged forward, looking lively and cheerful. All the students saw Ji Qingluo's reaction. They were all surprised. Immediately after, they looked in her direction. Only to see, not far away, a handsome and refined young man was standing there. Cool. Super cool. Radiating a mysterious charm. Let's go, Su Xingchen said. He allowed Ji Qingluo to pull his hand, and the two walked towards the cafeteria. Seeing this scene, all the students were stunned. Their expressions changed. Ji Qingluo, the campus's top beauty, actually had someone she liked, and from her demeanor, it was clearly a super strong affection. Him. Who is he? Everyone was curious. Damn it. Lu Suifeng's expression was incredibly ugly. He had actively tried to talk to Ji Qingluo, and was directly rejected. And then, yet Ji Qingluo was incredibly well behaved in front of another man, which immediately made him lose face and unable to recover. The next day. The third day. For these past 2 days, besides attending classes, Su Xingchen had been stocking up on daily necessities. After all, he was going to a Cataclysm level dungeon, and he didn't know how long he would be in there, so he had to ensure he wouldn't run out of supplies. Besides, the system space was large enough to hold many things. In 2 days, he spent nearly 1 million gold coins, and the system space was fully equipped. Su Xingchen, tomorrow morning, meet at the school's teleportation plaza at 8:30 a.m., preparing to head to the dungeon. Su Xingchen sent messages to Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi. Soon. Both replied, confirming there were no issues. He opened the virtual light screen. Gold, 61,208,200. Attributes, 2,010,000. Level, 49.76%. Sword control, tier 383.14%. Azure Lotus Sword Song, tier 394.81%. Myriad Swords Returning to Origin, tier 366.14%. Thunder Sword Aura, tier 337.39%. Upgrade skills first. Anyway, there are attribute points. Currently, the only thing that can be done is to improve the skills. System. Improve my sword control skill. Su Xingchen communicated with the system via his divine sense. Upgrade in order. First, improve sword control. Consume 33,720 attribute points to upgrade sword control to tier 4 0.00%. Flight speed plus 600%. Number of controlled swords plus 6. Directly upgraded to tier 4. Actually, sword control was already at tier 383.14%, only 16.86% away from reaching tier 4, mainly because sword control was used frequently. Upgrading by 16.86% consumed 33,720 attribute points. In other words, Now, upgrading 1% requires 2000 attribute points. When upgrading from Tier 2 to Tier 3, upgrading 1% only required 1000 attribute points. It doubled. However, Su Xingqian didn't care about these attribute points. There were 2 million in the balance. After upgrading sword control, speed is now increased by 600%.
The number of controlled swords increased to 6.
Next, upgrade Azure Lotus Sword Song.
Consume 10,380 attribute points. Azure Lotus Sword Song upgraded to Tier 4 0.00%. Azure Lotus Sword Song damage increased by 60%. Azure Lotus Sword Song used fewer attribute points. The reason was simple. It was used more often. Azure Lotus Sword Song was upgraded during combat. Upgrade Myriad Swords returning to origin. Upgrade Myriad Swords returning to origin. Consume 66,720 attribute points to upgrade Myriad Swords returning to origin to Tier 4 0.00%. Myriad Swords returning to origin damage increased by 600%. Attack range 1000 mx 1000 m. Cooldown 160 seconds. Ultimate moves are indeed ultimate moves. After the upgrade, the power has been greatly enhanced, and the attack in front has doubled. Consuming 125220 attribute points, Thunder Sword Aura has been upgraded to Tier 4 0.00%. Thunder Sword Aura defense increased by 600%. This Thunder Sword Aura, every time it's upgraded, it consumes the most attribute points. However, but Su Xingqian cannot afford not to upgrade it. This thing, although rarely used, it's fatal. You might not use them, but it must be present, it must be strong, otherwise his life might be lost. Upgrade Sword Dao Overlook. The ultimate move. Divine Skill. In Su Xingqian's mind, other things could go unupgraded, but this Sword Dao Lingyuan absolutely had to be upgraded. Because this Sword Dao Lingyuan is too powerful. A trump card. Consuming 100000 attributes, Sword Dao Lingyuan has been upgraded to Divine plus 2 0.00%. Name, Sword Dao Overlook. Category, Cultivation Technique. Rank, Divine plus 2. Affix, Rainbow. Combat Power, 200,000. Function, Supreme Sword Dao Attack. During combat, shout, Sword Dao Lin Yuan, accompany me, and it will unleash 30 times the Sword Dao power cooldown, 1,400 seconds. Strong, extremely strong. Consumed 1 million attribute points. Sword Dao Ling Yuan has been upgraded to God plus 2. Combat power was originally 100,000. Now it's 200,000. A full 100,000 combat power increase. During combat, the unleashed Sword Dao power reached 30 times, and the cooldown time was reduced by 100 seconds. Don't underestimate a 100-second cooldown reduction in critical moments. Even 1 second can determine victory, defeat, and life or death. As expected, Sword Dao Ling Yuan is the top priority for improvement. Su Xingqian muttered to himself. 100,000 combat power, huh? Considering the 200% boost from the combat power ring, that's actually an increase of 200,000 combat power. Next time I upgrade Sword Dao Ling Yuan, it wouldn't be 10 million attribute points, would it? Su Xingqian fell into contemplation. The first upgrade of Sword Dao Ling Yuan consumed 100,000 attribute points. The second upgrade of Sword Dao Ling Yuan consumed 1 million attribute points. So, if the third upgrade of Sword Dao Ling Yuan is correct, it should require 10 million attribute points. This is 10 million attribute points, not 1,000. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. And what about the fourth and fifth times? However, although upgrading Sword Dao Ling Yuan consumes a terrifying amount of attribute points, it is indeed powerful. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D rank. Profession, Swordsman minor attainment. Level, 49.76%. Bonds, none.
Wealth, 161,208,200. Combat power, 527,582. Attributes, 773,960.
Active skills: Imperial Sword Art Tier 4, 0%, Green Lotus Sword Song Tier 4, 0%, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin Tier 4, 0%, Sword Dao Ling Yuan God Plus 2, 0%. Passive skills: Thunder Sword Aura Tier 4, 0%. Combat power has broken through 500,000.
If others knew, they would be absolutely stunned. You see, other freshmen probably don't even have 3,000 combat power yet. Actually,
many awakened professionals haven't reached 10,000 combat power even after 1 or 2 years. Closed the virtual screen.
Time to sleep.
Tomorrow, I'm heading to the catastrophe level dungeon Myriad World.
Early morning, the sun was bright. Su Xingqian woke up. Washed up.
Changed into clean clothes, walked out of the villa, and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast.
The food in the cafeteria was free, and although it was free, the dishes were excellent.
Almost comparable to those in hotels.
After all, the students of Jiangnan University were all darlings of heaven. I need to eat more.
It'll be days, or even longer, until I get to eat this again.
Speaking of which, I'm really looking forward to it. Opposite Su Xingqian were Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo. The three of them sat together to eat,
attracting countless gazes.
So many gazes. Shock. Envy. Even jealousy.
You see, these two were the new campus bells of Jiangnan University, the first and second campus bells.
Everyone couldn't understand. The first and second campus bells were actually sitting and eating with a boy. Moreover,
and they looked quite familiar with him.
At first glance, their relationship was out of the ordinary. But speaking of which, that boy was really handsome, even more handsome than Jiangnan University's campus heartthrob. A level 30 dungeon. It takes longer, Ji Qingluo said.
Her little mouth was puffed up, looking very cute.
Catastrophe level. Can't say for sure. Because you have to follow the rules inside, it's not something you can control from the outside. The desperate difficulty is pretty much the same.
Have you two prepared these past 2 days? Su Xingqian spoke while eating.
Mum. Mum.
The two girls nodded,
looking well behaved.
They were both that type, lively, cute, beautiful, and vibrant young women, all of a kind.
A moment later, after breakfast, the three headed towards the teleportation plaza.
It had been 3 days since the start of school.
Everything had gotten back on track.
Those who needed to attend classes attended.
Those who needed to train trained. Those who needed to go to dungeons went. At this moment, there were many students at the teleportation plaza, all heading to dungeons. However,
most of them were going to normal and hard difficulty.
Those going to desperate difficulty were too few. Mentor. 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 When they arrived at the teleportation plaza, Chu Mengyao and another stunning woman were already waiting there.
The other woman was as beautiful as Chu Mengyao, a goddess-like instructor.
This goddess instructor was Ji Qingluo's instructor. Her name was Morong Qingwu. Upon seeing the two, Su Xingqian, Ji Qingluo, and Duanmu Ruoshi greeted them. Polite and courteous. Morong Qingwu and Chu Mengyao nodded. Next,
he led Su Xingqian and the others toward the center of the square.
The number 1 campus bell, Ji Qingluo.
The number 2 campus bell, Duanmu Ruoshi.
They're so beautiful. They're going to a dungeon too. Ask them if they want to team up. Who's that guy?
Instructor Qingwu is the only goddess in my heart. Instructor Chu is the goddess in my heart. They're all so beautiful.
Who should I choose? Actually, I'm still jealous of that guy. Does anyone know him?
The students in the teleportation square.
Upon seeing Ji Qingluo and the others, they immediately erupted.
The number 1 and number 2 campus bells, and 2 goddess instructors.
Return safely. Return safely.
Xu Mengyao and Morong Qinggu led Su Xingchen and the girls. They arrived before the altar.
In this area,
there were only 2 altars, because these 2 were for calamity level dungeons.
The teleportation began to activate.
The 2 of them had no other instructions for Su Xingchen's group of 3, only wishing them a safe return.
They had never been to a calamity level dungeon themselves, so what instructions could they give? Name, Myriad Phenomena World. Level, Catastrophe. Requirements, below level 49, under 20 years old no items other than those of party members may be brought in. Time, unknown. Rating, 100 points. Team up, allowed. Probability of death, 99.99%. Boom. Boom. Boom.
A blood-red light shot into the sky. It was accompanied by a series of muffled rumbles.
This scene.
It shocked countless students, because this blood-red light represented the teleportation light of a calamity-level dungeon.
This meant someone was going to a calamity-level dungeon. Calamity level. They're going to a calamity-level dungeon. They're way too bold. You guys must not know them.
The guy is Su Xingchen, and the number 1 campus bell is Ji Qingluo.
The 2 of them came back alive from a calamity-level dungeon a while ago. Su Xingchen, I remember him. He seems to be a D-rank swordsman from Jiangqing's 9th high school. To be honest, I don't have that kind of courage. Choosing a calamity-level dungeon again, looks like they're addicted.
Although calamity-level dungeons are terrifying, they also come with great opportunities in fortune.
Shock. An uproar.
No one expected Su Xingchen and her group to go to a catastrophe-level dungeon. Thinking of the near-certain death rate,
their scalps couldn't help but tingle.
Amidst countless gasps of shock, the blood-red teleportation light shot up into the sky, then vanished, and soon the sky grew quiet, as if nothing had ever happened.
On the teleportation altar, Su Xingchen and her 2 companions also vanished along with the teleportation light. Yao Yao. Do you think they can return safely? Morong Qinggu looked at the vanished teleportation light.
Her eyes were full of worry.
After all, that Ji Qingluo is her student. S-rank Linglong.
She had once been to a catastrophe-level dungeon and returned safely.
However,
she still thought it was largely due to luck. Now they're going to a catastrophe-level dungeon again. This level 30 dungeon must be far more terrifying than the novice-level ones.
My biggest regret is that I've never been to a catastrophe-level dungeon. Xu Mengyao did not answer Morong Qinggu. Answer? How could she answer? Could she predict the future? You're already a monarch. And you're still thinking about dungeons? Morong Qinggu shot a look at Xu Mengyao. Dungeons.
It's only for professionals who haven't reincarnated after reincarnation. There are no more dungeons, only more powerful secret realms.
That's why it's a regret. In another year,
I'll also be going to the battlefield. I hope they grow a bit faster.
Xu Mengyao sighed.
The ultimate destination for all professionals, the battlefield.
That battlefield. Destruction. Chaos. Like a living hell, even more terrifying than hell, yet one had no choice but to go. Because that place was the front line protecting their home. My timing is about the same as yours. We'll go together when the time comes. Morong Qinggu said.
As powerful professionals, they certainly couldn't be afraid of death, for behind them lay their home and loved ones.
Oh, right. This year marks the triennial National Professional Student Prodigy Battle, doesn't it? There are still 3 months left.
It's a pity Su Xingchen and the others are too low-leveled. If they had another year, they might have a chance to perform well in the Prodigy Battle.
Xu Mengyao thought of the Prodigy Battle. It's for university students nationwide to compete. although any university student can participate. However, the highest ranked participants are definitely those prodigies above level 90, or even those who have undergone reincarnation. Whoosh! During the teleportation, there was no force of spatial separation. This indicates entering the myriad worlds, there won't be random teleportation. Many dungeons involve random teleportation even if they start teleporting together, the location where they appear at the end of the teleportation is random. It's impossible to guarantee you'll be with your companions. In the myriad worlds, teaming is allowed, so they won't be separated. At this moment, the three held hands. Better safe than sorry. Time. Second after second passed, and they didn't know when it would end. The longer the teleportation time, it means the farther the distance. It could also mean the dungeon is more dangerous and mysterious. Whoosh! After about 2 minutes, the sound of rushing wind filled their ears. Before their eyes, a flash. The teleportation ended. Instantly, the three felt a sensation of weightlessness, rapidly falling downwards. Before their eyes, a flash. The teleportation ended. Instantly, the three felt a sensation of weightlessness, rapidly falling downwards. Whoosh! Just as he was falling, Su Xingqian's longsword appeared, turning into a streak of light. He rode the sword, holding one person in each hand, which stabilized their downward plunge. Teleportation, it's finally over. The teleportation took so long. Ji Qingluo. Duan Muruwashi. There was no hint of panic. In fact, a trace of excitement could be heard in her voice. Your flying technique. Still haven't reached Tier 1? Su Xingqian glanced at Duan Muruwashi. I have. Duan Muruwashi replied. Ever since Su Xingqian helped her level up last time, she had diligently practiced her flying skills upon returning home. A few days ago, her flying skills successfully reached Tier 1, allowing her to use them. Of course, before reincarnation, professional practitioners must fly by manipulating objects. They cannot yet achieve aerial flight, unless flying skills must be cultivated to Tier 5 or above. Then just now, Su Xingqian was puzzled. In that situation just now, after teleporting, she should have instinctively used her flying skills to stabilize herself in the air, assessed the situation, and then made a decision. Yet, Duan Muruwashi showed no intention of using her flying skills. Isn't the senior here? Duan Muruwashi pouted her small mouth. She said, acting coquettishly. Her appearance made Su Xingqian unable to continue speaking. What about you? Su Xingqian no longer paid attention to Duan Muruwashi, and his gaze turned to Ji Qingluo. Just now, Ji Qingluo was the same. Isn't there you, brother? Ji Qingluo's words were just like Duan Muruwashi's. This rendered Su Xingqian speechless. This reason. Nothing wrong with that. But he still felt it wasn't good enough. Whoosh! He wielded his sword. They flew to a mountain peak, landing on the summit, waiting for the artifact spirit to appear. Welcome to the Myriad Phenomena World. I am the artifact spirit of the Myriad Phenomena World. Current number of participants, 802,381. Currently there are 20192736539 demonic beasts normal, 2081 demonic beasts guaranteed drop, 88 demonic beasts bonus. Trial duration, 100 days. Reminder, those who exceed 100 days in the trial will be directly eliminated. You can leave early. The conditions for leaving early are as follows. 1. Hunt 1 bonus 1. 2. Hunt guaranteed drop to obtain 1 golden tier per found great equipment. 3. Myriad Phenomena points exceed 10 million. 4. Enter Myriad Phenomena Holy City to obtain Myriad Phenomena inheritance. After waiting for about a minute, in the sky, a ethereal yet resonant voice echoed. The voice of the artifact spirit.
The artifact spirit began to announce the rules of the myriad phenomena world. Whoosh! 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 As the artifact spirit's voice fell, 3 streams of light appeared out of thin air in the sky. The streams of light descended in front of Su Xingqian and the other 2. The 3 were enveloped by the streams of light, and in an instant, the light vanished. A virtual information panel appeared before them. Each with their own virtual information panel. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Bonus, 0. Guaranteed drop, 0. Myriad phenomena, 0. Inheritance, 0. Countdown, 99 days 23 hours 58 minutes 11 seconds. Su Xingqian's information panel. Except for his name and age, everything else was 0. The countdown had also appeared. Senior brother. Are the rules of this dungeon difficult? Compared to the difficulty of your last dungeon, is it harder or easier? Just then, Duanmu Ruoshi spoke. She called out, "Senior brother." Upon hearing this address, Su Xingqian was startled. How did even the address change? Moreover, Duanmu Ruoshi looked as if it were perfectly natural. Senior is senior. Why senior brother? Ji Qingluo. He glanced at Duanmu Ruoshi, a sense of wariness rising within him. It's unclear yet. If it corresponds to our level, it should be about the same. Currently, there are 800,000 professional players in this myriad world. We don't yet know their general levels and strengths. There are plenty of monsters inside, 200 billion of them. However, there are only 2,000 guaranteed drop monsters and only 88 welfare monsters. We don't know the levels of the ordinary monsters yet, nor the levels of the guaranteed drop monsters, nor the levels of the welfare monsters. But judging by the situation, these monsters are all high level. If the monsters were low level, it wouldn't be a calamity level dungeon. If the welfare monsters and guaranteed drop monsters were low level, there wouldn't be anything left for us long ago. Su Xingqian replied. The data seemed clear. However, everything was unknown. The experience duration is a maximum of 100 days, exceeding that results in elimination. One can leave early. But there are conditions. There are 4 conditions, meeting any one of them allows early departure. But are these conditions really that easy to meet? It's obviously very difficult. After all, it's a calamity level dungeon, after all. Brother, there's a note. Ordinary monsters are tier 1 to tier 6, guaranteed drop monsters are tier 7, and welfare monsters are tier 8. Ji Qingluo's voice rang out. Hearing what she said, Su Xingqian looked at the bottom of the information panel. Indeed, there was a note. Ordinary monsters are tier 1-6. Guaranteed drop monsters are tier 7. Welfare monsters are tier 8. This is ridiculous. Duanmu Ruoshi's small face turned grim. Such high-level monsters. How were they supposed to kill them? Tier 1, around 1,000 combat power. Tier 2, around 5,000 combat power. Tier 3, around 10,000 combat power. Tier 4, around 50,000 combat power. Tier 5, approximately 100,000 combat power. Tier 6, approximately 500,000 combat power. Tier 7, approximately 1 million combat power. Tier 8, approximately 5 million combat power. And her? She only has a few thousand combat power right now. How can she play? Even using her ultimate skill, she can only kill tier 3 and tier 4 monsters, and at a very slow pace. As for tier 5 or 6, forget about it. For tier 7 guaranteed drop monsters, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape if she saw one. Looking at it this way, it's very simple. After Su Xingqian finished reading the notes, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This myriad worlds. For others, it's a guaranteed death trap. But for him and Ji Qingluo, it's no different from a normal level dungeon. Because both he and Qingluo can summon
It's very simple? Senior brother, really? Hearing Su Xingqian say that, Duanmu Ruoshi's eyes lit up. If senior brother says it's simple, then it must be simple.
He definitely has a way to complete this catastrophe-level dungeon mission.
Suddenly,
she remembered that senior brother had a powerful dragon.
Indeed simple. It's no different from a normal level dungeon. For us, this is a land of benefits, but it depends on luck whether we encounter those guaranteed drop monsters. Ji Qingluo nodded her head, agreeing with Su Xingqian. It's indeed simple. It all depends on luck. Qingluo, if you were in this dungeon alone, would it still be simple? Duanmu Ruoshi looked at Ji Qingluo.
Her little mouth pouted.
The two women had animosity towards each other.
But on the surface, not a trace could be seen.
Simple. Ji Qingluo smiled.
Little girl. Want to snatch my brother, humph?
Do you think I don't know?
It would be strange if you succeeded.
Ha! Duanmu Ruoshi scoffed, clearly not believing it.
Even though Ji Qingluo was also over level 40, she wasn't like her senior brother. Under such conditions, to say it was simple must be a joke.
Why don't we try it and find out? Summon. Ji Qingluo shot Duanmu Ruoshi a glare. It seemed, if I don't show some strength, I won't be able to keep you in line. After saying that, she began to initiate a summon.
Immediately, the space trembled slightly, and a giant azure bird appeared in the sky. The azure bird's wingspan stretched for dozens of meters. Under the pressure exerted by this azure bird, people's hearts began to tremble. You can summon such a terrifying azure bird.
Duanmu Ruoshi's expression changed. She quickly calmed down.
She knew it was summoned by Ji Qingluo, but she hadn't expected Ji Qingluo to be able to summon such a terrifying azure bird. Azure birds are descendants of the phoenix family, and their strength is incredibly formidable.
At this moment, Duanmu Ruoshi was overcome with envy. It suddenly dawned on her. No wonder Ji Qingluo said it was simple she could summon such a powerful azure bird. Do you believe me now?
Ji Qingluo said, her small face tilted upwards.
That smug look
made Duanmu Ruoshi grind her teeth in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, she could only turn her head and look at Su Xingqian pitifully.
Su Xingqian, meanwhile, had a headache.
Clearly, he had already noticed that this younger sister and the little troublemaker didn't get along.
It's still early. Let's make a round first, get some practice. Welfare monsters and guaranteed drop monsters are too rare. It's hard enough to find them, it's all about luck. So no slacking off, let's go. Su Xingqian quickly got down to business. He looked at the sky. Said, not engaging in idle talk with Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi. Whoosh! Whoosh!
After speaking, he immediately flew off on his sword. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi glared at each other, then quickly followed.
Senior brother! Wait for me! Duanmu Ruoshi called out.
She was stepping on a mystic gold long arrow, but this arrow wasn't solid, it was condensed from power. This was because a marksman's arrows rarely have a physical form, relying entirely on the bow. Her flight spell was only first tier. Her speed, naturally, couldn't compare to Su Xingqian's, and she was even slower than Ji Qingluo. Su Xingqian said nothing. He could only slow down and wait for her. Originally, logically, he could have carried her, but if he did, she wouldn't be able to practice her flight spell. Anyway, it's already noon now. In just a few hours, it will get dark. Today, the goal isn't grand, it's simply to familiarize myself with and adapt to the myriad world. Whoosh! Whoosh! After flying for about 10 minutes, we encountered demonic beasts. To be precise, we found a demonic beast nest. They're all tier 4 and 5 demonic beasts. Ji Qingluo exclaimed, looking at the demonic beasts all around them.
Many demonic beasts. That's normal. But the demonic beasts here are all tier 4 and 5. Ruwashi. What's your combat power? Su Xingqian asked. Big brother Shuizhan. My combat power is 7,000. Duamno Ruwashi replied. Alright then. You follow Qing Luo and hunt tier 4 demonic beasts. I'll be on my own side. Team mode is fine. Su Xingqian said.
For him, tier 4 and 5 demonic beasts could be instantly killed with a wave of his hand.
Even Ji Qing Luo could instantly kill tier 4 demonic beasts, and tier 5 ones were easy to deal with.
If he summoned the Azure Bird, it would crush everything.
But Duamno Ruwashi couldn't do that. Her equipment was poor. Her level was low.
And her skills were also low. She could barely fight tier 4 demonic beasts just to practice her skills.
All right. Duanmu Ruwashi nodded. Next. Ji Qing Luo summoned the Azure Bird. The two sat on the Azure Bird's back and flew towards the demonic beasts. Coincidentally,
Ji Qing Luo was a linglong, not good at combat, so sitting on the Azure Bird was safer. Duamna Ruwashi was an archer. For ranged attacks, sitting on the Azure Bird's back was more advantageous.
Just like that. They came together. Roar! Su Xingqian summoned the dragon.
The dragon's roar echoes through the 9 heavens.
The dragon's might was unparalleled. He didn't ride a dragon because he felt it was inconvenient. Whoosh! Sizzle! The battle began at this very moment. Experience plus 10,000. Experience plus 50,000. Experience plus 50,000. Experience plus 10,000.
Gold plus 100,000.
Gold plus 500,000. Attribute plus 10. Attribute plus 10. Su Xingqian's experience, gold, and stats were constantly rising.
He needed 10 million experience to level up now, but the demonic beasts he encountered were all tier 4 or 5.
Each of these beasts granted between 10,000 and 50,000 experience. Time. Minutes and seconds passed. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 50.
Base combat power x 110%.
He finally leveled up.
He had reached level 50.
He had been waiting
for this very moment. Because reaching level 50 meant he could equip Xian rank gear.
Whoosh! He soared on his sword and landed on the dragon's back. He stopped fighting. He put on the equipment. Name, Swordsman's cloak.
Tier, profound tier.
Affix, gold.
Combat power, 100000.
Required level, LV 50. Attribute 1, sword Dao damage increased by 200%. Attribute 2, defense increased by 200%.
Attribute 3, can enter stealth when stationary effect during combat.
Equip.
A smile on his face, he looked over the equipment one more time.
Xian rank.
This was Xian rank gear. A golden, mythical Xian rank piece of equipment directly added 100,000 to his combat power, and its 3 affixes were simply heaven-defying. He could finally wear the gear he had been longing for.
Name, Scarlet Underworld Emperor.
Tier, profound tier.
Affix, gold.
Combat power, 200000.
Required level, LV 50. Attribute 1, sword Dao damage increased by 300%. Attribute 2, permanent overall combat power increase of 200%.
Attribute 3, contains Scarlet Underworld Sword Intent, with a 20% chance to unleash Scarlet Underworld Sword Array.
Equip. Weapon.
He replaced his old gear, equipping the Xian rank, golden mythical item. His original true martial radiance. It had a combat power of 2000. Now, the Crimson Nether Heavenly Emperor had a combat power of 200,000.
Combat power plus 792,000. Well.
His combat power ultimately increased by 792,000. Su Xingqian's current total combat power reached 1,411,558. It had broken the 1 million mark. Besides the explosive increase in combat power, there were also the affix stats. Especially the Crimson Nether Heavenly Emperor. 3 affixes. Each one was incredibly heaven-defying, even more terrifying than the combat power ring at this stage. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D rank. Profession, Swordsman minor attainment. Level, 50.001%. Bonds, none. Wealth, 163,808,200. Combat power, 1,411,558. Base combat power 20,991. Attributes, 781,050. Active skills, Sword Kinesis Tier 4, 0%, Azure Lotus Swordsong Tier 4, 0%, Myriad Swords Return to 1 Tier 4, 0%, Sword Daoabyss God plus 2, 0.00%. Passive skill, Thunderous Sword Aura Tier 4, 0.00%. Equipment combat power plus special ring combat power plus Sword Daoabyss plus Swordsman's Cloak X combat power ring 200% X Crimson Nether Heavenly Emperor 200% equals total combat power. Su Xingqian's combat power was no longer just 200% from the combat ring, but also an additional 200% from the Crimson Nether Heavenly Emperor. On the surface, it increased by 1 point of combat power, but in reality, it rose by 4 points. Closed the virtual screen. A look of excitement on his face. Standing on the dragon's back. Wielding the Crimson Nether Heavenly Emperor. She was only wearing her brother's large shorts and shirt, with nothing underneath. It was fine for sleeping in the cave without moving around much, but going out would be very inconvenient, even though only she and Su Xingqian were in this Lanling's secret realm. A faint, ethereal cloak phantom appeared, exactly like the legendary Sword Immortal. You changed weapons. Not far away. Ji Qingluo saw Su Xingqian stop fighting. Feeling a bit curious. Soon. She then saw that Su Xingqian's weapon had changed. The previous true martial splendor looked somewhat cool, but compared to the weapon in his hand now, it was vastly inferior. Moreover, there was a faint, non-corporeal cloak of light around her brother. He looked exactly like a sword immortal from mythology. It made her involuntarily stare in a daze. Profound tier, golden mythic. Su Xingqian replied. Last time. Obtained from opening a treasure chest, but he hadn't told Ji Qingluo. Profound tier golden mythic. Senior brother. How much combat power does the weapon have? Duanmu was shocked. Profound tier. Even ordinary equipment at this tier has very high combat power. She never expected senior brother to have a profound tier golden mythic. This was simply too enviable. So, how much combat power would a golden mythic profound tier equipment have? 200,000 combat power. Su Xingqian replied. 200,000. What a stunning number. 20,000. That's too high. Duanmu was stunned. Her mouth agape. She looked incredibly cute, and a little sexy, making one want to pinch her cheeks and nibble her little mouth. Actually increased by 400,000 combat power. Attribute, all combat power permanently 200%. Su Xingqian smiled. 200,000 was indeed terrifying. But what was truly heaven-defying was the second attribute of the Crimson Nether Heavenly Emperor, a permanent 200% increase in all combat power. What? 200% amplification. Senior brother, quickly show me. Duanmu. Stunned. Petrified. Her beautiful face's expression kept changing, and it took a long time for it to return to normal before she couldn't help but speak, wanting to see Su Xingqian's legendary golden item. Go on, take a look. Su Xingqian nodded. Immediately after, he adjusted some settings, opening up viewing permissions. This way, Duan Muruashi could see the stats of his equipment.
If he didn't open the permissions, no one would be able to see his equipment. Wow! You! Excited. Curiosity.
Because Su Xingqian let her see his equipment, it meant he wasn't guarding against her, which naturally made her excited and happy.
Beyond her happiness came curiosity. What kind of equipment did senior brother have? What was his combat power?
When she saw Su Xingqian's equipment, she directly exclaimed in surprise, a whole set of equipment, except for 2 red items, was all golden. This was completely beyond her imagination.
No wonder senior brother was so strong. It turned out his equipment was that good. Moreover, every piece of equipment was dropped by him personally. Next,
she checked the weapon stats and affixes.
She was utterly stunned and speechless. The affix stats were simply too overpowered. After a rough glance,
senior brother's combat power was probably around 600,000 to 700,000.
All right. After we leave this dungeon, your level and combat power will also greatly improve. Su Xingqian glanced at Duan Muruashi and said, "This dungeon, truly insane."
For him, it was a land of benefits. But it depended on luck.
If he was lucky, he could encounter guaranteed drop monsters and bonus monsters. If he was unlucky, even if he encountered them, they wouldn't drop good equipment. With enough strength, everything else was up to fate. Duan
Muruashi nodded in agreement.
In her eyes,
there was intense fervor. Senior brother was too amazing. 99% of players would never get a single golden item in their entire lives, let alone a red one.
And him? How long had it been since he awakened?
And he was already close to having a full set of golden gear.
She finally understood now. Those are ranks and S ranks. They're all trash in front of senior brother. Like a blockhead. Su Xingqian saw Duan Muruashi's expression. He said, then. Next. Began to fight. Rip.
Crimson Nether Heavenly Emperor waved, unleashing destructive Crimson Nether Sword intent, with Sword Light and Sword Chi, along with Sword Glow, raging through space. At the same time, the Crimson Nether Sword Array appeared, a sword array 500 meters long and 500 meters wide. Within the sword array, everything turns to destruction.
This sword array is probably even more terrifying than myriad swords returning to the origin. A sword array. A sword array. Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi had been staring at Su Xingqian.
Because Su Xingqian had changed equipment, they wanted to see its power. When they saw the sword array, they both gasped in surprise.
Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Roar roar.
In this part of the world, blue birds and dragons crushed everything. The sword array and sword gleams destructively raged.
Demonic beasts continuously fell. In fact, even ordinary silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed.
They didn't even get a chance to fall, as they were directly turned into blood mist.
Experience continuously rose. Gold coins continuously flowed in.
Duan Muruashi had the lowest level, so she leveled up the fastest.
Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 36.
Base combat power X 110%.
Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 37.
Base combat power X 110%.
Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 48.
Base combat power X 110%.
The sky. It gradually grew dark. Su Xingqian and the other two stopped fighting. All right. That's enough for today. Su Xingqian spoke. Having said that,
flying with his sword, he flew off into the distance.
Whoosh.
10 minutes later, the three arrived at a canyon. The canyon was 1,000 feet high. 100 meters above the ground, there was a cave, which was the dwelling place of a flying monster. However, Su Xingqian had already killed that monster in the afternoon.
In the canyon, there was a small stream, ending in a waterfall. Today, a good harvest. Duanmuruwashi was the happiest because today her level had risen to 48. Besides, she also acquired 2 profound tier orange grade items and 1 profound tier red grade item. These were profound tier items. Even a profound tier white grade item adds 10,000 battle power, let alone orange grade and red grade ones. You can only wear them tomorrow, Ji Qingluo said. Profound tier. Requires level 50 to wear. Duanmuruwashi is only level 48 now. At their current speed of hunting monsters, she could easily reach level 50 tomorrow. You two clean up. I'll go get some firewood and wild rabbits or something. Su Xingqian was inside the cave. He looked around. It was about 20 or 30 square meters. 3 people. Living inside, it wouldn't be crowded. Cleaning up. Girls are best at this, because they love cleanliness and are meticulous, ensuring that the cave will be tidied up like a boudoir in a short while Su Xingqian, basically, wouldn't bother to clean. Mum. Little Trouble nodded in agreement. And started tidying up. Whoosh. Whoosh. Su Xingqian left on his sword. In the dungeon, there were powerful monsters everywhere, naturally also ordinary wild beasts, and these beasts were even better than those outside, as they grew up bathed in spiritual energy. A short while later. A small wild boar. A fat rabbit. Next. He found a huge withered tree, carried it, and holding the small wild boar and the fat rabbit, walked towards the cave. Back below the cave. He cleaned the small wild boar and the fat rabbit by the stream. He prepared the firewood. He noticed that Duanmuruwashi and Ji Qingluo were not around. He couldn't help but frown. So, from his system space, he took out clean clothes and toiletries, and walked towards the depths of the canyon. That place was the source of the stream, and bathing in the pool below the waterfall was simply too comfortable. Hee hee. Hee hee. Due to the loud sound of the waterfall, Su Xingqian didn't hear the distant laughter. When he reached the edge of the pool, he found 2 exquisite, beautiful bodies in the pool. Snow White. Exquisite. Perfect. Su Xingqian was directly stunned by the sight. The visual impact made his heart tremble. As the 2 frolicked, the enticing scene was even more irresistible. Soon, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. Because the 2 of them noticed Su Xingqian by the bank. Ah! Ah! Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruwashi in the pool were closer to the waterfall, and the sound of the waterfall was very loud. They hadn't noticed anyone approaching before, and when they saw Su Xingqian, they were stunned. After realizing what happened, they exclaimed. At the same time, they quickly half-squatted. Only their heads were visible above the water. Shyness. Nervous. Filled their minds. At this moment, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. They never expected such a scene to occur. It wasn't on purpose. The sound was too loud. I just got here too. You two carry on. Su Xingqian was very embarrassed. Quickly turned his head away. It was very difficult. Because he couldn't bear to look away. Although they were in the water, the pond water was incredibly clear, and their delicate bodies, half hidden, were even more alluring. After saying that, with great difficulty, he walked away from the pond. How embarrassing. Mortifying. Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruwashi. Their faces flushed with shyness. After making sure Su Xingqian had left, they quickly lathered up and started washing. Soon, they were done washing. They dried themselves. Changed into clean clothes. Senior brother. You pervert. Duanmuruwashi and Ji Qingluo walked towards the cave. About 200 meters from the pond. They saw Su Xingqian. they whispered to Su Xingqian. Their pretty faces were crimson, as if they were about to bleed. Brother! How long have you been watching? Ji Qingluo asked. Feeling nervous. He couldn't have been watching for long, could he? I didn't see anything at all. Su Xingqian awkwardly chuckled. He ignored them. He took his clothes and toiletries and walked towards the pond. He wanted to wash up before it got completely dark, then go get something to eat. Besides, in the current situation, they were all very embarrassed. They needed a moment to recover. However, little Vixen and Sister Duanmu really have amazing figures, absolutely stunning. After showering, he changed into clean clothes. He also washed the clothes he'd taken off. When he returned, it was completely dark. Pitch black. Moonless. However, at the cave in the canyon, there was a bright light bulb connected to a power bank. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruwashi had already made a fire and were preparing to barbecue. Duanmu Ruwashi had a spatial treasure. Ji Qingluo had a cosmic ring. They knew they were coming to an instance. Their space was well equipped with many things. Now, they just needed to take them out and use them. Senior brother. Seeing Su Xingqian return, Duanmu Ruwashi weakly called out. It seemed she was still very shy. After all, a girl was seen bathing by a boy, and she didn't know for how long. But then again, it couldn't have been for long, because she and Qingluo were frolicking, and the waterfall's noise was loud, making it hard to hear. But her eyes weren't blind, so it meant senior brother had just arrived. Blame the sound of the waterfall. Otherwise, senior brother wouldn't have gotten close before discovering them. Let me. Su Xingqian smiled. He took the fat rabbit and wild boar from their hands and set them over the fire, slowly turning them to roast. However, in his mind, he couldn't help but think of the bodies of the little troublemaker and Sister Duanmu. A moment later, the aroma was rich. The little wild boar and big fat rabbit were roasted to a golden brown, looking incredibly tempting. Just then, the little troublemaker took out juice and other things from her Qiankuan treasure ring. Duanmu Ruwashi, who was nearby, she also took out some other items. This scene. It was completely a picnic. It didn't look at all like a trial in a natural disaster level dungeon. It smells so good. I can't wait. Ji Qingluo looked at the golden brown roasted fat rabbit and little wild boar. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It'll be ready soon, Su Xingqian said. Hiss. In a very distant void, amidst the pitch-black dark matter, a spaceship, like a giant planetary world, was rapidly traversing. Inside this spaceship, all was silent. It was in a state of silence. Holy Lord! There are approximately 3.5 years left until the Milky Way galaxy. At the very center of the spaceship, it was an empty world, like a starry sky. She didn't know what that person wanted to do for her daughter? The spaceship itself was a vast world. At this moment, a black-robed priest, holding a scepter, bowed to a bronze sarcophagus in the empty world, his demeanor utterly devout. After bowing, he began to report. Ordinary flight is truly slow. If not for fear of being targeted by those old geezers, why would this Holy Lord have plotted for millions of years? Once this Holy Lord obtains that supreme treasure and achieves true godhood, let's see what those old geezers can do to this Holy Lord then? 1,000,000 years, it has consumed 1,000,000 years of my Holy Master's time. Inside the coffin, a weathered voice emerged. Indistinguishable whether male or female. Holy Master, should we avoid the upper realms of the Milky Way? The black-robed priest asked. From beginning to end, he remained bowed, appearing extremely reserved and respectful. Before the final outcome is determined, this Holy One will not enter the Milky Way. A mere avatar will suffice. The weathered voice rang out again. Yes. The black-robed priest bowed his head. This holy master needs to slumber for 3 years. Pay attention to the spaceship seal, don't let the old geezers fix their eyes on it. After the weathered voice faded, the world at the center of the spaceship also fell silent. It descended into quietude. The massive, planet-like spaceship, like a single particle in the dark matter, silently traveled in one direction. Full from eating. Satisfied from drinking. The two exquisite maidens ungracefully rubbed their bellies. One large fat rabbit, one small wild boar, were completely devoured by the three of them. And there was plenty of juice in drinks too. 9 o'clock in the evening. Rested well. Time to sleep. Tomorrow we'll get back on track and strive to complete the mission as soon as possible. Su Xingqian got up, went to the stream to wash up, then flew back to the cave on his sword. Inside the cave, whether it was little Calamity or Sister Duanmu, the bedding had already been prepared for him. Due to the size of the cave, the 3 beds were placed very close together. The original cave had been tidied up by the 2 girls. And there was also a faint fragrance. Lying half down on the bed. In a blink of an eye, the virtual light screen unfolded. Gold coins, 193,808,200. He had gained 30 million gold coins that afternoon. Attributes, 894,520. He had gained 120,000 attributes. Omni value, 289,803 points. Looks pretty good. Just reached level 52. In addition to these, Su Xingqian also obtained 9 white profound tier, 4 blue profound tier, 2 orange profound tier, and 2 red profound tier items. He also discovered that in the Omni world, all the dropped equipment was profound tier. Senior brother, do you want to participate in the battle of heavenly talents? On the other side of the bed, Duanmu Ruoshi sat on the bed, her legs round, fair, slender, and straight, exposed to the air. Her 10 toes were as adorable as silkworms, crystal clear and smooth, looking very enticing. There's still some time, right? I'll definitely participate. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate at all. The Battle of Heavenly Talents. It's a competition for university students. Held every 3 years. Nationwide. However, generally, participants are 3rd year and 4th year students, because they have higher levels, stronger combat power, and more powerful skills, making them qualified to contend for the Heavenly Talents list. Of course, there are also 1st year and 2nd year students who participate. But it's hard for them to achieve good results. In his heart, Ji Qingyan, see you in 3 months, we are destined for a battle. 3 months. According to senior brother's growth rate, level 80 won't be difficult. Duanmu Ruoshi said. She was right. Coming out of this dungeon, he'd be level 60 or 70. Within 3 months, Su Xingqian could enter another dungeon, and reaching level 80 wouldn't be hard. The further you go, the harder it is to level up. Keep up the good work. Su Xingqian closed the virtual screen. He lay down, pulled up the covers, ready to sleep. Not far away, Ji Qingluo looked at Su Xingqian but said nothing. She knew her brother and sister would definitely meet. Although her brother said nothing, she understood he cared deeply about the breakup. The battle of heavenly talents, she most dreaded seeing her brother and sister fight. However, on one side was her sister, on the other was her brother. What could she say? Next dungeon, I need to go to that place alone. I must grow up quickly. Then defeat my sister. To prevent my sister from confronting my brother. If one day, only one person between my sister and brother can survive, I will help the myriad world. The next day. Morning. The 3 of them woke up early. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. After waking up, full of energy, brimming with vitality. While others in the instance were grim-faced,
these three were cheerful and without a hint of worry, filled more with anticipation and excitement.
Good morning, senior brother. Good morning, brother. Good morning. They got up.
Greeting each other, they simultaneously began tidying their beds and storing them in their spatial inventories. Then they went to the stream to wash up.
They ate a simple dry meal. Today's goals. Ruwashi is level 52.
Strive to push the myriad value past 1 million.
Sushingshin spoke. Setting a goal. No matter when, a goal must be set.
Whether it can be achieved or not, there must at least be a direction.
What if it comes true? As for guaranteed drops and bonus monsters, no need to mention them. That depends on luck. Come on. Come on. Duanmuruwashi and Ji Qingluo clenched their small fists. Whoosh. Whoosh. Then the three flew out of the cave, heading towards the direction of yesterday's battle. Experience plus 10,000. EXP plus 100,000.
Gold plus 100,000.
Attribute plus 10.
Yesterday was just about adapting to the environment, but today they were getting into full swing.
Both Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruwashi were unleashing their full strength, though the main combat power, of course, belonged to Su Xingqian. Sword Control Art. Green Lotus Sword Sewn. Myriad Swords returning to origin. Scarlet Nether Sword Array. Taking turns.
Besides the three of them, there were also the True Dragon and Azure Bird.
For a time, beasts fell in droves. Experience in gold. Levels rapidly soared. The only thing that made Su Xingqian regretful was the attribute points. Regardless of whether it was a Tier 1 or Tier 5 beast, hunting each one only granted a fixed 10 attribute points. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 49. Base combat power X 110%. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 49. Base combat power X 110%. An hour later. Duanmuruwashi's level had indeed reached 50, which meant she could now wear profound tier equipment. As long as she could wear profound tier equipment, her overall combat power would significantly increase. This bracelet and necklace. You use them first. Su Xingqian saw Duanmuruwashi level up. He said to her. He had 2 pieces of equipment in his backpack. An orange bracelet and a red necklace. Bracelet, combat power is 30,000 points. Necklace, combat power is 50,000 points. Actually, he could use all these equipment, but he wasn't interested in red tier equipment. He wanted golden mythical tier equipment. His purpose in coming to the Vientiane world was for levels, golden mythical tier items, and attribute points. Thank you, senior brother. Duanmuruwashi was incredibly happy. She knew. Her senior brother could have used these 2 pieces of equipment, but he gave them to her instead. Your combat power is low now. These 2 pieces of equipment are more important to you. It's not hard for my combat power to deal with 5th and 6th tier monsters. Su Xingqian said. If they were golden mythical tier, he wouldn't necessarily have given them. Red tier, well, it doesn't matter. An important point is that the 3 of them are in a team, a small group, and it's beneficial for him if the others are strong. Now I have 230,000 combat power. After putting on the equipment, Duanmuruwashi was beyond excited. 230,000 combat power. You see. When she first arrived in the Vientiane world yesterday, she only had over 7,000 combat power, but now, it's 230,000. How could she not be excited? Continue. Su Xingqian nodded. Combat. It never paused from beginning to end. Experience soared. Gold coins surged. Although attribute points didn't increase much, it was a steady stream, constantly accumulating. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 53.
Base combat power x 110%.
By noon,
A golden light appeared on Su Xingqian, and a notification sound rang out.
his level increased, reaching level 53. Roar! Roar! Just then, a series of roars echoed from afar.
The sound of monsters. Judging by the sound, they should be beyond 6th tier monsters.
Could it be? Guaranteed drop monster. Beep. Hint, 7th tier monster guaranteed drop discovered.
6,989 meters to the front left.
Just as Su Xingqian was pondering,
The system notification sound rang out.
a guaranteed drop monster. Be careful. Su Xingqian spoke. Actually, they didn't need him to say it. Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo were already suspicious, they just couldn't be sure. That's great.
Finally found a guaranteed drop monster.
Brother Xuezhan, be careful. Brother, let's do it together. Excited. Anticipation.
Then the two spoke, one reminding Su Xingqian to be careful, the other wanting to face the guaranteed drop monster with him. Currently, only Ji Qingluo could help Su Xingqian, because her combat power was higher than Duanmu Ruoshi's. Mainly thanks to the Azure Bird.
No need. You two just watch.
Su Xingqian shook his head.
Tier 7. Guaranteed drop monster.
It only had 1,000,000 combat power, and his own combat power was already higher than that of a Tier 7 beast.
If he used his ultimate moves, it would be an instant kill. Chirp. Chirp.
Ji Qingluo nodded, her lithe body flashing as she landed on the Azure Bird's back.
Duanmu Ruoshi also sat on the Azure Bird's back.
Although they weren't going to help Su Xingqian, they knew they absolutely couldn't hold him back, so he wouldn't have any worries during the fight.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xingqian stood on the back of the true dragon.
They headed in the direction of the guaranteed drop monster.
Soon.
Then he saw a mountain-like demonic beast, 100 zhang tall, emitting an aura of destruction.
What a terrifying 7th tier demonic beast. Much stronger than a 6th tier one. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi, riding a Azure Bird.
Following not far behind Su Xingqian, they watched the 7th tier demonic beast, their hearts filled with shock.
Sword control. Su Xingqian stood on the back of the true dragon.
He unleashed his sword control technique.
Instantly,
he saw the Scarlet Nether Emperor, the radiance of True Martial, the blazing frost of otherworldly flame, and 3 Shin-grade white longswords appear before him.
6 longswords flew towards that 7th tier demonic beast. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Hiss. Roar roar.
He didn't use the Azure Lotus Sword Song, nor the myriad swords returning to origin, let alone Sword Dao Ling Yuan. Fighting the 7th tier demonic beast from afar with sword control technique now was, firstly, to train his own skills. Secondly, it was to see how much advantage he held given an equal combat power. But he underestimated himself. Because his skill traits were too heaven-defying. His comprehensive sword Dao damage reached 500%. Even an ordinary sword control technique was comparable to an ultimate move. For a moment, in the sky, blood mist surged wildly, and the wounds on the 7th tier demonic beast continuously increased. Whoosh whoosh. Hiss. Su Xingqian attacked, circling the 7th tier demonic beast, while the 7th tier demonic beast was passively taking hits. It couldn't even touch the hem of Su Xingqian's clothes. For a moment, Su Xingqian was unilaterally crushing and dominating it. Senior brother is too strong. He can kill a 7th tier demonic beast with the most ordinary attack. Duanmu Ruoshi was stunned. She knew Su Xingqian was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. From the looks of it, brother could probably instantly kill a 7th tier demonic beast with one sword. Ji Qingluo said, although their professions were different. However, Everyone knew that every professional had 4 skills.
And now,
What Su Xingqian was using wasn't even an offensive skill, but a support skill.
but even so, he could still deal with a 7th-tier demonic beast. Xing Luo, if you were to face a 7th-tier one, could you kill it? Duanmu Ruoshi asked curiously.
She was only slightly more than 1 level lower than Xing Luo. Both of them were S grade.
So, how far was he from Xing Luo? Yes. But not as easily as Big Brother. Ji Qingluo nodded. Can kill.
Generally speaking, if the battle power gap between an awakened and a demonic beast is within 5 times, it's possible to kill the demonic beast. That is to say, 100,000 battle power can kill a demonic beast with 500,000 battle power. Mainly by relying on skills to slowly wear down the demonic beast.
Of course. There's also a high chance of being killed by the demonic beast. You could say that. One heavy blow from a demonic beast, and you're dead. Therefore, you absolutely cannot be attacked by a demonic beast, at least not heavily struck by one. You're Linglong. You can kill a 7th tier? Duanmu Ruoshi didn't believe it. Because
Ji Qingluo wasn't a damage dealer, but a support class.
What's wrong with Linglong? Linglong isn't incapable of fighting.
Ji Qingluo rolled her eyes at Duanmu Ruoshi.
Speechless. Boom.
Just as the two were talking, a muffled sound erupted from the earth, raising a sky full of dust. It turned out that the 7th-tier demonic beast had been killed by Su Xingqian and collapsed with a thud.
Congratulations on killing a 7th-tier demonic beast. Guaranteed drop. Experience plus 2,200%. Gold plus 20 million. Attribute plus 10. Drop. Congratulations on killing a 7th-tier demonic beast. Guaranteed drop. Experience plus 2,200%. Gold plus 20 million. Attribute plus 10. Drop. Cheng Xian Profound Gold 1. The moment the 7th-tier demonic beast guaranteed drop fell, the notification sounded. He gained experience, gold, and attributes. More importantly, a golden item dropped. Gold drop.
Where the demonic beast fell, 3 streaks of light appeared, 2 red and 1 gold.
The lights didn't look monotonous, they were somewhat dazzling, making it clear at a glance that good equipment had dropped. Meanwhile,
Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi also received notification sounds.
Hee, another piece of equipment in the account. Although it's a duplicate. Duanmu Ruoshi beamed with joy. Getting equipment. Definitely happy.
Even if she couldn't use this equipment herself because it was a duplicate of what she already had, it was still a profound tier red item. If she were to sell it, countless people would scramble for it.
What is it? Ji Qingluo asked. Head. Duanmu Ruoshi replied. Yesterday,
she had obtained a red tier item that was a headpiece, and today another red headpiece dropped.
It's a duplicate. Give it to me. Ji Qingluo said. She happened to be missing a red headpiece. Duanmu Ruoshi nodded. Without any hesitation,
she opened her virtual panel and traded the red tier item to Ji Qingluo.
Guaranteed drop monster, high chance of dropping gold. Welfare monster, might drop emperor gear. Su Xingqian spoke. She didn't check the equipment.
Anyway, her combat power was high enough for now. She would slowly check and equip them when she rested tonight.
Emperor gear. Emperor gear.
Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi were surprised.
Stunned.
Emperor gear felt too distant for them.
Maybe. Continue. Su Xingqian's tone was not certain.
Because it was just his guess.
All right. Hope we encounter another guaranteed drop monster today. Duanmu Ruoshi nodded. He was very much looking forward to it. However, he also knew the chance of encountering a guaranteed drop monster was very small.
After all, there were only over 2,000 guaranteed drop monsters in the entire myriad worlds. As for how many there were initially, they didn't know, but they knew that after they entered, the number of guaranteed drop monsters was 2081. It had been almost a day, and besides the one they just hunted, no one else had hunted any guaranteed drop monsters, because the number hadn't decreased. The same went for welfare monsters. Whoosh whoosh. Hiss. The battle started again, a one-sided slaughter. Experience and gold sword. Time flowed by minute by minute. Unconsciously, the sky had already darkened. So tired. Level 52. Goal achieved. He stopped fighting. Duanmuruwashi stretched, feeling weary. An entire day. Except for a half-hour break for lunch, the rest of the time was spent fighting. Although a bit tired, the gains were huge. After a day, her level successfully reached 52, not far from 53. In addition, she got another red tier item, and several blue tier and white tier items. Level 54. Ji Qingluo smiled. She had just reached level 54. Although Duanmuruwashi started later than her, the three of them gained the same amount of experience from teaming up, with only a 30 million experience difference between them, so there was almost no significant level gap later on. In fact, their levels were even the same later, with only a slight difference in experience. Today, everyone's tired. Get some rest early, Su Xingqian said. His current level has reached 5572.18%. He should be able to reach level 57 tomorrow. Later on. It's getting harder and harder to level up, because more and more experience is needed. MHM. The two women nodded. After saying hello to Su Xingqian, they went to the pond to bathe. To avoid a repeat of yesterday evening's incident. The cave. It was the same cave as yesterday. After all, the distance of their battle from this cave wasn't far. It would only take half an hour to fly there with a sword. About half an hour later, Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruwashi returned after their bath. Changed into clean clothes. It was Su Xingqian's turn. He walked towards the pond. For men, bathing. Anything over 5 minutes is a waste of time. Soon, Su Xingqian returned to the cave. The beds were already made, and since they had stayed there yesterday, no cleaning was needed. Brother, here you go. The three sat together. A simple table was laden with bread, snacks, juice, and drinks. Today's battle was too tiring. They would just eat a little to get by. Su Xingqian nodded. He hummed in acknowledgement. And took the fruit offered by Ji Qingluo. Oh, right. I have 120 million here, I'll transfer it to you. Ji Qingluo replied. Her hands didn't stop moving either. No matter how many gold coins. They weren't of much use to her. The gold coins from selling equipment last time were also given to Su Xingqian. Senior brother. I still have 400 million here. Duanmuruwashi glanced at Ji Qingluo, then at Su Xingqian. Her eyes instantly showed curiosity. Ever since she met senior brother, she felt he was very short on money. But she couldn't understand. Senior brother doesn't buy equipment, so what does he need so many gold coins for? Logically speaking, as long as a professional doesn't buy equipment, gold coins are usually sufficient, unless they live a luxurious life. But senior brother. Getting to know her means gold coins. 10 million gold coins to help her level up. He saw Duanmuruwashi was about to transfer money to him. Su Xingqian was stunned. Her head was full of question marks. What did he mean? Senior brother. You're treating me like an outsider. You accepted Qingluo's gold coins without hesitation, but you're making such a face for mine. You're clearly treating me differently from Qingluo. Woohoo woohoo. Duanmuruwashi saw Su Xingqian's expression. She felt an inexplicable sadness. So, she said in a low voice. By the end,
Crystal tears rolled down her cheeks. That's not true. Su Xingqian looked at Duanmu Ruoshi. Then he looked at Ji Qingluo. Finally, he said helplessly. Accept the trade. A total of 520 million gold coins were received. Including the previous gold coins and what was obtained today, the total gold coins reached 890 million. It's not far from 1 billion gold coins. With a bit more effort tomorrow, the gold coins can accumulate to 1 billion. With 1 billion gold coins, the resurrection ring can be activated. Senior brother. What do you need so many gold coins for? Seeing Su Xingqian accept the trade, junior sister Duanmu smiled through her tears. At the same time, Anne asked curiously. She looked cautiously. After all, it was Su Xingqian's privacy, and she somewhat regretted asking after she did. But words spoken are like water spilled. Hidden profession. Enhancement. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate. He replied. It could only be considered a hidden profession, and saying enhancement wasn't entirely unreasonable. So that's how it is. From now on, all the gold coins we get from teaming up will be yours. Duanmu Ruoshi was overjoyed. Me too. Ji Qingluo didn't want to be left behind. She also echoed. Let's tidy up. Time for bed. What could Su Xingqian say? Agreeing wasn't right, not agreeing wasn't right either. He could only change the subject. Later. I don't need much gold anymore. Because among the special rings, only the resurrection ring remains unactivated. Once the resurrection ring is activated, gold won't be needed. He drank all the liquid in the bottle. He stood up. He walked towards the bed. Leaning against the bed, he blinked, and the virtual screen unfolded. He was ready to check today's gains. Most importantly, naturally, it was to check the golden mythical item dropped by the guaranteed drop monster. His standards were too high now. Equipment below golden tier. He wasn't interested in at all. Honestly. There's too big a difference in combat power between human tier equipment and profound tier equipment. Human tier white, 100 combat power. Profound tier white, 10,000 combat power. One can see how vast this gap is. However, even so, he would rather wear human tier golden equipment than use profound tier red equipment. He opened his inventory. There was a good amount of equipment lying in his inventory. Check. Name, Azure Profound. Tier, Profound Tier. Affix, Gold. Combat Power, 100000. Required Level, LV50. Attribute 1, Poison Resistance increased by 200%. Attribute 2, Damage increased by 200%. As a Profound Tier Golden Mythical item, both its combat power and attribute bonuses were far superior to human tier items. After checking, he equipped it immediately, replacing the original Profound Jade Ring. Combat power plus 398,000. The Profound Jade Ring had 500 combat power. Now, replacing it with the 100,000 combat power, Azure Profound increased his combat power by 99,500. This is then multiplied by the combat power ring's 200% and the Crimson Underworld Heavenly Emperor's 200%. Ultimately, his combat power directly increased by 398,000. The attack multiplier was simply too overpowered. Su Xingqian's total combat power reached 1,869,558 points. He was not far from 2 million combat power. If he were to equip orange and red gear, that would be over 2 million combat power. He thought, a complete set of golden mythical items should yield roughly 3 million combat power. Closed the virtual screen. He shifted his body. A short while later. And soon fell asleep. Qingluo, good night. Good night. Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo wished each other good night and then went to sleep. If it were last night, they would make a fuss for a while before going to sleep. As for tonight, they had fought all day. They were too tired to play. Myriad Worlds, Day 3. Early in the morning. Ruwashi. Xingluo. Time to get up.
Su Xingqian woke up, fully dressed, and reached out to nudge Duanmu Ruwashi and Ji Qingluo. The way these two slept was truly unique. One had her butt sticking out. The other was spread-eagled. So alluring. He almost had a nosebleed. This isn't your home. You're out in the wilderness. Seeing this scene, he was speechless. Couldn't they consider his feelings? After calling, so Su Xingqian left the cave to avoid embarrassing the two girls later. After washing up, the two girls finally came out. They had changed their clothes. Duanmu Ruwashi, JK uniform, white stockings, white patent leather shoes. Ji Qingluo, a small vest and a bow-tie shirt, a short skirt, her legs plump and long, straight and slender, with a delicate rosy glow. Brother. Senior brother. Seeing Su Xingqian. Both girls were a little embarrassed, shyly greeting Su Xingqian. They had just been woken up. And seeing their situation, they were mortified. They really treated this place like their own boudoir. Today, we have to leave here and go somewhere further, Su Xingqian said. Below the cave. Sitting on a large rock, he took out some food and, while eating, spoke to the two girls. The three of them were the same age. However, yet at this moment, he seemed much older than them. He could leave earlier. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruwashi had not yet met the conditions to leave. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Benefits, 0. Guaranteed drop, 1. Myriad Realm, 101-6525. Legacy, 0. Countdown, 98 days 4 hours 22 minutes 9 seconds. It's been almost 2 days since I arrived in the Myriad Realm. The gains have been substantial. However, his goals are definitely more than this. Okay, senior brother. Duanmu Ruwashi replied obediently. After washing up, sitting in front of Su Xingqian, the three of them ate together. What is our goal? Ji Qingluo asked. This dungeon. It's incredibly difficult for others, but simple for brother. So, brother must have a goal in mind. What kind of goal is it? It mainly depends on luck. If we're lucky, each of us gets a golden set. Su Xingqian smiled. Although this dungeon is simple for him, encountering guaranteed drop monsters and bonus monsters entirely depends on luck. 20 minutes. Whoosh. 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 The Azure Bird and the True Dragon soared towards the horizon. Su Xingqian and the other two sat on the backs of the Azure Bird and the True Dragon. They avoided using sword flight whenever possible. The True Dragon and Azure Bird were incredibly fast, no slower than Su Xingqian's sword flight. Half an hour later, they arrived at yesterday's battle location. However, they didn't stop but continued flying. 1 hour. Thanks to the speed of the True Dragon and Azure Bird, they covered thousands of miles in an hour. Along the way, any group of demonic beasts they encountered was instantly destroyed with a single strike, not affecting their journey at all. Beep. Alert, 7-stage demonic beast detected, guaranteed drop. 26,538 meters ahead. Beep. Alert, 7-stage demonic beast detected, guaranteed drop. 36472 meters to the front left. Alerts sounded in his mind. Guaranteed drop monsters. Moreover. And 2 of them. Hearing this, Su Xingqian's face lit up with excitement. Guaranteed drop monsters. He finally encountered them again. Senior brother. Seeing Su Xingqian stop, both looked over curiously. Guaranteed drop monster. Su Xingqian only said 3 words. At the same time, he held up 2 fingers.
Guaranteed drop monsters. Two of them.
Duanmuruashi and Ji Qingluo saw Su Xingqian's hand gesture.
Both were overjoyed. 7th stage. Very powerful. However,
in front of Su Xingqian, they were nothing, and even they could probably take them on solo. The reason for their excitement was that guaranteed drop monsters had a high probability of dropping good equipment.
Qingluo. Ruashi. You two deal with one, don't go head to head. Su Xingqian nodded. Then he made arrangements. 2 7th stage demonic beasts.
Although they weren't together, they weren't far apart. He would deal with one, and let Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruashi practice with the other. Otherwise, with his combat power, he could easily defeat a 7th stage beast even with a normal attack.
Excellent, excellent. Excellent, excellent. The two girls spoke in unison, incredibly excited. At the same time, they knew
Su Xingqian was letting them practice.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Several miles apart. However,
the Tier 7 demonic beast was massive, visible from a great distance, and its terrifying aura and pressure could be clearly felt miles away. The three of them divided their tasks and flew towards their target.
10,000 swords returned to origin.
When Su Xingqian was 500 meters away from the Tier 7 demonic beast, he immediately unleashed the myriad swords returning to the origin.
Instantly.
Overwhelming sword chi, sword glints, sword light, and sword intent, imbued with terrifying scarlet nether sword intent, surged towards the Tier 7 demonic beast. He had already practiced last time, so he knew his strength. Moreover, his current combat power had surged to 1.8 million. There was no longer any need to play it slow. Instead, he planned for an instant kill.
The main reason was he wanted to kill this Tier 7 demonic beast and then go support Ji Qingluo and the others. It was their first time facing a Tier 7 demonic beast, and he really couldn't rest assured. He didn't want to see two beautiful maidens turn into corpses, or even become food for demonic beasts. Boom! One strike. Instant kill. The Tier 7 demonic beast guaranteed drop crashed to the ground. Instant kill. Instant kill. In the distance, Duanmuruashi and Ji Qingluo, who were about to make their move, couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Su Xingqian instantly kill the Tier 7 demonic beast. They knew Su Xingqian was strong, but seeing it with their own eyes was another matter entirely. Instantly killing a Tier 7 demonic beast was an incredibly powerful visual impact. Congratulations on killing a Tier 7 demonic beast guaranteed drop. Experience plus 2,200%. Gold plus 20 million. Attribute plus 10. Drop, Blazing Sun Gold Domain Profound Gold 1. As the Tier 7 demonic beast fell, the notification sounded. He gained 2 million experience and 20 million gold coins. What made Su Xingqian happiest was the drop. A gold item. Another gold item dropped. Ha! Amidst his joy, Su Xingqian looked at where the demonic beast had fallen, his expression changing, and he couldn't help but utter a surprised sound. He saw 2 golden lights and 1 red light where the demonic beast had fallen. 2 gold and 1 red. In other words, this time, double explosion. Guaranteed drop monsters had a high probability of dropping equipment, and good equipment at that, but he never expected to get 2 gold and 1 red at once. It would be strange if Su Xingqian wasn't surprised. In the distance, after a brief stun, Duanmuruashi plunged into battle. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Boom. Roar. Arrow shadows tore through the air, green light darting. For a moment, the two of them sat on the azure bird's back, fighting the Tier 7 demonic beast. Su Xingqian calmed himself. Whoosh. Sitting on the true dragon's back, he moved closer to Ji Qingluo and the others, but kept a distance from the Tier 7 demonic beast, because he didn't intend to join the battle. At most he would just keep an eye on Ji Qingluo and the others. If they couldn't withstand an attack, he could approach them immediately. The three of them were in party mode.
His domain within the ring of the realm could also have an effect on them.
Boom! 3 minutes. The Tier 7 demonic beast crashed down. This time, Su Xingqian didn't get any equipment, only experience, gold coins, and 10 attribute points. A golden light. 3 blue lights. How is it?
Ji Qingluo cheered excitedly when she saw the demonic beast fall.
Not bad. Su Xingqian nodded. Senior brother. What about me? Duan Muruashi also seemed to be looking for praise. Very good. Su Xingqian smiled.
Facing such a behemoth as a Tier 7 demonic beast, it was already remarkable that they didn't panic, and now they'd killed the Tier 7 demonic beast so quickly they truly did well. S-Class, indeed worthy of being S-Class. Senior brother. Did the guaranteed drop monster you killed drop 2 golds and 1 red? Duan Muruashi asked. As if confirming something. It wasn't just her. Ji Qingluo was the same. I got a gold. Who got the other gold and 1 red? Su Xingqian nodded. I got the gold. I got the red. Duan Muruashi and Ji Qingluo replied. Only then was it confirmed. They weren't seeing things that really happened. 1 demonic beast. Dropped 2 golds and 1 red. No one would believe it if they told them. It seems. Good luck today. Su Xingqian said. Sitting on the back of the true dragon, flying forward, destructive sword energy and sword gleams erupted from time to time, and in front of them, all Tier 5 and Tier 6 demonic beasts were instantly annihilated. It was only morning, and they had already encountered 2 guaranteed drop monsters. And 2 golds and 1 red even appeared. This luck. Isn't it good? Profound tier golden weapon. That's great. On the back of the azure bird. Duan Muruashi was incredibly excited. Because the golden item she got was a weapon. Among equipment, weapons and armor are the most precious. Not to mention a golden mythical weapon. My luck is pretty good too. A gold tier outfit. Ji Qingluo shot Duan Muruashi a glare. What are you so smug about? You have a Xian rank gold tier weapon, and I don't, but I just got a gold tier outfit of the same level as your weapon. Besides, even if I had a gold tier weapon, I might not necessarily be able to equip it. Because the weapon she had equipped increased her total combat power by 150%. Whoosh! Whoosh! They continued to fly, and half an hour later, countless demonic beasts appeared before them. A horde of demonic beasts. Rumble. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Roar. A battle erupted, though to call it a battle would be an overstatement. It was more like a one-sided slaughter. Wherever Su Xingqian and the true dragon passed, everything was annihilated. Demonic beasts fell in droves, many weren't even left with complete bodies, turning into a mist of blood and fragments. Experience in gold. It was soaring. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 56. Base combat power x 110%. A golden light flashed and vanished. The notification sounded. Su Xingqian had leveled up, reaching level 56. Each level up increased his base combat power by 3 to 4,000, which, after the multipliers, became over 10,000. And it kept stacking up. The higher the level, the higher the combat power. Of course, you needed gear with percentage-based boosts. Beep. Alert, Tier 7 Demonic Beast Guaranteed Drop detected. 89,107 meters directly ahead. He had just leveled up. The alert sounded again. They had run into another guaranteed drop monster. Well. Had the 3 of them stumbled into a nest of guaranteed drop monsters? In just 2 short hours, they had encountered 3 guaranteed drop monsters. You see. There were only 2,081 guaranteed drop monsters in the entire myriad worlds. And the three of them had already killed 3, and now they had found another. It was as if the guaranteed drop monsters were prepared just for them. Big Brother student. Is it another guaranteed drop monster? Duanmuruwashi asked. During the battle, she had unintentionally noticed the change in Su Xingqian's expression. That expression. Just like when I encountered the guaranteed critical hit monster earlier. Could it be? Did I encounter another guaranteed critical hit monster? Indeed. Don't get distracted during battle. Su Xingqian nodded. At the same time, he scolded her. The fact that she could catch his changing expressions meant she wasn't focused on the battle, which was unacceptable. MHM. Duanmuruwashi was scolded. She obediently nodded in agreement. Looking adorable. Making the person who scolded her feel a wave of reluctance. Aren't you ashamed? Constantly staring at my brother. On the back of the azure bird. Ji Qingluo blared at Duanmuruwashi, her sense of crisis growing stronger. This guy. How shameless. I need to watch out for her, don't want her stealing my brother. What do you mean your brother? So what if I looked? Duanmuruwashi wasn't giving an inch. After saying that, both snorted simultaneously, turning their heads away, refusing to look at each other. Whoosh! Su Xingqian didn't bother with the two beautiful girls. This was their squabble, and if he was smart, he wouldn't interject, or he'd be unable to back down, as he might encounter a deadly question. A short while later, he then spotted the huge and terrifying Tier 7 demonic beast guaranteed drop, which they referred to as the guaranteed drop monster. Qi Ming Heavenly Emperor. Struck from a distance. Immediately, a destructive sword aura, imbued with Qi Ming's sword intent, landed on the Tier 7 demonic beast. The sword aura directly split the Tier 7 demonic beast in half. The Tier 7 demonic beast fell. Boom! Raising a sky-obscuring cloud of dust. Congratulations on killing a Tier 7 demonic beast guaranteed drop. EXP plus 20000000200%. Gold plus 20 million. Attribute plus 10. Drop, Star Moon Sabbath Profound Gold 1. What good luck! He got another golden mythical item. These guaranteed drop monsters in the Myriad Realm seem to guarantee golden mythical drops. In the outside world, a single golden mythical item could be a family heirloom. But to Su Xingqian, they were like common white equipment. Dropping as if they cost nothing. Just like that. He had hunted a total of 4 guaranteed drop monsters and obtained 3 golden items. Duanmuruwashi and Ji Qingluo each received 1. By this count, for guaranteed drop monsters, dropped 5 golden items, plus several red ones. This drop rate must be 10 billion%. You see. Let alone golden items, even white equipment requires killing hundreds or thousands of monsters to get 1 drop. Blue and orange equipment are even rarer, and red equipment is practically unseen. As for golden mythical items, well, they're mythical. The total number of golden mythical items counted across all of Huaxia is less than 500. Rest at midnight. There are 2.5 hours left. Continue. Su Xingqian didn't check the equipment. He spoke to the 2 beautiful girls. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small. Where was it small? Sword control guided several long swords, continuously harvesting demonic beasts. From time to time, the Azure Lotus Sword Song was unleashed, erupting with myriad swords returning to the source and the Scarlet Nether Sword Array, causing demonic beasts to fall one after another. Experience and gold coins surged upwards. Attributes. They were also increasing by 10 and 10. There are still 2.5 hours left. I'll try to raise my level to 57 before resting. Experience plus 100,000. Experience plus 200,000.
Gold plus 1 million. Attribute plus 10. Attribute plus 10. Time passed, minute by minute. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 57.
Base combat power x 110%.
Finally.
Before midnight, Su Xingqian's level increased to 57.
The main reason was the abundance of demonic beasts here. And their density. With each strike, many demonic beasts perished. I'm so tired. After the battle ceased,
Ji Qingluo had the azure bird stand guard nearby, while she and Duan Muruashi lay sprawled out on the lawn. Lush branches and leaves blocked the scorching sun, and gentle breezes blew, making them incredibly comfortable.
Having been tired all morning, now they really wanted to take a nap. No pain, no gain. Here, have some water. Su Xingqian sat beside the two.
He took out food from his system space. He handed 2 bottles of mineral water to Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi.
Senior brother. Can we rest earlier today? Duan Muruashi. After drinking the water,
her spirits had recovered significantly. Her beautiful, intelligent eyes looked at Su Xingqian as she asked softly.
She really wanted to sleep. What levels are you two at now? Su Xingqian didn't answer. Then asked back.
Brother, I just reached level 56 2.14%.
Senior brother, I'm level 55 78.29%. The two didn't know why Su Xingqian asked about their levels, but they answered truthfully anyway. Alright then. When Ruashi reaches level 57, we'll rest. Su Xingqian said. Currently, Duanmu Ruashi is a bit over level 55.
To reach level 57, she would need over 100 million experience points. With over 100 million experience points, Su Xingqian could reach over level 58, and Qingluo would also reach level 58.
Excellent, excellent. The two spoke in unison. Over 100 million experience points. With effort,
they could achieve it in just over 3 hours. It would be even better if they encountered a few guaranteed drop monsters.
Guaranteed drop monsters yield high experience. Lots of gold. Can also drop good equipment. Half an hour later. After eating. You two, go ahead and sleep on the azure bird's back. Rest in battle, without missing a beat. Su Xingqian couldn't bear to see the little troublemaker and sister Duanmu looking sleepy. So he spoke. Indeed.
They could sleep on the azure bird's back. The azure bird fighting wouldn't affect their sleep.
In that case, it was truly achieving both battle and sleep. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Ji Qingluo heard this.
Her eyes darted around. She wondered why she hadn't thought of this earlier.
Then let's go. Su Xingqian spoke. Riding the dragon, they rose.
Flying towards the distance, Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi also sat on the azure bird's back. The azure bird's wingspan was 60 to 70 meters, and sleeping on it felt like sleeping in a soft down comforter. A real down comforter.
Moreover,
the azure bird was a descendant of the phoenix race, such a powerful being. When it flew, sleeping on it felt perfectly smooth, without any bumps. A short while later, the two pretty sisters fell asleep. And the azure bird followed right behind the true dragon.
Boom! Boom! Roar roar! Chirp! Whoosh whoosh!
Flying and fighting simultaneously, all demon beasts in their path were annihilated.
Level 57 3.98%. Level 57 4.15%. Level 57 99.41%.
Level 57 99.99%.
Time passed by second. Unconsciously. 3 hours passed, and the time reached 3 in the afternoon. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current, level 58.
Base combat power x 110%.
Su Xingqian leveled up again, reaching level 58.
Not only did he level up, but Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo had also leveled up, and even earlier than him, because their levels were slightly lower than his, requiring tens of millions less experience. So they leveled up a bit earlier.
Continue. Continue. Su Xingqian did not stop fighting because of leveling up.
Sword energy surged. Sword light raged.
Sword formation destroyed. The dragon's roar shook the nine heavens, and the azure bird's clear cry tore through the void.
This world seemed to be on the verge of destruction.
Experience. Gold coins. Attributes. Equipment. Continuous incoming funds. Just then, Duanmu Ruoshi woke up and stretched lazily.
She looked very languid.
Rubbed her eyes. What a good sleep. Ji Qingluo also woke up.
Both of them slept for a full 3 hours.
Who naps for 3 hours?
It would be strange not to feel well rested.
Ah, it's already past 3 o'clock. Duanmu Ruoshi took out her phone. Glanced at the time.
Well. It was already 3 o'clock. It seemed like it was just past 12 when she went to sleep, and now it was already past 3.
Seeing Su Xingqian fighting, the two girls felt a bit embarrassed. After a brief adjustment, they joined the battle. Beep.
Notification: discovered a 7th tier demon beast guaranteed drop.
49,821 meters directly ahead. Beep.
Notification: discovered a 7th tier demon beast guaranteed drop.
54,238 meters directly ahead. Beep.
Notification: discovered a 7th tier demon beast guaranteed drop.
56,210 meters ahead and to the right. Time. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Xingqian, in the midst of battle, heard a prompt in her mind. This sound. It was from the system. More guaranteed drop monsters had been found. Moreover, this time, 3 guaranteed drop monsters were found. No one else had such luck.
In the vast myriad worlds, with such a small number of guaranteed drop monsters, they encountered so many.
Were the other hundreds of thousands of professionals eating dirt? Why couldn't they find guaranteed drop monsters? Or perhaps they couldn't kill them? Go. Guaranteed drop monsters. Su Xingqian called out to Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo.
Then, she flew off on her sword towards the distance.
As for the true dragon, she would just let him follow behind. After all, there are many dense demonic beasts here. Whoosh. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo were delighted. They quickly followed Su Xingqian. Rumble. Rumble. The true dragon and azure bird also flew towards Su Xingqian and the others. Everywhere they passed, terrifying pressure and power directly obliterated everything, turning countless demonic beasts into bloody mist. This scene was like hell itself. Tens of thousands of meters. For their speed. Flying at full speed. It was a matter of a minute or two. From a distance, they saw a powerful 7th tier demonic beast, 100 zhang tall, like a small mountain. Kacha. The Crimson Underworld Heavenly Emperor unleashed a sword strike. Instantly, space itself shattered. In an instant, the destructive sword gleam landed on the 7th tier demonic beast. Boom! One hit, instant kill. The notification sounded. But Su Xingqian did not pause, continuing to fly forward with his sword, because there was another 7th tier demonic beast ahead, only a few thousand meters away. Soon, he saw another 7th tier demonic beast. Boom! Another instant kill. Similarly, Su Xingqian still ignored the prompt sound and turned to a different direction. The two sisters following Su Xingqian were stunned. Instant kill. Instant kill. Are 7th tier demonic beasts really so vulnerable? And they hadn't expected to encounter not one, but 2 guaranteed drop monsters. But after seeing Su Xingqian's actions, they only then understood a little. It wasn't 2 either. It was at least 3. Indeed. The 2 soon saw the 3rd 7th tier demonic beast. At this moment, Duanmuruashi was very curious. How did senior brother discover the 7th tier demonic beasts? He could detect them dozens of miles away in advance. Moreover, and so precisely, as if he had a map. Could it be related to his hidden profession? Boom! Without suspense, it was still an instant kill with 1 sword. Good luck! From 3 guaranteed drop monsters, Su Xingqian obtained 2 golden mythical items. Hunting guaranteed drop monsters was truly satisfying. Not only could he get good equipment, but also high experience and abundant gold coins. Just like that. Hunting a 7th tier demonic beast could yield 2 million experience. And 20 million gold coins. It simply couldn't be better. As for attribute points, that wasn't as satisfying. Whether hunting tier 1 or tier 7, attribute points always increase by 10. Until when? It would be awesome if hunting 1 demon beast could increase attribute points by 100. Not just good, but incredibly good. It would be exhilarating. It's my debut. Data is super important, brothers and sisters. Please move your magic little hands to encourage updates, give 5-star ratings, and power it with love. I'll kowtow to you first. Great! At this rate, a complete Earth tier golden mythic set. Ji Qingluo was very excited. Another golden item was acquired. Though not a weapon. It's a necklace. But no matter what, this is an Earth tier golden mythic item. Outside, countless professionals would surely bid high prices to snatch it. It's said that a previous Earth tier golden mythic item once reached a price of 13 billion gold coins. A complete Earth tier golden set. Just the equipment provides 800,000 combat power. Duanmuruashi pondered. A complete Earth tier golden set, just the equipment provides 800,000 combat power. What if there's an additional buff or something? Then it would just skyrocket. Today, we might complete a set. Just then, Su Xingqian said, a smile appearing on his lips, growing more and more obvious. Behold! The 2 beautiful young girls were stunned. What do I mean? They asked in unison. They didn't quite understand. A complete set of Earth tier golden equipment was their ultimate goal. Could it be achieved today? Impossible, right? It's already 4 o'clock, and after fighting for a bit, they'd need to find a place to settle down. After all, how could tier 7 guaranteed drop monsters be so easy to encounter? Besides, because we might have arrived at the guaranteed drop monster's nest. This sounded a bit like showing off. Su Xingqian sighed. A guaranteed drop monster's nest? Lots of guaranteed drop monsters? The 2 girls blinked their eyes, seeing Su Xingqian's expression. They couldn't figure it out. Isn't this a good thing? He then understood. Falling into a nest of guaranteed drop monsters, he was truly in luck. Excited. Happy. He rubbed his hands together, looking as if he was about to embark on a grand undertaking. Whoosh! Whoosh! Flying swiftly. Soon. Then he saw 7th tier demonic beasts, not 1, not 2, not 3, but swarms of 7th tier guaranteed drop monsters. Seeing these guaranteed drop monsters, Duanmuruashi and Ji Qingluo's eyes lit up. What they saw were not guaranteed drop monsters, but equipment. In their eyes, every guaranteed drop monster was a red outfit and a golden mythic item. Rumble. Rumble. Even though they were facing the pressure of destruction at this very moment, they didn't care. While 7th tier demonic beasts were powerful, they would be fine as long as they were careful, not to mention having Qingyao there. Besides Qing Miao and the True Dragon,
there was also Su Xingqian.
Su Xingqian's strength was far superior to that of 7th tier demonic beasts. Do you too want to see my ultimate move?
Su Xingqian looked at the densely packed guaranteed drop monsters. Her heart pounded.
Oh my goodness!
These were all experience and gold coins, all red and gold equipment.
At this moment,
he could hardly wait.
Ultimate move? What ultimate move? The two were taken aback. Ultimate move? What other ultimate moves do you have? The swordsman's ultimate move is myriad swords returning to origin. Everyone knows that.
In the past 2 days, they had also seen Su Xingqian unleash myriad swords returning to origin, and it was indeed very powerful. A super AoE skill.
Sword Dao to the abyss. Accompany me.
Just as Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruashi were puzzled, the Crimson Underworld Heavenly Emperor appeared in Su Xingqian's hand.
He opened his mouth and uttered the 8 words, Sword Dao to the abyss, accompany me. At this moment,
his entire body was filled with destructive sword intent.
Sword Dao damage
increased by 30 times.
Immediately after,
Su Xingqian unleashed myriad swords returning to origin, boosted by 30 times, instantly covering an area of hundreds of miles. This part of the world was filled with sword chi, sword intent, sword light, and sword shadows.
Destruction. Destruction. Nothing but destruction. In an instant,
the Heavenly Emperor returned to normal. However, within this 100-mile radius, no living creatures could be seen anymore, as all the demonic beasts had already perished.
Experience plus 2 million. Gold plus 20 million. Attribute plus 10.
At this very moment,
Su Xingqian's expression was calm, but his experience and gold surged. Meanwhile, Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruashi
were still in shock.
Was stunned by Su Xingqian's strike.
Buzz.
Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 58.
Base combat power X 110%.
Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 59.
Base combat power X 110%.
Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 61.
Base combat power X 110%.
Golden light flashed on him 4 times. His level rose from 57 to 61. At this,
he gained a total of 460 million experience points, because this single strike killed over 200 guaranteed drop monsters of the 7th tier.
After the monsters were annihilated, the ground was aglow. Blue, orange, red,
and gold. The dazzling light left people dumbfounded, because every single one of these lights represented a piece of equipment.
We hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot.
The 2 beautiful young sisters nearby recovered from their shock and almost jumped for joy.
Notification sounds kept ringing.
There were level up notifications and equipment drop notifications.
These sounds, for professional players, they couldn't be more wonderful. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sitting on the back of the True Dragon. After a lap of flight. Around them,
there were no more guaranteed drop monsters, only some 5th and 6th tier beasts.
That's enough for today. Let's find a place to rest, Su Xingqian said. It was a little after 4.
Though it was a bit early, today's gains were terrifying, so they needed a good rest and some time to recover.
All right. All right. The 2 sisters spoke in unison. Next,
the 3 then left the area, flying into the distance, searching for a place to stay along the way.
Half an hour later,
they found a cave. Besides the cave, there was also a lake.
A picturesque scene. I'm going to sleep for a bit. A little tired.
Su Xingqian lay down on the grass, his eyes squinted as he spoke.
Sword Dao overlook. Indeed, immensely powerful. But also extremely draining. I've been fighting all day, I want to sleep. Brother, you sleep first. We'll go clean up the cave. Ji Qingluo said. After saying that, then he and Duanmu Ruwashi left for the cave. As for safety, with the true dragon and azure bird guarding here, there's certainly no danger. A gentle breeze rustled. Ripples spread across the lake. The azure bird and true dragon each took a side, standing guard. Let's go get something. When senior brother wakes up, we'll barbecue. We absolutely have to celebrate today. So many golden mythical items. I really didn't expect senior brother's ultimate move to be so terrifying. I feel like even a level 100 would be instantly killed. The cave was very large. The two tidied it up simply. The bedding was all taken care of. Duanmu Ruwashi spoke to Ji Qingluo. That was what we got last time. A reward from the instance, a powerful skill. Ji Qingluo said. She had heard Su Xingqian mention it. But she didn't know exactly what skill it was. She never expected that skill to be so terrifying. A god-like ability. The two chatted. Leaving the cave. Preparing food for the evening. What happened? The guaranteed drop monsters suddenly decreased by over 200?
When I came, there were 2088 Tier 7 guaranteed drop monsters. In 2 months, only 7 were killed. I never thought today there'd suddenly be over 200 fewer. I wonder what happened. Over 200 guaranteed drop monsters disappeared instantly, that's a bit terrifying. Something strange might have happened in this myriad manifestations world.
Damn it, I encountered a monster, a bonus one that almost killed me. Luckily, I ran fast.
Myriad manifestations world.
There are hundreds of thousands of professionals. Most of these professionals
are around level 50, and when they encounter Tier 7 guaranteed drops and Tier 8 bonuses, their only option is to flee for their lives.
This day, quite a few professionals discovered that the guaranteed drop monsters had instantly decreased by over 200. This shocked many professionals.
A hint of fear arose in their hearts. Hee, finally, a decent human has arrived.
Tower of Myriad Forms. It might be triggered.
By then, this venerable one can break free from the seal and leave this place. Jia. At the center of the Myriad Forms world.
Beneath a mountain 3.33 million zhang tall, an eerie laugh echoed.
With the emergence of the laughter,
the entire mountain shook. It's getting dark. On the lawn,
Su Xingqian woke up, covered by a thin blanket. He noticed the sky had darkened. He had slept for over 2 hours.
Brother, you're awake. Not far away.
His 2 younger sisters had built a bonfire.
Moreover,
they had also set up a complete barbecue station, even preparing all the ingredients, just waiting for him.
I'll wash my face first. Su Xingqian nodded. He stood up.
He folded the blanket, then walked towards the lake, cupped the water to wash his face, and immediately felt wide awake.
Senior brother. Tonight, let's celebrate properly. Duanmu Ruwashi was incredibly excited.
When she had nothing to do, she sorted through her gains. Before sorting, she knew she had struck it rich this time, but after actually organizing everything, she remained stunned for a long time because it was simply too astonishing. Level 5989.14%. Gold coins 4,880,000,000.
White equipment 202 pieces. Blue equipment 113 pieces.
Orange equipment 24 pieces.
Red equipment 31 pieces. Gold equipment 22 pieces. These were red and gold mythic items.
She hadn't expected to have a complete set for herself, plus over a dozen additional gold mythic items, completely exceeding her imagination.
Honestly,
before coming to the Myriad Forms world, she merely intended to train with Su Xingqian.
At most, she thought she'd acquire a set of ordinary equipment. If she was lucky. Getting one gold item would be great.
But she never imagined that after only 3 days in the myriad forms world, she would have a complete set of gold mythic items.
Alright, let's celebrate properly tonight. We can sleep in tomorrow. Su Xingqian chuckled. Gains. That's terrifying enough. Even leaving the myriad world now would be a huge haul. Yay! That's great. Hearing Su Xingqian's words, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi both cheered. The scene was like a teacher announcing a holiday. Senior brother, I'll give you the gold coins. Gold coins aren't very useful to me. Duanmu Ruoshi, who was helping with the barbecue, suddenly thought of something. Suddenly.
Then she spoke to Su Xingqian. Without waiting for Su Xingqian's reply, she immediately initiated the transfer, not giving him a chance to speak. After initiating the transaction, she blinked her eyes at Su Xingqian. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small.
Where was it small? It was as if she'd burst into tears if he didn't confirm the transaction. She looked. I wonder if it's just a misconception. I feel like I'm being a kept man. Su Xingqian saw the transaction amount. He was shocked. 4.8 billion. She directly transferred 48 gold coins. This sister truly treats money like dirt. But what she said was true. As a powerful and monstrous professional, she only lacked equipment, not money. She already had a complete golden mythical set. What would she need gold coins for? Normally, it's enough to get by. Put. Duanmu Ruoshi, who was drinking a beverage, heard Su Xingqian's words. Couldn't hold it in. Well, and sprayed Su Xingqian in the face. Senior brother, you're being too formal now, aren't you? We're teammates. We support each other. If it weren't for you, even though I'm S rank, my heaven would definitely be very low level right now. At least it wouldn't have reached level 59 so quickly, and I wouldn't have a complete set of golden mythical gear. Besides, with such a small amount of gold, I can't afford to keep senior brother as a sugar baby anyway. Duanmu Ruoshi quickly grabbed a tissue and helped Su Xingqian wipe his face. Then, she said softly, "All right. You can start eating." Su Xingqian let Duanmu Ruoshi wipe twice. Then took the tissue and wiped his face himself. A little later, the barbecue was ready, and the three of them ate while drinking juice. Brother, to you. Ji Qingluo raised her juice glass. Using juice instead of alcohol. Me too, me too. Duanmu Ruoshi didn't want to be left behind. She also raised her juice glass. The three lightly clinked their glasses. When training in the wilderness, one naturally shouldn't drink alcohol casually, as it's very unsafe. Qingluo, Ruoshi. How much combat power do you both have? Su Xingqian asked. Brother, I have 1.7 million combat power now. Ji Qingluo replied. A complete set of profound tier golden mythical gear. Moreover, the weapon has a permanent 200% combat power increase for the entire body. Her base combat power is probably around 50,000. The weapon and armor each provide 2 million combat power, and the other 4 items each provide 100,000 combat power, which adds up to exactly 1.7 million combat power. I also have 1.7 million. Duanmu Ruoshi said. 1.7 million combat power. Enough to instantly kill a tier 7 guaranteed drop monster. Back then. She wouldn't even dare to imagine it. After all, this was 1.7 million combat power. While other prodigy professionals, when they were level 50 or 60, your combat power isn't even 100,000, right? If you're careful, you can fight an 8th tier demonic beast. However, before level 70, this combat power is pretty much maxed out. Su Xingqian nodded. The second instance.
With 1.7 million combat power, aside from Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi, there's no one else in the world who could reach that, right? After all, this would require the most powerful complete profound tier golden mythical set. They have quite a few golden mythical items. They definitely pick the best to wear. 1 hour. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the three sat on the ground, chatting and envisioning the future. Evening. Around 9 o'clock, Su Xingqian got up and went to the lake. After bathing, he returned to the cave. At this moment, he felt incredibly excited, because he was about to completely replace his equipment and activate the resurrection ring. At that time, his strength would be comprehensively boosted, surging significantly. He opened the virtual light screen. There is an unprocessed transaction. Ji Qingluo transferred money to her, and large value transfers like this require transaction confirmation. 4.8 billion. Another 4.8 billion. Su Xingqian said nothing and accepted the trade. Gold, 15.328 billion. Level, 61 18.32%. Attributes, 1,429,800. White equipment, 392 pieces. Blue equipment, 208 pieces. Orange equipment, 63 pieces. Red equipment, 81 pieces. Gold equipment, 48 pieces. That last strike hunted 239 guaranteed drop tier 7 monsters. As the team leader, his share of the profit was naturally larger, so he received 1/2 of the dropped equipment. The other 1/2 went to Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi. 81 pieces of red legendary equipment. 48 pieces of gold mythical equipment. Too terrifying. Next. He didn't need to specifically look for tier 7 guaranteed drop monsters anymore, he could just farm more tier 5 and tier 6 demonic beasts. As for attributes, he decided against it. Killing tier 5 and 6 demonic beasts still only yielded 10 attributes. Later, he hoped to encounter a demonic beast for welfare. Whoosh! He took a deep breath, then began to check the equipment. Because he needed to examine all the gold mythical items to choose which ones to equip and replace. The affixes were very important and couldn't be ignored. He suddenly realized that having too much equipment wasn't necessarily a good thing. If there were only a few gold items, he wouldn't need to choose carefully, as there would be no room for selection. But there were dozens of gold mythical items. He could only examine them slowly. A full half hour. He finally selected the most satisfying gold mythical items. Weapon, Scarlet Underworld Emperor, no need to change. Ring, Azure Profound, no need to change either. Necklace, Star Moon Weekday, can be worn. Bracelet, Scorching Sun Gold Domain, can be worn. Armor, Profound Water Azure Feather, can be worn. Headwear, 9 Suns Ascendant, can be worn. A complete set of the best gold mythical equipment. The affix attributes were incredibly powerful. For his own use, given the option, he would definitely choose the best equipment to wear. A complete set. His combat power surged dramatically. Su Xingqian equipped all the chosen gear, replacing his old ones. Returning to the equipment panel. Seeing his entire body adorned in gold, a smile touched the corner of his lips. Armor. Name, Dark Wada Azure Feather. Tier, Profound Tier. Affix, Gold. Combat Power, 200000. Required Level, LV 50. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 300%. Attribute 2, when attacked, negates 70% of damage. Attribute 3, Armor penetration against equipment of lower quality than current. Headwear. Name, 9 Suns Ascendant. Tier, Profound Tier. Affix, Gold. Combat Power, 100000. Required Level, LV 50. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 100%. Attribute 2, Negative Emotion Resistance by 200%. Bracelet. Name,
Blazing Sun Golden Domain.
Tier, Profound Tier.
Affix, Gold.
Combat Power, 100000.
Required level, LV 50. Attribute 1, Defense increased by 100%.
Attribute 2, Damage increased by 100%.
Necklace. Name, Star Moon Dominion.
Tier, Profound Tier.
Affix, Gold.
Combat Power, 100000.
Required level, LV 50. Attribute 1, Recovery increased by 200%. Attribute 2, Skill Cultivation Speed increased by 400%.
All the attribute entries
were roughly similar. However,
but the stats had doubled.
At this,
Sushinshin's combat power directly reached 4,399,136 points. 4.4 million combat power now. Resurrection Ring activation conditions met.
Activate?
Before the special ring, the prompt appeared.
The activation conditions had been met. Activate. Without any hesitation. Activate directly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Resurrection Ring.
This was a life-saving treasure, being able to revive after death. It could be said that this resurrection ring was the most overpowered, bar none.
Resurrection Ring successfully activated. Name, Resurrection Ring. Combat Power, 1000. Tier, Unique. Affix, Gold Mythic.
Attribute, Passive: when the character dies, they will revive, cooldown 60 seconds, daily limit 5 times.
Note, Combat Power Ring enhancement requires 0.10 billion gold. Finally, after consuming 1 billion gold, the Resurrection Ring was activated. Now he wasn't afraid even if he died, because he could revive. At this very moment,
Sushinshin really wanted to jump up and cheer. The ring panel had 6 special rings.
All activated.
The special rings shone with a mysterious and cool glow, a sight that brought immediate joy.
Special rings, they can be enhanced. When he saw the note,
Sushinshin was shocked.
Just like in the game, these things could actually be enhanced. No need to guess. The enhanced attributes would be even more heaven-defying. However, enhancement required 10 billion gold coins, starting at 10 billion gold coins. How would he play later? Luckily,
he still had 15.3 billion gold coins, enough to enhance the combat power ring once. He was curious what the combat power ring would look like, what attributes it would have, after enhancement.
Enhance. Without the slightest hesitation. Anyway,
gold coins just sitting on him were idle, so he might as well try. If the enhancement effect was good, then he would work hard to earn more gold coins to continue enhancing the other special rings. Consumed 10 billion gold coins, combat power ring successfully enhanced. Name, Combat Power Ring.
Enhancement, +1. Combat Power, 100,000. Tier, Unique. Affix, Gold Mythic.
Attribute, permanent increase of overall combat power by 300%.
Good, good, good. Very good. After enhancement. Seeing the attributes, Sushinshin's heart trembled. That's wonderful.
The effect of the combat power ring's enhancement, its combat power became 100,000, and its attribute was no longer 200%, but 300%.
Unbelievable. Truly heaven-defying.
Looking at his overall combat power again, it was no longer 4.4 million. Instead, it had become 6,898,704. Over 6 million, almost 7 million combat power.
Oof. 7 million combat power, I damn well want to punch 9th tier demonic beasts, I want to punch demon kings. After a long time,
Sushinshin closed the virtual screen.
Lying on the bed. Gold coins.
He still had to work hard to earn more. He originally thought he wouldn't need gold coins after activating the special rings, but it turned out the special rings could also be enhanced, which he hadn't expected, nor had he expected the enhanced special rings to be so heaven-defying.
Enhance. He absolutely had to enhance them. He would sell everything he had to enhance them. Myriad worlds. The third day. It wasn't until noon that Ji Qingluo and the others woke up. Woken by hunger.
Yesterday's harvest was terrifying, so Su Xingqian agreed that they could sleep in.
When are we going back? Get up. Washed up.
While eating a simple breakfast, Ji Qingluo looked at Su Xingqian with curious eyes and asked,
Do you feel like you've been in the myriad worlds for a long time? Welfare monsters, we haven't encountered any yet.
Let's stay for a few more days, maybe we'll encounter a welfare monster. As for level, let's talk about it after reaching level 69. Su Xingqian said unhurriedly.
So early. What's the point of going back?
They finally cleared a calamity-level dungeon.
There are still guaranteed drop monsters and welfare monsters inside. Can they miss out? Actually,
he still had some goals in mind, farming attribute points, welfare monsters, and the Myriad World's inheritance.
Although welfare monsters and the Myriad World's inheritance were still nowhere in sight. However, he still had to think about them. It feels like we've been here for a long time. Counting the time. Today is only the third day. Ji Qingluo replied.
The main reason was that they grew too fast. It was only their third day in the Myriad Worlds. They already had a complete set of golden mythical gear, and there was still a lot of red equipment and golden mythical gear in their backpacks, giving people the illusion that they had been in the Myriad Worlds for several months.
Welfare monsters, what can they drop? I'm really curious. Duanmu Ruwashi ate her food.
Her eyes darted around. A look of anticipation on her face. If a Tier 7 guaranteed drop monster could drop profound Tier Golden mythical gear, then what about an Tier 8 welfare monster?
Could this be the explosive Emperor set? Alright. Let's set off after we've eaten.
Today, we'll continue heading forward, seeing if we can encounter any guaranteed drop monsters or welfare monsters. If we really can't, hunting Tier 5 or 6 demonic beasts will do. We'll treat it as gaining experience for leveling up and improving skills. Su Xingqian finished eating what was in his hands.
And said. It was already noon.
And since he hadn't been up long, a nap or anything similar was out of the question.
Today. Time to stretch our legs.
With 1.7 million combat power, Tier 5 and 6 demonic beasts are one-punch kills. Ji Qinglu was rubbing her hands together. 1.7 million combat power. She couldn't suppress the fighting spirit in her heart, wanting to find a Tier 5 or 6 demonic beast to try it out on, to experience the thrill of instantly killing one.
Today. Actual combat.
It was the same for Duanmu Ruwashi.
Lively. Nimble.
Their personalities were quite similar, of the same type.
Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Bonus, 0. Guaranteed drop, 50. Myriad manifestations, 246,125,308. Inheritance, 0. Countdown, 97 days 0 hours 36 minutes 14 seconds. That strike yesterday.
The gains were truly terrifying. Killing 239 guaranteed drop monsters earned him 48 pieces of golden mythicals. Now, the guaranteed drop count in his info panel had become 50, meaning he had acquired 50 pieces of golden mythicals by hunting guaranteed drop monsters. The myriad manifestations value had reached a staggering 246 million.
Killing one guaranteed drop monster
could yield 1 million myriad manifestations value. Whereas Tier 5 and 6 demonic beasts offered a pitifully small amount of myriad manifestations value.
Legacy, 0.
Welfare, 0. These two spots were still at 0, which looked a bit uncomfortable. Therefore, he'd use the remaining time to try and change the numbers in these two places. As for attribute points,
never mind.
He couldn't even be bothered to think about them after leaving this myriad manifestations world. He'd go to the maps in the suburbs to farm low-tier demonic beasts. That would be a faster way to rack up attribute points. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, the true dragon and the azure bird quickly flew through the air, breaking the sound barrier. Today, Duanmuruashi wanted to sit with Sushingshin, ostensibly to experience what it felt like to fly on a dragon. However, once on the true dragon's back, her hands clutched tightly to Sushingshin's clothes. The two were very close. Hoof! Seeing Duanmuruashi's appearance, Ji Qinglu snorted, extremely displeased. Next, she put away the azure bird, and with a flash of her delicate figure, she appeared beside Sushingshin, landing on the true dragon's back. Don't you have azure bird? Duanmuruashi saw Ji Qingluo's appearance. She paused. She pouted her small mouth and asked unhappily, "What's wrong with me having azure bird? Today, I want to sit with Big Brother." Ji Qingluo lifted her small face. She retorted righteously. What? Just because I have azure bird, I can't sit with Big Brother? You don't have a flying mount, and you think you're in the right. Hoof. Duanmuruashi knew she couldn't argue with her now, and didn't want to get upset. She just snorted in dissatisfaction and turned her head away, refusing to look at Ji Qingluo. Roar! The roar of the true dragon echoed through the 9 heavens, and simultaneously, destructive sound waves overwhelmingly crushed down. Countless 5th tier and 6th tier demonic beasts were directly annihilated by the sound waves. Such things were common for the true dragon. Time. Minutes and seconds passed. They flew for a full hour. They didn't encounter any guaranteed drop monsters. Nor did they encounter any bonus monsters. Never mind. Just let nature take its course. Let's hunt 5th and 6th tier demonic beasts. Although the chance of dropping good equipment is minuscule, it's good for leveling up. Gold coins. Experience. Attributes. He welcomed all, the more the better. Free play. I'm sleeping. Sushingshin seemed very bored. He lay on the true dragon's back. With his head resting on Duanmuruashi's white-stockinged lap, he began to sleep. With nearly 7 million combat power, hunting 5th and 6th tier demonic beasts was like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. It felt a bit undignified. Let alone 5th and 6th tiers. Even guaranteed drop 7th tier monsters, he disdained killing. Of course, if he encountered one, he might still take action. Actually, he didn't even need to act. Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruashi could instantly kill them. Besides, isn't there a true dragon? Whoosh! Seeing this, Ji Qingluo clenched her pearly teeth, glared fiercely at Duanmuruashi, and with a flash of her delicate body, she left. The azure bird appeared before her, and she then sat on its back. Naya Naya Naya. Duanmuruashi made a face at Ji Qingluo. The two girls exchanged meme expressions from a distance and began to fight amongst themselves. Boo! Boo! None of the three took action. What about the true dragons and azure birds? They continuously destroyed demonic beasts while flying into the distance. Mentor, I'm leaving. Huaxia University. In front of the dungeon's teleportation plaza, Ji Qingyan looked at the teleportation altar. Then, she turned to her mentor and said, "This time." This was her third dungeon. The previous two were cataclysmic tier dungeons, from which she returned alive and unharmed. Each time she returned, her level reached the upper limit for the next dungeon. Now, Ji Qingyan had reached level 69. Her level could no longer be suppressed. Therefore, she chose to go to a level 50 dungeon today. Be careful. Sure, Luofei instructed her. This student of hers. Unparalleled genius. Even more of a genius than she was back then. At least she had never been to a cataclysmic tier dungeon, while her student, in less than 2 months since awakening, had already cleared 2 cataclysmic tier dungeons. Now she was going to her 3rd dungeon.
It seemed Ji Qingyan might still choose a cataclysmic tier 1.
I'll strive to participate in the battle of heavenly talents after my 4th dungeon. After Ji Qingyan finished speaking, she walked straight towards the teleportation altar. Soon, the teleportation began. A blood-red light shot into the sky, and a portal appeared. A cataclysmic tier teleportation portal. Ji Qingyan is going to a cataclysmic tier dungeon again. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Is this her 3rd cataclysmic tier dungeon? She's always done cataclysmic tier dungeons. It said her combat power exceeds 1 million. Level 69, over a million combat power, that's too strong. Generally, level 70 has 100,000 combat power. I never expected her to have over a million. She has several golden mythic items. The world's #1 prodigy, absolutely unique. Wait, it seems those 2 cataclysmic tier geniuses from Jiangnan University have also gone to cataclysmic tier dungeons. They're not much inferior to Ji Qingyan. No matter what, Ji Qingyan is definitely the only goddess in my heart. Students of Huaxia University. Every single one was an exceptional prodigy. Almost all were a rank in S rank. Even B rank was rare. However, these prodigies paled in comparison to Ji Qingyan. She had already been to cataclysmic tier dungeons twice. Battle power over 1 million. Who can achieve that? No one but her. Alright. Everyone, put in more effort and prepare for this year's Battle of Prodigies. Sure, Luofei watched her students being teleported away. Her reluctant gaze retracted. When her eyes turned to the shocked students in the teleportation plaza, she coldly barked. After saying that, then turned and left. Leaving all the students dumbfounded. What happened? Who upset the goddess again? EXP plus 100,000. Experience plus 10,000. Gold plus 1 million. Attribute plus 10. Attribute plus 10. The sun was setting in the west, and it was no longer so hot. Experience. Gold coins. Attributes. Constantly rising. Su Xingqian woke up. Rubbing his eyes, he looked around in a daze, finally realizing that, well, his level had increased by 1 during his sleep. This isn't much different from an idle game. Not far away. Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruashi were talking about something, with occasional giggles. It was clear they had made up long ago. He wasn't sure when Duanmuruashi went over to Ji Qingluo's side. Anyway, he had slept soundly. Didn't encounter any guaranteed drop monsters? Su Xingqian asked. No. No. The two said in unison. All afternoon. They hadn't encountered any guaranteed drop monsters, or rather, they hadn't encountered any all day today. Perhaps their luck was too good yesterday. And they had used up all their luck. That's why they didn't encounter any guaranteed drop monsters today. Actually, though, none of the three had any interest or anticipation for guaranteed drop monsters anymore. What they anticipated were welfare monsters. And the legacy of the Myriad world, which still had no information whatsoever, not a single clue. They didn't know what the Myriad world legacy was, or how to accept its trials. I'm about to level up. After leveling up, it ends today. Su Xingqian said. Because he has now reached level 6279.66%. At this rate, he'll be able to level up to level 63 in just over an hour. The two girls nodded, They revolve around Su Xingqian. Whatever Su Xingqian says goes. Besides, when Su Xingqian levels up, don't they level up too? Level 6280.61%. Level 6283.17%. Level 62 99.99%.
In less than 2 hours. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 63.
Base combat power X 110%.
Leveled up. Level 63.
The sky gradually darkened, and Su Xingqian and the other two, along with the dragon and the bird, stopped fighting.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Leaving the battleground, they flew towards the distance. To their resting place. While battling during the day.
They had already scouted out a place to rest for the night, so now they just needed to head there. I wonder who has encountered a welfare monster. And that myriad world legacy. While flying,
Duanmu Ruoshi pouted.
After meeting the conditions for early departure, and with a complete set of golden mythical items, plus many spares, she had lost interest. The only things that still piqued her curiosity were the myriad world legacy and welfare monsters.
However, but she hadn't encountered them, not a single clue. That depends on luck. It can only be luck. Ji Qingluo said. She sighed.
But there was also some helplessness. Luck is such an elusive thing. The sky had completely darkened. The three arrived at their resting place. There was a cave. There was a lake. Unable to see the picturesque scenery at night, the cool breeze was nonetheless delightful, bringing none of the pressure and anxiety typically associated with a natural disaster-level dungeon. After all, the conditions for early departure had already been met. They could leave at any time. Therefore, it was all very relaxed. The only reason to stay was to farm more gold and experience, and see if they could get any more equipment.
As for the inheritances and welfare monsters of the myriad world, they didn't count on them. I'll say something.
Starting tomorrow, everyone, fight hard. After a month, if we don't encounter welfare monsters or myriad world inheritances, we'll leave. Of course, the prerequisite is to keep our levels below 69, so we don't miss out on the level 50 dungeons.
Evening. Eating barbecue and drinking beverages. Su Xingqian said. He laid out his plans and arrangements.
The myriad world was indeed a place of good fortune, but he didn't want to waste too much time there.
Okay, we'll listen to you, big brother. Mei Chem, brother's word is law. The two nodded. Agreeing with Su Xingqian's arrangements. Myriad world.
Day 4, level 65, myriad points 248 million, attributes 1.55 million, gold 5.46 billion. Day 5, level 67, myriad points 252 million, attributes 1.64 million, gold 5.59 billion. Day 6, level 68, myriad points 258 million, attributes 1.71 million, gold 5.71 billion. Day 9, level 69, myriad points 266 million, attributes 1.89 million, gold 5.9 billion.
Time passed day by day. Unconsciously. It was now noon on the 9th day. These past few days, their luck had been very poor. Let alone welfare monsters. They hadn't even encountered a single guaranteed drop monster. At the same time, they also noticed that, apart from their own hunts of guaranteed drop monsters in the first few days, no other professionals had managed to hunt any. Because the number of guaranteed drop monsters hadn't changed. The same went for welfare monsters. Noon. Su Xingqian and the other two. They sat under a tree that took 10 people to encircle, enjoying the shade, eating, and resting. I'm level 69 66.66%. This afternoon, I can't fight anymore. Su Xingqian finished his meal. And frowned. If he reached level 70, he wouldn't be able to enter the level 50 dungeons. Therefore, he was quite conflicted. I'm level 68 92.02%. I'm level 69 20.35%. Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo reported their levels. It seemed they were all nearing their limits. This afternoon, I'm disbanding the party mode. You two can gain a bit more experience, then wander around for a few more days. If we don't find any clues for bonus monsters or the myriad world, we'll head back early. Su Xingqian pondered for a moment. He said, there was no need to miss the level 50 dungeon for ordinary monsters and some equipment. What if we encounter a bunch of guaranteed drop monsters and bonus monsters? Ji Qingluo asked. The little face gazed at Su Xingqian. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Not just her. Duan Muruwashi also looked at Su Xingqian curiously. As for that question, we'll adapt as we go. Su Xingqian chuckled. Honestly, if he encountered a large group of guaranteed drop monsters and bonus monsters, he would truly be conflicted. Guaranteed drop monsters were easier to deal with. At most, they'd drop profound great golden mythical items. He could choose to abandon them if he saw them. And he wouldn't feel bad about it. But what if he saw bonus monsters? Abandon them? If he abandoned them, he'd be unwilling, especially since he hadn't killed a bonus monster before and didn't know what benefits he'd get. Not abandon them? What if killing one bonus monster caused a huge experience burst, propelling his level to 70? 1 hour. Full and refreshed. And well rested. Whoosh. Whoosh. They continued their journey on the dragon, but before that, Su Xingqian disbanded the party mode. Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruwashi. The two of them formed their own small party. In that case, their experience gained from hunting monsters had nothing to do with Su Xingqian. Whoosh. Whoosh. On the true dragon's back, Su Xingqian was sound asleep, and he had instructed the true dragon not to hunt any monsters, lest the true dragon accidentally ruin things by boosting his level. Brother. Senior brother. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Su Xingqian was in the middle of a dream. A clear, sweet voice reached his ears. He didn't want to wake up at first. But eventually, after thinking about it, he woke up anyway. What is it? Su Xingqian rubbed his eyes and asked. Look. Ji Qingluo's small face showed varying expressions. Her slender fingers pointed into the distance, telling Su Xingqian to see for himself. Beside them, Duan Muruwashi's small face was flushed, looking as if she was desperately trying not to burst out laughing. Seeing his two sisters' expressions, Su Xingqian was a bit puzzled. What on earth were they doing? Look at what? However, he still looked in the direction Ji Qingluo was pointing. This. When he saw the scene in the distance, Su Xingqian froze. Well. Wasn't this throwing him a curveball? During his lunch break, he'd even said they'd adapt to circumstances, thinking at the time that the chance of encountering a whole bunch of guaranteed drop monsters was extremely small. But now it had actually happened. Ji Qingluo's big mouth. Next, Su Xingqian opened his virtual screen, and on the system page, a slew of notifications appeared, all for guaranteed drop monsters. The reason he hadn't heard any notification sounds was because he had set it when he went to sleep. Guaranteed drop monsters didn't need a notification sound. 629 guaranteed drop monsters. Moreover, this was just within 100 miles, because the system's trigger detection area was within 100 miles. What the hell? This was too difficult. Level 69. He was level 69 now. Here there were 629 guaranteed drop monsters, each worth 2 million experience, which meant he could gain 1.258 billion experience. On top of that, he could get 12.58 billion gold coins, as well as a lot of orange, red, and golden mythic gear. But, if he leveled up to 70, he wouldn't be able to enter level 50 dungeons anymore. Pondering. Su Xingqian fell into contemplation. Deeply conflicted. Because at this moment, he was weighing his options. Beside them, Little Trouble and White Silk Ruwashi were both watching him, waiting for him to make a decision. Actually,
They were conflicted too, because if they went through with this wave, they would also reach level 70.
What are your plans? Just then, Su Xingqian looked up.
He glanced at White Silk Ruwashi, then at Little Trouble. We'll listen to Big Brother, Senior Big Brother.
The two answered promptly, without a hint of hesitation. After saying that,
their eyes blinked, eyelashes fluttering.
Never mind. Let's take these out.
If our levels go over, so be it.
The level 50 dungeon. It doesn't matter if we miss it. We can just go straight to the level 70 dungeon then. Su Xingqian said. He had considered it. Cataclysm level dungeons were difficult, clearing one was a feat in itself. Moreover, the Myriad World.
He had already effectively cleared it, with time still remaining.
There were also welfare monsters and Myriad World legacies that hadn't appeared yet. He could totally wait a bit longer.
It would be unwise to abandon this place just to go to a level 50 dungeon.
That's what we were thinking too. 100 days. We've only used 8 days. Little Trouble said.
At worst, we'll make up for the level 50 dungeon's rewards here. White Silk Ruwashi said.
Then, let's get to it. But absolutely do not exceed level 89. Level 89. Su Xingqian nodded. That was the limit in his heart. He absolutely couldn't exceed it. Because he couldn't miss the level 70 dungeon. Thebird chirped clearly. Roar! Roar! Its cry echoed through the heavens.
Su Xingqian and the other two teamed up again, and the battle commenced.
Gold plus 20 million. Experience plus 2 million.
Attributes plus experience plus 2 million.
Gold plus 20 million. Plus 2,000. Attributes plus. At this moment, the level progress bar rapidly advanced, gold coins skyrocketed, but the attributes were somewhat unsatisfactory. I'm almost embarrassed to write them out. Because the tiny bit of attribute gain was completely out of proportion to the gold coins and experience. Sword Control Art. Green Lotus Sword Sewn. Myriad Swords returning to origin.
And when the True Dragon and Azure Bird, along with Little Trouble and White Silk Ruwashi, fought with all their might, this entire heaven and earth was plunged into destruction.
However,
Su Xingqian had not used Sword Dao Ling Yuan the entire time.
This was his ultimate move. He wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Because using it required a cooldown. And now, with so many guaranteed drop monsters appearing all at once, will there be bonus monsters ahead? Or even more terrifying existences? So, it's better not to use this ultimate skill. Little Mischief's face was full of excitement.
White Silk Ruwashi's face was full of smiles. Gold coins, experience, and equipment continuously flowed in.
How could they not be happy? Unless they were fools. 373 monsters. 372 monsters. 371 monsters. Every second, several guaranteed drop monsters were destroyed. On the virtual screen,
the displayed 629 guaranteed drop monsters were rapidly decreasing in number.
370 monsters. 369 monsters. 388 monsters. 397 monsters.
Suddenly, Su Xingqian noticed something. The number of guaranteed drop monsters, which was originally decreasing, was actually increasing the more they killed.
Soon,
he understood then that as he advanced, the system sensed more monsters further ahead, causing the number to increase. To be precise, there weren't just 629 guaranteed drop monsters nearby, but more.
Time. Minutes and seconds passed. Brother, that's not right. It's like these guaranteed drop monsters are endless. Little Mischief discovered the problem. She had originally thought
the guaranteed drop monsters were just this dense cluster in front of them, but by her feeling, this area had already been cleared, and there were still countless guaranteed drop monsters ahead.
Perhaps all the remaining guaranteed drop monsters are here. Su Xingqian replied. He had the system.
Naturally, he could see the number of guaranteed drop monsters displayed on the virtual screen.
But Little Mischief and the others didn't know this. They were guessing purely by feeling. He knew.
The increase in the number of guaranteed drop monsters did not mean an increase in the total number of guaranteed drop monsters in the myriad realms. It meant that the number of guaranteed drop monsters in this specific location was increasing beyond the initial 629.
Really? No way. White Silk Ruwashi and Little Mischief froze. Then excitement appeared on their faces. Boom. 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 Guaranteed drop monsters, continuously falling. Bloody light surged to the sky. This piece of heaven and earth is even more terrifying than hell. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 71.
Base combat power X 110%.
Golden light flickered. The notification sounded. Su Xingqian's level reached 71.
There was no turning back.
No. No longer qualified for the level 50 dungeon. However, his level had increased, he had gained gold coins, and he had obtained golden myths. Before their eyes, there were no more guaranteed drop monsters.
Not even Tier 5 or Tier 6 demonic beasts remained.
Announcement. Announcement. Announcement.
All guaranteed drop monsters in the Myriad Manifestations world have been cleared, triggering the Myriad Manifestations world legacy. All those with Myriad Manifestations value exceeding 10 million, and those who have obtained early departure qualification, will be teleported to Myriad Manifestations Divine City in 180 seconds. After 360 seconds, all living beings outside Myriad Manifestations Divine City will be completely annihilated. When there were no more demonic beasts before him.
In the sky, the long unheard spirit's voice sounded, announcing that all guaranteed drop monsters in the Myriad Manifestations world had been cleared. At the same time, triggering the Myriad Manifestations world legacy. And that they would be teleported to Myriad Manifestations Divine City in 180 seconds, and all living beings outside Myriad Manifestations Divine City would be annihilated after 360 seconds. This? Question mark. Heh, he.
Su Xingqian, Xiao Wushui, and White Silk Ruwashi, standing on the ground,
heard the spirit's announcement.
The expressions on their faces changed.
Finally, they all inexplicably laughed. Such things actually existed in this world. Luck was truly too mysterious. The Myriad Manifestations world legacy. So this is how it came about. If they had given up hunting guaranteed drop monsters for the sake of the level 50 dungeon, they certainly wouldn't have been able to activate the Myriad Manifestations world legacy. For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say. At the same time, they were also shocked by the cruelty and terror of the Myriad Manifestations world. 10 million Myriad Manifestations value. For them, who had been hunting guaranteed drop monsters, 10 million was easy. However, that would require at least 10 guaranteed drop monsters. But for professional players who couldn't find guaranteed drop monsters and had low combat power and levels, this 10 million Myriad Manifestations value was an insurmountable chasm. The Myriad Manifestations world. There are 810,000 professionals. How many can teleport to the Myriad God City? Those who can't go. Directly annihilated. Luck is too important. Su Xingqian sighed. Although she still didn't know what the Myriad World Legacy was or how many chances there were to obtain it, at least the Myriad World Legacy was triggered. If they hadn't hunted down all the guaranteed drop monsters, the Myriad World Legacy wouldn't have been triggered at all. Indeed. Bai Si Ruwashi nodded. It can only be described as too profound. Little trouble. How could it not be profound? Coincidentally, just as they were preparing to leave the Myriad world the next day, they encountered a large number of guaranteed drop monsters. And in their conflicted state, they just happened to choose to give up the level 50 dungeon. Only after hunting down all the guaranteed drop monsters did they realize that all of them had been cleared out. After being cleared out, that's when the Myriad World Legacy was triggered. Get ready. Myriad World Divine City. Su Xingqian reminded. Everything was packed and ready to be teleported to Myriad World Divine City. She felt a great sense of anticipation for this Myriad World Divine City. Last time, over 200 guaranteed drop monsters disappeared all at once, and now the remaining 1800 plus have also vanished instantly. What's going on? It's too bizarre. So, all the guaranteed drop monsters had to be cleared out to trigger the Myriad World Legacy. Could it be that someone annihilated all the guaranteed drop monsters at once? The Myriad World Legacy has finally appeared. You need 10 million Myriad World points to go to Myriad City. Those who don't go to Myriad World Divine City will be annihilated. It's over, I'm finished. I'm going to be annihilated. What should I do? I need 10 million Myriad World points, but I only have 30,000 Myriad World points. Myriad World. After the spirit's voice faded, everyone was in an uproar. More than that. They were crying and wailing. Annihilation. Nothing was more terrifying than this. In this world, the spirit was the master. Whoever it wanted dead would die. Of course. Although the spirit was the master, it also followed the rules. It would not violate the rules. However, weak professionals could only be slaughtered. Strong individuals with 10 million Myriad World points. Naturally, they were incredibly excited. For a moment, the entire Myriad World was more active than ever before, with some looking forward and some despairing. In the sky. The sky was originally clear and cloudless. As time passed, the dark clouds grew thicker and thicker. Meanwhile, accompanied by rumbles of thunder. Kacha. Kacha. Space seemed to twist and shatter as mysterious beams of light appeared out of thin air. These lights formed portals that descended upon the heads of certain professionals. Those who received the portals were, naturally, the professionals eligible to enter the Myriad Phenomena Divine City. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xingqian and his two companions were enveloped by 3 portals. Then they vanished from their original spots. Myriad Phenomena World. At its very center, there was a mountain range stretching for billions of miles. At the heart of this mountain range stood a peak, 3.33 million zhang tall. Hovering above this peak was a colossal city. The city was ancient, exuding an supreme aura of power. This city appeared to be floating. Yet it had a mysterious connection with the mountain peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! This day, streaks of light appeared in the sky, like meteors, flying towards the city, finally settling inside it. So beautiful. This is the Myriad Phenomena Divine City. This must be the divine realm. The teleportation ended quickly. Su Xingqian and the other 2. They appeared inside a breathtakingly beautiful city. Seeing the scene before them, all 3 were utterly astonished. Whoosh! Whoosh! As they appeared, many other streaks of light also emerged. After the lights landed, they transformed into various professionals. Judging by their auras, most were levels 60-70. After all, this place was a level 30 dungeon. It's unlikely that anyone above level 90 would come. Moreover, the maximum duration for staying in the Myriad Phenomena world is 100 days. How much stronger can one get in 100 days? Those who become truly powerful might have already left the Myriad Phenomena world. Those who are not strong might have already been eliminated. Time. Minute by minute passed. After about 60 seconds, no more streaks of light appeared in the Myriad Phenomena Divine City. Welcome to Myriad Phenomena Divine City. Current number of people, 10,621. Current benefits, 88 heads. Hint, the Myriad Phenomena Exquisite Pagoda will descend in 180 seconds. Hint, each person only has one assessment opportunity.
Hint, myriad phenomena value 1:1 exchange for gold coins.
Hint, fighting is strictly prohibited within myriad phenomena Divine City. Violators will be eliminated. Elimination countdown, 240. 239, 238. 237. In the Divine City. The spirit's voice rang out again. It announced the basic information of the myriad manifestations Divine City, as well as the countdown to annihilation. Professionals outside the myriad manifestations Divine City would be annihilated in 4 minutes. Coming to this myriad manifestations Divine City is for the myriad manifestations exquisite pagoda and to exchange for gold coins, right?
Xiao Huashui said. The myriad manifestations exquisite pagoda holds the legacy of the myriad manifestations world, but each person only gets one chance at the assessment.
Besides,
myriad manifestations value can be exchanged for gold coins at a 1:1 ratio.
The welfare monster, no one has killed it yet. Could this welfare monster appear in the myriad manifestations Divine City?
Baisi Ruashi blinked her eyes
and looked at Su Xingqian. Let's go take a look around, Su Xingqian said. Subsequently, the three flew around inside the myriad manifestations Divine City. Other professionals, just like them, were also searching for something inside the myriad manifestations Divine City.
Needless to say, they were probably looking for the welfare monster.
Every professional they encountered exuded a powerful aura. However, fighting is strictly forbidden inside this myriad manifestations Divine City.
So there's no need to worry about being attacked.
Boom! 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 As the countdown ended, a dull thunder rumbled.
A mysterious radiance appeared between heaven and earth.
This radiance pressed towards the outside of the myriad manifestations Divine City. The radiance gave people an inexplicable palpitation. But soon, the radiance disappeared.
Although no one knew what the situation was like outside the myriad manifestations Divine City, it felt as if everything had ended.
We didn't encounter the welfare monster. Never mind.
Let's go to the center of the myriad manifestations Divine City and check out the myriad manifestations exquisite pagoda.
An hour later, Su Xingqian used the system's perception but still couldn't find the welfare monster. You see, the system's perception range for demonic beasts was 100 li. And this myriad manifestations Divine City
was not as large as the myriad manifestations world.
Flying for an hour without finding a demonic beast. What did this indicate? It indicated there were no welfare monsters in the myriad manifestations Divine City. One more thing.
Other professionals were also looking for the welfare monster.
Xiao Huashui and Baisi Ruashi both nodded. Next,
the three then flew towards the center of the myriad manifestations Divine City, because the myriad manifestations exquisite pagoda would appear in the center of the myriad manifestations Divine City. This pagoda was the trial for the legacy of the myriad manifestations world.
Whoosh! 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 Most professionals aren't idiots. Therefore,
not finding any welfare monsters in a short amount of time,
they already guessed. There are no welfare monsters in myriad manifestations Divine City. So, the result. Everyone flew towards the center of myriad manifestations Divine City. The center. It was a white jade plaza several li in size, with an azure pagoda standing in the center. The pagoda was about 300 meters in diameter, its height unknown, because its very top had already pierced into the clouds. The pagoda glowed with phosphorescence.
A mysterious pressure enveloped the entire plaza. Myriad World Legacy Myriad Exquisite Pagoda, officially commencing. Hint, entering the Myriad Exquisite Pagoda can be done in teams up to 5 people or solo. Each person has only one chance. 88 8-tier demonic beasts benefits will appear in the Myriad Exquisite Pagoda.
Kill them to obtain benefits.
Hint, the myriad exquisite pagoda has a total of 9 floors. Reach the top to obtain the myriad world legacy.
The spirit's voice rang out again. In the square. Even everyone in the entire myriad divine city heard it. Whoosh. Whoosh. After the voice ended, an entrance resembling a teleportation gate appeared next to the myriad exquisite pagoda. Seeing the entrance, countless professionals instinctively flew towards it, eager to accept the legacy immediately. After all, there were benefit monsters inside. And the number of benefit monsters was limited. This was entirely a first-come, first-served situation. However, there was only one entrance, and only one person or one group could accept the legacy at a time, so everyone had to queue. With fighting strictly prohibited within Myriad Divine City, queuing was undisputed. No one would risk being annihilated just to cut in line, right? Although some wanted to undergo the trial immediately. However, most chose to form teams. So, there was no great rush. Level 70, team up here. Teaming up, anyone want to team up?
For short one, need a level 60 or above.
Seeking group. For a moment, the plaza became bustling. Teaming up was simple. Since the benefits would be evenly distributed by the spirit, there was no need to worry about profit distribution. Teaming up merely served to alleviate some pressure and increase the chances of clearing the trial. Let's go queue up too. Su Xingqian reminded Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi. The three headed to the queue. At the same time, they had already reformed their team, just the three of them. I didn't expect this. The benefit monsters are inside the myriad exquisite pagoda. By Si Ruashi sighed. And was filled with anticipation. 8-tier benefit monsters. Others might not be able to hunt them, but for their senior brother, it was no big deal at all. In fact, even ordinary silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed. Even Shi and Xingluo could defeat them in a solo fight. After all, they had a complete set of golden mythic equipment. Look at our position in the queue. It'll be a long time before it's our turn. I took a quick look at our position in the queue. If the trial takes a long time, the queue will naturally move very slowly. Not necessarily. Su Xingqian smiled. There are over 10,000 professionals in the Myriad Manifestation Divine City. Queuing up for a trial. It would definitely take a long time. However, if it's very difficult inside, then those undergoing the trial will be eliminated quickly, which shortens the time for each trial. Look at this. Zhang Ling, first floor, failed. Less than 10 seconds. The first trial was over. That fast? Only a few seconds? 3-second true man. Couldn't even pass the first floor? It seems quite challenging. Less than 10 seconds in total, and they were eliminated. This legacy doesn't seem simple. As the first one was eliminated, everyone was surprised. For a moment, discussions broke out, and the atmosphere grew tense. After all, professionals who can come to Myriad Manifestation Divine City are all strong, they aren't weak, and one isn't much stronger than another. But the other person finished in 10 seconds. How far could they go themselves? What's more, the Myriad Manifestation Exquisite Pagoda, only the first floor. The first person couldn't even pass the first floor. 9 floors, is there any hope? Xiao Mingcheng, first floor, failed. Zhou Hao, first floor, failed. Zhang Yueshuang, first floor, failed. As the first person was eliminated, those in line behind moved up one spot. However, they were all eliminated in a few or a dozen seconds. None of them passed the first floor. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. Time passed by second by second. Finally, someone passed the first floor, but fell on the second floor. Sir, how was the first floor? Tell us. Yeah, tell us. What's it like in there?
Countless cued professionals, as well as those not yet in line but watching, seeing the professional who passed the first floor emerge, many asked curiously,
wanting to understand the situation inside. This can prepare them mentally for their own upcoming tests. Alright, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The first floor is a time limit of 60 seconds.
There are 10 level 7 demon beasts inside, and the area is very small.
The second floor is a time limit of 120 seconds, and there are level 8 demon beasts inside a bonus. These demon beasts have higher combat power and greater intelligence than ordinary demon beasts.
More importantly, once you enter, your level and a certain amount of your combat power will be suppressed. The professional who passed the first floor.
His name is Wang Mingyu. Level 71.
His strength is very, very strong. But he could only pass the first floor.
Hearing what Wang Mingyu said, everyone felt even greater pressure.
Their fantasy of clearing the all-encompassing exquisite pagoda and reaching the top was shattered, but many professionals still held on to a glimmer of hope.
They couldn't help it. Many people did not qualify to leave early. Currently, the all-encompassing exquisite pagoda was their only hope. Senior brother. If we encounter a level 9, is there a chance?
I.C. Ruwashi asked.
Bonus monster. It doesn't matter. At least they could take down a few,
but they were afraid of encountering level 9 demon beasts. Level 9, 10 million combat power.
Moreover,
the person earlier had said that the monsters inside were stronger than ordinary ones, and the combat power and level of professionals would be somewhat suppressed, possibly becoming more terrifying the further they advanced.
If it were ordinary. I am. Su Xingqian replied. After all,
he had millions in combat power now.
Time passed minute by minute. Approximately 2 hours later, it was finally Su Xingqian's group's turn.
Before them, hundreds of people had already entered the myriad manifestations pagoda, but none had passed the second floor, and only a few professionals had passed the first floor.
Whoosh! The three entered the teleportation gate. In an instant, and arrived in an empty world. This place was filled with a desolate aura. Or rather, it was an independent world, completely different from the myriad manifestations pagoda. That is to say, this was the internal world of the myriad manifestations pagoda. The myriad manifestations pagoda itself was a spatial treasure. Objective, Tier 7 Monster 10, no drops. Countdown, 60, 59, 58. Immediately after landing, Su Xingqian and her two companions received the prompt. Well. The countdown had already appeared. Moreover,
and several seconds had passed.
Meanwhile,
10 flying monsters surged towards the trio, flying monsters being more than twice as powerful as ground monsters, demonstrating the absolute advantage of air-to-ground combat. No wonder other professionals were defeated in mere seconds on the first floor. Turns out, 10 flying Tier 7 monsters in an overwhelming assault, there was no chance to escape. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate in the slightest. She raised her hand and unleashed the Crimson Nether Sky Emperor. Immediately, overwhelming sword chi and sword light crushed forth, meeting the 10 Tier 7 flying monsters. Boom! 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 Instant kill. An absolute instant kill. Behold! The 10 flying monsters fell to the ground like dumplings, raising a cloud of dust. Congratulations, Su Xingqian's team has successfully passed the first floor. The notification sounded. It announced that Su Xingqian's group had successfully passed the first floor. Prompt: you have passed the first floor. Do you wish to enter the second floor? Consideration time, 10, 9, 8. Soon. Another prompt sounded, asking them if they wanted to enter the second floor. The countdown. It appeared again. Su Xingqian and her two companions didn't know what would happen if they didn't answer after the countdown ended. Would they be expelled from the myriad manifestations pagoda?
Or automatically enter the second floor? Enter. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate. There was no time. 10 seconds. 2 seconds had already passed when the countdown appeared. Still have a chance to hesitate? Therefore, he immediately confirmed entering the next level. 5 seconds, he cleared the first level in just 5 seconds. This is just terrifying. Those who went in before and cleared the first level, it took them 40 or 50 seconds, right? They all just barely made it through. These Su Xingqian and her companions, they cleared it in 5 seconds. It seems they have hope of clearing the second level. In the square, all the professionals had already gathered. 10,621 people. All here. Everyone knew that the Myriad Manifestation Divine City had no welfare monsters. They were inside the Myriad Manifestation Exquisite Pagoda. At this moment, they were all waiting in line here, hoping to gain something inside. After all, welfare monsters appeared on the second level, ha! If they hunted welfare monsters, they would definitely qualify to leave this place and be guaranteed not to be erased. Whoosh! After choosing to enter the second level, a golden light swept over. Immediately after, the three vanished from the spot. Soon, they reappeared. In the same world, but this world was a bit larger than before. In the air, a terrifying aura permeated. The aura of powerful demonic beasts. 8th tier. Yes. It was indeed the aura of an 8th tier demonic beast, and a very powerful one at that. Objective, 7th tier demonic beasts 20, no drops. Objective, 8th tier demonic beasts welfare 3, no item drops. Hint, level suppressed to within 70, combat power suppressed by 5%. Countdown, 120. 119, 118. Upon arriving at the second level, the notification sounded. The rules for the second level of the Myriad Manifestation Exquisite Pagoda were announced. Well. The number of 7th tier demonic beasts had doubled, still with no drops. Moreover, 3 8th tier demonic beasts welfare also appeared, with no item drops. In other words, aside from equipment, other things were available. Level suppressed to within 70. Combat power suppressed by 5%. The time limit for this level was 120 seconds. Boom. Roar. Boom. In the sky, there were flying demonic beasts. On the ground, there were also powerful demonic beasts. Air and ground integrated, indeed. All-encompassing. Brother, leave a few 7th tier for us. We'll handle the 7th tier. Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi. She said to Su Xingqian. 8th tier. They couldn't deal with the 8th tier, but the 7th tier? They could still kill them. Anyway, they just needed to keep the time under 120 seconds. Alright, I'll deal with the 7th tier after 60 seconds. Su Xingqian nodded. His figure flashed, flying towards the 3 8th tier demonic beasts. Stepping on his flying sword. Radiant and colorful. Target, 8th tier. Although his level was suppressed to within 70, and his combat power was also suppressed by 5%, this was not a problem for Su Xingqian at all. 8th tier, 5 million combat power. The demonic beasts here are stronger than ordinary ones. Therefore, the combat power of these 8th tier demonic beasts with bonus should be around 6 million 7 million. With a raise of his hand, Qi Ming Heavenly Emperor appeared. Immediately after, several sword beams slashed towards the 3 8th tier demonic beasts. Each sword beam carried millions of combat power, containing terrifying damage. Space. At this moment, it was directly cleaved in half by the sword beams and sword chi. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The destructive power of the sword chi and sword beams directly landed on the 8th tier demonic beasts.
This terrifying attack caused the 8th tier demonic beasts to suffer horrific injuries, nearly killing them instantly. Although they weren't dead yet, they were left with only half a life.
Boom! 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 At the same time as Su Xingqian made his move, Little Vixen and Bai Si Ruashi had also made their moves.
1.7 million combat power against demonic beasts with 5 million combat power. While not easy, it wasn't too difficult either.
For a moment, the second layer of the myriad manifestations pagoda
erupted with a scene of destruction.
Senior brother's attack is terrifying. During the battle, Duanmuruashi also paid attention to Su Xingqian, because after all, Su Xingqian was facing 8th tier demonic beasts. However, after seeing the damage Su Xingqian's attack inflicted on the 8th tier demonic beasts, she was utterly astonished. She knew Su Xingqian was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. Ha!
Where's brother?
Hearing Duanmuruashi's words, Ji Qingluo looked over and saw Su Xingqian. However, the next second, Su Xingqian's figure vanished into thin air, as if he had never appeared. An illusion, like an illusion.
Where did Big Brother go?
Could it be? Didn't he come to the Myriad Illusions Pagoda? This was Ji Qingluo's reaction. Die. However,
just as she was in shock,
the originally vanished Su Xingqian mysteriously reappeared on top of an 8th tier demonic beast.
After Su Xingqian's figure appeared, he simply uttered one word, and simultaneously, the Scarlet Nether Heavenly Emperor sliced down onto the 8th tier demonic beast.
Boom! A muffled thud. This 8th tier demonic beast bonus collapsed with a roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as the demonic beast fell, Su Xingqian's figure disappeared again. Boom! Boom!
The next moment Su Xingqian disappeared, he mysteriously reappeared above another demonic beast. The Scarlet Nether Heavenly Emperor struck it down, and the demonic beast fell.
The same scene repeated twice. 3 8th tier demonic beasts. The time intervals between their falls seemed to exist,
but they were almost simultaneous.
Congratulations on killing an 8th tier demonic beast bonus. Experience plus 20,200%. Gold plus 200 million. Attributes plus 100,000 exclusive bonus buff. Congratulations on killing an 8th tier demonic beast bonus. Experience plus 20,200%. Gold plus 200 million. Attributes plus 100,000 exclusive bonus buff. Congratulations on killing an 8th tier demonic beast bonus. Experience plus 20,200%. Gold plus 200 million. Attributes plus 100,000 exclusive bonus buff. 3 8th tier demonic beasts fell. Su Xingqian stopped fighting. The remaining ones
were left to Bai Si Ruashi and Xiao Wushui.
In his mind, the notification sounded.
Hunting 8th tier demonic beasts, each person gained 20 million experience plus 200 million gold.
However, what surprised him was the attributes. Each demonic beast fixedly increased attributes by 10 points, unchangeable. But now,
the 8th tier bonus monster, surprisingly, yielded 100,000 attribute points.
Exclusive bonus buff. 10,000 times. Good, good, good.
Su Xingqian exclaimed good 3 times in his heart.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruashi on the side were still fighting. Facing the siege of 20 tier 7 demon beasts, neither of them panicked, instead striking down one tier 7 demon beast after another.
The countdown decreased second by second. Boom. When the countdown had 81 seconds left, the last tier 7 demon beast was completely slain. Congratulations, Su Xingqian's team has successfully passed the second floor. Each receives Welfare Treasure Chest 1. A prompt sounded,
announcing that Su Xingqian and his 2 teammates had successfully cleared the level.
And everyone was also rewarded with a welfare treasure chest. Welfare treasure chest. Mysterious treasure chest? Duan Muruwashi and Ji Qingluo looked excited. No need to guess. This treasure chest was very valuable. Ji Qingluo, however, wondered if this would be like the reward from the last dungeon. Last time it was a mysterious treasure chest, this time it was a welfare treasure chest. The mysterious treasure chest last time yielded good equipment and items. Clearly, this welfare treasure chest was better than the mysterious treasure chest. After all, this was a level 30 dungeon. Tip: you have passed the second floor. Do you want to enter the third floor? Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The prompt to enter the third floor sounded. Enter. Su Xingqian replied. The second floor has also been passed. It's really good. It said there are tier 8 demon beasts welfare on the second floor. I wonder what can drop from killing these tier 8 demon beasts. There are only 88 tier 8 welfare monsters in total. If they kill the welfare monsters on the second floor, there won't be any left when we go. This shouldn't be refreshed indefinitely. They've entered the third floor. I wonder if they can pass the third floor. Those queuing behind are at a big disadvantage. If the welfare monsters on the first few floors are killed by those ahead, what will those behind have to eat? The professionals on the square heard that Su Xingqian's team had passed the second floor. All were envious. Soon, they gradually realized something was wrong. Because the number of welfare monsters was fixed, if those ahead killed them, those queuing behind would have none. However, by the time they thought of this, it was too late. Besides, even if they were at the front of the queue, it would be useless without the strength to pass. In an instant, they entered the third floor. The space was identical. It's just bigger. Objective: 7th tier demonic beasts 30, no drops. Objective: 8th tier demonic beasts welfare 6, no item drops. Hint: level suppressed to within 65, combat power suppressed by 10%. Countdown: 180, 179, 178. Just entered the third level. The quest prompt appeared. The number of 7th tier demonic beasts to hunt increased to 30, still with no drops. The 8th tier welfare monsters changed from 3 to 6. The suppression of level and combat power is even more terrifying. Actually, for Su Xingqian and the other two, the level suppression didn't have much impact, because even with level suppression, combat power wouldn't be significantly weakened. But after combat power suppression, it became difficult. And later, the monsters became more numerous and stronger. As for himself, his strength was getting weaker and weaker. Boom! 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 The three said nothing, just exchanged glances. Then they made their move. Su Xingqian dealt with the level 8 welfare monster. Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruwashi dealt with the level 7 monsters. For a moment, the battle erupted. To save time, Su Xingqian moved in close to the level 8 welfare monster, unleashing the power of his domain ring. This meant that within a 500m x 500m x 500m range, the target's overall strength, damage, and attacks would be weakened by 50%. Under these circumstances, killing the level 8 welfare monster became even easier. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Each sword strike unleashed several streaks of sword light and sword energy, sword shadows, and glows. When the sword energy and light fell, the level 8 welfare monster fell. Instant kill. Instant kill. 6 level 8 welfare monsters were instantly killed just like that. Congratulations on killing a level 8 monster welfare. Experience plus 20,200%. Gold plus 200 million. Attributes plus 100,000 exclusive welfare bonus. After the level 8 welfare monster fell, the notification sounded. Experience. Gold coins. Attributes. It arrived. Hearing this sound,
Sushinshin sighed inwardly, thinking, hunting high-level monsters is still the best. Look, the experience, gold, and attributes are all so high. While he was hunting the level 8 welfare monster, the level 7 monsters were also falling. Experience and gold. They couldn't compare to the level 8 ones, but there were still many of them. This myriad manifestation pagoda is truly a place of welfare. He hoped to reach the top. If he reached the top, just the experience, gold, and attributes alone would be a huge gain. For a moment, Su Xingshan was filled with anticipation. Myriad Manifestation Pagoda, 3rd floor. The level 8 welfare monsters were instantly killed by Su Xingshan, while the level 7 monsters fell one by one before Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi. Although their levels and combat power were suppressed. However, Duan Muruashi and Ji Qingluo themselves had 1.7 million combat power. And both of them were great prodigies. Their ultimate skills were formidable. Their trait attributes were terrifying. Therefore, hunting level 7 monsters was not difficult. When the countdown reached 128 seconds, all the level 7 monsters were dealt with, and the space on the 3rd floor was free of turmoil and destruction once again, everything returning to normal. Congratulations, Su Xingshan's team has successfully passed the 3rd floor. Each receives Welfare Treasure Chest X1. The Tower Spirit's voice rang out, announcing Su Xingshan and her companions had successfully cleared the 3rd floor. Reward. Still, 1 Welfare Treasure Chest for each person. Another Welfare Treasure Chest. I'm so excited. Xiao Wuxue watched the streaks of light descend. Finally, they entered her backpack, and her eyes sparkled. Senior brother. Was your last Tiankai level reward a treasure chest? I.C. Ruashi asked. Last time it was a mysterious treasure chest. My weapon. It was opened from that mysterious treasure chest. However, even though the dungeon tier is the same, the contents might not be. After all, dungeons are independent small worlds, and their rules are definitely different. Presumably, the welfare treasure chests inside a level 30 Tiankai level dungeon shouldn't be inferior to mysterious treasure chests. Su Xingshan replied. As for this matter, who can say for sure? Notification, you have cleared the 3rd floor. Proceed to the 4th floor? Countdown, 10, 9, 8. As for making this choice, the time to consider remains unchanged. Still only 10 seconds. But for Su Xingshan and her 2 companions, and even for all professionals, this was not something to consider. Since they had already cleared the 3rd floor, why would they still need to consider whether or not to enter the 4th floor? You see, each person only gets 1 chance at the trial, only a fool would give up. Enter. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately chose to enter. They had gone this far, why ask if they wanted to proceed? Naturally, golden light appeared, sweeping the 3 of them away. In an instant, they vanished from their original spot. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the 4th floor of the Myriad Manifestations Exquisite Pagoda. Objective, Tier 7 Demonic Beasts X50, no drops. Objective, Tier 8 Demonic Beasts Welfare X9, no item drops. Notification, level suppressed to within level 60, combat power suppressed by 15%. Countdown, 240, 239, 238. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the first thing the trio did was to focus on the mission. The number of 7th tier demonic beasts had increased to 50. The bonus monsters had become 9. Level suppression was applied to within level 60, and combat power was suppressed by 15%. Boom! 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 Without a word, they immediately got to work. Anyway, there were no drops. Only experience, gold coins, and attributes, and of course, a bonus chest after clearing the stage. Other than that, nothing else. 120 seconds, the 4th floor cleared. 118 seconds, the 5th floor cleared. 105 seconds, the 6th floor cleared.
90 seconds, the 7th floor cleared. 81 seconds, the 8th floor cleared. The reason the clear time was getting shorter was because the speed of hunting demonic beasts was getting faster. How did this come about? For no other reason. It was because Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruoshi, facing the overwhelming 7th tier demonic beasts, were already unable to resist with the suppression of combat power and levels. Their speed in hunting demonic beasts slowed down. So Su Xingqian made his move. Even with combat power and level suppression, he could still instantly kill 7th tier demonic beasts in droves. Myriad swords returning to origin. One move. He could annihilate swaths of 7th tier demonic beasts, and even instantly kill 8th tier demonic beasts. Hint, you have passed the 8th floor. Do you want to enter the 9th floor? Countdown, 10, 9, 8. After the bonus chest was received, the notification sounded. Enter. They were already on the 8th floor. Wouldn't they enter the 9th floor? You see. The 9th floor was the summit. Whoosh. Teleportation in an instant. The trio arrived at the 9th floor of the Myriad Manifestation's exquisite pagoda, which was also its highest floor. Clearing this floor meant reaching the summit and would grant them the legacy of the Myriad Manifestations world. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Because they were just one step away from the legacy. However, at this moment, the first thing the trio did was still to understand the mission for this floor. Objective, 7th tier demonic beasts 500, no drops. Objective, 8th tier demonic beasts bonus 4, no item drops. Objective, 9th tier demonic beast king 1, no item drops. Hint, level suppressed to within 20, combat power suppressed by 50%. Countdown, 600, 599, 598. Well then. The difficulty has become even more terrifying. 500 tier 7 demonic beasts. Bonus monsters. Only 4 left. Therefore, there were only 4 bonus monsters on this floor, but a tier 9 demonic beast king appeared. The level suppression was within 20 levels, and the combat power was suppressed by 50%. At this very moment, Ji Qingluo and Duanmuruoshi had no chance of fighting at all. Of course, Ji Qingluo could still fight slowly with the help of the Azure Bird. But against 500 tier 7 demonic beasts, it was completely useless. Jinx. Ji Qingluo gave Duanmuruoshi a speechless look. Earlier, White Silk Ruoshi had asked Su Xingqian, what if they encountered a tier 9? Unexpectedly, a tier 9 demonic beast really appeared. Be careful. Leave it to me, Su Xingqian said, a smile appearing on his lips, growing more and more obvious. His gaze looked into the distance. Tier 9 demonic beast. Combat power, around 10 million. Even the king of tier 9 demonic beasts would only have 12 million combat power, and would not exceed 15 million at most. Now his combat power was suppressed by 50%. In other words, still over 3 million. However, his domain ring could weaken the target's power by 50%, which meant both he and the demonic beast were at their original levels. Besides, were the invincible ring and petrification ring just for show? Sword Dao Ling Yuan, accompany me. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Su Xingqian's figure flashed. Instantly, his ultimate move erupted. Sword Dao Overlook. 30 times the power of the Sword Dao, imbued into myriad swords returning to origin. At this moment, the entire space was filled with destructive sword intent. Crimson Nether Sword intent. Scarlet Nether Sword array also appeared. He used his strongest ultimate move in the first strike because he wanted to clear out the tier 7 demonic beasts, and even take down the tier 8 bonus monsters. After clearing everything, he would hunt the tier 9 demonic beast king alone. Destruction. Destruction. In the world of the 9th floor of the Myriad Manifestation Exquisite Pagoda,
Everything was a scene of destruction.
Tier 7 demonic beasts turned into blood mist. Tier 8 demonic beasts fell. In just an instant, the world became quiet. Because all 7th and 8th tier creatures were annihilated. Roar!
Only one 9th tier demon beast king stood between heaven and earth, letting out a roar.
Fury! A furious roar. However, although Su Xingqian's attack hadn't destroyed it, it bore terrifying injuries. A few more attacks like that, it would surely fall.
However, Su Xingqian's ultimate skill had a rather long cooldown, making it impossible to attack it again. The cooldown was over 20 minutes, but the maximum task time here was only 10 minutes.
Besides,
a 9th tier demon beast wouldn't wait for your cooldown either.
Boom!
The roaring 9th tier demon beast slammed its enormous claw towards Su Xingqian.
Su Xingqian controlled his sword.
Su Xingqian swiftly dodged. At the same time, his flying sword continuously attacked it.
Sword control art. Green Lotus Sword Song.
This repeated, with the scarlet nether sword array bursting forth intermittently.
Petrify. Seizing the opportunity.
The petrifying ring took effect, instantly turning the 9th tier demon beast to stone. Su Xingqian took advantage of this to approach it.
500 meters.
Within the range of the domain ring, the scarlet nether heavenly emperor brandished his sword.
A single slash fell. Boom!
A dull thud, raising a cloud of dust that soared into the sky. The 9th tier demon beast king collapsed with a crash.
Congratulations on killing the 9th tier demon beast king. EXP plus 200 million 200%. Gold plus 2 billion. Attributes plus 1 million exclusive perk bonus.
When the 9th tier demon beast king fell,
the notification sounded.
Obtained 200 million experience.
Obtained 2 billion gold coins.
Obtained 1 million attributes.
9th floor. All demon beasts were annihilated in 161 seconds. Actually,
with Su Xingqian's trump cards, he could have instantly killed them, as he hadn't used the effect of his invincible ring. Congratulations, Su Xingqian's team has successfully reached the summit.
Each member receives Welfare Treasure Chest 1. Reward, Unranked Divine Equipment 1. Hint, the inheritor of the Myriad World legacy is Su Xingqian. Hint, the Myriad World will disappear in one day.
Those who qualify for early departure will be teleported away 180 seconds before the Myriad World disappears. The rest will vanish with the Myriad World.
Prompt, in 10 seconds, all non-Myriad World Heritage professionals will be teleported out of Myriad God City. Countdown, 10, 9, 8.
The notification sounded. This reached Su Xingqian's and the other two's ears.
This sound
also reached the ears of all professionals throughout Myriad God City.
We reached the top. We made it to the top. Unrestricted divine gear.
Senior brother, congratulations on obtaining the Myriad World Heritage.
Myriad Exquisite Pagoda. 9th floor.
Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi looked at the empty world. Their faces were blank.
Honestly,
they truly hadn't expected to reach the top. Because there were 500 7th tier, 4 8th tier, and 1 9th tier monsters.
What was the result?
Su Xingqian handled them effortlessly. Hearing the spirit of the artifact's announcement, the two woke up from their shock and jumped up excitedly.
Buzz! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 72.
Base combat power X 110%.
Buzz! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 73.
Base combat power X 110%.
Buzz! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 74.
Base combat power X 110%. After the level suppression was lifted, Su Xingqian and the other two returned to their previous levels.
At the same time,
the experience gained from hunting 7th tier demonic beasts and 8th tier welfare monsters as well as the 9th-tier demonic beast king,
took effect at this moment. Originally, Su Xingqian was level 71.
Now, inside the myriad exquisite pagoda, he gained billions of experience, allowing him to level up 3 times, reaching level 74.
Whoosh!
At this moment, 3 streams of light appeared before Su Xingqian.
Immediately after, the streams of light disappeared, entering his backpack. Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi. Each of them received 2 streams of light. Because
their 2 streams of light were a welfare treasure chest and unrestricted equipment, respectively.
Su Xingqian had 3 streams of light.
Because one of them was the myriad world heritage.
The countdown. 3, 2, 1.
When the countdown ended, Su Xingqian and the other 2 vanished on the spot.
When they reappeared,
they were already outside the myriad exquisite pagoda,
in the square. And at this moment,
there wasn't a single professional on the plaza, because the moment the 3 of them came out, all those professionals had already been teleported away from Myriad God City. Those professionals had lost their qualification to stay in Myriad God City.
In one day, we also need to return. By Si Ruashi's side. This time,
the gains were too massive.
At this moment,
his heart was filled with anticipation and curiosity for the welfare treasure chests. And then there was that level less divine equipment.
Divine equipment, wow! 8 welfare treasure chests. 1 level less divine equipment. I'm so excited. Xiao Huashui's eyes blinked. Opening treasure chests. She loved it the most. Now, the entire Myriad Forms Divine City only has the 3 of us. Let's find a place to quietly open the treasure chests. Su Xingqian said. Anticipation. No one was more expectant than him at this moment. After saying that,
he walked towards a corner of the square, and Xiao Huashui and Bai Si Ruashi quickly followed. A short while later, the 3 of them stopped at a more secluded spot.
True Dragon, summoned. Azure Bird, summoned. Finished everything.
The 3 of them then began to examine and open the treasure chests.
Su Xingqian did a quick calculation.
This time in the Myriad Forms Exquisite Pagoda, he had killed a total of 1580 rank 7 monsters, 88 rank 8 welfare monsters, and 1 rank 9 monster king. Rank 7 monsters, 2 million experience, 20 million gold coins. Rank 8 monsters, 20 million experience, 200 million gold coins, 100,000 attributes. Rank 9 monsters, 200 million experience, 2 billion gold coins, 1 million attributes.
In other words, aside from reaching level 74,
he also gained 51.2 billion gold coins
and 9.81 million attribute points. Wait a minute.
He could strengthen the special ring, and skills could also be improved.
Now then. Definitely opening treasure chests.
There were 8 welfare treasure chests, wonder what they would yield? His divine sense entered the system space.
At the same time, the 8 welfare treasure chests also entered the system space.
Before his eyes,
a row of shimmering gold treasure chests floated. Open.
In the system space.
He was the sovereign.
With an expectant heart, he opened the first welfare treasure chest.
Welfare treasure chest successfully opened. Obtained 10 billion EXP scroll 1, 10-fold EXP scroll 10.
The first treasure chest.
After opening it,
all were experience scrolls, but one was for 10 billion experience, and the other was a 10-fold experience scroll.
Check. Name, 10 billion experience scroll.
Function, gain 10 billion experience after use, limited to levels 50 to 99.
Name, 10-fold experience scroll.
Function, after use, gain 10-fold experience when hunting monsters effective for 12 hours.
After examining these 2 scrolls. Indeed. Just as expected. Open. Subsequently, Su Xingqian continued to open the treasure chests.
Second, tenfold experience scroll 10, 10 million stat scroll 1. Third, 10 billion gold scroll 2, world shard 5. Fourth, 10 billion experience scroll 1, world shard 5. Fifth, world shard 5, summoning medal 1. Sixth, tenfold experience scroll 10, 10 million stat scroll 1. Seventh, world shard 5, tenfold experience scroll 10. Eighth, life decoy talisman 10, 10 billion experience scroll 2. All at once. All welfare treasure chests were opened. Su Xingshan's face darkened. Because the welfare treasure chests didn't drop any equipment, they were all scrolls and shards. Of course. There was also a summoning medal which should be equipment. Besides. And those life decoy talismans. A quick count was made. There were 40 tenfold experience scrolls. There were 4 10 billion experience scrolls, meaning a total of 40 billion experience could be gained if all were used. There were 20 world shards. There were 2 10 million stat scrolls, granting 20 million stats if both were used. There were 2 10 billion gold scrolls, granting 20 billion gold after use. There were 10 life decoy talismans. There was 1 summoning medal. Use. Su Xingshan didn't hesitate for a moment. He used them directly. He used all 4 10 billion experience scrolls. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 75. Base combat power x 110%. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 76. Base combat power x 110%. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 80. Base combat power x 110%. Golden light. It continuously flickered around him, finally merging with him. At the same time, the continuous ringing of notification sounds. My level is skyrocketing. From level 74 directly to level 80. All experience scrolls have been used up. Level reached 80. As for the 10 times experience scroll, I could sell it for gold coins, or use it myself. If used while hunting monsters, the experience would be 10 times higher, and with the system's amplification, that's 20 times. He needed to check the world shard and the life decoy talisman. As well as that summoning medal. Name, world shard. Function, reinforces and upgrades ultimate treasures and special rings. It's clear at a glance. This is a material. To reinforce and upgrade ultimate treasures, currently he doesn't have an ultimate treasure, nor does he know what one is. As for special rings, they certainly aren't resurrection rings, because resurrection rings use gold coins. So it must be summoning rings and the like. Name, life decoy talisman. Function, blood bond ownership. Upon death, death can be transferred to the decoy talisman. Consumable 3 uses. Isn't this just the function of a resurrection ring? However, this is a consumable 1 life decoy talisman can only be used 3 times. It disappears after 3 uses. Name, summoning medal. Affix, gold. Combat power, 100,000. Rank, divine. Attachment, space. Attribute, can summon a thunder base with 5 million combat power, infinite resurrection. This is an incredibly powerful piece of equipment. Even stronger than his summoning ring. However, he still prefers the summoning ring. Because what it summons is a dragon. As a man, riding a dragon is cooler. That concludes the welfare treasure chests. Time to check out the level less divine equipment. And also the myriad world legacy. Whoosh. Hiss. The light cluster was torn apart, revealing a dazzling long sword. Check. Name, Chaos Divine Sword, exclusive, divine. Affix, rainbow. Rank, divine. Combat power, 1 million. Required level, no level. Attribute 1, sword Dao damage increased by 1000%.
Attribute 2, full body combat power permanently amplified by 300%.
Attribute 3, during combat, imbued with Chaos Sword intent, there is a 20% chance to unleash the 9-9 primordial sword array, covering an area of 10,000 x 10,000 m.
Attribute 4, levels up and grows with its master. This is no level divine equipment. No level restriction. Divine equipment. Combat power instantly reaches 1 million. Sword Dao damage 1000%, equivalent to the power of Sword Dao Ling Yuan without upgrading. Full body combat power permanently 300%, which is 3 times. Imbued with Chaos Sword intent, with a chance to unleash the 9-9 primordial sword array, covering an area of 10,000 m x 10,000 m. More importantly, this equipment also levels up and grows with its master. In other words, this Chaos Divine Sword can upgrade, but it doesn't require fragments or gold coins instead, it levels up alongside its master. Equip. Without any hesitation, Su Xingqian directly equipped the Chaos Divine Sword, replacing the Scarlet Nether Heavenly Emperor. Combat Power Sword. Next, what he cared about most, the Myriad World Inheritance. Swoosh. Inside the system space, Su Xingqian, who had manifested with divine sense, gently touched the light cluster with his finger. With a subtle sound, the light cluster shattered. Behold! Inside the light cluster was an exquisite pagoda. The pagoda emitted a mysterious luminescence. Myriad manifestation exquisite pagoda. Seeing this pagoda, Su Xingqian reacted instantly. No wonder it looked so familiar. This was the Myriad manifestation exquisite pagoda. The very one they were tested in. He hadn't expected it. But at this moment, it was only palm-sized. Simultaneously, he looked towards the plaza, and the Myriad manifestation exquisite pagoda was still there. For a moment, he was stunned. Soon, Su Xingqian realized. Perhaps the all-encompassing exquisite pagoda in the square was just a shell. The one in my hand was the real deal, just miniaturized. Too lazy to think about it. Just check directly. Name, all-encompassing exquisite pagoda. Grade, Supreme Treasure. Affix, Gold. Combat Power, 588888. Required Level, 1. Attribute 1, a suppression-type ultimate treasure, imbued with the rules of gravity. Attribute 2, contains a Saint-tier divine ability Myriad World. The legacy of the Myriad World. That is the Myriad World Exquisite Pagoda. It's an ultimate treasure. Suppression type. Imbued with the rules of gravity, and this treasure also contains a Saint-tier divine ability Myriad World. Ding! Ultimate treasure detected. Ultimate treasure panel activated. Do you wish to place the ultimate treasure in the ultimate treasure panel? At this moment, the system's voice sounded. An ultimate treasure was detected. Therefore, the ultimate treasure panel activated. Place. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate at all. This is similar to summoning rings. It doesn't need to be worn on the character's equipment panel but resides on an independent system panel, yet its attributes function as if it were worn on the equipment panel. Placement successful. Myriad World Exquisite Pagoda, activated. Details can be viewed in the Ultimate Treasure panel. Placement complete. Another page appeared on the virtual screen. Originally, there were the information panel, character equipment page, and special ring page. Now, an ultimate treasure placement page has appeared. Similar to special rings. Level up. Change equipment. Place ultimate treasure. Su Xingqian's combat power reached a terrifying level, 24,547,203 points. 23 million combat power, wow. The base combat power for upgrading, at level 80, is approximately 350,000.
Equipment combat power plus base combat power plus sword Daoling Yuan combat power plus special ring combat power plus ultimate treasure combat power x combat power ring 300% x chaos divine sword 300% equals comprehensive combat power. Gold coin scroll, use it. Increase 20 billion gold coins. Attribute scroll, use it. Increase 20 million attribute points. Name, Su Xingqian. Age, 18. Talent, D rank. Profession, Sword Immortal Mastered. Level, 83.28%. Bonds, none. Wealth, 77.5 billion. Combat power, 24,547,203 base combat power 358,679. Attributes, 30,301,120. Active skills, Sword Control Tier 4, 33.67%, Azure Lotus Sword Song Tier 4, 78.02%, Myriad Swords Returning to the Origin Tier 4, 12.55%, Sword Dao Abyssal Divine Plus 2, 1.34%. Passive skills, Thunder Sword Aura Tier 4, 11.05%. Alas, over 20 million combat power. Su Xingqian sighed. Himself. Too powerful. Moreover, his special ring hadn't been upgraded yet. Neither had his skills. If he upgraded his special ring and skills, his strength would become even more terrifying. He sighed inwardly. Then, his divine sense returned. He closed the virtual light screen and opened his eyes. Senior brother. Your no-level item, it's a weapon, isn't it? After he opened his eyes, he heard Duanmu Ruwashi's voice. He looked over. Behold! Bai Si Ruwashi was looking at him. Yes. Are all of yours weapons? Su Xingqian was momentarily stunned. This girl. Why would she ask that? He quickly realized that it was probably because both beautiful girls' no-level items were weapons, hence the question. Yes, yes. All of our no-level items are weapons. Permanent 300% combat power increase for the entire body. Divine gear is divine artifacts, after all. The two beautiful girls, chattering away, were incredibly excited. Because, with such a divine item, their combat power soared significantly. The heaven-defying attributes made them feel invincible. What level are you both? Su Xingqian asked. I'm level 79. Duamna Ruwashi replied. I'm level 79 too. Ji Qingluo spoke up. Both were level 79. It seemed the experience scrolls obtained from the welfare treasure chests were about the same. Senior brother. I have 3 gold coin scrolls, I'll trade them to you. Duanmu Ruwashi said. He reached out, took Ji Qingluo's fair and tender hand, and flew out of the cave on his sword. She had already started the operation. I have 3 too. Ji Qinglu was like Duanmu Ruwashi, wanting to give him the gold coin scrolls. Anyway, their levels were high, combat power was high, and equipment was good. They simply didn't need gold coins. As for life, it doesn't take much. Find a place. Get some good rest. We're returning tomorrow. Transaction complete. Su Xingqian said. This myriad world is about to end. Successfully cleared. Currently, all 3 are qualified to participate in the Battle of Heavenly Talents. In his heart, Ji Qingyan, I'll see you at the Battle of Heavenly Talents. Boo! Boo! However, just as Su Xingqian's words fell, the entire myriad god city began to shake, and the whole space trembled. This scene was like the end of the world arriving. The sudden situation caused the expressions on the faces of Su Xingqian and the other 2 to change. Boo! Boo! However, just as Su Xingqian's words fell, the entire myriad god city began to shake, and the whole space trembled. This scene was like the end of the world arriving. The sudden situation caused the expressions on the faces of Su Xingqian and the other 2 to change. They didn't know what happened.
Even if the myriad world were to end, it should be tomorrow. Moreover, and the artifact spirit hadn't given any prompt. What is going on? Duanmuruashi's small face turned pale. This kind of situation. It was the first time they had encountered it. Something must have gone wrong. Su Xingqian replied. Myriad God City is too vast. Yet it was shaking. As if there was a magnitude 12 earthquake. Myriad God City is shrinking. Just then, Ji Qingluo exclaimed. Quickly reminded Su Xingqian. Quick! Leave Myriad God City. Su Xingqian also noticed. However, Myriad God City is so huge, how could they leave? There was no way. Grabbing Ji Qingluo with his left hand and Duanmuruashi with his right, his figure flickered, and he landed on the back of the true dragon. The true dragon roared and soared up. Although it couldn't fly out of Myriad God City, it could, however, float above Myriad God City, ascending as much as possible. Soon, the true dragon carried Su Xingqian and the two others, leaving Myriad God City by 10 li. Behold! Myriad God City was rapidly shrinking. The Myriad God City, which originally spanned 30,000 li, now was only a few hundred meters in size. And it was still continuously shrinking. Finally, it was only palm-sized. Whoosh! A faint rustling sound was heard, and the palm-sized Myriad God City flew towards Su Xingqian like a stream of light. Su Xingqian instinctively grabbed the palm-sized Myriad God City. Carving. The Myriad Manifestation Divine City had now become a palm-sized carving. Seeing this situation, Xiao Wuxue, Xiao Baisi, the two were stunned. What's going on? The Myriad Manifestation Divine City has changed like this. Moreover, and it flew into Su Xingqian's hand. This scene, it completely exceeded their imagination and understanding. Boom! Boom! The sky and earth shook, and space rapidly twisted and shattered. Su Xingqian and the two women were like a small boat in a raging storm, at risk of being destroyed at any moment. The source of everything came from the mountain peak below. Yes. Mountain peak. Originally, the teleportation led directly into the Myriad Manifestation Divine City. They didn't know what was happening outside. Currently, the Myriad Manifestation Divine City shrank and was ultimately taken away by Su Xingqian. Then, everything beneath the Myriad Manifestation Divine City all became clear. Behold! This was a mountain peak tens of thousands of feet high. She didn't know what that person wanted to do for her daughter? This was an independent world entirely, and at this moment, the mountain peak was shaking, as if something was about to emerge from beneath it. Could it be that, beneath this mountain peak, something is being suppressed? This thought suddenly appeared in Su Xingqian's mind, and thinking of it, an inexplicable panic arose in his heart. Boom! Boom! The mountain peak was constantly collapsing. In just a few breaths, the mountain peak, tens of thousands of feet high, completely collapsed. A towering black energy appeared. That black energy permeated the heavens and earth. But it did not spread, as if being sucked by something. There won't be demons, will there? Duanmuruashi looked at the situation below. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Clearly, she was scared. It looks like the Myriad Manifestation Divine City or the Myriad Manifestation Exquisite Pagoda was suppressing the entity beneath the mountain peak. With the disappearance of the Myriad Manifestation Divine City and the Myriad Manifestation Exquisite Pagoda, the entity below broke free from its suppression. Xiao Wushui's eyes were filled with solemnity. At this very moment, she was not flustered or scared. Instead, she analyzed everything at hand. Kacha! The mountain peak collapsed. A huge crack appeared in the ground. From a distance, something was breaking through the earth. Seeing this situation, The expressions on the three people's faces grew even graver. Whoosh! In the sky. It wasn't that professionals were escaping by flying on swords. These professionals were teleported from Vanishing God City and hadn't even left the mountain range when this happened. Now, these professionals were fleeing for their lives. Originally, there were over 10,000 professionals teleported from Vanishing God City. But now there were only a few hundred left. The rest were buried alive by the mountain. Jia Jia Jia. This demon lord is finally out. Breaking through the earth was a massive altar. The altar stood tall on the ground. On the altar, it was covered in inscriptions, looking incredibly mysterious. At the center of the altar stood a gigantic divine demon, thousands of feet tall, radiating destructive demonic energy and power. However, at this moment, the divine demon's feet and collarbones were bound by huge chains. Walla-la! Walla-la! As the divine demon struggled, the chains clanged. The air trembled and distorted before the divine demon. What terrifying aura! Su Xingqian looked at the towering divine demon below. Controlling the true dragon. Quickly avoided it, lest he be harmed by this divine demon. What a demon indeed! Senior brother. What do we do now? Should we leave here first? Duanmu Ruashi's small face was pale, extremely frightened. She truly hadn't expected there to be a demon here. No. The seals and shackles on this divine demon are about to break free. If we let him break loose, we won't be able to escape at all, unless we teleport directly back to Earth. But we can only teleport back tomorrow. Ji Qingluo was very calm at this moment. He said. After saying that, her gaze turned to Su Xingqian, leaving the final decision to him. Qingluo is right. Looking at the divine demon, it won't be long before he breaks free. Even if we flee hundreds of thousands of miles, we'll still be hunted down. Now, while he hasn't broken free, we can only kill him, utterly kill him. Qingluo, you provide healing support. Ruashi, ranged attack. Su Xingqian glanced at the little troublemaker, surprised in his heart. This little troublemaker is not bad. Didn't panic at all. And her analysis was quite insightful. He then made up his mind to find a way to get rid of this god and devil. MHM. His two sisters, in unison, nodded in agreement. Since they had made up their minds, then let's get to it. Sword control technique. He acted immediately after speaking, first testing the god and devil's defense and strength. From a distance, Su Xingqian unleashed his sword control technique. Instantly, 5 profound great golden mythical longswords, from all directions, blasted towards the god and devil. Ding ding! Ding ding! What shocked him was that although this god and devil was chained, its hands were not fixed. And it was very agile. Before the 5 long swords could even reach the god and devil, they were swatted away by it. Seeing this situation, all 3 of them were startled. Petrification. Su Xingqian, holding the Chaos Divine Sword, raised his hand and slashed. Instantly, a destructive sword light cut across. Meanwhile, the petrification ring took effect. The god and devil was petrified. For 5 seconds. The petrification only lasted 5 seconds. Kacha. Hiss. Just as the god and devil was petrified, the destructive sword light struck its body. However, the destructive sword light could only cause a tiny bit of damage to the god and devil. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruashi's attacks also landed on the god and devil. They were no longer greenhorns. Seeing such an opportunity, they certainly wouldn't miss it. For a moment, the trio's most powerful attacks continuously rained down. Damn it! Damn it! You lowly human ants, you truly deserve to die. 5 seconds. It passed quickly.
The petrification on the god and devil disappeared. Although it had been bombarded countless times by Su Xingqian and the other two, and they couldn't kill it or even cause any substantial fatal damage, the insult was strong.
For a moment, the god and devil roared. The chains clattered as they were yanked. The seal on its body also grew fainter. This situation, as if it was about to break free at any moment. This demon god is too terrifying. It simply cannot be killed. Duanmu Ruwashi's face was filled with despair. The demon god couldn't be killed. So, once the demon god broke free, that would be the moment they were killed. There would be nowhere to run. It's almost broken free, Ji Qingluo said. Her face was also filled with urgency. In her eyes, a hint of determination flashed, as if deciding something. Qingluo. Ruwashi. When the demon god turns to stone, I'll unleash my ultimate move. If my ultimate move doesn't kill this demon god, you two must take me and flee immediately. Don't prolong the fight, understand? Su Xingqian watched the demon god constantly struggling to break free. His eyes radiated intense fighting spirit. It had been so long. Finally, he could unleash his true ultimate move. So, could he kill this demon god? If his ultimate move didn't work, then he could only flee. Yes. His two sisters, hearing Su Xingqian say this, paused briefly and nodded in response. Whoosh! Su Xingqian put away the true dragon. Finished everything. His figure flickered, flying towards the demon god. When he was 500 meters away, the power of the domain ring unleashed, and attacks rained down overwhelmingly. At this moment, his goal was to trigger the petrifying ring. Rumble! Roar, roar, roar! The demon god roared. Sword energy surged. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, the demon god was petrified. Invincible! Sword Deo, accompany me. Su Xingqian saw the demon god petrified. He no longer hesitated. The invincible ring activated. Sword Deo unfolded. 30 times the sword Dao damage, 10 times the combat power. At this moment, originally with 24 million combat power in invincible mode, his overall combat power increased tenfold for 100 seconds, ignoring all damage and attacks. In other words, the demon god could not harm him during these 100 seconds. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Boom. Sword Deo had 30 times its power, and the Chaos Divine Sword's sword Dao damage was also 1000%. Stacked together. Too terrifying. At this moment, within a 100-mile radius, everything was turned into a destructive purgatory. Too strong, too strong. Brother Senior is so strong. In the distance, Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruwashi, feeling the aura of destruction, looking at the scene before her. Her face showed shock. Powerful. Too strong. Strong beyond their wildest imagination. Kacha. One of the demon god's arms was severed. Numerous fatal wounds appeared on its body. At this rate, the demon god was doomed to die. But the petrification time passed. The demon god roared in anger, unleashing a devastating attack towards Su Xingqian, but the demon god's attack couldn't harm Su Xingqian at all. What is going on? Duanmu Ruwashi was horrified. Because the demon god couldn't harm Su Xingqian. It's terrifying. Brother Senior actually ignored the demon god's attack. Brother used a secret art. It comes with a price, Ji Qingluo said. Although she wasn't sure what method Su Xingqian had used, she had guessed that he must have paid a price to temporarily boost his attack and defense to a terrifying level. No wonder. Earlier, brother said that after his ultimate move, she should take him away. Now she understood. After brother used his ultimate move, he would have no more power to fight. Boom! Boom! Hiss! Whoosh! In the air, Su Xingqian no longer flew around the demon god. Instead, he directly confronted the demon god, constantly bombarding the demon god. Gradually, the demon god also stopped attacking Su Xingqian, because it found that its attacks couldn't harm Su Xingqian. This lowly human, immune to its damage. At this moment, it struggled desperately, wanting to escape. Time. Seconds passed one by one. Finally, at the 94-second mark, the demon god fell. A blood-red crystal floated out from the demon god's body and appeared before Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate at all. He reached out to grab it. However, the blood-red crystal disappeared, entering his backpack. Put. At 100 seconds. The invincible mode lifted, and Su Xingqian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body plummeted towards the ground. Senior brother. Seeing Su Xingqian's condition, Ji Qingluo and Duan Muruashi flew over, catching him just as he was about to hit the ground. Congratulations on killing the demon god Great Emperor Remnant. Experience plus 10 billion. Gold plus 100 billion. Attribute plus 1 million. Drop, Azure Radiance Feather Robe, Emperor, Rainbow, 1. Congratulations on acquiring, God Demon Great Emperor Remnant. The notification sounded. It is confirmed that the God Demon has been killed. The rewards are plentiful. 10 billion experience. 100 billion gold. And 1 million attributes. Moreover, an item dropped, the Azure Radiance Feather Robe. Only rank and quality. No profession restrictions. Upon hearing the last item, Su Xingqian was stunned. He no longer had the strength to fight, but he wasn't dead, so everything was fine. When he heard he had acquired God Demon Great Emperor Remnant, he was completely bewildered. Brother, how are you? Senior brother. Two beautiful young sisters. Ji Qingluo held Su Xingqian in her arms, while Duan Muruashi watched from the side. The two of them. Their eyes were misty. They were very worried about Su Xingqian. They didn't even pay attention to the rewards gained from killing the god demon. Nothing. Just rest for 2 days. Su Xingqian smiled. He comforted the two of them, so they wouldn't worry too much. You scared me to death. Ji Qingluo was only slightly relieved when she heard Su Xingqian say he was fine. Qingluo. Let's find a place to settle down first. Duan Muruashi said. Mum. Ji Qingluo nodded. Subsequently, holding Su Xingqian, she summoned the Azure Bird. The three of them quickly departed. They would wait until tomorrow to return. Whoosh! After 2 hours of flight, they finally left the mountain range and arrived at a resting point. The cave. Yes. Another cave. In a secret realm, the best resting spot is definitely a cave. Besides, in the wilderness, caves are the most abundant. You two clean up the cave. Don't worry about me. Su Xingqian found it somewhat amusing and frustrating to see his two beautiful sisters treating him like an injured person. It was merely extreme exhaustion. He merely coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. What's there to it? Besides, spitting out a couple mouthfuls of blood actually makes me feel a bit better, otherwise, it would have just built up inside. Alright then. Duamna Ruwashi replied. Next. So, he went with Ji Qingluo to tidy up the cave. Outside the cave, the blue bird and true dragon guarded Su Xingqian. Bored as he was, Su Xingqian unfurled his virtual light screen. Killing the gods and demons brought rewards. 10 billion experience was indeed terrifying, but for him at level 80, upgrading now required 20 billion experience.
Therefore, even with 10 billion more experience, he couldn't level up. But those 100 billion gold coins. He was pleasantly surprised. Because 100 billion gold coins could upgrade all his special rings by one level. Besides experience and gold coins, there were also 1 million attribute points. What he wanted to see was that one piece of equipment. An emperor's garment. Divine equipment. A woman's clothes. What a pity. Su Xingqian sighed deeply within. Although this feathered robe was an emperor's garment, it had a rainbow-colored rarity. Rainbow-colored rarity represented divinity. So, this garment could also be called divine equipment. The unfortunate thing was, he couldn't use it. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'll still look at God Demon Great Emperor fragment. Su Xingqian put away the feathered robe. He thought of God Demon Great Emperor fragment. He had no idea what it was. Behold! Lying in his backpack was a blood-red crystal. This blood-red crystal was God Demon Great Emperor fragment. Check. Name, God Demon Great Emperor fragment. Category, auxiliary. Function, the residual crystal core left behind after the fall of a god demon merging with it will grant terrifying power. After reading about the blood-red crystal, Su Xingqian was full of questions. He thought it was some kind of treasure. A little disappointed. However, this item could be merged. System. Can I fuse with this thing? He dared not touch it lightly. After all, this was left by gods and devils. He wanted to be powerful. But he absolutely didn't want to become a devil. So, he decided to ask the system first. Host is not recommended to fuse with it. It can be fused with the true dragon. The system responded. Hearing this response, Su Xingqian exclaimed, not bad. Actually. In his mind, he also wanted to fuse this with the true dragon. Then fuse it. Su Xingqian said. Communicating with the system. These things. He didn't understand them. He could only let the system handle it. First recall the true dragon. Fusing. The system prompted Su Xingqian to recall the true dragon first. Su Xingqian didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly recalled the true dragon. Next, it entered the fusion process. I've finished tidying up. Do you want to wash up first, or rest first? At this moment, Ji Qingluo walked out of the cave and came before Su Xingqian. I'll go take a shower first, Su Xingqian said. He reached out, took Ji Qingluo's fair and tender hand, and flew out of the cave on his sword. Walked towards the stream. After a quick wash, when I returned, I found the two beautiful girls had already prepared food. 2 large, fat rabbits were cleaned and ready to be roasted. Finally, we can return. Cataclysmic level is indeed terrifying. Eating barbecue. Drinking juice. Duanmu Ruashi sighed. Honestly, if she hadn't been with Su Xingqian, she definitely wouldn't have survived this cataclysmic level myriad worlds. With Su Xingqian in the myriad worlds, she just coasted through. However, the god demon that appeared at the end was too terrifying. Except for Su Xingqian. Anyone else would have died. Danger comes with opportunity. If it wasn't a cataclysmic level, would you have golden mythical items? Not to mention level less divine equipment. Ji Qingluo pouted. Level less divine equipment. She couldn't even imagine it before. Honestly, she had never even heard the term level less divine equipment. Senior brother. Even if you encountered a transcendent, they wouldn't be your match, would they? I see, Ruashi asked curiously. That god demon. Such a powerful being. Wasn't it ultimately slain by senior brother? His power had long surpassed any professional. Even those transcendent beings.
Might not be his match, right? Haven't encountered a transcendent yet. However, an ordinary transcendent might not be my match. Su Xingqian said. Transcendent refers to those who have undergone reincarnation. Before reincarnation, they are called professionals. After reincarnation, they are called transcendent. Transcendent. Saint. King. Emperor. It is said that his mentor, Xu Mengyao, is an incredibly powerful emperor. And he was a 9th-tier emperor. However, currently, they are still very far from extraordinary, let alone transcendent or king tier, which are super powerful existences. The 3 ate. While chatting, dusk fell. After eating their fill and resting well, they entered the cave. Fusion complete. Current, Dominator Demonic Dragon. Combat power, 100 million. Skills, Demonic Dragon's Breath, Spatial Tier, Dragon Roar through 9 heavens. After entering the cave, Su Xingqian checked. He found that the fusion was complete. Currently, it was no longer an ordinary true dragon, but had become a Dominator Demonic Dragon. 100 million combat power. You see, this was the combat power of an emperor. In other words, the Dominator Demonic Dragon could fight an emperor, and below an emperor, all were ants. Phew! Seeing the information after the fusion, Su Xingqian let out a breath. Too strong. Don't let his 20 million plus combat power make you think all professional players have high combat power. You should know that many level 99 professional players don't even have a million combat power. After all, orange and red gear are too rare. As for golden myths, they are something you can only hope to stumble upon. A full set is basically impossible. What's wrong? Senior brother. Beside them, Bai Si Ruoshi was taking off her white silk. The movements were simple, yet incredibly alluring. Seeing Su Xingqian's expression change, she asked nervously, thinking he was taking a deep breath because her senior brother's injuries were very serious. Nothing. I upgraded my mount. Oh, right, Ruoshi. Do you have any summoning gear? Su Xingqian shook his head. He continued to ask. No. Duanmu Ruoshi shook her head. Summoning gear. How could it be so easy to get? In his heart, she was full of anticipation. Qingluo could summon a blue bird, her senior brother could summon a true dragon, and she was the only one without a mount. Qingluo, give me the summoning equipment and the world fragments. Give me Ruoshi's world fragments too. Su Xingqian pondered for a moment and said, Mum. Mum. The two stunning sisters, although they didn't know what Su Xingqian was going to do, but they didn't hesitate. They traded the summoning equipment and world fragments to Su Xingqian. Next, Su Xingqian took off his summoning ring. He put on Ji Qingluo's summoning spirit ring. He reinforced it with world fragments. Reinforcement successful. Currently, summoning spirit ring +1. Combat power, 2 million. Reinforcement successful. Currently, summoning spirit ring +2. Combat power, 5 million. Reinforcement successful. Currently, summoning spirit ring +3. Combat power, 10 million. A total of 10 world fragments were used. The summoning spirit ring was reinforced to +3. The summoned Azure Bird's combat power is 10 million, which is enough for Ji Qingluo. After reinforcing the summoning spirit ring, he continued to reinforce the summoning medallion. Summoning medallion +1. The summoned Bai Zhe has a combat power of 10 million. Bai Si Ruoshi gave him 15 world fragments, and Ji Qingluo gave him 10 world fragments. He used 12 and earned 13 world fragments himself. Actually, though, that's not entirely accurate. After all, he had to give the summoning medallion to Sister Bai Si.
Keeping the summoning medallion himself was useless.
He might as well give it to her as a gift. All right.
After the reinforcement was complete, he traded the summoning spirit ring to Ji Qingluo.
He gave the summoning medallion to Duanmu Ruoshi. +3. 10 million combat power. Ji Qingluo accepted the trade.
Upon seeing the attributes of the summoning spirit ring, her delicate little face showed a continuous change of expressions.
Because the summoning spirit ring was no longer what it was before. It had become +3.
It could summon an azure bird with 10 million combat power. Of course. The summoning spirit ring itself had a considerable combat power, reaching 500,000.
Thank you, senior brother. Moi.
The little sister with white silk saw the summoning medal. She jumped up in excitement.
Finally. She could summon now too. She checked the information. Shock. Happy.
In her excitement, she wiggled her way over to Su Xingqian, and her rosy little lips gave Su Xingqian's cheek a smack.
After the smack,
her little face was flushed crimson.
Oof.
Thank him, then thank him.
Don't go putting your mouth everywhere. Ji Qingluo, off to the side, glared fiercely at Duanmu Ruoshi, muttering grumpily. It wasn't on your face, anyway. Oof, oof, oof. Duanmu Ruoshi also muttered grumpily. After muttering, she turned her head, refusing to look at Ji Qingluo.
Then continued to fiddle with her summoning medal.
Her summoning medal couldn't be worn, only kept in her backpack, but it didn't affect its use. Myriad World. The next day. Morning. Su Xingqian woke up.
Yesterday, he activated invincible mode and successfully slew the demon god. But it was also extremely exhausting.
After a good night's sleep,
now he was full of energy, having fully recovered to his peak condition.
Get up. Time to prepare to return. Get up. Washed up.
Seeing that Duanmu Ruoshi and Ji Qingluo were still sleeping in, he called out.
It was already this late. And they were still sleeping in. Isn't there still a little while?
Ji Qingluo made a lazy sound.
Yes.
According to the spirit of the artifact's announcement, they could be teleported away at around 9 o'clock.
Wasn't it still early? That's what she said.
But she still started to move.
Duanmu Ruoshi did the same. A moment later,
the three of them simply ate something.
Waiting for the teleportation. Time flowed by minute by minute. 3, 2, 1.
In the sky, the voice of the artifact spirit rang out.
A countdown appeared.
As the countdown appeared, streaks of teleportation light emerged, finally enveloping Su Xingqian and the other two. The light carried terrifying spatial power, and in an instant, the three vanished from where they stood.
About 1 minute.
The teleportation ended.
Whoosh! Above the Jiangnan University teleportation plaza, 3 red lights appeared. A celestial omen, attracting the attention of countless prodigy students and even instructors. Catastrophe level red. Did someone return from a catastrophe level dungeon? Who went to a catastrophe level dungeon recently?
3 new students, Su Xingqian, Ji Qingluo, and Duanmu Ruoshi, they went to a 30-level catastrophe level dungeon.
I can't believe they came back alive from a catastrophe level dungeon. That's incredible. It said that this is Su Xingqian and Ji Qingluo's second catastrophe level dungeon. It really is them, they came out alive from a catastrophe level dungeon. A catastrophe level dungeon, I truly admire them. I can't even compare to their courage. I wonder if they obtained any golden mythical items? Countless students and instructors, each with an excited look on their face. 90% of people chose normal difficulty, the rest chose hard difficulty, no one chose desperate difficulty, and the entrance to catastrophe difficulty was even empty, with not a single person. This is a catastrophe level dungeon, after all. It was said.
Ji Qingyan from Huaxia University completed 3 consecutive catastrophe-level dungeons, having just returned alive from one yesterday. Now, Jiangnan University also has students returning from a catastrophe-level dungeon, and it's their 2nd consecutive catastrophe level. Although it doesn't quite match Ji Qingyan's 3 consecutive. But it's still amazing, alright? This is not only Su Xingqian's and their glory, but also the glory of the entire Jiangnan University. These 3 little ones. Oof. Not bad. Chu Mengyao was in her office, looking out the window towards the teleportation plaza. Her lips curved upwards. A faint smile emerged. This isn't just not bad, it's very good. My Jiangnan University also has students who have emerged from catastrophe-level dungeons. The principal wore a joyful smile on his face. This smile carried a hint of smugness. Whoosh! The 3 walked out of the teleportation gate, finally landing on the ground. Finally home. I'm back. Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruoshi. It was almost a cheer. Only when truly back on school grounds did they feel alive. 90% of people chose normal difficulty, the rest chose hard difficulty, no one chose desperate difficulty, and the entrance to catastrophe difficulty was even empty, with not a single person. The pressure brought by the professional dungeon was too immense. Almost a shadow. All right. Qingluo, go report your safe return to your mentor. Su Xingqian said to Ji Qingluo. Ji Qingluo nodded obediently. Then the 3 left the teleportation plaza together. Finally separating. He and Duanmu Ruoshi went to find Chu Mengyao. Ji Qingluo went to find Morong Qingwu. Mentor. Arriving at Chu Mengyao's office. Chu Mengyao was already waiting there. However, her face showed complete nonchalance. Very calm. But inwardly, she was overjoyed. Both of her students had safely returned alive from a catastrophe-level instance, how could she not be happy? It's good that you're back. The harvest wasn't bad, was it? Still couldn't help it. She responded with a smile. Mentor. This time, our harvest was huge. But it was also very dangerous. Duamno Ruwashi replied. She was overjoyed. Completely a young girl's temperament, in fact, she wasn't much older, just 18. Oh. Tell me more. Chu Mengyao got interested. Her biggest regret was never having been to a catastrophe-level dungeon. Now, hearing her student talk about a huge harvest, she couldn't help but get nosy. In this regard, people are all the same, including men. We went to the Vientiane world. There are 800,000 professionals, over 100 billion 5 to 6 tier demon beasts, more than 2,007 tier guaranteed drop demon beasts, and 8 tier bonus demon beasts. As long as you get 1 golden mythic item or kill an 8 tier bonus demon beast, you can leave the dungeon early. Oh, and the time spent in the dungeon is 100 days. Exceeding 100 days means obliteration. We hunted many 7 tier guaranteed drop monsters and obtained a complete set of profound tier golden mythics, and many more extra ones. Duanmu Ruwashi chattered on. She instinctively puffed out her chest, inexplicably recalling how Su Xingqian had told her last night that her chest was small. Where was it small? Her slender fingers pointed to the water dispenser, signaling her senior brother to get her some water. It took a full 10 minutes. Before she roughly finished explaining everything about the Vientiane world, including those powerful gods and demons beside them. Chu Mengyao listened with trepidation. Catastrophe level, truly terrifying. After hearing what Duanmu Ruwashi said, Chu Mengyao sighed. Honestly, if it weren't for a pervert like Su Xingqian, going to the Vientiane world would surely mean death. Moreover, according to Duanmu Ruwashi's description, even for her now, she would be helpless against those gods and demons. Oh, right. Xingqian, can you estimate what level that god or demon was, and roughly how much combat power did it have? Suddenly,
Shu Mengyao looked at Su Xingchen and asked. Mentor. I really can't estimate the level of that god or demon. However, its combat power should have exceeded 100 million. Su Xingchen pondered for a moment. And then answered. Actually, that god or demon had at least 200 million combat power. Because, in his invincible mode, his combat power reached 240 million. Coupled with the terrifying sword Dao Ling Yuan and the Chaos Divine Sword, it still took a long time to slay the god or demon. 100 million. Percent, are you sure? Shu Mengyao suddenly stood up. Her expression changed dramatically. Honestly, she didn't believe it. 100 million battle power, that was the power of an emperor. She was at the 9th stage of the sovereign rank. In front of an emperor, she was merely an ant. And then, Su Xingchen said that the demon god had at least 100 million battle power, yet he eventually slew it. Confirmed. Su Xingchen nodded. Then how did you kill him? Shu Mengyao stared into Su Xingchen's eyes. She couldn't find any issues, indicating he wasn't lying. Moreover, with Ji Qingluo and Duanmu Ruwashi by his side, there was no reason for him to lie either. Mentor. I used some trump cards. Lucked out and killed it. Su Xingchen smiled. He didn't explain clearly, after all, these were his own trump cards. Besides, he still had many gold coins and attribute points. He could completely strengthen and upgrade his skills and special rings again. At that time, he would be even more powerful. Mentor. After we reached the summit, we obtained classless divine gear. Duanmu Ruwashi quickly added. Previously, she hadn't mentioned the classless divine gear and welfare treasure chest. Classless divine gear. Let me see. Shu Mengyao was stunned again. Divine gear. Could something called divine gear be simple? It was in existence even more miraculous and powerful than golden mythical items. Divine gear, indeed heaven-defying. Shu Mengyao finished inspecting Duanmu Ruwashi's classless divine gear. She was in shock for a while. She sighed. It was even more heaven-defying than golden mythical items. Such equipment. Anyone who saw it would go crazy for it. Let alone others. Even she was incredibly tempted. If only there was a complete set. Duanmu Ruwashi said. This one piece of classless divine gear, indeed heaven-defying, was just one item. If only there was a complete set, like the golden mythical items, at that time, though she wouldn't be invincible, at least few people could defeat her. Su Xingchen subconsciously glanced at her chest. God-tier equipment, a rare find. After you reincarnate, go to the ancient battlefield. The chances of obtaining God-tier equipment are higher there. Shu Yaoming smiled. Words like these. Just say them, don't overthink it. A full set of God-tier equipment. Are you kidding me? Let alone a full set, she doesn't even have a single piece. Not just her. 99% of super strong individuals have never even seen God-tier equipment. Honestly, this is also her first time seeing God-tier equipment. Mentor. Is there God-tier equipment in the ancient battlefield? Su Xingchen asked. The ancient battlefield. A place everyone knows, because it's the ultimate destination for both professionals and transcendents, the ancient battlefield. I can only say the chances are greater. Because the stage is larger. Oh, right. The Battle of Prodigies has started early. Don't go to any dungeons for now. Finish the Battle of Prodigies first. The top 100 in the Battle of Prodigies can enter the Heavenly Dao Academy. For students, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides students, there are also 100 spots for transcendents. In total, there are 200 spots to enter the Heavenly Dao Academy. Shu Mengyao wasn't sure if there was God-tier equipment in the ancient battlefield. However,
She could only say, the bigger the stage, the greater the opportunities. As she spoke, thinking of the Battle of Prodigies and the Heavenly Tao Academy, she then instructed Su Xingqian. Heavenly Tao Academy? Su Xingqian was surprised. She had never heard of this dungeon. She didn't know what that person wanted to do for her daughter? She hadn't even heard of such a massive event, where even transcendents were involved. Moreover, judging from the mentor's expression, this Heavenly Tao Academy must be quite extraordinary. It's a brand new dungeon. It suddenly appeared 2 days ago. The teleportation gate is at the center of the Pacific Ocean. In half a month, the teleportation gate will open, and only 200 people can enter, 100 professionals and 100 transcendents. According to the spiritual artifact of the Heavenly Tao Academy, the dungeon's difficulty surpasses all catastrophe-level events. Ruwashi, the mentor doesn't want you to participate. You and Xingluo should be able to handle despair-level or catastrophe-level situations independently. Chu Mengyao spoke seriously. When she reached the end of her statement, her gaze turned to Duanmu Ruwashi. Mentor. I understand. Duanmu Ruwashi blinked. Then she replied. She understood the mentor's meaning. That kind of place. She'd better not go, because the risk isn't worth it. With her talent and full set of gear, she should just steadily develop. Of course. She also wanted to go to Tiandao Spirit Institute, but she knew that if she went, she might drag down Su Xingqian. In her opinion, Su Xingqian would definitely shine in the battle of heavenly talents and successfully go to Tiandao Spirit Institute. A moment later. Su Xingqian. Duanmu Ruwashi. The two came out of the instructor's office. Just returned today. There was no need to go to class anymore. Actually, given their current level and strength, they essentially didn't need to attend classes. If they had any questions, they could directly ask their instructor. Senior brother. Good luck in the battle of heavenly talents, sweep through everything. Duanmu Ruwashi cheered Su Xingqian on. If you go to Tiandao Spirit Institute, then later on, you might not need to go to dungeons. Of course. But you still have to go to reincarnation dungeons. You and Xingluo, even if I don't help you, you can easily clear a disaster-level dungeon. There's really no need to go to a dangerous place like Tiandao Spirit Institute. Su Xingqian reached out and patted the shoulder of Baisher Ruwashi. Counting it up, the two had collaborated twice. They could be considered close friends. I know. Duanmu Ruwashi nodded. She looked very well behaved. After leaving the teaching building, the two parted ways. Su Xingqian walked towards the boys' dormitory, ready to get some good rest. We just received news. Those three from Jiangnan University are back too. Huaxia University. Martial arts training room. The entire training room was as cold as an ice plane. Ji Qingyan, who was cultivating, was even colder than the air here. At this moment, Shi Luofei walked in. He said, "Oh, mentor, I understand." Ji Qingyan replied coldly. "For this period of time, don't go to dungeons for now. Focus on participating in the battle of heavenly talents, and secure a spot at the Heavenly Tao Spirit Institute." Shi Luofei said. She understood her student's personality very well. Therefore, even if she was cold towards her, as a mentor, she didn't care at all. "I'm worried it might affect my reincarnation in the Heavenly Tao Spirit Institute," Ji Qingyan replied. As for a spot, it was like picking something out of her pocket. Let alone one spot, even being first in the battle of heavenly talents was effortless for her. Currently, she was already level 90. After one more catastrophe-level dungeon, she could reincarnate. But her mentor told her to participate in the battle of heavenly talents. Just suppress your level. The Heavenly Tao Spirit Institute is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have a spot, and I can help you there in the Heavenly Tao Spirit Institute. Sure, Luofei said.
100 transcender spots. She would definitely get one.
Okay, I understand.
Mentor.
After the Heavenly Tao Spirit Institute ends, and I reincarnate after entering a dungeon, I plan to head to the ancient battlefield.
Ji Qingyan nodded, agreeing to her mentor.
Perhaps. There were great opportunities in the Heavenly Tao Spirit Institute, and she had to obtain the greatest ones, to reach the supreme pinnacle as early as possible.
Because time was running out. In fact,
the time left for her was too little.
Did you hear? Su Xingqian and the others, who went to the catastrophe-level dungeon, are back. Returned alive from a catastrophe-level dungeon. That guy, truly amazing. It seems he and Ji Qingluo went to catastrophe-level dungeons twice.
Those terrifying catastrophe-level dungeons, yet they treated them like strolling through a garden. In catastrophe-level dungeons, while terrifying and dangerous, they are accompanied by opportunities.
Did they obtain a golden mythic item? At our Jiangnan University, there are also people who returned from catastrophe-level dungeons. Compared to Ji Qingyan of Huaxia University, they are not inferior at all. It is said that Ji Qingyan of Huaxia University is Ji Qingluo's twin sister. Jiangnan University. News about someone returning